Yeah, the P.J. Washington show, 2 of 6 from beyond the arc, 6 of 12 for the field. He gets 16. You're not going to lose games when he has 16 points.
No, I mean, especially with the way he's been playing defense. Like, if you're getting both sides of the court like that, then that's wonderful. This was a game. Luka started off incredibly slow in this one. He finished a lot stronger. This is a great game from Daniel Gafford, I thought. Obviously, Kyrie playing at the level that he is. It's so much more beneficial. I did think Tim Hardaway Jr. was tricking us a little bit. I was watching this one. He hit like his first 3 threes. I was like, oh, we're getting one of those nights from Timmy. Yeah. And then
clang.
We got, there he is. Yep, there's Tim Hardaway Jr. again.
That's what he does, though. I mean, he can shoot you in and out of a game.
Dude, this was a game, though, that the Mavericks really had no business, having it as close as they did. You can't give up 41 to Utah in the first quarter.
No, you can't. Now, their defense clamped down the second half.
They did. 105 is not a bad number in today's NBA at all.
No, not when you give up 41 in the first, too.
Right. And so,
you're looking at a 150-point night.
Yeah, they gave up 25, 22, and 17 the rest of the way. And so it was an impressive defensive performance the rest of the way. And this was so huge with Phoenix, who has a brutal schedule the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Phoenix's schedule is really tough. They go ahead and drop one of the easy ones. They lose to San Antonio last night.
Can't do that.
And man, when I was sitting there watching this last night, I was like, when it's tied going into the fourth quarter for the Mavericks, I was like, if you blow a road game to Utah on the same night that Phoenix gifts you a loss to San Antonio, I may never forgive you. But luckily, did not happen. Mavericks give themselves a half-game lead over the Suns now, tied with the Kings, who won again last night. But opportunity for some space between you and the Kings now, because you got the Kings in a back-to-back coming up.
Yeah, you do. You got them coming up. So that's an opportunity to either make or lose ground. They've got the tiebreaker with you because they've got a better conference record. They got their two games in the loss column shy or clear of you in the conference. It looks to be the first tiebreaker here outside of the head-to-heads. Head-to-heads are going to take over all that, but
I think the biggest, most encouraging thing about the way the Mavericks are playing right now is we already know the offense is what it is, but outside of that first quarter last night, defensively they've been pretty good lately. Like they've shown an ability to play more consistent, and that is in large part due to what you're getting from Gafford and Lively now and what P.J. Washington's brought. I know we've all been frustrated with P.J. Washington's jump shot, but man, he has been a real difference maker for them on the defensive side of the floor.
Mavs won 8 of 10. They are in 7th in the West at 8.5 back. Right, like Bobby said, tied with Sacramento, who's in the 6th spot right now because of conference record. That'll all change as they play their head-to-heads. 2 back of the 5th and 4th spot, which is New Orleans and the Clippers at 6.5 back. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. We have got to talk about this tragedy, and I mean tragedy, happened overnight that we were woken up to thanks to a text from Peyton. We will get into that coming up next year on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up on the next
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton sent us this text. It completely blew up what we were going to have in this segment here. He sent us this text this morning. I woke up to this at 4 o'clock. And he said, I'll just read you the text. I won't be able to read everything.
He sent it to both of us because I had no text from Peyton.
He did. He sent it to you, too. Maybe it's because you have a Samsung, an Android. I'm not saying Samsung.
You'll get it in like an hour.
Phone. It's a great phone. The Android text app sucks, though. And it's a clip from the Post Millennial. Oh my effing God, lowercase God, by the way, and then ... It is a bridge collapsing in Baltimore.
Francis Scott Key Bridge.
The Francis Scott Key Bridge. Who is he, Peyton?
Oh, jeez.
He wrote the Star
guy.
He wrote the Star Spangled Banner.
Okay.
A cargo ship ran into it, or floated into it, I should say.
A Singapore ship.
A ship from Singapore.
A container ship, as they call it.
And it collapsed and I don't mean a portion of the bridge. The entire bridge. This looked like a scene out of a made-for-TV movie that was like where they had to do a scene like this and have a bridge collapse, and it looked like completely overdone and fake. This didn't look
Ryan
real.
has the video up on the fan cam. Yeah, it looks like, you know how, and
it's just terrifying.
You know when you see like whenever there's a building or something else like that's being detonated, like and whatever else, and they got the base charges or whatever, it falls like that. It's just like boom, 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 boom. It's terrifying.
It doesn't seem real life. Like, it's like, how did this happen? And reports are that there's about we have a clip here, Peyton. There's reports that there's about they're looking for about 20 to 25 people right now.
Yeah, this happened at 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, so that's the best part of this, is that happened at 1:30 in the morning, not 4:30 when this bridge is packed. But it's WTKR News in Virginia.
I want to show you some video just coming in from Baltimore overnight, where a large ship has crashed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge. You see it right there, sending the roadway crashing into the Patapsco River below. This happened about 1:30 overnight. This bridge, we know, is part of Interstate 695. It is on the southern end of the Baltimore Beltway. We can show you that collision and the horrific collapse one more time here. This is the outermost crossing of the Baltimore Harbor. Just heartbreaking to see that happen. You just got to hope and pray for the people who were on that span.
I have no words. I really have no words. Like, I can't even describe what this thing what this is.
So I'm reading from NBC News. So the bridge is 1.2 miles long. Its main section spans 1,200 feet and was one of the longest continuous truss bridges in the world upon its completion. The river and the port of Baltimore are both key to the shipping industry on the East Coast, generating more than $3.3 billion a year. This ship that crashed into it was a 948-foot vessel. So that's, 3+ football fields, basically?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, this is a giant ship, and it's not like, if you haven't seen the video this morning, it's not like some just like incredible like collision or anything. It's just this like
it floated into it.
It just kind of slowly floats into one of the barriers there and just completely takes the thing out.
Yeah. Everything I read says that like bridges aren't meant to handle like collisions like this. I get it, right? I have no idea how they're laid on top of those posts. I'm sure they're bolted in, right? They're obviously bolted in, welded in, but still, they're not meant to handle collisions. They're just not designed for that, and that's why this thing collapsed like that. I mean, that was it doesn't look real.
No, it almost looks like something out of honestly like a Michael Bay film or something.
Yeah.
Like, it just looks like an action sequence that was shot or something. It's insane. 443 texted in. I know 443 is always texting in. They're from Baltimore, and said it's crazy here right now. I drive that bridge. It's huge. And I mean, this is a wide angle shot if you're looking at that. Like I said, it's a mile. It's over a mile long bridge. And
it's a major highway too. Like, this thing goes, like, this is I was looking at the map of this. It's like, okay, I mean, there's a lot of people on this thing, like all the time.
Yeah, I can only imagine what like the traffic around there, how this is going to impact things. It's more like this has got to like put that city at a standstill this morning.
Well, yeah, I mean, like obviously there's people on the bridge at the time, which is tragic enough that I mean they just all of a sudden you're just driving along and then you're next thing you know you're in a bay, you're in a river.
Kristen,
God forbid you get out of that.
Kristen will do anything to avoid driving on bridges like this because they terrify her. She's just like she's seen videos of stuff where a bridge. Where was it Minnesota?
That was
up in Minneapolis.
It was on 35.
Yeah,
on 35 in Minnesota.
Where they had that bridge collapse. Gosh, I'm guessing now. I may be way off. Was that like 15 years ago?
At least
10, 15 years ago, something like that. And so because of like things like that, Kristen just her entire life. We had to drive over a couple of bridges on the way to Florida a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
And she like
bridges.
as we were coming up on one, it was the like we were going over the Mississippi River at one point, and she was like, "Is there another way around this?" And I'm like, "No, I got it. I'm driving." She got very like tense and worked up when we were driving over the Brooklyn Bridge. She was all like nervous about that when we were in New York, and so she just this is the kind of thing that she's always freaked out.
Some
about.
of those big bridges, like the Mackinac Bridge in Michigan, it's a suspension bridge. And it's got like it doesn't have it's not paved underneath. It's got like those grates, so you're driving. It's a hum, but you look down. If you were to like look out your window, you could see the water underneath you. It's wild. And then just some of these things are just awesome too. Like these bay bridges, like the Chesapeake Bridge. It's like 20 miles long with tunnels. Just like you're out there, it's like okay. Hey, you better not need gas for the next 20 miles because there ain't no gas stations out there. You better not have your car stop. And you drive by somebody, because when I was a kid, we would go over this thing going to Virginia, not this bridge, but another one, go to Virginia Beach. And like it was one lane on each side. When you drive by somebody doing 60, your car, like it goes sideways almost because of the wind. Especially if it's a truck, like a big semi. It's scary, man. I hope they find everybody that was collapsed in that thing.
Like you said though, the best possible news here though is that it was 1:30 in the morning, that this wasn't something during rush hour or something like that, because I mean this is tragic enough. You're just hoping that when all is said and done that we find the whatever loss of life here is minimized.
Trucker.com text line talk about the South Padre Bridge that collapsed, kind of the same thing. Got hit by a ship of some kind. I mean, this is sad, man. It's tragic. I hope everything's all right, but it doesn't look it. That doesn't even look real. It doesn't look real. What's coming up next at Inside the Star?
We got a lot going on. It's not just what's coming up inside the Star. It's what's going on inside the NFL. We got rule changes, and Mike McCarthy says, "Don't you worry, Cowboys fans. Everything's going to be just okay." That's next on The Fan.
Hey, is it still called a smart? DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Peyton Russell. How you doing back there?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing good.
Good. We're glad you're doing good.
Good. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm
We're
glad the
well.
rest of the Metroplex is doing good. Good morning, Metroplex. This is Sean and RJ. No Sean Sharif. He is out this week. He had to get that move done. Couldn't possibly fit it in 24 hours like you did.
You know, I noticed, I'm going to ask about this. I noticed he put the TV over the fireplace. It looks like a big room. That's probably not the only place he could have done it. Sometimes you have to put it over the fireplace. I didn't think he did there. That's a very unique choice.
It looked centered, though. It looked like the fireplace was like the center of the room almost.
Yeah, it does. But it's like this: the TV is not the center of the room, right? It's not the centerpiece. I don't know. It's a very big faux pas. It's a design faux pas. If you have other spaces for it, in my opinion. I don't know. It's just me. I don't look up either. If we sit here and look it up.
So you don't think that you don't think that he has an interior design eye? Then is what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Well, I got to see the whole house. I got to see the whole room. I got to see where else he could have put it.
If he ever invites us out there, we'll see.
Sure. If he does, I'll let him know. Hey, look, the TV would have gone better over there.
Yeah, I would worry about the heat coming off the fireplace and then causing issues for your television.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I would worry about. Mike McCarthy. That's a man who's not worried about anything right now. Mike McCarthy feels pretty damn good about where your Dallas Cowboys are in a conversation with Adam Schefter yesterday.
I'm a big believer in a second and third year jump. You know, we have some young players. We got some guys coming back off of IR that were young players that we're excited about. So we are definitely improving. You know, we're just not part of the free agent market right now.
So is that what Cowboys fans can hang their hat on, the fact that there are guys coming back that are going to be getting better because people keep waiting for the Cowboys to make moves?
Well, I think that, and also there's a lot left. So I mean, you'll probably have a market right before the draft or post draft, and then you got your June 1st market, and obviously we'll have another draft class. So I have great confidence in our roster.
Okay.
There is a fine line between optimism and straight propaganda. And Mike McCarthy didn't tiptoe across it. Mike McCarthy jumped across that line and decided to say, yeah, oh, hell yeah, this Cowboys team, we're improving. We've improved, baby. What, if anything, I want you, RJ Choppy, as the station lawyer and the Mr. Technicality and Mr. Wiggle your way out of things. I want you to give me a defense of what Mike McCarthy just said there. That this team has improved.
Well, they trimmed the fat, I guess you could say, on some players.
Don't talk about Jonathan Hankins like that.
It wasn't a weight joke. It was just a figure of speech or an expression. They do have the draft still, right? They do have second wave of free agency. So you got the post draft free agency, then you got the post June 1 free agency. So yep, it's they're not out of it.
That's an opportunity to improve. To say they have improved is a stretch. You would agree with that, right?
They have not improved yet. They have not improved yet. But I think most people know that we all agree, right? The first couple of days of spring of free agency, it's nothing but panic spending.
For the most part, not every time, but for the most part, yeah.
So we're okay with staying away for the first couple of days of free agency. First couple of weeks is a different story, but I can't.
You tried. No, here's
what I would say. They've done this for a decade. They've been
but they haven't. They've never done it like this.
Not this bad.
This is the most aggressive they've ever been.
Not this bad, but they've done it for the most part where it's like, okay, they've not spent. They've not spent.
Right. Not aggressively, not near the top of the league.
And it's always worked. They average almost 10 wins a year for the last decade. And a couple of those years they've lost their quarterback, and they still averaged for the decade about 10 wins a year.
This is starting to feel more and more, especially having him sit there and listen to him talk about it. This feels very much like the Joneses are saying, all right, you want your job passed this year? You need to show that you are a difference maker. We're not giving you S this year. You need to show that you're a difference maker. And is that fair? Is that a fair way to evaluate what kind of a difference he makes?
Well, no, because no coach is a difference maker, in my opinion.
Mike McCarthy would probably take offense to the idea that he's not a difference maker. So if he believes that, should he have to show it?
That's right.
But should he have to show that then?
I mean, you want to, okay, like you're going to put, we just saw somebody who universally was seen as the greatest coach of all time win 4 games.
Yes. Because the game passed him by.
Well, it didn't pass him by. I mean, 5 years ago, he's winning Super Bowls. It didn't pass him by then. His second year without Brady went to the playoffs with the rookie quarterback. Didn't pass him by then. Passed him by all of a sudden. I think it's just his team sucked.
Yeah.
And, his quarterback wasn't any good. And at that point, it's like, all right, you only do so much. So, yeah, and Mike wants to think that. He's welcome to, but I would caution him on that one. Sean Payton, everybody think University is a great coach. I mean, it was a tough year last year. They're picking just outside the top 10.
Look, I think people get worked up. Right now, people get worked up whenever you talk about this or you bring this up, but I think that it's genuinely the reality of how the Cowboys feel right now. Regardless of what is said about, oh man, Mike, he was the difference maker this past year, and Dak's interceptions going down, and the offense playing like it was during that stretch and stuff like that. I don't think that that's legitimately necessarily how they feel. I think that they feel a lot of this was Dak doing things at the line of scrimmage after the bye week. And I think they didn't. If Mike McCarthy's contract was up, Mike McCarthy wouldn't have been back. Mike McCarthy is here because they didn't want to pay him to sit on a beach.
I agree.
They didn't want to pay out a contract to have him sit on a beach and then go pay a coach as well.
I agree.
And so I think to them, they feel like you get nothing, dude. You're not getting anything. And to the rest of you, to these players that were determining how much do we want to go into the future with you, you're also getting nothing.
Yeah.
You guys are going to figure it out as a core, and we're going to decide if we want to do this again or not.
That's the coach's dream. Everybody thinks the coach's dream is to win Super Bowls. No. It's to get paid to sit on a beach. That's the dream of being a coach. It's to get fired with years of your contract where you get paid to do nothing. $5 million a year to do nothing. That's the dream. And Jerry's like, I'm not going to let you fulfill your dream, your destiny. You're going to be forced to come here and coach, or we're going to give you a bad team to coach.
So you think this is punishment instead of fire?
Instead of fire, I am not going to let you sit on a beach and do nothing. You are going to coach this football team, and we'll see what happens. You're not going to be here next year unless you win big, but we're not going to give you the tools to win big. We're going to give you the tools to flame out. Maybe we'll cut you in the middle of the year, cut ties in the middle of the year like we did with Wade.
I mean, it honestly feels like, look, if you go 12-5 this year, you sure as hell earned it. And that may be the way that they evaluate it. It's just like, go 12-5 again. If you go 12-5 again with what we have here, good for you. You've earned it, and we'll go ahead and give you that new contract. But I think that they are setting things up to see who here is actually a difference maker. From our coaching staff to our roster, who are they? And don't mistake it, because sometimes the fan text will, believes I'm saying this, and I'm not. I don't think that's the wise thing to do. I think they need.
It's not.
I think they need to replenish what they've lost on the roster.
You can't do this to the players, man. You're gonna do this to the players that have basically fought for the organization.
You're doing it to players. You're doing it to coaches. You're doing it to scouts. You're doing it to the whole organization, telling them to pull off a miracle. Yeah, and putting a ton of pressure on.
Tough. It's not. It's too late though. It's too late to do anything else about it. I mean, you can't. There's nobody out there. I mean, there are guys out there, but you're gonna wait for after the draft. You got to sign anybody today, and then you wait for June 1. And Mike's right in the sense that there are still guys that are out there that you can go get. There are going to be guys, and they're depth guys. They don't need stars. They need depth. This team's got enough stars,
but
they need depth guys.
They're not even going in the bargain bin right now.
They're not doing anything right now.
They're waiting for people to pick over the bargain bin before they even go in there, and so. They're going to be put in a difficult position next year. Somebody else who's going to be put in a difficult position next year is NFL defenders. And Choppy, you have a horrible take on this. At least that's my belief. It's more disagreement. But the NFL outlawed something yesterday that you think is actually a great move from the league.
Wait.
The hip drop.
You don't
No.
think this is a good idea?
No.
All right. Now look, you are on the side of the players, which means I know I'm right. Because if the players want something, I know it's wrong.
Oh, that includes grass versus turf?
Not that. All right. I was on that before the players were.
They got on it because of you?
Listen, let me ask you this. Does the tackle
explain the rule really quickly.
All right, so they're getting rid of the hip drop tackle, which is the wrap around the hips version of the horse collar.
It's the play that Tony Pollard got injured on.
And Dak
in San Francisco.
For the most part.
Not quite. It's similar, but not quite. He just kind of like got wrapped up awkwardly. But this is like the one where you're basically dropping the weight of your hip.
You drop your body, your hips. You grab them by the waist, you drop your hips, and then you wind up landing on their back leg, which gets caught up underneath you. So my question to you would be, does this play get players injured at a higher rate than any other legal tackle right now?
Yeah, it does.
Then there you go. There's your answer. Then from if you're the owners, I don't care about the players. I don't care what the players' standpoint. I care about the owners. The owners say we are losing investments because of this tackle.
No, I think the owners are clearly just interested in making things as easy as possible on the offense.
I don't know that this is about the offense making things easier on them. I think it's about keeping the players on the field. The offensive players that are big-time players that you want to keep on the field. Your pass catchers, your quarterbacks, your running backs, you want to keep those players on the field.
Every defensive player in the NFL essentially is against this.
Of course they're
saying, what are we supposed to do?
They were also against the horse collar.
We're heading not like this. This one is like, I mean, a lot of defensive linemen were like, this is like how 90% of us tackle.
They were also upset with leading with your head. Well, how was supposed to tackle?
You know what? Yeah, people have gotten hurt with this tackle. People get hurt in the sport of football.
Yeah,
it is the sport.
It is the most common way though that they get hurt.
It is the sport. This is just moving closer and closer to, like, guys yesterday were saying, like, well, just put the belts on them. Put the belts on them with the little flags. That's where we're heading anyway. Just turn it into that. Turn it into 7-on-7. Turn it into flag football. Turn it into two-hand touch. Two-hand touch is probably too violent for him. This is just, I understand it happens. It sucks that it happens. It sucks that it happens. It's football. It is a contact violent sport.
It is, but when you're dropping all your weight on someone's back leg, you're leaving their Achilles, their ankle, their whatever, tibia, fibia, whatever the hell it is, exposed. This is a recipe for a broken ankle. This is the most dangerous play in the sport. The fact that anybody thought that removing the tush push was a bigger deal than this is just a crybaby about the Eagles do it better. That's it. That's all that is. This is far more dangerous than anything else in the sport.
Football is dangerous.
It is. All right, it is, and they've got enough. They got concussions everywhere.
Right, that's more dangerous than anything else. Well, let's end the sport.
Long term.
Let's end the sport.
That's long term danger.
But Chop, if this is like the way that we're trying to, then we need to end the sport of football. It needs to go away.
I don't think so.
I don't either.
Think that's this.
So stop trying to change it. Stop trying to change the core of what the sport is, which is a physical sport.
I don't think that has anything. This leads us any closer to flag football or any closer to ending the sport. It's a play that is on the danger scale, far more dangerous than any other play that's out there, any other tackle, far more, not even close. So there's very little difference in this and the horse collar, very little.
I think everybody generally agreed that the horse collar was too dangerous.
And the fact that they don't
including defensive players.
All right, but so they outlawed this tackle first. If nobody thought of the horse collar, and this was the tackle that they used, if they outlawed this first, and then yesterday they outlawed the horse collar, everyone would be complaining about that too, because they would have taken it all the way.
I disagree, because the horse collar was Roy Williams mainly. That's why it was called the Roy Williams rule. He was the one that was doing it all the time. And there were other guys who had done it, but it was common with Roy Williams because, of course, he didn't have the speed to catch guys. He was always reaching back and grabbing inside the jersey there. But this is one that, like, everybody uses this tackle in the NFL. Everyone.
Of course they do, because it's their last line of defense, because they only use it when they've gotten beat.
They wrap up and they drop. That's a wrap-up tackle, Chop.
You don't have to wrap up and then drop on their back leg. That's the point.
Let's turn it into the Pro Bowl. It's flag football. That's what we're playing from now on. That's what they're setting up.
Text line, it's essentially a dirty tackle. It's unnecessary.
It's not unnecessary.
Next one.
It is the way you tackle somebody in a lot of instances. It is a technique tackle in a lot of ways.
Yes, only if you've gotten beat. You basically use that when you've gotten beat.
Not even
My
that.
suggestion would be don't get beat.
No, not even that. Look at the way that happens with Pollard or other people.
You are not. This is not. This is a new. It's a tackle that. I don't know, man. They
want free flowing offense. That's what they want.
They also want their players on the field.
If
there's a play that gets guys hurt more often than not, then get rid of the play.
This is like the option route discussion with Dak, where everybody's like, oh my gosh, 15 interceptions. They go, oh my gosh, these injuries. It's like, yeah, but look at how often it's used. This is just the nature of what is a violent sport. You're essentially ruining a major part of the physicality of the sport. This is just heading to a worse product on the field. That's what they're setting up for, and I think it's a stupid rule.
Well, I think you're stupid.
hey. Shut. It's okay to be wrong. It doesn't make you a bad person.
You know what? I'm not wrong. I'm going to stand on this one. I am not wrong. That is the most dangerous play in the sport. So if it is, and the guys are getting hurt left and right on it. Didn't Mark Andrews get hurt on this one too?
I don't know if that was the one that he did. I know it was Kenyon Drake got hurt on this one. You can put the music back down, Peyton.
All right, there you go. That's a little Inside the Star here on 105 The Fan. It's Sean and RJ. Bobby is in. Sean's out all week. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. It was always Shohei. And one of the biggest crocs of BS we have ever seen took place yesterday. We will talk about that next on The Fan. But let's get you over to the greatness of...
Whitlock's pitch is a line drive base hit into right center. A long run for O'Neill. He slides to the ball to keep it from going to the warning track. Langford scores. Himes at third. Jared Walsh delivers an RBI single, and the Rangers lead at 1-0.
Oh, Hicksy with the call at a game you heard right here. It's great to get the boys back at the ballpark. Getting set for opening day this week on Thursday. We're going to have Jared Sandler at 8 o'clock today. We're going to have songs for you on Thursday. All of us have come up with songs. I've already written mine. I've penned it. I've already penned it. I don't know about Bobby and Peyton.
I have it written out.
You do?
I've not recorded it yet.
Okie dokie.
But I have it written out.
I am almost to the chorus.
Okay.
Not
We're
good
close.
enough.
No.
Not good enough.
Okay, well,
All right. That's exciting, man.
You
I'm
you
proud of
you
you
have
two.
any, no.
I'm confident in this though.
Don't-
because I think my song won last year. If we remember correctly, we might have to redo or like play these songs. From last
Sean
year
replayed
again.
mine. Sean replayed mine at Crosstalk because he said mine was the best one.
Yeah, but that
Yours was funny. You remember his? He did Fergalicious.
Yeah, I don't remember who I
And
did.
he went, F you, Astros. You did D down in Dallas. You did D Grom in Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
We got D Grom in Dallas. Seager and Arlie.
right.
Yeah, that was that one. By the way, Thursday, for opening day, you can go out and see the G-Bag Nation at Globe Life Field
Yes, you
from 2 to
can.
6 p.m. leading up to pregame with
Yes, you can.
Jared Sandler.
Very nice. Rangers do lose yesterday to the Red Sox. Red Sox, look, you got to. It's a charity case. You got to give the Red Sox some wins this year. They're a bad team, so you want to make.
I mean, look, I thought Trevor Story. I didn't even know Trevor Story was alive anymore, and he had a home run yesterday. I thought he went the way of Kyle Filipowski.
Yeah.
He's no longer with us.
Yeah. Okay. So we have. So we're gonna do the Brandon Lang audio a little bit later on, 9 o'clock. He was on. He was on our sister station out in D.C., the Sports Junkies.
Well.
He is a professional gambler. He was the guy in that was basically they made the Matthew McConaughey movie 2 for the Money with him and Al Pacino.
Oh.
John Anthony, like that. That was basically
about
after
him?
That was about him.
Oh.
He had some hot takes on this thing to the point where I was like, all right, are we even going to play this? But we'll throw this on a little bit later. But Shohei spoke to the media yesterday, if you want to call it that, Robert.
Through an interpreter.
And
Not Ipe.
not Ipe. No. Now, there were some parameters around this. We all heard yesterday or the day before that he was going to speak. He was going to speak to the media. And he did. He was a man of his word. He spoke to the media. But then, shortly before, we get a tweet that said,
No questions.
no questions.
It will just be it'll be a statement, and
Right.
then no questions.
And then we also got another one that said no cameras.
I didn't see that one.
I
But
saw
that-
a no cameras. There was one. I saw one camera, and that was probably the MLB camera.
Yeah,
But I saw a no cameras one.
yeah. I didn't see any cell phone video of this.
So,
It's odd that Shohei would be such a stickler for rules.
very odd. Very odd. So, what exactly did he say, or the interpreter say during this
By the way,
prepared non-question and answer session speech?
it said prepared. It was a prepared statement, right? Shouldn't this interpreter, whoever it was, is this a Dodgers employee or is this the new Shohei interpreter?
I don't know, but he's sitting there taking notes of what
He's like-
Shohei's saying. I'm like, he's a prepared statement.
He's writing. Shohei is speaking, and in this video, the interpreter is like writing it down. Like, all right, what's he saying? It's like this is the first time he's ever heard this.
Yeah.
You would think he would have been like prepped on. Here's the English translation
think.
of what Shohei's saying.
That's not how it works.
No, it's not. From ESPN, Shohei Ohtani said, on a personal note, I'm very sad and shocked that someone who I've trusted has done this. I never bet on baseball or any other sports or never have asked anybody to do that on my behalf. I never went through a bookmaker to bet on sports. Up until a couple of days ago, I didn't know that this was happening. And so that's part of what Shohei Ohtani had to say. He said that the story about he said the media members reached out to, quote, a representative in my camp inquiring about my potential involvement in this sports betting. So this was ESPN reaching out with the understanding that Shohei may have been involved. So that was at least ESPN's perspective when they did it. He added that Mizuhara, quote, never revealed to me that there was this media inquiry, which seems unlikely because didn't ESPN say that Shohei's camp is the one who had communicated with them? and made Ippei available.
They made him available. That's the report.
Now,
if Shohei made him available.
If Ippei's, but see again, if Ippei's doing all this stuff, and he knows the story's coming out, it's like whenever my kid would, his freshman year wouldn't turn something in, and it's like, hey, if he turns it in today, he'll get a 70. He can make up to a 70 after he didn't turn it in on time. And then he says, we have him do it. And then it's, do you got it? Yep, I got it. All right, he comes home from school. Did you turn it in? Yep, turned it in. You know I'm getting the email in 2 hours from the teacher that says you didn't turn it in. Why would you set yourself up for that? So to me, it's like going to all these extremes as if Shohei doesn't know, knowing that the story's going to come out and he's instantly going to know, just seems really bizarre and unlikely. He says that all of this has been a complete lie, talking about what was presented by Ippei. He says Ippei has been telling everybody around that he has been communicating with Shohei on this account, to my representatives, to the team, and that hasn't been true.
Okay, so there's still 2 questions that were not answered in this one that I think needed to be.
Well, no
approached.
questions were answered.
Well, that's fair. How did he get access to the account? And 2, how did Shohei not notice multiple $500,000 to $1 million payments were missing?
Because he didn't interpret the bank account for him.
Or how did his money guy not notice this? How does his accountant not notice this? Like, these guys have budgets. These guys are they have bank people that essentially run their money.
Was he more than an interpreter? Was he doing other things for? Was he running his finances? Like, was he just more a executive assistant than anything else?
I'll tell you this: if you tell me the salary's $500,000, like this guy was supposedly making upwards of $300,000 to $500,000, I'm learning. I'm getting Duolingo tomorrow, man. Okay, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding. Now he's with him 24/7, and apparently maybe he got him looped up drunk one night and took his phone. And started going at it. Maybe that's what happened. I have no idea. But there was a lot of things that were not answered yesterday. Now, maybe he can't legally. Maybe he can't. Maybe he was advised against that. Got to leave open for that. I totally get it. It just does. It did not look good. That there was no questions being asked or allowed, and he didn't answer 2 very important questions. Was how he got the account number. If what he said is true. How he got the account number. This isn't a hack. This isn't a Russian hacker.
No.
It's Ippei. It's your best friend.
Yeah, I mean, he's not Russian.
He's not. How did you get the account number? And how did Shohei or nobody within Shohei's team notice that $4.5 million was missing over the course of several months?
So I
would think I would know that.
I'm curious. I looked up. I just went to Google. I said, how much do professional interpreters make? So the average salary is $63,000.
Yeah.
The 75th percentile is $79,000, and the top earners are $83,000 a year.
Well, this is slightly more than that.
Well, maybe he may have been doing more.
That's Major League Baseball, so it's a little bit different. But it seems like it's a bad stain for MLB.
No, it's not. It's definitively regardless of what's the truth here. This is a bad look for Major League Baseball. And this is not a good story that they needed right now with the season starting, especially with it starting there in, they're like, oh, let's introduce baseball, Major League Baseball into, Seoul, South Korea. And then for this story to pop up was just awful timing.
It was very, very bad timing. Very bad timing. Pete Rose, of course, somebody was going to ask him his thoughts on this thing. He had his take.
Hey guys, Matt Thrash here, enjoying some March Madness with my great friend Pete Rose. And we were talking about the current goings on in baseball right now, and Pete wanted to mention something.
Well, back in the 70s and 80s, I wish I'd have had an interpreter. I'd be scot-free.
There you go. Look at that. Wow. The wagons are definitely circling on Shohei. I still have no idea. And look, if he bet himself, I don't care if he bet. As long as he doesn't bet on baseball, I wouldn't do anything to him. And, spare me it's illegal in California. Yeah, man, it's illegal in a lot of places. Everyone bets. We're all betting. All right, I bet in Texas it's illegal. Doesn't mean I should go to jail for it. And pay a fine. Let's go. Let him get back on the field. If he's not bet on baseball, I would have a major problem if Major League Baseball suspends him. Major problem.
Which has that been determined yet? Or has that even been rumored what was being bet on? I mean, I know I heard that at one point, I don't know how accurate it was, but I heard there was college football and like stuff like that. But I don't know if that was ever like definitively settled.
9 o'clock.
Oh, you've got the answers.
We have audio.
Oh,
we have audio
look
of
at that.
exactly what he bet on at 9 o'clock.
Which games? Which props?
No. That you got to ask the Raptors. Jonte Porter.
Oh my gosh, this is bad.
You got the story?
Yeah, the NBA is investigating Raptors forward Jonte Porter after multiple instances of betting irregularities. So the league is looking into prop bets involving Porter from games played on January 26th and March 20th. On January 26th, Porter left a game against the Clippers due to a supposed aggravation of an eye injury. There was increased betting on the under for his points, rebounds, assists, and three-pointer props. He hit the under in each category that night. On March 20th, again, there was an influx. Bookmakers had noticed traffic on his prop bets that were like, this is weird. And on March 20th, he leaves a game against the Kings with an illness after only 3 minutes, and the under hit on a bunch of different props where there'd been a lot of betting traffic. So this looks really bad because this is not just, I mean, you're talking about, I feel sick, I got to leave the game. This feels like something where it's easy to connect the dots and go, well, that looks like something that he was, had a hand in.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely. And this is part of the issue. When you legalize gambling in all these states, you're going to have something like this. It's the nature of it. You can't avoid it. You have two choices. You either don't legalize it or you do. But if you do, you have to deal with stuff like this. You got to make sure that you keep a tab on it and don't allow it to happen. But with everything you allow, every change, every rule, there's a dirty underbelly. There's a loophole that people are going to try to take advantage of.
Mm-hmm.
That's just reality. And you've got to be okay with the bad, if you want some of the good. I don't care if Shohei bet with an illegal bookmaker on soccer, on college football. I don't care about that. If he did, he did. You want to do some legal wire fraud or, RICO statutes, I'm fine. From a Major League Baseball standpoint, their bylaws, I don't care if he bet on something that isn't baseball. If you bet on baseball, see ya. That'll be tough. It'll be tough for him to come back from that if he bets on baseball. You agree with that?
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. That would be the biggest thing. I mean, they've all been kept abreast. Dave Roberts said, we went through the normal spring training betting seminars and PowerPoints that we're supposed to do, so everybody knows, everybody's aware.
All right, Mavs get a victory over Utah. Talk about that coming up next. Plus, we go back in time. Yesterday was epic. Today, we continue another great Sean Sharif blog post. We're going to get to that coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, they're going to hook you up with that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. Platinum Ford in Terrell right now. Minutes for the Metroplex. You can save a lot of money. It's worth a short drive to Terrell to save a lot more on that brand new vehicle. Go get that vehicle from Adam Vinci. He is the GM at Platinum Ford, right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. It is worth the short drive, and you're going to save a ton. I mean a ton of cash simply by going to Platinum Ford in Terrell. Get that 2023 Ford F-150 Lariat four-wheel drive. You're going to get that for 1.9% for 72 months. Why such a great rate? Well, it's Ford Truck Month happening all month long at Platinum Ford. You're going to save nearly $12,000 off MSRP. That is yours for under $62,000. It's a great deal on that F-150 Lariat. Maybe you want a Super Duty, largest selection in the state. F-450s, 350s, 250s, full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. Hit them up online, PlatinumFord.com to customize it. Or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, Mavs.
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
He's 2 for 9 now tonight.
Takes a lot of bad shots.
Cross-court pass. Luka finds Kyrie, and a Kyrie 3 is good for the corner.
Follow out the call. The Mavericks get the 115-105 victory over Utah on the road. A little testy in the first half, a little nerve-wracking at times. Kyrie, 16 in the second half. The Mavs get a 19th triple-double from Luka, and they get the victory. Right now in the 7th spot, still in the play-in the West, tie with Sacramento, who have the 6th spot, but Sacramento right now has the tiebreaker with conference record. That's going to maybe all change here in the next couple of days when they do a back-to-back with them.
Never a doubt. There was never a doubt.
Never a doubt?
Never a doubt. You know what I love seeing? Like, when you look at the box score from last night, you know what I love seeing? Dwight Powell, 1 minute.
Oh, yeah.
It's just beautiful to have two competent centers. I keep going back to that. That's been the biggest difference. It's the Gafford acquisition and the progress of Derek Lively has just been massive for this team.
Nasty dunks, like almost on back-to-back plays.
Last night they combined for 19 points, 20 rebounds, 5 blocks, 3 steals. Gafford had 5 assists on his own. This was it's just such a difference. You look at like these role players that are coming on now. PJ Washington defensively, Derek Jones Jr. has been big for them lately. Exum coming off the bench. We talked yesterday about that article in Yahoo Sports that talked about how big he is defensively when he's in there. And then just what you're getting out of the big men, Lively and Gafford. That's all you've needed this entire time. You just need solid role players built around what you've got from Kyrie and Luka. And they're finally getting that.
Yeah, they are. And, you know, Luka with another triple-double. It's a ho-hum triple-double for him.
Yeah, he was not shooting the ball well earlier.
You didn't get to 30 points.
Nope.
I mean, you didn't get to 30. I mean, if you don't make it to 30, it's like, what's the point?
Did it even really happen?
Did it even really happen? But 19 triple-doubles. Him and Kyrie, man, they've been gelling. They have.
It's finally clicking into place exactly. But it always did offensively. Offensively, it was always working out. It's just finally they're starting to show a little bit more consistency on defense. Not last night in the first quarter. The first quarter was ugly, giving up 41. But overall, when you finish the game with, giving up 105 when you gave up 41 in the first quarter, that's a positive. And this is a team that seems to, since, the All-Star break, it feels like they play better defensively as the game wears on. And that's something that I think is encouraging for late game situations.
Rangers lose to the Red Sox 9-2 at the ballpark in an exhibition game. They got another one today. They get going Thursday in their real baseball season opener. Wyatt Langford, for those keeping score at home, 0 for 4 with a strikeout and a run scored in the contest.
Good performance overall, though.
Well,
swung the bat well.
Yeah,
look good. Yeah,
he flew it out to the wall. I mean, maybe another 5 feet on that thing of air, and that thing is gone. It's in the stands. Line drive. I thought it was gone. I thought it was gone right off the bat, and then just kind of died out there in left center field. But they lose 9-2. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. We got another Sean Sharif blog post coming up. We're gonna go back in time. That was funny yesterday when you had Peyton read his blog post from 05 or whatever.
07. Which was better, Sean's cringy pop culture references or Peyton reading it and his
correct.
stumbles?
Yep. Absolutely. That's it. They both are. But that was back when Sean was in his 20s. People in their 20s in the U.S., I just saw this, ranked 62nd out of 143 countries for happiness. We are one of the most unhappy under 30 crowds in the world.
Why?
They're saying that Gen Z is going through a midlife crisis already.
Why is this your favorite generation again?
Because they're going to change the world, man.
In an awful way.
No, is a 4-day work week an awful thing?
Yeah, it's soft.
Is unlimited.
Did you see Sanger? Did you see Sanger ISD's going to the 4-day school?
I did. Knuckles.
Yeah, that's what
Knuckles.
because you said it's got to be the schools first.
You got to get the schools on board, and a lot of the rural areas, on the outskirts, are getting on board with this. Now we need the towns on the inskirts of town, the skirts of town, not the outskirts.
Not on the outskirts, up the
skirts and the inskirts. We need those.
Yep.
We need those to get on board with this one as well. Do you think we have unlimited vacation by accident?
No, I think we have unlimited
Gen Z.
vacation. I think we have unlimited vacation for another reason.
No, us, because of Gen Z. All right, they're changing the work world. That's what they're doing. They're changing the work world. The rest of the world, they're putting to crap. The work world, man, we're getting work.
So is there depression over just how much weight they're having to carry? Changing the universe.
It's all over social media. It's all over social media, man. And my 11-year-old's like, Dad, I got TikTok, and I'm like, all right, did you ask me about it? Did you ask if I can get TikTok? He's like, well, I already had Snapchat. You didn't say anything about it. I said, you have Snapchat? He just hides these things.
Well, you know he has Snapchat because he found his avatar.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, so I found that out. But yeah, so he's got it. He's not allowed to have any friends. Like
on Snap,
only family,
or TikTok,
only family.
Okay,
only family. He can
only
just
fams.
He can just watch videos. So they're going through a little midlife crisis.
But this is like,
which most people don't. I mean, their oldest one is 30 years old. Not even 27.
It's such a. Look. I want to hesitate. I don't want it to come off the wrong way. But man, this is. It's just it feels like they want it easy. Like
so what?
Across the board.
So do I.
Yeah, I know. Like things are nice when they're easy, but there's also the idea of like. What I hate is a lot of the kids I see that are Jacob's age and stuff like that. If there's any resistance, it's like, all right, I'm not doing that.
I hate that. I hate that part of it.
I'm not doing that.
I hate that part of it. There's no dig through it.
And that's why under 30 is depressed.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Because they get to adulthood and they realize, well, there are some things that are going to be hard that you have to do.
Yeah, I agree.
And they're put out by it.
I agree. But from a work perspective, they're going to change the whole working environment because you got to accommodate. You have to accommodate people. You can't. They're not going to change for you. You have to change for them. That's the way it is. Happens all the time. So I love it. I love that aspect of it.
You know, they are also getting. They shouldn't be that depressed. They're still getting a ton of money from the parentals.
Parentals, yeah.
That's what it is. The Guardian has had the story up the other day. Nearly 50% of U.S. parents are financially supporting adult children. Study finds. Now, some of this is obviously going to be you got kids who are in college and
sure, or what if you live at home? If you live at home,
yeah, like you're Peyton up until a little bit ago.
I was 27 living at home.
Until what was it last week, Peyton? That's when you.
I was 27, just like Chop. Yeah, keep the same energy. Bobby.
That's why they call it the 27 Club. Yeah,
I'm cool with that.
My mom wasn't there to support me until I was 27. It says of parents providing support, 21% were helping millennials aged 28 to 43. So you're talking about, 40-year-olds or members of Gen X even.
No.
44 to 59. 21% were helping millennials or Gen X.
Jeez.
Millennials and Gen X adults were on average given between $907 and $960 a month by their parents. Gen Z adults were getting more help from their mothers and fathers, averaging about $1,515 a month.
Yeah, I was Failure to Launch. I was that movie for a little bit.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, I was that, but...
Man, still,
that's a lot of money, a lot of scratch.
Gosh, that's got to be what's got to be skewing that though. The 18 to 27 is the 18 to 22-year-olds in college, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Getting some college support there.
I would hope so. All right, Russell Street Report.
Sean Sharif, his old blog post. We know you guys have been missing Sean this week, and so we're still hearing from him through his pen, through his fountain pen from 20 years ago when he used to write for the Russell Street Report. So today, Chop, we're reading a section, or Peyton's reading a section from a blog post written in 2007, right before the draft, by one Sean Sharif. And the title of the article, it was a series of articles that he wrote. NFL shots from the sheriff.
Oh, from Sean the Sheriff.
Nobody likes a tease. Peyton, take it away.
Good morning, Metroplex. The older you get, the easier they are to recognize the best-looking person in the bar who has zero interest in heading to your place for a nightcap. All they care about is getting the stare, the free drink, and the cheesy pickup line so you can be marked down faster than a chick in that Nick Lachey commercial. If this has recently happened to you...
I didn't even get that reference.
If this has recently happened to you, you have officially been teased. It's
tease
not
it
the
down.
name. It's not the name of Ashton Kutcher's new reality TV show. It's the harsh reality that you are overhyped. You have overhyped something in your mind that should have been recognized 3 tequila shots ago. He's talking about drinking here. The power of the tease isn't limited to the world of dating. Think about your favorite television show. I know that every single Saturday night I will be left cursing entourage as I am left
Cursing entourage? What is entourage?
Entourage, baby.
Oh my God!
Oh, that was
What?
Entourage.
What is entourage?
I don't know. Bobby spelt it wrong on here, I guess.
Do you even English?
As I am left salivating for another episode like Bartolo Colon at a Sizzler.
Sizzler. Bad boy. Sean loved a pop culture reference back then.
Man,
he loved them.
He did. To this day, 90% of his references are bars, food, or girls.
It's every other
Yeah,
reference
it's
here
great.
is a pop culture
This is
reference.
phenomenal. This is phenomenal. Entourage. It's a good show. Entourage.
Why do I keep doing this to myself, literally? Why would I believe the HBO exes would magically say
Exes?
would magically say, hey, maybe we shouldn't leave them hanging on the edge of their seat this week? What's the sense of keeping them wanting more? Let's just show all of our cards and hope they keep tuning in. Not realistic, is it? That, my friends, is the power of the tease. Part of the NFL draw is that it leaves us wanting more. The other sports are drawn out and have regular seasons that last way too long. It's the perfect combination of length and hard-hitting drama. This is the reason we accept the tease that is the offseason. Now, where's that shot of tequila?
That's fantastic. Well
Fantastic
done.
on both ends.
I don't even know who the star of that was. HBO exec X's, huh? X's?
Oh, my exes.
Or entourage. Entourage is the other one.
Entourage.
Entourage. My gosh. Peyton, you are a treat. You are an absolute
Peyton really is the
treat.
star of this show.
Yeah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. All right, 7 o'clock hour coming up next. 6 a.m. Club, thank you for popping in. We're going to get you caught up in Mavs Rangers from last night. Tragedy overnight that we woke up to. Of course, we got Ask Reddit coming up in the next hour. It's the 7 o'clock hour here next on 105 through the Fan. But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters, the place to watch all the action, all the tournament action, all the regular sports, the professional sports action. You've got it all at Boomer Jacks. All the locations around DFW, they all have mouthwatering scratch kitchens with lunch specials starting at $10.99 all day, every day. Happy hour, best patio setup in town. All weather patios, right? Those indoor, outdoor patios that you can spread out on. It's fantastic. There's no better place to watch a game than Boomer Jacks. Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
There's no reason to search. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Burke tries again, and there's a ball driven deep out into left field. Carter going back. He turns to look, and it is off the wall, the back wall. Home run for Trevor Story. He cleared the front wall, didn't quite make it into the people. For Story, a 2-run blast that gives Boston a 6-1 lead.
Hicksy with the call in the game you heard right here, but if it doesn't hit the people, then it shouldn't count as a home run. It should be an out. So it should have been an out there. Rangers lose. The Red Sox, and an exhibition game, and a game you heard right here, 9-2. Langford 0-4. Rangers lose. They've got one more tune-up game, and then they get ready for the big opener on Thursday against the Cubs. 2 more days, Bobby. 2 more days.
2 more days until you can go out and see the G-Bag Nation out at Globe Life Field from 2 to 6 p.m. 6 p.m. pregame show begins. First pitch at 6:35. We talked about this yesterday. I prefer the daytime opening day game. I don't like the evening one.
I do too.
The daytime opening day game makes it feel more like a holiday.
Yeah, look, it's tough. Also, it's going to be up against Sweet 16.
I get that, but
it's tough.
I get it, but man, I want it in the daytime.
I do. I want. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
No, I know
Sweet 16
because
at night,
the night game. But even outside of that, like even if there was no Sweet 16 part of that,
I would still want it.
I'm gonna watch it. Look, I'm gonna prefer the Rangers over. What I'll probably do is I'll just watch Sweet 16 and then listen
to the
on
game.
105 through the Fan. And you know what I'll be doing? I'll be wearing my Rangers gear that I got fresh at Rally House on Wednesday. Tomorrow from seeing the KNC Masterpiece while they're out at Rally House in Mansfield.
Are you going to go gold?
Haven't decided yet.
World
what do you think of the gold
shirt?
trim?
I mean, I think it's something that you can wear this year, right? I wouldn't wear it like 2 years from now, right?
Do you prefer more gold though instead of just gold trim? Like should it be gold number or like gold lettering instead of like trim?
I hadn't thought that. Yeah, you know what? I think now looking back on it, if you're going to go gold, just go gold.
Yeah, instead of just the trim.
Right. That's what I would have done. But whatever. I mean, it's going to look sharp either way.
Either way, get your championship gear. Go see KNC Masterpiece at Rally House in Mansfield off 287 tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
It'd be really cool to see it like when the roof's open and the sun hits the gold.
It'd be nice if they ever opened the roof. Yeah,
they'll open it in April a little bit.
Not much.
Maybe
not
once
enough.
or twice in May.
Boy, they duped. I don't want to get started on a whole other.
You knew this was never going to happen. The roof.
But they were like, but there's a roof on it. It can open. I was like, stop. That's how they get you.
They never opened it in Houston. They ain't gonna. They don't open it here. We know that.
Nope.
We ain't dumb. We're not dumb. We know exactly what's going on. So Rangers do catch a loss. This was terrible. We woke up to this morning. Peyton sent us this text. This is outside the sports purview, but a tragic incident happened in the greater Baltimore area. The Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed. A ship, a cargo ship, crashed into it, and this thing, the entire bridge. This bridge is a mile long.
This is a massive bridge,
and the ship is huge too. The ship is the length of 3 football fields. And it crashed right into it, and the bridge just tumbles. It looks like a scene out of a movie. It doesn't look real life. And we have an updated news report on this, Peyton.
I want to show you some video just coming in from Baltimore overnight, where a large ship has crashed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge. You see it right there, sending the roadway crashing into the Patapsco River below. This happened about 1:30 overnight. This bridge, we know, is part of Interstate 695. It is on the southern end of the Baltimore Beltway. We can show you that collision and the horrific collapse one more time here. This is the outermost crossing of the Baltimore Harbor. Just heartbreaking to see that happen. You just got to hope and pray for the people who were on that span.
So this is 1:30 in the morning. So for 695 is like, it's a loop. It's like, imagine there was a 1.5 mile bridge on 635 and it just, or 820, and it just collapsed. Like even at 1:30 in the morning, there's never a shortage of cars on 635.
No, and Ryan's got the video up here on the fan cam right now. It's just, it looks It doesn't even look real. It looks like something out of a movie.
It does. It looks like a bad made-for-TV, CBS, NBC kind of disaster movie where they don't really use the money on this. It's insane. It looks like it's 24.
Boy, there's this alternate angle that's out there right now
haven't seen that.
of the bridge right here, and you see some cars like just passing over the thing, like right before it hits, and it's just like, good grief! Could you imagine being in?
Oh my God!
It's devastating, and we don't really have any.
We don't have any numbers. I know
we have no idea how many people were on the bridge at the time, who was affected. None of that. The best part of this that we've talked about, or the perhaps the bit of fortunate grace or whatever you want to say, is the fact that this happened at the hour that it did,
not at 4:30 in the afternoon during rush hour,
1:30 in the morning, where it's hopefully going to minimize the number of cars that were on the bridge. But either way, I mean, you can, if you see the video of the minute leading up to the collision into the bridge, you see there's still a bunch of cars going over it.
I mean, yeah, it's on a highway. I mean, you have truckers just passing through. You've got people coming home from, their shift, or people going to shift. It's terrible. And I saw a report this morning, and I haven't seen an update, but like they said, they were looking for about 20 people. There has to be more than that. This bridge is a mile long.
Yeah, I would think, and I mean, it takes the whole thing out. If you haven't seen it this morning, it is a wild
tragic
video.
It's heartbreaking. Like, I don't even know. I don't even have words to describe it. I was like speechless. I was like, "What?" When Peyton sent this, and his text was, "Oh my blanking, you know what?" It's terrible. So
it says so we don't. This is I guess a partial number here. Monica Crowley had said that 2 people at least were rescued out of the water.
Okay, that's good.
And there are at least 7 people missing.
Wow.
Now that's just the very earliest numbers that they would have, but still, just absolutely devastating news out of Baltimore.
Yeah, very sad. No real way to transition to something else. But college hoops. Taking a day off from the tournament. The women's tournament happened last night. Iowa and Caitlin Clark get the 10-point win over West Virginia. And a lot of people, Bobby, are calling into question the officiate, and they're saying the fix was in on this one.
Was Jonte Porter in this game?
No, but West Virginia went 3 of 5 from the free throw line, and Iowa went 25 of 30. And Iowa had 10 attempts in the third quarter and 17 in the fourth. So women's basketball, instead of doing 2 20-minute halves, they do 4 10-minute quarters. So they had 27 free throw attempts in the second half. West Virginia had 1 in the second half, and that's despite West Virginia had 4 more 3-pointers. They had more field goal attempts and more field goals made, and they still wind up losing. And folks like Dame Lillard were saying, I feel like West Virginia's women's team did bad by the refs. So the fix was in. They want Caitlin Clark, and why? Because they saw the TV ratings.
You saw the TV ratings too.
Well, I knew the men's draw was beating the women's draw because I hadn't heard a story. I hadn't seen a story that the women's draw beat the men's. I knew that if it did, I would have seen it. And since I didn't see one, I knew the men's draw won.
How close was it last year?
Not very.
Not as close as it had been portrayed?
Not as close as it had been portrayed. If you go back and look at last year's number. Well, here, let me show you this real quick. The top 28 men's games in the first round. Well, let's see. About 28 men's games in the first round beat the highest rated women's game.
Wow.
Now, that counts first 4.
Yeah.
So you're counting the first 4, so there's 30, and there's not 30, there was 36 games in the men's tournament. The first 36 games, 28 of them beat the highest rated women's game. This is not very unlike last year, though, where the women did very poor in the first round. The women's draw generally does very poor in the first round. Last year, women's draw in the first round and the second round, averaging less than 1 million viewers per game. Third, in the Sweet 16, they're averaging about 2 million. In the Elite Eight, about 2.5. The Final Four, about 4.5. And then the championship game, they got close to 10 million. That's where they really popped. But it was never as close as people lead you to believe with the men. I mean, the men are average 15 million for the final game. The women didn't average 10. It's just, they're just trying to boost it. It's ESPN. I get it. It's their darling. They air it, so they have to boost it. But, I mean, the idea that this was more intriguing, that people were more interested in the women's final NCAA tournament versus the men, it was never the case. It never was true. No one ever was more interested in it. It doesn't mean it's not good. It's a very good tournament. It's a fun tournament. There are times I think the Final Four is more fun than the men.
Yeah, look, the biggest name in either one is Caitlin Clark.
And the second biggest name in either one is Angel Reese.
Right.
Or Cameron Brink or Juju or Audie Brooks. Like, you could rattle off more Paige Buchers. You could rattle off more women's college hoops players than men.
I mean, I knew the first two. I didn't know the other two had said, but I'll take your word for it. But no, either way, Caitlin Clark is the biggest name in any of the two tournaments, for sure. It's just the arguments that were being put out there beforehand. We talked about it last week when the Wall Street Journal's writing, though, that is Caitlin Clark going to be bigger than the entire men's tournament? It's like, well, no, that's just not going to happen. Yeah. The men's tournament is the draw. It's March Madness. That is what it is. But yes, is Caitlin Clark bigger than Zach Edey? Yeah.
God, she's bigger than every player. She's bigger than all the teams in the men. But
right, but Zach Edey probably like he's up there as the biggest men's name probably, I would guess.
Yes,
or
he would be the biggest. He's the most recognizable men's player, and he's only recognizable because he's like 7'4".
Yeah, he's tall.
He's tall, and he, of course, doesn't move very well, maybe, and that's the subject of his coach, Matt Painter, going at Twitter and saying we all need to take tests on being able to speak.
You see people, around the country, even, fans, but even people that cover the game say he's just tall. What would you say to the people that say that are only looking at the size and not just the game?
Yeah, they just shouldn't cover basketball. Yeah, and so you go to school and you learn things or whatever, but we all don't like every single class we're in, right? It's kind of a necessary evil. It's like going to work. You don't like everybody you work with, or you don't like certain parts of your job, and it's tough, right? You got to be able to deal with certain things that are difficult. And so I just think everybody should take tests on their knowledge of what they're doing. I think all coaches should take a test so they understand refereeing. And I think all referees should take a test so they understand coaching. And I think all journalists should have to take a basketball quiz or a test, or anybody that tweets, they should have to be able to do it. And if they say something so moronic as that, then they should have to have a probationary status where they can't tweet for 3 months. I think it'll help like society, just try to knock out the fools, so they don't have to, meet at the local Walmart and say things that don't make any sense.
Damn, going after the Walmart fans.
Yeah.
Maybe they were in there buying Purdue gear. You don't know that, Matt Painter.
No, we don't know that. You don't know. We would all be better off if you had to take a test to get on the internet or tweet. We'd all be better off. But then again, where's the fun in that? I think everybody should be in on analytics, but if it's not fun if everybody agrees with everything you say. You need morons.
Look, here's the deal. I think when people say, well, Zach Edey's just good because he's tall or something along those lines, they're being hyperbolic in a lot of ways. But I think they're just trying to say more than anything that size is a big part of why he's, what his game is. And so if you're talking about just being some super skilled modern big man, that's not Edey. Edey's not like Giannis or one of these other Wembanyama. I think they're just trying to say this is a classical just big man, and that's what Edey is. And he is. Zach Edey is Chris Mim. That's who he is. That's the comparison I've made.
Slow laterally, just like Rick Pitino's team, according to him. All right, it is commercial-free Expressway coming up next. We can get you free NFL jerseys. That's pretty cool. Another quarterback contract going to impact Dak. And, of course, we ask Reddit. It's all coming up in the commercial-free Expressway next on 105.3. week. So Bobby is having to come in at 5:30 in the morning.
Don't like this at all. I don't like the 5:30. Why do y'all do this? Why do you come in at 5:30? Why don't you just
says it on the schedule?
Why don't you just come in at 6?
The day
oh yeah, like you always follow what's on the schedule, Peyton.
I do. I show up when I'm supposed to.
Oh yeah, you just don't tell us what's on the schedule.
Yeah, you don't. I don't. It doesn't. I'm used to it by now. You get used to it,
dude.
man.
I get this paranoia because it's one thing. Like I sleep fine when I know you're both here, and I'm gonna get up at 6. I'm fine and sleep great. Wake up when I'm supposed to. When I know if I don't, like somewhere in the back of my head, I know if I don't show up, it's just solo radio because Peyton's sure as hell not gonna help. Then when I know,
I don't know, man. The way he read Sean's Russell Street Report, it might be pretty much gold.
when I know it's gonna be solo Sean or solo you,
yeah,
I can't sleep the night before. So I think since Sunday, when I slept 12 hours after going out and partying with the Tolos, I think since Sunday I've slept 2.5 hours. I slept about an hour on Sunday night, and I slept about an hour and a half last night.
Oh, wow.
I just kept waking up, and I would stay up. And
melatonin,
I'd be like,
bro. Just
pop
melatonin.
one.
No,
You'll wake up. You'll wake up.
because I'm worried I won't.
You'll wake up.
Everyone wakes up. Unless you take like 4 or 5 that you're not supposed to. Just take one. It's like 10 milligrams.
I mean, I
take it at like 8:30.
Take like 3 milligrams.
I have a history
Do the
of
small ones.
doubling up a dosage.
Do the small ones. Hey.
That's what I take is 10. Right?
But man, it's. I was last night. I'm like sitting there, so I set my alarm to wake up at 4:30, or no 4:15 yesterday, and I was sitting there and just trying to fall asleep and closing my eyes, and I'd been laying there since like 10 o'clock. And I looked over and I'm like, tossing and turning, like haven't fallen asleep yet. And I look over and the clock on the nightstand says 12:40 in the morning. And I was like, damn it, I am stuck. And so finally fell asleep for about 90 minutes and then woke up, and it was before my alarm and I couldn't go back to sleep. Then I showered. So I'm on about 2.5 hours sleep over the last 48.
Good for you. Look at that. What a trooper.
It's anxiety, man.
Boy.
It gets to you.
You mentioned melatonin, man. One time Sarah couldn't sleep, so I gave her a melatonin. I gave her 2 of the 3 milligrams. I was like, here, this will help you. I thought I gave her the 3. I gave her the 10. I gave her 2 of the 10s. She woke up the next day. Her muscles didn't even work. Like she could barely walk. She was just tripping over herself. Jeez. I felt so bad. I was like, oh no, we'll ruin this poor girl.
No, that was on purpose.
Probably took like 3 days for her to overcome it and get her body back working. Okay, so we've got some NFL news in quarterback world. Potentially involving and impacting the Dallas Cowboys.
Are we allowed to do that anymore now that he's not here?
Yeah, forever.
Okay, all right,
forever. We're doing that forever.
Sure.
This is Tom Pelissero, Bobby's boy.
Well, yeah, he's my guy.
Co-worker.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about the Washington football team and their love for J.J. McCarthy at 2.
Really interesting because everybody's always trying to figure out, especially what the other teams are doing. When I've had conversations here with executives for other teams who know Adam Peters well, know the situation well, the most popular answer for what they do at number 2 is J.J. McCarthy.
There you go. The most popular answer he is getting from executives, coaches, stuff, is that Washington at 2 is J.J. McCarthy.
That would be an absolutely insane turn of it. Doesn't that feel a little like the Mac Jones is going to go 3rd overall discussion?
Yeah, it does. I think JJ has more tools than Mac.
But it's still like when you're talking about relative to the rest of the class where he's supposed to go,
it's high.
A jump.
It's high. Let me go back and look here. Baker wasn't always the first pick in the draft. He kind of jumped.
He jumped late. It was initially Darnold.
Kyler too? Did Kyler jump late?
No, Kyler was generally thought of 1.
Well, Baker jumped late.
Baker was like last couple days leading up to the draft because people had thought it was going to be Darnold for months going to the Browns.
I remember there was a show bet. We were talking, and it was, I can't remember who. I think it may have been Roy said Baker's going in the first round. I'm like, there's no way. And I was like, Baker's going in the top 10. It's like, there is no way. And he went number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was 20. Let me see here.
18?
2018 mock draft. I'm curious if there's one from like March that I can find. Where it's like you go back and look and see like where it was like pretty consistently.
Yeah, the Kuiper mock 1.0.
Yeah, everybody had Darnold one for a long time. I mean, look, shoot, here's a mock draft from CBS like 5 days before the draft. Pick number 1, Cleveland Browns, Josh Allen, quarterback, Wyoming. Pick 2,
Browns.
New York Giants, Sam Darnold, quarterback, USC. Pick 3, New York Jets, Josh Rosen, quarterback, UCLA.
Yikes.
And then you finally jump down number 5, Buffalo Bills, Baker Mayfield, quarterback, Oklahoma.
Yikes. Big yikes, man. Big yikes.
That's it. And I mean, these things do change.
They do.
There's a little bit of smoke that occurs with some of these things. By the way, they had mocked Arizona Cardinals take Lamar Jackson, quarterback, Louisville, pick 15, who they ended up taking Josh Rosen, of course. But this is things will shift on you a little bit. But man, if they were to take McCarthy, that would be stunning. Now, Jim Harbaugh was all about McCarthy at the owners' meetings. Said that's the best quarterback in the draft.
Oh, maybe he'll trade up and get him. Trade Justin Herbert.
Oh, you think so? You probably think J.J. McCarthy's better than Justin Herbert with all your Justin Herbert hate.
I don't have Justin Herbert hate. It's just like Justin Herbert's got to do something. Sooner or later, you can't get by on just your arm strength. You got to make the good decisions.
He's a pretty damn good quarterback, Chop.
Yeah, he is. I'll tell you this though, good quarterbacks win.
They do.
He doesn't win.
Just like Dak. Dak wins.
Dak wins. Yes, Dak wins. Dak's better than Justin Herbert. I'd take Dak over Justin Herbert. Now, not the upside, but today to win a football game.
Oh, as a talent, I think.
As a talent,
Herbert is definitely a better quarterback.
As a talent, you can make the case Justin Herbert's the best quarterback in the league. As a talent, you can make the case. I don't think he is. I think he's probably third or fourth. But as a talent, but he's definitely better than Dak as a talent. But he's not a better player right now.
He's definitely, I think, as a skill set, way up there.
It's Allen and Mahomes and Burrow and him.
Yeah, well, I mean,
maybe Lamar too.
Allen's
a freak.
Allen's a freak. Allen and Herbert are the ones that I think stand out as like if you were like building a quarterback in a lab, you build those guys.
But I mean, dude, you got to win games sooner or later. If you're all that, you got to win some football games. The Broncos are hosting J.J. McCarthy, Sean Payton. They are open to moving up in the draft.
Which, I mean, there is a growing sentiment. When you hear about the Vikings are trying to get up, the Broncos are trying to get up. We already know the top 3 picks could be quarterbacks. It's becoming more and more obvious. I think 6 quarterbacks are going before the Cowboys pick.
McCarthy, Penix.
McCarthy, Penix, Nix, May, Daniels, Williams.
You think Nix too?
Yeah. At this point.
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
good.
I mean, look.
Good.
Why? I think the reason the market got so screwed on guys like Mac Jones and Justin Fields in terms of from a team perspective is because teams felt like there's quarterbacks that can be had in the draft.
Yep.
Why am I spending on any of you? I've got 6 guys to pick from here that I think could make a difference for my football team. And so I think that the competitiveness of teams clearly trying to leapfrog each other, go up. Sean Payton saying, confident we can go up and get it. We already know the Vikings have traded for an extra draft pick. They want capital to be able to move up. We know Patriots. You got Patriots, Washington, and Chicago that all need quarterbacks. The Giants at 6. Mara, the owner, just yesterday said that he's given them the green light to take a quarterback if that's what they feel they need to do. And so I mean, the Giants very publicly talking about quarterback. This is definitely
a lot.
I mean, I think you'll see 6 in the top 20, and Dallas playing. Dallas picking where they are. You'll see 6 in the top 20. You'll see 3 receivers, probably 4 receivers go before Dallas. Brian Thomas at LSU, Malik Neighbors at LSU. Rome Odunze from Washington, and then Marvin Harrison from Ohio State. But you'll see this fall in a way that I think sets up nicely for the Cowboys to have a really good offensive lineman waiting there for him.
I love it. Maybe that gives them an opportunity to trade down too, or take the approach you don't want to trade away from a good player. So we'll see what they wind up doing. Will the Jordan Love contract have any impact on Dak Prescott? They are talking about an extension. They still have a couple of weeks they have to wait.
No.
For his extension to be signed. because of the league rule with contracts and not being able to sign extensions within a year of the contract signed. Because they didn't do the 5th-year option with him. They did like a 1-year deal instead.
Always pick up the 5th-year option, especially on quarterbacks.
No, but they picked it up and then they kind of tore it up, right?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. You always need to pick up that 5th-year option and then either tag on or do it like that. That just it screws teams way too consistently.
Yep.
And when it doesn't work out, you know what? Somebody usually is going to gamble on the guy and go, well, let me have that 5th-year option.
Yeah, for sure. So, will this have any impact, his contract? Let's say he signs before Dak. Will this have any impact on him, or is he not in the 55-plus range?
I mean, he looked really good second half of last year. He was way up there as one of the probably 5 best quarterbacks in terms of the way he played at the end of the season. So, I would say, I think Dak gets his money, regardless. Does it drive up the market any? Probably not, because I don't think Love is getting up to the spot that Dak's contract is going to be at. And so I don't think they would say, well, since Love came up this high, we got to be this percentage over him. I think they just want to be up above a certain threshold. And that's probably close to $58-60 million. And maybe Love could push to 50 or something like that. But him getting up that high, I don't think drives it past them. But I mean, that's something that I think consistently we hear Jerry and Steven talk about. They're not negotiating against other teams when they're signing extensions for their guys. It's like, I don't care what somebody else did. We will do what we do. It's like, well, that's nice in theory, but you also have to operate in the world of what the market is. That is the case.
Yeah.
And if Jordan Love impacts that market, you absolutely have to deal with that, because Todd France is going to make you deal with it. Dak is going to make you deal with it.
And his agent's going through some stuff.
Ooh, he is. So Todd France, this was an article over at sportsagentblog.com.
Well,
and the headline is, Todd France gets hammered in NFLPA arbitration, files petition to vacate. So it says, on December 28th, 2023, arbitrator Roger P. Kaplan handed down one of the strongest decisions ever issued in the National Football League Players Association's history. The arbitrator ordered that NFLPA contract advisor Todd France, who represents Dak Prescott, represents a number of the highest paid players in the NFL, had to pay France's competitor Jason Bernstein, an agent from Clarity Sports, a total of $810,846.47, with $450,000 as punitive damages. So the basis of this is in relation to Jason Bernstein was representing Kenny Golladay on his rookie deal. France came in, poached him essentially, but the means with which he did it was violated PA rules. And not only that, apparently there was, through the course of this, some mistruths on Todd France's part. In fact, it says here, arbitrator Kaplan found that the overwhelming evidence demonstrated that France's untruthful testimony in the hearing constituted bad faith, and that it was so outside the bounds of lawful behavior that punitive damages were necessary to punish the untruthful conduct as well as discourage untruthful testimony in the future. So this right here is a smackdown from the NFLPA on Dak Prescott's agent. And this is a guy who I think you've heard long before Todd France represented Dak Prescott. I know the Cowboys were not always fans of negotiating across from this guy. And so this is the type of guy you're dealing with in your contract negotiations, the kind of guy that the NFLPA just said, no. You're paying $1 million in this case almost, and about $500 million of that is going to be just a punishment for how egregiously you lied in this hearing.
God.
Pretty tough.
That's not something you want to see.
He's going to need to recoup some of that money. How do you think he's going to do it?
I mean, Scott Boras probably thinking the same thing. Got to recoup some of that money he lost the offseason. It's a bad year for agents. It is a bad year for agents. Okay, a little bit of around the NFL. Let us ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
It's Tuesday. It's the Expressway. So yes, we're doing Ask Reddit. It's where we take some of the most viral questions off of Reddit from the week, kick them around here in the studio, kick them around on the Twitch and on the YouTube, and also on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys hotline, text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I don't have Sean Sharif here to pelt with the first question, so I'm going to have to hit Peyton with it first.
Oh, okay.
Because you thought it was going to go to Choppy, so I'm going to catch you off guard.
Yeah.
Peyton Russell, what is the first major news story you remember as a kid?
Man, see, because I was when 9/11 happened, I was 4 going on 5. So like I remember getting picked up by my mom at my babysitter's house, but I didn't remember what happened, like what was going on until like a few years later when she told me. But the thing I remember is I think it was 2011, the Bin Laden news when he was killed, because I was watching Sunday Night Baseball and we got the update that, because fans were chanting USA, USA. And I was like, I think I was in 7th or 8th grade at that time.
That was the first big one you remember? More than like when they captured Saddam? Because you would have been a little older, I would think, to remember that.
What year was that?
What year did they capture Saddam? Chop, like 05?
Yeah, probably somewhere around there.
Maybe.
05.
I mean, this is just one that I remember. Like I can go back and think of me watching Sunday Night Baseball and then ESPN having the update of, hey, Bin Laden happened, and that was the biggest news story of the day. Like everyone was talking about at school the next day. That's the first one that stuck out to me.
972, Reagan getting shot was the first big news story they remember, which that was John Hinckley Jr. Did you see he's in the news?
I did not.
He is in the news, so he's been released. He's trying to start a music career, and he claims that his music career has not taken off because he's a victim of cancel culture.
Okay. All right.
I wish, if you're on the fan cam, you guys would have seen it. I wish y'all could have seen Choppy's face when he heard that.
I'll try.
Your first news story that you remember, first major news story. We're getting Space Shuttle Challenger is a really common one we're getting here.
I remember that one. I remember the Challenger. I remember the 88 election, which was Dukakis and Bush.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember much before that. I mean, maybe obviously I really remember the OJ chase. I was
214 OJ
15,
chase is one right there.
I was 15, so that was the first one that I because you can have memories, but then you have vivid memories. Like I don't what I remember about the 88 election. What I remember about that, I don't really remember much. But I remember sitting there. We were watching. We were watching that over the NBA Finals. It was going on at the same time, right, as the NBA Final game. Yeah, I vividly remember the OJ chase.
Man, we're getting a lot of answers here. 214 Baby Jessica, 936 OJ,
God, Baby Jessica,
940 Y2K. Here we go. This is 719. Just gave my answer. The OKC bombing. That was the first story I remember as a kid.
98,
95. You're way off there.
95,
yeah,
90, yeah.
95. I was gonna say I thought it was before the fan text kicked in with it. I was gonna say it was Diana. Diana's the one I first remember vividly, but then when they said OKC, I remembered. Oh yeah, I did. That was one that when it happened. Yeah, I know. 972 Waco, 214 Elvis Presley dying, 281 the first moon landing, 817 Selena when Selena was shot, Selena Quintanilla, 972 Libyan hostage crisis. A lot of different answers there. RJ Choppy, as we do Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. How do you honestly think you're gonna die?
Oh man, I think about death a lot. I have so many things. Like I don't want to die too early. I want to see my kids grow. I want to see grow old. I don't want to be lonely.
That's it, dude. That's the biggest thing for me. My biggest thing is I just need to make sure I'm gonna have this panic about death until I know my kids are on their own. Once they're on their own, I'll be like, okay, they're out and they're taken care of.
I want to wait. I want to die old enough because I'm 10 years older than Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't want to die.
Oh, she's gonna be putting you in a home.
No, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to die where she's young enough that someone else is that she's still able to do that and get with someone else. All right, I want to wait until she's old and decrepit.
You want to see her through menopause.
I want to see her way through that.
You want to see her through a hip replacement.
I want to see her through at least her second hip replacement.
And you want to be the one to have caused the hip replacement.
I want her to be in a cane. a cane. Maybe we have like a tennis ball thing where she's to get the tennis balls with the walker. Old enough to where maybe she gets a companion in her late stages, right? You're like a 90-year-old. You get yourself a companion that you go to, family gatherings with, whatever. That's fine. I want to live long enough for that. I always figured it would go in a plane crash, which seems ever more likely nowadays. By the way,
Boeing CEO says he's stepping down.
The Boeing CEO is stepping down. Thank God. Get him out of there. Can you hire somebody from Airbus? Can you hire the CEO part 2 of Airbus, the second in command?
If it ain't Airbus, it ain't for us. That's what Choppy and I say.
Hey.
I do love that he gets to see through to the end of the year, though.
Yes.
Pull the plug now.
Yes.
Like one of the cheaply made doors on your rickety ass planes.
You hear that, Tim Collins? We are flying Airbus only. Airbus only. Do not try to put me on a 737.
I don't need any hydraulics. Fly by wire, baby. By the way, for me, with all my anxiousness and stuff, I'm sure some form of stress. However that plays out, I don't know. Stress will be what takes me out one day. Oh yeah, the fact that I don't get sleep because of the stress. I'm sure. Peyton, what's gonna grab you?
I was thinking about this long and hard. It's got to be texting and driving for me. I don't do it all the time, but it's one that
you listen to our PSAs
you have
on
control
the
over
station.
that.
Yeah,
you have control over that.
I do, but it's not like I'm texting while I'm going 85 down the highway.
You don't have control over liver cancer. You have control. Well, I guess you do.
Well, I was being realistic,
Yeah.
But yeah, it's got to be something driving with me.
That's it,
man. Franklin Injury Attorneys Hotline text line. This is sad. Heart attack. I'm 37 and the third male in my family to go past 36.
Dude, so that's why we've had Bob Stoops in studio. That's why Stoops stepped away from coaching. Was because he has like a history of it's like 3 lines of generations of men in a row have all gone in their 50s. Wow. And so I mean it's absolutely something that when I'm so happy you're here still. I'm happy to hear that you made it past that age though. Next question here on Ask Reddit. Franklin Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053. We'll get some answers on the Twitch and YouTube here as well. Peyton Russell, what's the most annoying thing about being a guy?
Man, it's got to be all the competition, and not just for another girl, but just always trying to be the better man. I got to be more muscular than him. I got to be better. It's just you see it's like at the gym. Choppy's a big gym guy. I got to be stronger than that guy. That guy's 20 years younger than me, and he looks better than me.
Is he a big gym guy?
I think he is. He's a unit. Chop's a unit. He's one of the few we have at the station.
I appreciate
one of the few
that.
we have. But yeah, it's the competition really overall. I got to drink more than that guy. Bobby always got to outdrink everyone. It's just being a competitor really.
That's not a bad answer. I think that's
a great answer.
That's a pretty annoying part of it. You know what I would say is the most annoying part of being the male is how much my dumb brain can be overridden by other parts of me. Throughout my life, that has been I have let.
I don't think you're alone.
I've let the fact that look we talk about it the PN clarity that we discuss. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
That's a real thing, and it's really hard to get. I feel like to get women to understand how it's like, man, a different person than I was 60 seconds ago. Even that's just a different human being. That is definitely an annoying part of it. Swaggy Booties on the Twitch says double standards. What do you got, Chop? What's the most annoying thing about being a man?
Honestly, I don't think there's anything annoying. I love being a guy. There's nothing annoying about being a guy. I wouldn't want it any other way.
But there are definite things that it's like, oh, you ladies have that.
All right, I'll tell you,
that thing so much better.
If there's a killer snake in the garage, you got to take care of it, right? You don't
that's fine. That's fine. I'll go take care of it. Now, I may be scared to death, but I don't want to walk out there anyway. Someone's got to take care of it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. We never get hugged.
You know what?
We never get hugged.
You saying that 817 says you're not allowed to have mental health issues. Yeah. Everyone says to you, suck it up.
We never get hugged. Never. I'll sit there and I'll just I'll just turn around. I'll just turn around and we'll be laying in bed. I'll just turn around. And she never offers up to be the big spoon.
Oh yeah.
Ever. Bobby's the big spoon right now. She never offers it up. We never get hugged. Ever. Not a rub in the head.
Nothing wrong with the bro hug too. Nothing wrong with
the bro hug. No. Nothing wrong with the bro. That's the only annoying thing. Other than that, being a man is great. Pee standing up. If we have gas, just let it out, man. It doesn't matter. You burp, Cool.
469 front wedgies. 817 earning relations. Having to
not having the power, not having the power over when that happens.
Yeah,
sucks. But you know what? It always makes you
makes you better.
Makes you a better man.
Maybe that's why they say, you know how they talked about how there's an epidemic of involuntary abstinence from Gen Z. You know how we've read stories about that. Maybe that's it, because we talked earlier about how Gen Z just doesn't like when it gets tough.
Yeah,
and they don't want to work. Maybe that's the thing.
There we go. You can never have a bad day. Never have a bad day as a man. The toughest thing about men is being a man is child support. And this one hit. This is very profound. First time most men get flowers at their funeral. Man, is that not true? I'm not saying I want flowers. I don't want flowers.
I don't want flowers either. But
that is true. First time most men get flowers at their funeral. They never get to see them. But you know what? I'm getting choked up just thinking about that.
I'm gonna bring you flowers tomorrow, man.
Please don't.
Why?
I don't know. I'll probably sneeze.
EJL Viking says morning lumber.
Nothing wrong with that.
AM lumber.
That's
maybe
the best part.
Good thing.
That's how you know you're alive still. God.
BlueChew.com, promo code RJ.
Right, baby.
RJ Choppy. Let's go with if Shania Twain's That Don't Impress Me Much. Peyton, do you know this song?
That don't impress me much.
And so she's like, so you're Brad Pitt. That don't impress me. So you drive a cool car. That don't impress me much. So if Shania Twain's That Don't Impress Me Much was written in 2024, what are some of the things that wouldn't impress her?
Oh, God.
It's got to be like a podcast or something. Everyone has
That's a good answer. So you got a podcast. That
Yeah.
don't impress me much. So you have 1 million followers on Twitter.
Yeah.
That don't
That's it.
impress me much.
Social media following.
That's
Social media following.
That is a great song, dude.
Yeah, it's a great song.
At some point, if you can, you'll have to pull up that song, because it is such a great song. That's my fault. I should have brought that up beforehand, that we should have had that ready to play. But, yeah, podcast. So you have 1 million followers. So you own a Tesla. That don't impress me.
It's a nice car.
Who's she naming? Because she said, so you're Brad Pitt. Who is she naming? So you're Travis Kelce.
Let's see. Ryan Gosling. No, he's a good looking man. I mean, I don't think girls are impressed by that the way they used to be.
Let's see. Here's some of the answers. 469.
I think fancy cars.
So you're dating Taylor Swift. 214. So you fit in those tight jeans. 817 TikTok views. 817 crypto wallet.
Crypto wallet? Yeah. You're a bro.
Yeah.
You're a crypto bro.
Don't impress me much.
This is a great song, dude. I don't care what anybody says. Got the touch. This is a good song right here. All right. Next, and by the way, we have the Sethnicity on the Twitch says skinny jeans. So you got some skinny jeans. That don't impress me much.
So you were P. Diddy. That's the one.
Oh, gosh.
Man. Wow.
That doesn't impress Homeland Security right now.
We got to talk about that today, too. Oh, gosh.
Peyton Russell. What is something you used to strongly believe that you don't anymore? And we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Franklin Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053.
You know, you guys know I'm a big casino guy. Love going to the tables, the blackjack tables at the casino. I used to believe that blackjack was rigged, but I believe now it is not. It is just a card game, and you are expected to lose because the house always wins. That's why they have the game there. You know, at first I thought, oh, the shuffle machine, they're shuffling away. The cameras are looking at you. They know they're going to give you, if you're hitting on a 12, they're going to give you the 10 or whatever. They're always going to make the dealer win. It's not rigged. It's just a card game, but they have it because the house always wins. And I take that risk every time I play it, but I'm still going to play it.
I'll tell you what. I used to believe it was possible, and I just think this is more about the era than anything else. It's still possible for me. I don't have a problem with it. But I used to believe it was possible for, like, friends of differing or people of differing political views to be able to be, like, really good friends, and I just don't think that really exists very often anymore. It's a serious exception more than a rule like it used to be. I used to believe that was possible. Now I think it's really difficult. I have lots of friends that I don't agree with at all on those things. And that's because to me, it's just like, okay, we have a difference on that. Cool. Doesn't change who I think you are as a person or whatever.
Yeah.
Now people are just so like ingrained in a certain view that it's like, well, no, this is, if you don't see it this way, you're just morally wrong. And thus, if you're morally wrong, you're a bad person and I don't want to be friends with you.
Yeah, our neighborhood group chat, we've got a pretty eclectic group of politically diverse folk, and we're all friends, and we all hang out. We all play poker together. So it happens, but I think you're right. It's not norm. I used to think Justin Timberlake was right. What comes around, goes around, comes all the way back around. I guess it doesn't.
Goes around.
Yeah, I think... I used to think my parents were like super smart. I don't know that I think that anymore.
Oh, that's a good one.
Not
Where
that they're dumb. It's just that like they had like old. My dad always spoke in old wives' tales. Don't put your coat on. You're gonna get sick. It's cold outside. Yeah, I think it's germs. I don't think I'm gonna get cold outside because I'm gonna get sick because it's cold outside. Like I think we're okay.
Dude, I used to like the older I get, the more I'm like, oh my gosh. Like when I was 30. And I realized like what I knew about the world and how I knew what I know other 30-year-olds knew about the world. It's like, I remember my dad at 30 and thinking my dad's got everything figured out. I'm like, oh, do we just not have it figured out as 30-year-olds today?
Yeah,
or
like my dad was so smart, but he, like I said, he was like the original Sith Lord. He spoke in absolutes on everything. Like if one member of this, like of the neighborhood did this, the whole place is going to hell. Like everybody, if that side of town, everybody over there is an idiot. Like he just spoke in absolutes.
What would he think of TikTok? If you were doing that,
I can't say it on the radio. I wouldn't be able to say it on the radio, but I'll tell you exactly what that's probably what he thought about the talks of Tick. That is Ask Reddit. 2 more sleeps.
If I can sleep tonight.
We have 2 more sleeps before Rangers opening day. Not at baseball's opening day. They did a sham out in Seoul last week where now they're not playing real baseball. But 2 more sleeps. Young Jared Sandler joins the show next on The Fan.
The place to hear sports.
Swing and a miss. Struck him out.
With lots of this mixed in. studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Whitlock's pitch is a line drive base hit into right center. A long run for O'Neal. He slides to the ball to keep it from going to the warning track. Langford scores. Himes at third. Jared Walsh delivers an RBI single, and the Rangers lead at 1-0.
Oh, Hicksy with the call. It just feels good to be able to hear some baseball calls on 105.3 The Fan. You can hear every game right here on The Fan. Remember tomorrow, a Rangers ticket giveaway, Astros series for the April 5th through the 8th.
100 level seats, baby.
100 level seats. 100 level seats.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Hundo P.
Juicy. That'll be the April 5th through the 8th series. That's a Friday through Monday. You don't usually see a Friday to Monday series all that often, but that's what we're going to have for that series. And joining us now to get us set for the start of the Rangers regular season, the great Jared Sandler. Morning, Jared. How you doing?
Good morning. Good morning, fellas.
Hi, Jared. How are you? How's your bracket?
It's actually doing all right. I have not lost an Elite Eight team yet, and I don't remember the last time that I didn't lose a Final Four team on the first 2 days of the tournament. So I'm not like off to this like amazing start because I did miss. I mean, I've missed plenty of games, but I haven't lost any of the teams that I'm hoping to carry me deep.
I'm in the same spot as you. I'm in last in our bracket right now from points, but I'm also the only one who hasn't lost an Elite Eight team. So like my futures look better than everybody else's because they've all lost it. Like Choppy's already lost half his Final Four. He had Kentucky and Baylor in there, so he's almost screwed at this point because one of his other Final Four picks was a homer pick, and he put Tennessee in there, so he's in trouble now.
I don't know how much of a homer pick it is. It's a lot of people have him there. Sailor probably has him in there. Who knows?
Who's that? Tennessee?
Yeah.
No, I don't have Tennessee.
Do you have us losing this week to Creighton?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I have Creighton in the Elite Eight too. Sandler, look at us. We're here. Since we're so much in agreement already, I'm going to lead off with a Rangers question that I hope we're in agreement with because it's another disagreement Choppy and I were having yesterday. Okay, we were talking about Wyatt Langford, and I don't know, did you see Keith Law doing a Q&A this week where he was like, hey, the Wyatt Langford hype train is getting a little out of control. Like we're starting to put too high of expectations on the guy. Not like he was down on Wyatt Langford, but almost like, hey, we're putting unreasonable expectations on him. So Choppy says his over-under for Wyatt Langford's OPS as to whether it's a successful season or not is 962. Is that an unreasonable expectation to place on Wyatt Langford?
Yeah. So were you serious, Choppy?
No, I was just using. I was using Mike Trout's rookie year numbers. I was like, look, this is what I'm expecting out of him because he is Mike Trout.
Got it. Yeah, I do think that the hype train is getting ridiculous. That's not to say he, couldn't be on the precipice of starting a Hall of Fame career or maybe, career with several All-Star games or, All-Star honors. There are people who are trying to crown him, and the kid hasn't even played a single major league game. And I'm not saying that like out of skepticism. I'm saying that out of, just the patience that's required for young kids when they come up. And maybe he hits the ground running or sprinting and has this awesome year. And he is, top 10 in the MVP voting or whatever it might be. But it's also very possible that Wyatt Langford ends up being a guy who is one of the best players in baseball, but in his very first season has some peaks and valleys that are not out of the ordinary for a young hitter. So the thing that I do think is really beneficial for him is he is entering a lineup on a really good team, and it's a really good lineup. And so he's not necessarily looked at as the guy. You got Simeon, you have Seager, you've got Adolis, and you've got Evan Carter and Josh Young. And I'm not saying he ranks behind all of those guys, but it's not like teams are going to look at the Rangers lineup and say, to heck with those guys. We got to worry about Wyatt. So I do think that will help him ease into it. But some of these expectations I'm seeing just because he had a good spring, or it's getting to the point where it's a little bit out of hand. Not saying he can't meet them, but it does seem like if he falls just short of whatever lofty expectations people are setting, they're going to be disappointed when you got to remember how young this kid is.
So he was in the 6th spot. Where do you think he slides in then?
So I don't really know. I think it's fair. It's fair to expect him to kind of move around early on against a lefty. So here's the thing: the Rangers are facing Justin Steele on Thursday. He's a lefty, so that lineup is probably going to look a lot different than the lineup that we'll see more often than not against a righty. The only thing I think we know are that it's going to go Simeon and Seager to lead off the lineup. What happens after? Could you see Evan Carter hitting third? Yes. Could you see Wyatt Langford hitting third? Yes. Could you see Josh Young hitting third? Yeah. I guess so. I shared with you guys that I would love to see Wyatt Langford hitting third against righties and lefties to start the season. But I totally would understand, in concert with what I just said about expectations, I would totally understand if you're like, hey, let's let him get his feet wet hitting, 5th or 6th, and then we can, see where he best fits. The thing that I think about is the Rangers last year had such an elite lineup and ability to score runs, and they did it without legitimate production out of the 3-hole or production out of the 3-hole that is commensurate for that spot pretty much throughout the year, which, you would not typically get. Like if I told you the Rangers didn't get great production out of their 7-hole, but they still had one of the best lineups in baseball, you'd be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. If I told you before the year, hey, the Rangers are going to have below league average production out of the 3-hole, you would not then draw the conclusion that they could have one of the best lineups in baseball. So there's definitely a need and an opportunity for someone to kind of grab the reins there.
Talking with Jared Sandler on the D&M leasing hotline here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. We talk about the Wyatt Langford, like, hey, he's still a young player. The ups and downs are to be expected. Do you feel like because of the experience, the big game experience that Evan Carter got at the end of the season, are we past those sorts of expectations? Or do you think, hey, just because we saw some meaningful contributions at the end of the year, you got to remember Evan Carter, still a young player, and so if there are any struggles at the beginning of the season, just recognize that's part of the process of a young player coming along.
Yeah, I think that we did learn stuff last year, and I don't think it was nothing that he performed well in the postseason, because that's the most intense scouting and the best pitching, and you're not dealing with a 5th starter or the 7th or 8th guy in the bullpen. You're dealing with the best of the best, right? So there's something to it. With that said, as we know, even though there's so much more data available when guys are coming up through the minors, it just isn't the same as when major league teams get their eyes on these guys, and major league pitchers with major league stuff get their eyes on these guys. And so I do think you're going to still see some growing pains, or I think it's very possible. And I think specifically against left-handed pitching, I think there are a lot of people who they're of the belief, well, he just can't hit lefties. And I don't necessarily feel that way. I don't think that Evan Carter, with the ability that he has shown at 21 years old, is just not ever going to be able to hit lefties. With that said, I would fully expect there to be some growing pains along the way. And I would also expect that there are going to be times when maybe he sits against a tough lefty, but I think the Rangers are going to do their best to expose him to as many lefties as possible to, start to develop there. So I think there could be some growing pains for sure. And the thing with Evan Carter that I'd say also that Josh Young is, I think what I want to see is these guys play a full year healthy. Josh Young has had injuries along the way. Evan Carter, same thing. These guys are in the lineup. You're going to be fine. Growing pains or not, if you got Evan Carter and Josh Young in the lineup, you're going to be heading in the right direction. The key is, wanting these guys to stay healthy and doing what you can to keep them in the lineup.
I was just going through the schedule, and I hadn't heard anything about this, but they have 2 10-game road trips before the second week of May. Is that abnormal? I mean, you maybe get 2 a whole year of 10-game road trips. They got 2 in the first 35 days.
Yeah, so I could be wrong, RJ. I think I'm trying to remember. I think last year we had 3 three-city trips, so 9 or 10, and I want to say 2 of them were completed before the end of May. And maybe that's just a random quirk of the schedule, but I do recall having 2 of those 3-city trips early. I could be wrong. I think it was before the end of May. so it wouldn't be supremely different from, I guess, what the schedule is this year. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. When you play in the AL West, and I know that, it's not that both these trips are in the AL West, but when you play in the AL West, that usually knocks out one of your 3-city trips during the season because you're so far away from three of the four other teams in your division. So it's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, I think teams typically have 3 throughout the year. And so, two in one half, one in the other. And I guess for the Rangers for the second straight year, it's front loaded, which, hey, by the way, I'd rather it be that than backloaded, right? I'd rather the Rangers get 2 of their 3-city trips out of the way in the first half and only have 1 in the second half.
Do they know, or I know they haven't announced it, because I was looking at ESPN's, scheduled starters after Eovaldi, because they've got, the first 6 opponents. How's it going to look after Nate in terms of the starting rotation?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I think if you were to just order it by, who you like power ranking the rotation, you'd probably go Eovaldi, Gray, Dunning, Heaney, and Bradford. Or if Michael Lorenzen is ready to be in the rotation, then maybe you work. I'd imagine he'd be closer to the back end just because he's throwing a bullpen, doing what he can to get ready. He'll throw a bullpen today, and the Rangers will have a better understanding of where he is, how close he is. But I think the thing to consider is this. Nathan Eovaldi and John Gray both are guys who you feel comfortable going 90 to 100 pitches. Let's just, for the sake of the conversation, say that it's Bradford, who will get a start. Bruce Bochy had said, or maybe it was Christian that said that Cody Bradford will get a start first time through. And the Rangers early on, RJ, let's talk about schedule quirks. Early on, they have a stretch of 17 games in 17 days, which is not necessarily always the most ideal at the very beginning of the season because pitchers are trying to just, get back into the swing of things. So they'll use probably 6, maybe even a 7th starter during that stretch. But for the sake of the conversation, let's say it's Heaney, Dunning, and Bradford joining Gray and Eovaldi. Heaney, Dunning, and Bradford are guys you probably are more likely to see go 65 to 80 pitches as opposed to 90 to 100. And if you go with those 3 guys consecutively, then you're putting a lot of burden potentially on your bullpen. 3 straight games where they might have to provide you with some length. So with that said, I don't know that the Rangers would do this. And again, the addition of Michael Lorenzen, if he is ready to start, even if it's just give you 5 innings, changes the conversation because you could have 6 starters your first and maybe third turn through. But they might be interested in breaking up Dunning, Heaney, and Bradford and having one of those guys start the second game just to give the bullpen a little bit of an opportunity to not have to necessarily be prepared for those 3 guys consecutively, if that makes sense.
Jared, on Michael Lorenzen, just your thoughts on the signing, and also what changed for him after the trade to the Phillies, do you think? Because he had been really steady for Detroit. I mean, 5 innings minimum for like 20 consecutive starts, and then things just kind of fell apart in the second half after the trade to Philly.
Yeah, I think there are a few things. One, Michael Lorenzen is a pitch-to-contact guy, and when he's at his best, he is a ground ball pitcher. And the Phillies, not known for having a good defense. As a matter of fact, they were largely criticized for having a very poor defense. So who knows how that played a role. I'd have to go back and look at every start and see, hey, that was converted into an out in Detroit, and that would likely be an out in Texas. Because remember, the Rangers defensively had a Gold Glove winner behind the plate, a Gold Glove winner at first, a guy at third who, had he not gotten hurt, probably would have gotten consideration, finalists at short and second, with the second baseman having won a Gold Glove earlier in his career, a Gold Glove winner in right, a really good center fielder, and then when Evan Carter joined, a really good left fielder. This team converted batted balls and outs as well as any team in Major League Baseball last year. That will help Michael Lorenzen. The thing he talked about was that so the workload for him was more than any other year, right? So he threw 153 innings in total. He had never in a full season eclipsed more than 113, and that was all the way back in 2015. So if you look at years prior, we're talking about double digits, not triple digits. What he talked about, though, was not just the raw innings count, but the tinkering in between starts and the amount of pitches he threw in his bullpens. that maybe contributed to wearing him down. Some pitchers, everyone goes about it a different way. Some pitchers, might throw 20 pitches in their bullpen in between starts, some 30, maybe some less. I think it depends on how much tinkering or adjusting they're trying to do to get the feel of a certain grip if they feel like they've, lost the pitch for, a start or two, whatever it might be. He was saying he was throwing upwards of 40 to 50 pitches in between starts. And in his words, if he could go back, he would change that. So I think the experience of pitching those innings, is hopefully helpful. But it's tough to say if that is exactly the reason, but he did seem to suggest that he wore down and his stuff wasn't as sharp as the year progressed.
Jared Sandler here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Appreciate it, man. Not too late to change that Creighton, Tennessee pick. You can make that change if you want to, but whatever.
Well, so they have these Sweet 16 brackets or whatever. If you had to repick, who are you picking to win it all?
Oh no, it's UConn. I have UConn to win it all anyway. Oh, they are.
All right, so nothing's changed.
No, I wouldn't. I may change. Yeah, I probably wouldn't. I'd probably leave things as they were. UConn is the juggernaut, man.
Is there a team that's underwhelmed you?
Marquette.
No, actually, Marquette's impressed me.
Really?
Because they ended the season pretty poorly. Yeah, Tennessee's underwhelmed me. They did not play as well as I thought they would.
Okay.
Houston, maybe. I don't know. Duke's impressed me. I thought Duke was doing better than they would have. I had them out in the second round.
They rallied around the Kyle Filipowski not being able to play ever again.
They're really excited because there's no court storming in March Madness, so they all feel safe.
I know, right? All right, brother. Appreciate it. Maybe we'll tell you later this week.
Bye. Love you, Jared.
Jared Sandler joined us here.
You know who else is excited about opening day? Jeremy Williams, the biggest Rangers fan in all the world, according to the 682. Want us to give him a shout out. Yeah.
Okay.
Adriana, big fan of the show. She said, shout out to the love of my life, Jeremy, biggest Rangers fan. So
very nice.
He's pumped.
Shedeur Sanders did something that a lot of athletes do, and I am absolutely here for it. Talk about that next year on The Fan.
But
injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to in car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Breaking NFL news to get to from the league meetings in Orlando.
I just saw Mother Football walking behind Jeff Darlington on his ESPN shot.
Shireen.
The great Shireen Williams. We do. Yeah, the NFL has approved the revamped kickoff format. What is that revamped kickoff format? We'll tell you more about it next segment during Below the Belt.
I saw it. I think I'm excited about it.
Oh, I'm definitely excited about it. I want the kickoff to come back.
Yeah. I think it's going to create more energy, more intrigue, and more playmaking. We're all for playmaking, man. The more playmaking you get, the better. Okay, so that's coming up in Below the Belt. Coming up next here on 105 The Fan. But let's get you some of this stuff. So Shedeur Sanders, he is Deion's kid.
Heard of him.
He is going to be a very high draft pick next year, they think.
Yeah, he'll definitely. He is an NFL player for sure.
Yes, he is.
How high he goes, and I guess where he goes, is up to Deion.
It is, but he is. He's been on this talking point. I guess they got spring practices and everything, and he's been on this talking point about him being like overlooked. So he was speaking to the media. This popped up yesterday.
Well,
talking about Texas 6A high school football players.
I came from a private school, so at the end of the day, I dealt with a lot of negativity, a lot of hate, a lot of everything I done dealt with already year after year. I came from a small private school. All the other kids was going big, Power 5, and they went to big 6A, Texas 6A schools and stuff. I don't see those same kids around. I don't see them excelling in their programs or whatever they're doing, so I've always been against the odds, like in different ways.
All right, I love this. This is
a bit of a shot.
Yeah, this is what he's doing. A lot of times, great athletes will lie to themselves,
create motivational tactics for themselves. They'll set up the straw man argument.
Yeah, listen. This is one of the dumbest arguments anybody can make. I went and did some research with the help of social media that already posted some of these.
Well,
half of this year's college Final Four was quarterbacked by Texas 6A high school football players.
Yeah, that's
Milroe and Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, Milroe's not very good, but so if he's talking about success in terms of how they are on the football field,
he made a Final Four. 20% of
he was gifted a Final Four. Chop, we've been over this.
20% of the NFL first team All Pros were Texas high school football players.
Take that, Georgia. Take that, Florida.
4 of the quarterbacks in the NFL playoffs were Texas high school football quarterbacks. Like, you do this to make.
Do you know off the top who the?
Okay, so you had Baker.
Okay.
You had Mahomes.
Yep.
You had Hurts.
Yes, I always forget Hurts is Houston,
right?
Yeah. I always forget he's from Houston.
And who was the other quarterback?
I'll find it. Yeah, you can continue with that while I look for the quarterback. But
now you're gonna kill me with this one.
Continue with your Shedeur Sanders.
So you had that. It's just like all this is a tactic to get propped up. This is like to motivate yourself. I have no problem. Stafford. Duh. It's all it is. It's a prop. It's a tactic to get propped up, to build yourself up. I am totally for this. I love professional athletes do this. I have no problem with it. You got to do what you got to do to get motivated. If he has to tell himself that he was overlooked, and Bama didn't give him an offer, and Georgia didn't give him an offer, and all those schools didn't give him offers, which from what I read, they did.
He was a good recruit. Yeah.
He was just gonna play for his dad.
Is this a little bit like a couple weeks ago when LeBron was saying everyone doubted me, everyone wanted to see me, everyone wanted to see me fail? They all said there's no way this kid will actually be what they say he's gonna be.
Right, here you go. These are the official offers. Oh my god, these are the offers that Shedeur got, according to ESPN. By the way, he had a 4-star recruit, 86th overall, 8th in the state, 13th at the position. Jackson State, obviously he signed there. Bama, Baylor, Florida, Florida State, Georgia, LSU, Michigan, Oregon, Penn State, South Carolina, Tennessee, UCLA, and others like like some directional schools like UCF and Southern Miss and stuff, but you have plenty of others. Louisville, Illinois State. But the guy had offers everywhere.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like you know who Nate Bargatze is? Stand-up
comedian. Yeah, absolutely. It's tremendous.
Nate's very funny. Nate has a bit where he says he always cracks up at watching the MVP trophy presentation for the NBA Finals, because he's like, it'll be some 7-foot guy up there, and he'll be like, "This one goes out to all the people who never believed in me." He goes, "Really? I mean, you're the size of a tree. Nobody ever thought I'm going to bet on this kid.
Yeah.
No one in your life ever thought you were going to become something that you might have some potential."
Yeah. Come on now. We know better than that. Let's be real on this one. So that's Shedeur. Dion, meanwhile, we'll stick with Colorado. Dion's in the news. Basically, he's saying that his kid and Travis Hunter, you better know where you are as a organization and where you're located. It's on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. Better know who you are when they get drafted.
Where do you predict Shedeur and Travis going in the draft?
Top 4.
Ooh, that's pretty beautiful.
Anywhere from 1 through 4. One of them is going to be 1.
That's what I'm talking about.
One of them is going to be
speaking into existence.
And the latter one would not go behind 4. Now, all this is subjective because I know where I want them to go.
Mm-hmm.
And let's not forget Shallow, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But I know where I want them to go. So there's certain cities that ain't gonna happen.
Okay, you on point.
It's gonna be it's gonna be an Eli.
No.
Eli.
No,
it's not.
No, I hate this.
It happens.
It does happen. And it happened with Elway, and it happened with Eli. And it's why I, for their entire careers, viewed them as soft, spoiled little brats. That's not how the draft works. This isn't free agency. And if this whole NIL thing is going to create more of the thought that they can do whatever they want and pick wherever they want to go, you don't get to. And I can't imagine the NFL loves Dion insinuating before these guys are even draft eligible that no. They're not going to certain NFL cities.
Yeah, this
That's
works if you're the first overall pick.
Yeah.
If you're the 5th overall pick, it doesn't really work. You can't really do that.
No, unless Dion's going to get what he wants. I mean, if he wants to do that. Now, I saw something.
So what are they going to do? Let's say Travis Hunter gets drafted by give me a place that nobody wants to go, a team nobody wants to go play for.
A city or a team?
It's a team.
Team nobody wants to go play for. It feels like the Commanders.
All right, let's say they get drafted by Washington. At 5. What's he going to do? Is he going to? If you're not the number 1 pick, I don't know that you have that kind of power.
Well, here's what's interesting. He said there were certain cities that fit. Atlanta fit, and I want talking about for him, and I want that for my kids, all of them. I want the right fit. Atlanta was the first time I saw black people in positions of authority. It blew my mind. It was real in Atlanta. I'd never seen anything like that in my life. He also mentioned San Francisco, Dallas, Washington, and Baltimore. What do those all have in common?
He played for them?
Oh, he played for them. As acceptable destinations for Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. It's also one thing for Dion to be influencing where Shedeur goes. Archie tried to influence where Eli was going with everything else. It feels really weird that no matter how close they are, for the coach to be dictating where Travis Hunter goes.
Well, I
wouldn't you
don't
think this is weird if Saban was doing this?
I don't know the family situation. I don't know if Travis has family that's still alive, that's in the picture. I have no idea. Maybe he's taken on a fatherly figure.
Maybe that's what it is.
And I have no problem with that. You know, people need fathers and fatherly figures, and however you get them, whether they're biological or through some friendship or whatever, however you get those father figures, I think it's important for young men and young women for that matter. So I got no problem with that if that's the route he has taken.
Well,
I think it's honorable.
It says 4
Whether
days
or not
ago.
he's doing it for the right intentions or not is a different story.
No, I know. It says 4 days ago, apparently he bought his mom a new house in Savannah, Georgia. So it's not like there's no one.
Yeah, but he said mom, so maybe there's not a dad.
But
I don't know. Maybe he's using
either way,
figure.
I do think it's odd for, like, I think we'd be critical of, like I say, I think we'd be critical of Sark trying to tell people, well, Tua's not going to that city. I'm not going to let
I
that
get it.
happen.
No, you're right. It would. And
or
plus,
Lincoln Riley saying, we're not going to let Caleb Williams go to Chicago.
You never see it with a non-quarterback.
Yes.
You never see it with a non-quarterback.
Because those positions don't have power. They don't have the power of the quarterback.
Exactly.
But did that not give you a sour taste in your mouth about Eli for his entire career? When they're just like, we're not going to the Chargers. It made him seem like a that's where I got some of the perception that he is a whiny, spoiled, just brat. It came from that. Elway, I always had that view of Elway. I wasn't even around when that happened with Elway, but the first time I became conscious of that's what Elway did when I was younger, I was like, that dude is a little B. And I don't want to root for him. I hope he has no success. I'm glad he's lost 3 Super Bowls. At the time is what I thought. And then he won 2 and made me mad at the end of his career. But you don't see Ryan Tannehill saying, I'm not going to Miami. And they're the same player.
That's true. That's true. You don't see that at all. But there's Dion. There's Dion kind of trying to dictate on where Shador and Travis Hunter go. I mean, look, he wouldn't be the first to do it. And
he is. I think he would be one of the first, like, that I can recall. I think he would be the first coach dictating this.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But he is a dad. Are you saying nothing? He didn't go on home visits?
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing, really quickly, because we'll jump to break here in a sec. But that came out that USA Today said so far during Dion's entire time at Colorado, since 2022, he has made 0 home visits for recruiting. None. Wow. It's an interesting approach. He's all portal, baby.
Dude.
That's all he wants. He's the anti-Dabo.
Dude, that is insane. That is crazy. Wow. I don't know how you can win like that, but we'll see. All right, what's coming up next in Below the Belt?
One of Caleb Williams' teammates in Chicago, or future teammates, has already soured on him. That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist owned store. Gilchrist Automotive. They are going to hook you up with that brand new Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, or Jeep at PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. You are going to want to get on over there. It is located right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. Well worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more on that brand new vehicle. It's Ram Truck Month happening all month long. Go see Stephen Gilchrist and his fantastic team in Terrell at PlatinumCDRJTexas.com, where you can start the process and customize that ride. And how about this? Ram Truck Month, take advantage of it. 0% APR for 72 months on select Ram 1500s. They got crew cabs, quad cab, Lone Star, Bighorn, Laramie Edition out there. They got more. They got the 2500s. They got the 3500s as well. Check them out. You are going to want to make sure that you head on over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com to customize it or drive a little further to save a lot more. Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, Mavs Jazz Part.
The Fans segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Peyton Russell is furious. He was mad during this break. He was dog cussing the NFL during the break. More on that in just a moment. Before we get to that, Jalen Johnson. You heard of him? You heard of this guy?
I've heard of
RJ
him,
Choppy.
yes.
He is the stud cornerback for the Chicago Bears. There's been some resistance to the idea of Caleb Williams in Chicago. We already know DJ Moore was a big fan of Justin Fields. There were a couple other people that expressed some pro Justin Fields sentiment. And Jalen Johnson is the latest part of that. So Jalen Johnson went on with Corey Majors' side piece, Kay Adams. And he was talking about the air of entitlement that exists with some players. And the discussion of Caleb Williams kicked in. And this was his quote, Chop. You tell me if this is a good quote to have about the presumed #1 pick and the guy about to come in and lead your locker room.
All right.
What you did in college, the Hollywood, it's like, nah, you got to prove yourself. That stuff, like, that doesn't matter. You got to get to know him, too. I think there's a fine line between trying to prove a point to him, but you also got to get to know him. Because at the end of the day, we want him to be the absolute best he can be. That's what we're bringing him in for, is to win games. I think truly just learning who he is as a person and learning him deeper than just all the Hollywood stuff you see, but actually trying to learn and get to know him and then knowing what pushes him. So that's kind of a lukewarm endorsement from one of your biggest players in Chicago of Caleb Williams to say, nah, okay, I'll get to know you, but when you get here, you better cut out that stuff I saw at USC. All that Hollywood stuff is over. You're not doing that here anymore. Is that the best footing to start off with your franchise quarterback there in Chicago?
I would think not. Look,
because he says there's a fine line between trying to prove a point to him, but also you got to get to know him. So that means, hey, we gotta set you straight, because who I've seen is not who's gonna come in here and lead this locker room. And that's a sincere question about Caleb Williams.
There are so the Cowboys are a glamour franchise, right? Caleb Williams would fit in here with the culture. The glamour culture.
Yes. I don't know how much the painted nails with FU on it would fit in here.
Right. Yeah, okay, I get that. Chicago, man, it seems like a bad fit for him, like, in general. They seem like a no-nonsense, kind of like a lunch pail city that I don't know that works there. They've never had a good quarterback.
I mean, imagine if
everything about them is boring.
Imagine if somebody said this about Dak, though, in the Cowboys locker room. We would be there'd be endless discussion about this and about the controversy that this would stir, because this is not the way you start. This is one of the things that the Bears had to watch out for when they made the trade where they sent Justin Fields away and committed to, we're going to take this #1 pick, is you already had players on the record saying they didn't want to move away from Justin Fields. And now you've got, even after Justin Fields is gone, people not totally endorsing him. Not only just somebody, it's somebody who just paid a massive contract to. One of the best corners in the game in Jalen Johnson. It's just it's a bad look, I feel like, from them. Speaking of bad looks, what the Cowboys have done in free agency, that's a pretty bad look. Wouldn't you agree, Chop?
I think it's fine. I'm a big fan of what they're doing in free agency.
Wrong.
I know. Y'all want your you want to win free agency. You want to win the offseason.
Who am I talking to? Am I talking to Mike McCarthy? Because it sure sounds like it. Mike McCarthy talked to Adam Schefter on Monday, and Schefter asked him, hey, well, what is it exactly you feel when you see Washington, Philly, the Giants? They're all out there making moves to get better, and you're just the Cowboys are kind of sitting on their hands. How does that make you feel, Mike McCarthy?
I'm a big believer in a second and third year jump. You know, we have some young players. We got some guys coming back off of IR that were young players that we're excited about. So we are definitely improving. You know, we're just not part of the free agent market right now.
So is that what Cowboys fans can hang their hat on, the fact that there are guys coming back that are going to be getting better, because people keep waiting for the Cowboys to make moves?
Well, I think that, and also there's a lot left. So I mean, it's, you'll probably have a market right before the draft or post-draft, and then you got your June 1st market, and obviously we'll have another draft class. So I have great confidence in our roster.
Okay. Listen, I think he's full of with some of that. But I also think that their plan has been fine. I think the overreact. Put it this way. I think we have overreacted far more to the negative than we would have overreacted to the positive. Who was the best free agent on the market this year?
I mean, a lot of them didn't make it because of the franchise tags, but Chris Jones was generally thought of as the biggest one.
We think far more. Listen, if the Cowboys sign Chris Jones, the overreaction to the good is not as high as the overreaction to the bad is with what they've done.
Well, two things. One, is the reaction as bad if Jerry never says all in?
Yeah, that's the worst thing he's ever said.
No.
That's the worst comment he's ever made.
That's where him saying all in set this up to be 10 times worse.
Different definition. He didn't mean they're signing that.
But that set it up to be so much worse, right? Like, is the reaction as harsh and as aggressive if he hadn't given fans the expectation that they were going to spend money?
It's not. It's not. That's his own fault. He shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have said it. What he should have said is, I'm going all in with the roster we have.
Yeah, like this is about making. I'm going all in terms of placing ultimate value on 2024 being a year of judgment. But that doesn't sound as catchy as all in.
Yeah,
and that's the problem.
True.
Now the other question here: does Mike McCarthy believe what he just said, or do you think Mike McCarthy's just trying to make the best of what is a difficult position to be put in answering that question?
It's a tough spot.
There's no way he really there's zero chance he's thrilled with what they've done in free agency.
No, I think he would have rather have kept a lot of guys.
Or he just needs players. He needs guys on his roster.
He does.
Right now, you can make an argument that he doesn't know who 3 of his starters on the offensive line are. Because if you don't know where Tyler Smith is going to play, then that puts up, okay, I don't know which spot he's going to take, and then the other 2, center, left guard, or left tackle, whatever's left over. I mean, center's definitely open, but you don't know about left guard or left tackle. So that's got to be frustrating for him. I also think it's funny, Schefter. How many other teams is Schefter, after somebody gives you a response to how free agency has been approached? To me, this just speaks to the Cowboys brand. I don't think if he's talking to Matt Eberflus, he's saying, is that your message to the Bears fans? Like when the Bears fans are asking about it's clear, like you got that aggressive Cowboys branding. Now, the only person who's more angry than Cowboys fans are about free agency is Peyton Russell. Over the news that broke earlier this hour, the NFL has adopted for 1 year the new hybrid kickoff rule at the annual league meeting. So this is proposed for 1 year only. And Ryan, I sent you the photo. I don't know if you're able to get it, but it's a...
Yeah, you had to explain this to me.
Yeah, so you'll see it here. So there's a layout there if you're looking on the fan cam. So what this is the new kickoff rules will feature new alignments for both the kicking and the receiving units. There will be a landing zone, quote unquote.
All right, so the kickoff is from what yard line?
Still from the 35.
All right.
That has not changed.
That's not changed.
Difference is the 10 defenders, the 10 players on the kicking unit, are now going to be lined up on the other side of the 50 at the 40-yard line. So they're going to be lined up on the receiving team's 40. And the receiving team is going to have a minimum. The receiving team lines up with at least 7 players at the 35, between the 30 and 35-yard line. Okay. And which are at the 35-yard line. You got 7 on the 35-yard line, and then you're allowed to have 2 back behind that, and then you've got 2 receiving deep. And that basically the idea here is that it'll be more like a block at the line of scrimmage, right? Instead of these field-long car crash collisions. So the idea is that it's going to be safer while also still allowing for returners to set up and make something happen. Which, if you're the Cowboys, I would think you'd be in super favor of this because it allows you to put Kevontae Turpin in a position to be a real weapon.
So do they think this is going to bring more returns out of it?
Yes.
Now, why would it? Because the problem, my interpretation of it right now, my assumption is that the reason guys don't return the ball more is because the kicks go out of the end zone a lot.
Yeah, but if you're catching it 8 yards deep and they're blocking each other at the 30, you're going to go, well, I can get to the 25, I bet.
Yeah, so now if your kick only goes to the end zone, the goal line.
Which plenty of them doing, guys, just let the ball go over and they'll do the signal to just go. Yeah, they'll catch it and they'll run it out. Because apparently it's felt like they're trying to kill the rule or kill the kickoff. And they've said this offseason they're actually not. They want to see more of it.
Okay.
I mean, think about some of the most exciting players of our generation. Dante Hall. I mean, what Dion did as a returner. Devin Hester.
Eric Metcalf.
Even guys like Josh Cribbs. Josh Cribbs doesn't have a career without kickoff returns.
Who's the guy? What's his name? Cordero Patterson.
Yeah. Now, Patterson, he's developed into more of a player, but back in the day,
initially he was
absolutely.
just that, yeah.
Peyton hates this, though. Peyton was mad during the break.
You hate fun? What's going on? You hate fun? You hate football?
Just the whole setup is silly. Having them at the 35, 40-yard line.
You're Mr. XFL. You would love this.
Yeah, no, keep it in the XFL. Keep it there. You don't need to address it to the NFL.
So let me ask you this. Would you rather, and I don't, it's your opinion, whatever, it's cool.
He's mad this kills the onside kick, too.
Would you?
The surprise onside kick. It kills the
You can't have the
onside
09 Sean Payton in the Super Bowl onside kick because if you want the onside kick, you have to tell them, hey, we're doing the onside kick. You can't have the surprise onside kick. You can't squib kick it anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, you could squib, I bet.
Imagine if this was the veil, and then Manning would have 3 Super Bowls. People would completely look.
You know who would maybe you do want Bill Belichick now. Because Bill Belichick would find some way to abuse the hell out of this rule.
So, would you rather them keep it the same way then, or just get rid of it? Is that what you're saying?
If anything, get rid of it. I'd rather just get rid of it.
No,
because
did you grow up?
The touchbacks are still going to happen. They're still going to kick it out of the back of the end zone. Like, you're not going to get much of a return. You might get one every other week here and there, but you're not going to get much out of this. It just looks silly too. It's ridiculous.
I'm excited for this because it brings the kickoff return back into the game. And the Cowboys, while they have Kevontae Turpin, that's a legitimate weapon you have.
Yeah, they do.
That you haven't been able to use fully effectively. And so for me, I'm all about this. I love the kick return. Some of my favorite players growing up were guys, like I said, like Dante Hall, Devin Hester. They were like, that was an exciting part of the game. And it's just been killed. It's been ruined by the way that the NFL has set things up with, kickoff return rules. Because, I mean, they used to kick from the 30 or whatever it was. Now they kick from the 35, and it's set things up to be more difficult.
There it is. Below
the belt.
The belt here on 105 through the fan. I am super excited for this next segment. We have audio. This is a gambler that was on a Sports Junkies. He's in DC, which is our sister station out there, talking about the Shohei incident. And he says he has proof on exactly what was bet on. It's fantastic. Love it. It's coming up next on The Fan.
DFW. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Burke tries again, and there's a ball driven deep out into left field. Carter going back. He turns to look, and it is off the wall, the back wall. Home run for Trevor Story. He cleared the front wall, didn't quite make it into the people. For Story, a 2-run blast that gives Boston a 6-1 lead.
Not much to cheer about last night. Hicksey with the call to game you heard right here in the Rangers exhibition game against the Boston Red Sox. They lose 9-2. They got another one today, this afternoon. And then the opener, the big opener of the game you can hear right here on Thursday night. Pregame starts at 6 o'clock. G-Bag Nation will be out at the ballpark for that one.
Boy, it is a
show from out there.
It is a week full of events. We got KNC at Rally House on Wednesday. They're going to be in Mansfield off 287.
Right,
then Thursday, we got G-Bag out there at the ballpark, like you just said, 2 to 6 p.m., taking you up to Rangers baseball against the Cubs. Friday, KNC's out at Buffalo Wild Wings on Lemon, just around the corner from us over here. And then Saturday, it's Alec Medford and Blake Elliott. They will also be out at the ballpark 2 to 5:30, taking you up to pregame of Rangers Cubs for the second game of the year, because they're getting that, they have the opening day and then they get the day off. And,
Yep. Tomorrow, we're going to be giving away tickets to the Astros series.
100 level.
During the Expressway.
Hundo P.
So that's going to be very cool. Yeah, Hundo P. The Hundo P level. So Mavericks get a 10-point victory over Utah. They're in the 7th spot. They're tied technically with Sacramento, who is in the 6th. But Sacramento's got a tiebreaker. They got a back-to-back with them coming up, so that should take care of itself.
You can get some space there.
Separation.
Yes, and look, it's just a good thing Dallas took care of business last night, because you didn't want to drop a game against the Jazz on the same night that Phoenix is losing to the Spurs. Like, take advantage of that gift and get some separation.
Yep, you can. You can absolutely get some separation there. I want to update you real quick on this, the bridge collapsing in Maryland. The Francis Scott Key Bridge. A Singapore ship struck it. A cargo ship over 900 feet long struck it. And the entire bridge basically collapsed, about a mile, they say.
And it was just... He hits this bridge. It doesn't look like he hits it very hard. And within
10 seconds,
within 10 seconds of running into a beam, what looks like just bumping into it. Obviously, it's much harder than that. But on the footage, it looks like just bumping into a beam, basically. It takes down a mile-long bridge.
Crazy.
In Baltimore within 10 seconds. The whole thing just collapses.
So, according to reports, there were about 20 people on the bridge at the time. 7 cars, 5 construction workers. They're saying the ship lost power. And
you can see it go dark in the last 20 seconds leading up to hitting it.
They're saying the ship lost power and it just kind of floated into the bridge. I can't believe it collapsed that way. It's not a love tap. It's obviously a multiple,
big, powerful ship.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of ton shrimp, ship, not shrimp, ship. And it's huge. So it's still, either way, the fact that this thing collapsed, it's tragic.
It is some of the most insane footage I've ever seen in my life.
It really is. The most insane footage I've ever seen was Shohei's press conference yesterday. On the flip side of this, on the sports side, the not real life side, the not tragic side.
Yes.
Is Shohei's press conference where he said he didn't do it and they got money stolen and he's never bet on anything. That is contrary to the speakings of one Brandon Lang. Who is Brandon Lang? Brandon Lang is the guy they made the movie Two for the Money after.
Which
John
I've never
Anthony.
seen.
That's Matthew
I know
McConaughey,
of, but I've never seen it.
And Al Pacino. He's John Anthony. That's Brandon Lang. So he's a world-renowned professional gambler.
Was that your Pacino impression?
John Anthony, yeah, kind of.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I haven't.
Is it a little more raspy? John Anthony.
Yeah, I haven't really workshopped.
I haven't either. I'm just saying it feels like it's a little raspy.
I've been working on my Donald Trump. Okay.
I've been working on taking it back. Okay.
I take nothing back. All right. Everything I've said is the truth.
What was your favorite quote from yesterday? when they asked him.
Oh my God! They asked him how he's going to pay for his bond. He turns around and goes, "Cash."
Cash.
Oh my God! What?
Hey, regardless of where you fall down, that's an objectively funny line.
That's funny. It's very funny. It's like, what are we doing out here?
Cash. Gonna use gold bars, bullion,
cash. It's all bad cash. So, Brandon Lang is on the Sports Junkies in D.C. They're our sister station. And he said this entire thing is BS, that Shohei's number is not $4.5 million that he's betting.
I met Bauer like 4 years ago.
Real quick, stop. So he's talking about Matt Bauer. Matt Bauer is the guy that is being investigated by the FBI, by the feds. He apparently is the bookie. Now, here's even a side spot of this. There's a casino in Vegas that is under federal investigation because of this called Resorts World. It's a new casino. And they're apparently somehow intertwined with all this. Like, I don't really know how the depths of it, but that was the report I saw last night.
Interesting.
Very odd. I know nothing about it. I don't know more of it. I just saw that the feds are investigating that casino because of some workings with this Matt Bauer guy.
I met Bauer like 4 years ago here in Vegas. Passing, I knew he was a bookie, knew he lived in Orange County. He's absolutely out of his mind, personality-wise, party-wise, whatever. Met him in passing through mutual friends, so I know who he is. About 3 months ago, my very best friend, who I go to L.A. and play golf with all the time, stay at his house. I've known him for literally 24 years, calls me 3 months ago and says, "Bro, do you know a bookie named Matt Bauer?" And I said, "Yeah, I met him like 4 years ago in Vegas. He's absolutely out of his mind. I just play golf with him." And the feds are after him. And I asked him, "Who is your biggest client?" And he told me it was Ohtani. I go, "Get out of here." He goes, "Nope." And I said, "How much? How much?" "I'm not going to give you the number, but I will tell you the number is between 7 and 25 million, and it's only soccer, and that's it."
Well, that's you better be really comfortable saying that into a microphone.
Yeah, this guy could be and he is probably a complete lunatic. This could be completely fabricated. He could be just lying out of his teeth. You have no idea. But, and this is kind of the problem is that
if it's not true, somebody will come for you for that, though, for saying something
right.
Like that.
And you know if something's not true based on whether there's a lawsuit or not. If there's no lawsuit, you know it's not true. Or you know it's true. Right? And if there is a lawsuit and how hard they come after you, then you know. So this is like pretty wild, like that this guy even went on there and said all this. So he continues. Brandon Lang talks about the raid and the betting history.
Everything gets raided, so he loses everything. The feds come in and take everything. So they get his phone, and they go through his phone, and here's all this stuff in Japanese through the interpreter. So the feds are like, "What's this?" And he goes, "Well, it's." And Bauer tells the true story to the feds. It's Ohtani. It's Ohtani. He's into me for X, and that's what that is. So now the feds are, whoa, biggest face in baseball right now. What are we going to do? So now they go to Ohtani's people and his agents, and they concoct the story that says, "Listen, this guy doesn't speak any English. He never talked to a bookie. His interpreter is his interpreter. His interpreter stole the money. His interpreter did this. His interpreter did this. And the interpreter is the fall guy for all of this. But it's 100% Ohtani."
Again, if they've come out this aggressively so far, Ohtani, and he's lawyered up and we're getting things involved, that's I respect at the very least the
hot take
stones to say that if you think it or if you believe it, but man, that's a sincere allegation levied there. If this is all correct, it doesn't matter that it's just soccer or whatever else. Ohtani would be, I think, viewed very unfavorably moving forward. What is baseball's rules about betting? Are you allowed to bet on other sports? Like NBA lets you bet on other sports, I think.
I don't know the rules on that.
I'm going to look this up.
So, like, football allows their NFL players to bet on other sports as long as it's not inside the team facility. To me,
Well, here's the thing. This is where he would get in trouble, I guess.
He's
this
an
doesn't
illegal bookmaker?
Yes. That does, because he does not sound like he's...
Now, and this is where the casino in Vegas...
It says you can bet on games other than baseball and softball.
Yeah.
Betting can be done, but it has to be through legal means.
All right, now, here's the question. Because remember I mentioned Resorts World and those casinos over there in Vegas. And that's all part of this. What if this guy is taking the money and going to Vegas to place bets for him, which would be a legal bet?
I think Major League Baseball, if that's how it went down, Major League Baseball would still find a way to get him for that.
Yeah, they opened up an investigation. I'm surprised they even bothered because I don't think they want to know.
Unless they already know. Either way, because it's don't ever ask. What do people say? Like, don't ask a question you don't know the answer to.
Don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. And don't ask a question you don't want the answer to.
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
They may already have the answer, good or bad, they just know this is already established. And so we've got a
couple things here with this.
What was your sense of the Ohtani press conference, by the way? Did you come away believing him anymore or less?
I didn't. Absolutely not. I came away thinking with nothing. Like, he offered nothing. I didn't gain an extra opinion or reduce one.
Confirmation, nothing.
No confirmation.
No change at all?
No, because there's still two questions that I need to know the answers to. One is, how did Ippei Mizuhara have access to the account? And two, how did Shohei or his bank or his money manager or his accountant not know that $4 million was gone? Yeah. Now, I know he makes a lot of money. Unless you still know $4 million is gone.
Unless Ippei was somehow involved in his charities or his, managing
Shohei
his
thought
money.
He was paying for something else. But that still doesn't answer the question, is if it was Ippei, how did the bookie give him that line of credit? Because he would not have. He would not give a guy who makes $300,000 to $500,000 a year the ability to run up a $4.5 million tab. And if he did, he's the dumbest bookie ever, or the worst. And if he didn't allow him to, then Ippei would have shown up with a broken thumb somewhere if he didn't pay it off. Unless the bookie knew that Shohei was the money behind it, or it was actually Shohei placed the bets. Now, maybe Shohei was just like, I'll do him a solid. Maybe Ippei fraudulently signed Shohei's name or something, or got him to agree to it with Shohei thinking it was something else for a charity. Or
man, they are very close.
Apparently they're best friends.
Yeah, because he was like, I didn't even realize
your best friends into money.
I didn't even realize this. Like, Ohtani, they used Ippei as his catcher for the home run derby.
Yeah,
and I mean, that's the kind of relationship that they had. But see, now we've got stuff coming out here that he claims he was a graduate of UC Riverside,
which is a lie, apparently.
Which is a lie. And so it also sounds like this guy might just be a professional con artist.
He might be.
Man, it was previously reported that Ippei worked as an interpreter for Hideki Okajima with the Red Sox from 2007 to 2011. However, in March 2024, the Red Sox declared that Mizuhara was never employed by the Boston Red Sox in any capacity. So he's falsified his resume a ton.
He's a liar. This guy's a piece of work, man. This guy is a piece of work. I don't know what's going to happen here. I do know one thing. They'll never be able to prove it, I don't think. They'll never be able to prove it. Brandon Lang says so.
There's no way they can connect Bauer to Ohtani. It's impossible. It's through the interpreter. Because Ohtani doesn't speak English.
He never made the calls. He never made the bets.
He made the bet.
Right.
But you can't prove he made the bet. You can't prove he had a phone call with the bookie. You can't prove. Like that's what they can't prove. So it sets up perfectly for Ohtani to have the interpreter be the fall guy. Now, trust me, when this interpreter goes back to Japan, and unless the Feds decide to prosecute him here, he's going to be very well taken care of. He's the fall guy. Mm-hmm. So when he goes back over there, you're never going to hear another word about this guy. He's not going to be prosecuted over in Japan. He's not going to be whatever. He's just going to skid off into the sunset, slide in another interpreter. Now, will Ohtani stop gambling? Well, when you're down the amount of money that he's down betting soccer, you're a degenerate. Yeah. He's a degenerate. He's a complete and utter degenerate.
Yeah. They'll never prove it. They never will. he's right. He'll never be able to because he never had contact. Probably would never
Unless,
have had contact.
if there's some sort of paper trail, though, that
Could
is
be.
found in an investigation. Could be.
That's interesting. There's Brandon Lang on our sister station out in D.C., the Sports Junkies. Ooh. It's tough. It's tough. You got something on the draft coming up next, the positional data.
Yeah, what exactly is the value of a draft pick, and how does it coincide with the value of a position? And how does that impact your Dallas Cowboys? That's next on 105 Through the Fan. But first, I want to tell you guys about my good...
Here brought to you by Window Nation, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk to KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40 here on Sean and RJ on 105 The Fan.
Hell of a read there, Peyton. What a great job this week by you.
Thank you.
Yes. If only you could speak during the Sean Sharif.
I still can't get over encourage.
It was spelled wrong on my screen.
The show Entourage, Encourage. It's one of the better things you've said all your life. You are a treat, man. You are
I am
a
walking
treat.
YouTube content, man.
Lucius isn't here this week, right? It's Chris?
Yeah, it's
Chris. All right, I got to send that to Chris for a G-bag.
That is phenomenal.
No, please don't.
You're a treat, brother. We love you.
Ryan
we do
probably
love
has
you.
it on YouTube already.
We do. Hey, I mean this genuinely. Look, everybody, I said this while he's out. I'll say it while he's here, whatever. Peyton's very good at his job. He genuinely is really, really good at his job.
Thank you.
He's also the most naturally funny person I know.
Unintentionally, because
unintentionally and intentionally both. He's
not trying to be.
He is. I don't think I laugh harder talking to anybody that I do with Peyton. Peyton cracks me up.
You're the neighbor that, like, the handyman neighbor just just sees you outside, just shakes his head. Oh my god, what are we doing?
This guy's still around.
He walks over. He has to walk over and just give you unsolicited advice. Because I was that guy too.
And he calls you son.
Son. Listen here.
What are you doing here, son?
Yeah.
Son, let me give you a nickel's worth of free advice.
I see
I'm a fun guy.
I see a lot of me in you. I see a lot of me in you there, Peyton. Back when I was 27. I had no idea. No idea what I was doing.
Did you have a mustache too?
I had a goatee.
Oh yeah, I've seen those photos.
I had a goatee then.
Those promo photos, yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunate days. All right, what do we got here?
All right, so Daniel Salib, a NFL blogger, he does some different stuff. He's big into salary cap, research and other things, and he's an NFL blogger. And every year he comes out with the average draft round of the 10 highest paid players at every position in the NFL. And I think you're going to like what this research has to say, RJ Choppy. So this is the highest paid players in 2024 after free agency, and this excludes franchise tags. So if you get the tag slapped on you because somebody just wants to, hold you in place, this is about people who get long-term deals, long-term extensions. And this speaks to the idea that you've had, Chop, that you've got to spend first-round resources on quarterbacks. If you want success, you got to spend a first-round resource on a quarterback, because the average draft round of the 10 highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL is 1.4, and that is the highest of any position group.
So that means they're averaging the 4th overall pick?
No, that means that they're averaging like 1.4. So like there's some of them who are in there like the 2nd or 3rd round. So it comes out to be 1, but it's first round is basically what it averages.
But what's
to
the
be.
point for?
Basically, it just means that like instead of if you have a first round pick and it's basically it would mean that with the 10 highest paid, that means that collectively, cumulatively, their rounds came out to be 14. So that means most of them were first round picks. Maybe there was a 4th rounder in there, and it cumulatively added up to 14. So when you divide it by 10, it comes out to 1.4. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying here? Okay. And so the
not
next,
really, but yeah.
the highest, basically what we're saying here
so
is
1.5 would be 16 because it's halfway through the round.
Right. So there's only 3 positions that the 10 highest paid players at the position average being picked in the first round.
Okay.
Quarterback is number 1, and tied at number 2 is edge rusher, which makes sense. Yep. Top picked edge rushers.
And receiver.
This is the one that might throw you off a little bit. No, in fact, we're going to get to that in a second.
The 10 highest paid.
So the 10 highest at their position. So the 10 highest paid quarterbacks, 10 highest paid edge rushers, 10 highest paid wide receivers. What generally did they average as the round they were picked in? And
oh wait, was it linebacker because they have outside linebacker?
Interior defensive lineman. So defensive tackle is a position you don't necessarily want to pay for, or you don't want to use draft resources on. If you want one of the 10 best, you generally are going to have to pick them the first round. So when you look at the 10 best player or the 10 highest paid players at each position, it's quarterback, edge rusher, and defensive tackle are the only ones that on average are picked in the first round when you look at the 10 highest paid. After that, you go behind that.
Ooh.
Left tackle and right tackle average out to be the second round. Then it's offensive guard. Interestingly enough, running back. Because I think, what do you do with running backs generally? You pick them in the first round, you run them ragged, then they get a big deal, and then they fall off, right? Here's where it gets interesting. There is a sharp decline when you get back a little ways. The average draft position of the 10 highest paid receivers in the NFL is the third round.
What?
Yeah. So you can wait on receiver a little bit. It's not like it. And I mean, we think about some of the top receivers who have gone recently, who don't work out. Kevin White, famously, Devontae Parker, who I know you had a story about Devontae Parker where he's gotten to the point where give it to us. What are the Patriots doing?
The Patriots are giving away his jersey for free. Now, they are embracing the out with the old, in with the new, I guess. So they're giving away his jersey. Now, he played 26 games across 2 seasons. He signed a 1-year deal with Philly. So they've got his jersey at the pro shop, and you can go in the pro shop and buy a Devontae Parker jersey for $0. $0.
Can't even get a bowl of chowder for $0.
No, you can't. You can't. Which, by the way,
are they giving away for free so people like burn them? Like, boo, Devontae Parker.
No,
does anybody care about Devontae Parker?
Just get rid of the inventory, I guess.
Yeah, because who's going to want it? Who will buy it? Nobody's going to buy a Devontae Parker jersey normally, you would think.
No, I mean, you probably get one for like $10. Maybe somebody sell it for $5-10. Give it to TJ Maxx, man. They'll sell it.
But when you look at the highest paid receivers in the NFL, so like let's think about who some of them are. Devontae Adams was not a first round pick. Tyreek Hill was not a first round pick. And so generally the highest paid guys, CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, these guys have kind of broken a trend recently of first round receivers who had not like hit the way that you would want. In fact, I think there was a time where it was something like up until 2019, like from 2015 to 2019, the only first round receiver taken who had made a Pro Bowl even was Amari Cooper. That had been it. And so the hit rate on receivers had not been good for quite a long time. But what's interesting here is you go back to the very back, and the average draft position that is on the back end of this scale aggressively, averaging picked in the 4th round, the top 10, the 10 highest paid linebackers are paid, or their average draft position was the 4th round, and the 10 highest paid centers were picked in the 4th round is their average draft position, which is interesting because left tackle, right tackle, guard, those are all clustered together as like, hey, this is where you pick them, this is where they're valuable. Center's a different position. Would that give you any pause? Knowing that, Chop, would that give you any pause in this idea that the Cowboys are looking at now of, well, hey, I mean, let's say we do move Tyler Smith to tackle. We can play TJ Bassett guard. Let's use our first round pick on getting a center. Given what this says here, that the average, like the 10 highest paid centers, the average draft position for was the 4th round. Does that give you any pause to say, well, that sounds like a waste of resources then?
I don't know about that. I think that's just a byproduct of the position being not valued appropriately in the league, just like I think defensive tackle is. I went and looked because you said that's the 3rd. The average draft position of the top 10 paid defensive tackles is 1st.
Mm-hmm.
These are the teams.
You're about to say how bad their team building strategies are.
Chiefs, they win. Vegas doesn't. Baltimore wins. Jets, Titans, Washington, Giants, Indy, San Fran, they win Washington. So 3 teams.
But if those teams in time somebody else was going to, they just went over the top and paid more. But somebody else is going to keep them around top 10 highest paid.
Yeah. So it could be bad teams. I mean, you could have all 10 of them being on bad teams.
Sure.
And that's the point. Bad teams go down that road. The Chiefs could get away with it.
So this says, though, this would say, because I mean, look, you can see on this chart, Chop, first round, quarterback, defensive tackle, edge rusher. There is a massive correlation for receiver and tight end being taken around the 3rd round, and center and linebacker in the 4th round.
I think tight end's an undervalued position. I think it's starting to change a little bit. You know, we saw Pitts at the top 10. We're going to see Bowers. Bowers will be the top 10, right?
You would think. There's some people who feel like he's too short. Some people think he's not big enough, but I mean, he's going in the top 20. He's an incredible. If you want to talk about the best tape I've seen of any player in the draft this year, it's Brock Bowers against Auburn for Georgia. That's I've never seen a tight end just single-handedly take over a game and win it for somebody like Brock Bowers did against Auburn. But this here would say that you can wait a little bit on center, you can wait a little bit on linebacker. So maybe it doesn't even matter that the Cowboys don't have a 4th-round pick, Chop. And you know what also doesn't matter?
Yeah.
That the Cowboys haven't done anything in free agency. They're still a better team today than they were at the end of the season, if you're to believe Mike McCarthy, who talked to Adam Schefter yesterday about the Cowboys' inactivity in free agency.
I'm a big believer in a 2nd and 3rd year jump. We have some young players. We got some guys coming back off of IR that were young players that we're excited about. So we are definitely improving. We're just not part of the free agent market right now.
So is that what Cowboys fans can hang their hat on, the fact that there are guys coming back that are going to be getting better because people keep waiting for the Cowboys to make moves?
Well, I think that, and also there's a lot left. So it's you'll probably have a market right before the draft or post draft, and then you got your June 1st market, and obviously we'll have another draft class. So I have great confidence in our roster.
Big June 1st market. Big June 1st. Love those June 1st players.
Look, the Cowboys had zero interest in paying. They talked about their comfort level of paying $4 million to Zach Moss. But by God, they're going to get in on these high-priced free agents who are June 1 cuts. That'll happen.
Those June 1 cuts, man, you got to have them.
What an awful quote, though. Like, you know how DeMarcus Lawrence probably didn't actually mean we were tired. He was just grasping for some answer to give when he didn't know what to say, right? Mike McCarthy probably didn't mean what he said, but don't say we're definitely improving. There's zero evidence that you're definitely improving at this point, and it just comes off as...
Unless it's addition by subtraction.
It comes off as propaganda that the fans don't want to hear. They do want to... Stephen Jones, to his credit, has given the line of, I understand it's hard for you guys to trust us right now because we haven't come through in the playoffs like we need to. At least have that line of thinking, we're definitely improving. You don't have to defend everything you do. Say we got to get better. Say those things. We need to get better, and we're going to do that. And a big part of that plan is going to be the draft. You just say, hey, look, we just come at it from a different angle. But don't say we're definitely improving. Get out of here with that.
Same as all in. All in, screw the whole thing up. They never said all in. If he said I'm all in on this year's roster, then that's all that matters. That's all he should have said. He never should have said all in and leave it up to us to figure out what all in means.
Jerry said, read my lips, all in.
The KNC masterpiece, KMC, I'm sorry, is coming up next on Sean and RJ with Bobby on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up on that.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Burke tries again, and there's a ball driven deep out into left field. Carter going back. He turns to look, and it is off the wall, the back wall. Home run for Trevor Story. He cleared the front wall, didn't quite make it into the people. For Story, a 2-run blast that gives Boston a 6-1 lead.
Oh, man. It felt good getting baseball back.
You like that score, did you?
I mean, it's spring training. I don't care about the score. When I was telling Bobby, when I used to do updates, like over at ESPN, and it was spring training, I didn't even give the score of spring training games. I just said they played or they won or lost.
Oh.
Some stats. The score doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
They didn't have the internet back then. You had to wait for the paper to print the next day, and so you didn't know what the score was all the time.
Inaccurate. That's not very inaccurate.
Yeah.
Basky, how did it feel to be out there?
Some radio shows still do it like that.
I know.
It was good. It was fun. Got to work with Dave Raymond for the first time for a whole game, and getting ready for Saturday, the first broadcast for Valley Sports Southwest. Because Thursday, if you're ready for Rangers baseball, Thursday's on ESPN.
Yes, Thursday is also right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coverage begins at 6 p.m. on Thursday. It also begins pregame 5:30 on Saturday.
How did Wyatt Langford look?
Bad.
In person, how's it different? You're higher, different setting.
Yeah, he looks a lot smaller from where I'm at this ballpark, if you're looking at surprise. But I thought when he hit the ball to the warning track off of the bat, I thought it was a home run, because when Trevor Story hit his, I thought it was a double in the gap or maybe off the wall, and it carried out. And so I thought, this looks very similar. Now, the tough thing is when you're that far away, you don't get a great idea. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
When you're where you're at calling the game at Globe Life, you're so far away that you don't get a great sense immediately off the bat. So you're like, that looks really good, and then you track the outfielder and see there's certain, I think, especially in surprise, when you're that close, you have a much better idea when the ball's hit off the bat, if it's a homer or not.
We had Sandler on. We were talking about, because if you look at the schedule, they know their first 6 pitching opponents, and the Rangers don't have anybody listed after Nate. Like, nobody listed.
Well, it's interesting today, because I have no clue if this is going to happen, but it said John Gray and Dane Dunning pitching today. But if you pitch today, then you wouldn't be ready for Saturday. Sunday, it matches up perfectly. If you wanted to throw, let's say, 5 innings today, or 6, like Whitlock did.
What if they throw, like...
It could throw 2 innings let's say, Gray throws 2 innings today.
It's a throw day, then? It's same as a throw day?
Well, yeah, you'd be a little bit... Yeah.
Unless you go into Gray on Saturday and say, hey, just give us 80 pitches.
Yeah,
pitch 5, which they probably wouldn't do.
I don't think so. I mean, the good thing is the off day on Friday, even though it's weird, usually they do that just in case you have bad weather on opening day. You can move it to the next day, but it's impossible to have bad weather because of the roof.
They never
open. Yep.
The Rangers really don't play a game where they have to worry about the weather until Detroit. It's like April 15th. They've got a pretty good schedule to start with.
But your bullpen will be well rested on Saturday, I assume. If Evaldi goes, let's just say, I'll just throw out 5 innings. You pitch 4. I hope he does. But you pitch 4 innings out of relief, and then the next day's off. So then everybody who pitched on Thursday, you would assume would be ready on Saturday to pitch. But you're going to use your pen quite a bit. The first 30 games, I've said this, 22 winning opponents. I guess I shouldn't say opponents, but out of your first 30 games through the month of April, your first 30 games, you're playing a team over 500, 22 out of your 30 games.
They have 2 10-game road trips before May 12th. That's stupid. That's stupid.
That sets up good for the end of the season,
guess
though.
so,
Whenever
right?
we get the cavalry in.
The weird thing is, and I know it's always tough with schedule, but you usually want to, in April, like Boston starts off on a 10-game road trip because they're like, look, playing baseball in April up in the Northeast can be
awful. Yeah,
you can be 25 degrees for a game or snowing. And so it's interesting that the Rangers wouldn't have a lot more home games in April and May to get teams out of the weather situation that they're in.
Every team in the South or with a roof should be at home for the first
because you'll
2-3
pretty much
weeks.
be weatherproof.
Yeah, pretty good. Even Atlanta, like you may get rain. Atlanta may get some rain, but it's like it's not.
I heard a lot of
they
folks
make it rain in Atlanta.
Yeah, they do.
What are y'all talking about?
Strip club capital of the world.
I really didn't expect you
Perhaps.
to say it that way.
I guess Vegas would have a good claim for that. Too.
Vegas is a good claim, but I mean, look, those strip clubs, man, they've got good food. Really good food.
What was that drop?
Really good.
I
food.
was in a drop. Corey just said it.
What's coming up with the show, Corey Majors?
Man, I'm really excited about the first one because the Mavs are at it, baby. If they play the Jazz every game for the rest of the year, we got this all
That's
locked
a good
up.
point. Agreed.
What tier do these Rangers pitchers fall into at 10:20 and baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick at 10:40?
What month is it? That's the question with that.
Exactly. Yes, we will kind of dive into that as well. And if Corey puts on glasses, he could have a different look during the show.
If they're sunglasses,
I might need to. My left eyeball is just draining tear. Like it's just one tear after another.
I have pink
over
eye
and
drops.
over.
You need any?
It's not pink eye.
Why does that not surprise me?
So, Chop, unlike you, whenever I have allergy problems, I show up to work. All right.
Sir, listen, sir. If I had just a watery eye and I didn't lose my voice, I had no voice.
Well, I did do a 30-second read, and I could actually get through it.
he practiced to read
I
at
practiced
home,
to read,
and he
and I was
came
like,
in.
well, I just did it, so I better go into work. I feel like Dookie today, though, and it's a little chilly in here. Why do y'all got it so cold?
I don't feel like it is that cold in here right now. It was cold. It was cold this morning.
Are you embarrassed? I need more blankets.
Are you embarrassed?
I need more blankets then. More blankets and less blankets at the same time.
So I'm sure you guys have seen the wild Baltimore bridge video this morning, which we still don't have.
I haven't seen the video.
I've seen the video.
I was driving. I heard about it though.
Ryan, you got to put the video up.
Oh, do we?
Oh,
did
my
anybody
God.
die?
I mean, it's been everywhere. They don't have
We don't
a
know
lot
yet.
of details yet. WTKR News 3 in Virginia is the one that had it up. But
this was like an active bridge that people were driving across.
It happened at 1:30 in the morning in Baltimore. The Francis Scott Key Bridge.
The Osage
where
UC bridge.
Yes, the that's the one.
I have not seen the
really
video. I
light.
heard about it.
No, and it's this thing. So it's this. What was it? Is a shipping container?
So this container ship
right here. Okay, see
from Singapore
bumps into it. And
my
it
God.
lost power twice. It lost
Hey, can
power
you start
twice.
that over?
Yeah, it'll keep
Holy
looping.
crap, dude!
It loses power.
It just
and
looks like
keeps drifting in, and then it just this thing that looked like it was out of a bad episode of 24.
Oh my
24 didn't have
gosh.
many bad episodes, but that looked like it was from a made-for-TV
Now,
disaster film.
yeah.
Didn't look very
Anything
stable.
involving Kim. and
There it
Cooper
is.
was
It
pretty
essentially
bad.
just it looks like it just drifts into it, and it just. I mean, it went.
Oh,
But it did
wow.
so they still don't know how many people are missing.
There were cars on the
So
bridge.
they said
crap.
initial reports say 7 cars, 20 people, 5 construction workers
Good God!
were unaccounted for. Or they were looking for them or something like that. They've already recovered like 2 people.
And that shit just ran into one of
It
the
lost
pillars.
It lost power and
Twice.
just drifted right into the thing.
Oh,
like
It lost power, recovered, and then there was smoke. Lost power again, and then recovered, but it recovered too late
to get out of the way.
And it already kind of started to
I guess
drift.
that ship
Now, there
doesn't
were-
move
there-
very
It's
quickly.
3 football fields
And it
long.
went right into the pillar too.
Right
Like, it went
into it,
right.
yeah.
It didn't go like underneath.
Oh
it just
my
kind of
God.
there were. If you watch the video,
You might not
for the-
have to keep looping it.
if you watch the video for the first like 20 seconds before it runs
Yeah.
in, you do see like they were fortunate. There were a bunch of cars that did clear the
Yeah,
bridge
they
before it
cleared
got up.
that
There were a
last
lot
pillar.
of cars
so they
that
like
cleared.
saw something was.
There was just, I mean, a
guess.
lot of it. No, there were a lot of them that just fortunately had just gone by.
Oh, okay.
Before it
And so
ran
if this
into
would have
it.
happened,
Yeah.
just a little bit. Oh my
But
God!
imagine having no idea. You're just driving along, you can't really see over, and then all of a sudden, it's
how
like,
are you supposed
whoa.
to prepare for
You
that?
can't. There's no preparing for that.
But it synced up. Today's Tuesday, so we do Ask Credit. It also synced up with like the question we had during Ask Credit this morning, which was like, what is no. You don't know which one I'm about to ask. What is the first news story you remember as a kid? I have no clue what you thought I was going to ask.
Baby Jessica?
No.
Challenger.
So Baby Jessica was one we had gotten. Challenger. The first one I remember was Oklahoma
Challenger.
City.
Yeah.
Challenger.
86?
86.
That would
you were older than me.
Mikey,
Like
you remember the
2
first
whole
news story?
Both of those.
Challenger.
I can remember both of
Yeah.
those. They're probably the major ones in my early life.
Yeah, like
Civil
if
War.
the first one I have like a memory
Civil
where like
War.
I actually like I have pictures in my head of Baby Jessica and the Challenger, like pictures in my head. But like the first one I remember like were like I could like detail the account. It's probably the OJ chase. I was 15. Like
I could see that.
You know, where you could detail it.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's just like fleeting memories. I was too in my own world anyway back then to pay attention to anything.
I just remember Baby Jessica was on the news like every night, and your parents would
She the one
watch
that was
the
in the
news.
well? She'd fall in the well?
Yeah. And every day my mom was watching the news, and I was like, oh man, what's the story with this?
You didn't know what it was about. You just remember it existing.
Yeah, and then I would like watch it bits and pieces because I guess I was 5 or 6 probably. I have to check the date on that.
That was back in the in the days where like if there was something, a tragedy that happened, you just like watch the tragedy, you felt sorry for the person. Now it's like, oh, is it real?
Okay,
I still
stage,
feel
is it
sorry
fake?
for those people.
Is it
on
fake?
the
No,
bridge.
but like they were thinking, oh, what happened? This is fake.
Oh,
A lot of
like
times
you don't
I-
have those thoughts anymore. Yeah,
A lot of times I just go, I'll catch up on the made for TV movie because it's gonna happen.
Oh, no.
That was the thing back then was they were like, well, they had
Hallmark,
Baby
there
Jessica
you go.
made for TV movie.
They just had Lifetime. Lifetime just came out as a channel. I had to make a movie about it.
I remember. So OKC is the first one I remember is like a story,
yeah.
like where I just remember.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember the story and I remember when it happened. The one where I remember like details. I remember sitting there watching it unfold was Diana. That was the one that I remember, like when she had crashed in London.
Yeah, I guess
Or wait, she crashed in Paris, didn't
I
she?
don't remember that. I mean, I definitely
remember
know
that
what
well, I
happened with the
guess.
paparazzi chasing her and
Yeah.
stuff. I don't remember that one as vividly as some of the other ones that you
Well, that one happened at
mentioned.
like what 1 a.m. or something, U.S. time. It happened at like a weird hour here.
And I guess I just like all the other things you listed, like obviously Oklahoma City is very close to here. And I guess I wasn't as in tune with like the royals and the monarchy over there. I just heard about it and I knew it was a big deal.
The Gulf War consumed a lot of my time.
A lot of people.
That's an interesting answer.
I feel like there were a lot of nights where I didn't, whatever show I was going to watch, I ended up just watching whatever, like, and just seeing the green lights, you know, flashing, because that was the first time we get to see the night vision stuff.
I became like when I was really young, we had a neighbor that worked over at Public Storage. And when they left those storage units vacated, after a certain amount of time, they got to just claim stuff or whatever else.
yeah.
And so he had brought back a trash bag of like every Cowboys game that was broadcast from like 1990 to like 95 on VHS, and he gave it to me.
Oh, cool.
And so I like watched all those as a kid, and it had a bunch of like whoever it was that recorded like the news reports during the week of like the sports reports. So I had all the background and everything for that. But like I remember just there are a bunch of those games that you watched back then that in the middle of a commercial break of the game, it's like bum 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 bum, and it's like just cut over. And it's like here's it. We got an update. Here's an update on what's going on out here. And so that one was just, I mean, that was embedded everywhere.
Yeah,
I just wanted to hear you do that
downer.
Do the song again.
Dun, 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 dun.
Like that.
And then Peter Jennings at the desk.
Very good. The internet ruined everything. We got it all at the top, and now we're all cynical about it, and it's kind of the way it is. All right.
Some of us more than others.
Does that mean you believe Ohtani, or are you cynical about the? Because I already know how your co-host feels.
I don't. I mean, look. I think that is he betting on the games? I don't know if he's betting on the games.
He thinks Ohtani's AI. He doesn't even think Ohtani's a real person.
I think that
I can see that.
I definitely think it's at minimum. Yeah. At minimum, he helped his buddy out. At worst, I don't think this was wire fraud, or like I don't think he stole the money.
You just said at minimum and then said at worst.
Whatever. Minimum and the worst, I think, is the same thing, right?
In this particular situation, I believe they're the exact opposite.
Oh, okay. Well, at worst, because I usually think minimum is worse. At worst, they
call it worst wage.
At worst, he paid the buddy off. He paid the buddy's debt.
Okay.
At worst.
Okay.
Like he didn't get the money stolen.
All right.
So, can't see Masterpiece next.
If you're a new listener to Sean and RJ, thank you.
Yes, indeedy.
Thanks for joining. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford. Oh, no. And by the way.
Hey, the Rangers play at 1. I'm leaving. Today?
No.
They don't. No. I think they do play at 1, don't they?
You're not doing that today. Probably.
But I want to watch it.
Also,
you can watch it.
For people concerned, Choppy is not really angry.
He seemed furious with you.
Is Sandler coming on at 12:30 for the pregame?
And this isn't the first time. This isn't the first time that you've belittled him like that, Kevin.
Did I belittle him?
How many times, Mike, have you seen Kevin just go in on Choppy?
Did I belittle him?
It's all funny because then Sean's here to protect him a little bit, but he was defenseless today.
I couldn't care less.
Oh, you said it right.
Oh, I did. I tried to say it wrong. See,
my God!
If he corrects you enough, then you'll get it right. So now I say couldn't.
Yes, that is correct.
Because I could care less, I guess. I could start caring even less.
Yes. Every time you say that, though, I'll just go, couldn't. But, hey, I'm protecting you from the fan text where people bring it up all the time.
Oh, they tell me that?
People bring up stuff they don't like about me all the time on the fan text, too.
I wonder what the percentage of the fan texts, what's the percentage of people sending in negative stuff versus positive stuff? And it doesn't have to be positive or negative.
It depends on the day, obviously, and the topic and what happened in a potential interview from the day before. But the most of the time, the fan text is littered with, I mean, there are a lot of compliments. There's a lot of, hey, I appreciate you guys. And then people taking part in the conversation. I do catch this a lot of times now, though, and that is the people that are catching up to the show. Like maybe they're an hour or two behind, and they're texting into something that we did a while ago. But I will say the Twitch room's still the most fun. Those guys do a great job. The YouTube room is a little different. It's kind of hit or miss depending on the day. But the Twitch room is an absolute blast. Great people over there. We really appreciate everything that they do.
To your other point, though, it is weird when you get called a dumbass from like 3 hours in the past. You're like, hold on.
What happened? What
happened at 10 o'clock?
Yeah, every once in a while, Reggie will send me a text, and I'm like, I have no clue what you're talking about, man. He's like, this is from two segments ago. My bad.
From the 817, will Kevin bring up Monday Night Raw today? It was an epic show. That ending to that show, Alec, it just shut up and take my money. You know what I'm saying?
It was so good, man. I'm so invested again. This is good.
The Rock's back?
Yeah.
What did he do?
He busted open Cody Rhodes and had a weight belt that said Mama Rhodes and wiped his blood on it. And it's like, I'll make sure to get it to her.
Is the California King guy with the big thighs still doing something?
LA Knight, he's around. He has a match.
Yeah.
Who is your current favorite wrestler?
I think it's probably Cody Rhodes.
Really?
Dusty Sun?
Because the American flag?
Does he bring out the 2x4?
No, that is Hacksaw Jim Duggan that does that. That's a totally different person. And no, not because of his neck tattoo, which if he likes it, I just don't know.
You know what would complete it? If they had Lou Albano, is he still alive? And Cyndi Lauper come out.
Singing Time After Time?
No.
Yeah, girls just want to have fun.
That'd be awesome.
Lou Albano died like maybe a while ago, but Cyndi Lauper is still alive, right?
Bring Cindy back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw her do something the other day. Cody Rhodes is cool though. He's been on our show.
Yes,
he's been on our show multiple times.
The American Dream.
He goes by the American Nightmare.
Oh,
so you like that,
Mr. Plastic?
He has come up on our show multiple times, and the first time he came up on our show, he showed up by himself. And just sent me a text, and he goes, "Hey, it's Cody. I'm here." I was like, oh, my God, Cody Rhodes just texted me.
Did you ride up on the elevator with him?
Yes. And
did you kind of geek out just for a second?
I mean, in my mind, no.
Oh, okay.
In reality,
did you give him
probably.
The elevator speech? Did you give him the whole, like,
of course.
Hey, here, nice job,
Of course.
man.
I love a good elevator speech.
And yes, Brandy's been on our show, too. She's fantastic.
Yes, she has. That's why Cody at one point said he has to keep wrestling because of her fancy shoes. Because we saw her shoes, and I go, oh, those are really nice. And Cody goes,
with the spikes all over them.
And Cody goes, yeah. That's why I have to keep wrestling, because apparently they're really expensive.
From the 903, hey guys, I'm 77. It takes me a long time to text. So
fair.
Appreciate that.
Fair.
You probably still have to hit the 3, like you have to hit to get to C. You have to hit it 3 times on the number 2.
I thought that thing would never catch on when you had to be like, it took you forever to send a text message. Hey, we're not talking about that right now, except for the fact that we just did. Let's go to cut number 1, because Corey's right. If you could just play this one team all the time, the Mavericks would be golden.
But Luka able to recover, goes into the spin cycle. PJ Washington, he's hit from both corners. Big threes in the fourth quarter from PJ.
All right, big threes in the fourth quarter in a game in which he was not shooting the ball particularly well from distance before that. We can talk about that. We can talk about the atrocious defense in the first quarter specifically, or the fact that you got another win. When we talk with Daniel Gafford on Friday at RJ Dukes and McKinney, by the way, great card shop, go check him out. He said, everyone always says it's tough to beat the same team twice in a row. And they were able to do it, and it was closer.
And Mike was pretty concerned about that, too. Mike even said, back-to-backs are a little different when you're playing them within like a night. But this kind of a stretch, you thought it would be a little bit better for the Mavericks because maybe a little time to kind of cool down just a little bit, right?
And they're the Jazz.
And they're the Jazz.
You know, it's funny that you say this. Is I saw a stat that in the last 10 games against under 500 teams, they're 10-0. And I know on the surface, you might be like, wow, way to beat up on a bunch of crap teams. But that's the idea, right? Just imagine how big a difference it would be if you would have gone 8-2 in those games. You would be having no dreams about number 5 seed or anything like that. You were pretty locked into the playoffs. You have to beat teams like the Jazz, and you have to beat them consecutively if you're going to have a shot to be in the real playoffs from the jump.
It's the interesting thing we brought up, and I remember this moment early in the year, and I'm not saying to do this, but sit out your guys against Boston. Sit out your guys against Denver. Like, most likely you're going to lose anyways. If they need a night off, don't play them against the best teams. I'm not for that, by the way. I'm not saying I'm for that. But the games against Utah, the games against San Antonio, or, I don't know, another bad team, Washington, play all your guys there. Those are must-win games. Yes. They don't count more points. You don't get an extra win or a win and a half because you beat Boston. It does feel good. Wait a second. Maybe we can compete at the highest level. For sure.
The BCS.
You have that. But if you get to 52-30, and I know the Mavs probably aren't getting to 52 wins this year, but if you get to 52 wins, you have a good chance at a 4 seed or a 3 seed where that first round is home court advantage.
If you get to 52 wins, I think you can take the 4 seed. But I know you're not calling for that.
I'm just saying, like, every season. Yeah. Like, hopefully next year the Mavs have that path where they get to somewhere between 60 and 52 wins, and then you have at least home court advantage in the first round, if not the second.
The first quarter, Kevin, if you want to discuss that for a second, that defense, it really looked like
it's horrendous.
You know how when you get on the treadmill and you're like, I'm going to warm up for 5 minutes? That's what it looked like. They were just like, we're just going to go back and forth. I'm not trying to play lockdown defense. We're just trying to get into our rhythm shooting and all that. Because what was it 41-37 by the end of that first quarter? It looked like they were just like, let's go. And then they started slowly saying, all right, now we'll clamp down a little more and a little more.
And they did. They give up 64 points the rest of the game. If you told me after the end of the first quarter that the Jazz would score 105 points, I'd be like, there's no effing way.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a 140-point game, and I was like, this isn't what the Mavs need to be involved in.
I wanted to play that clip in particular because something that PJ Washington said on Sunday was really interesting, because going into this game, I think 2 for 6 from 3. Yeah, 2 for 6 from 3. He was 25% on shots from beyond the three-point line since he came to the Mavericks. And one of the things he goes, I've never shot like that in my career. I'm seeing so many ins and outs. Like I said before, been here each day, every day working. So I'm not concerned. Just keep shooting the open ones. And one of the things he talked about was working on his footwork. So I know you're not just going to look at one game and be like, all right, 2 for 6. That's better. Here we go. But he did seem cognizant of it. And he said, I'm going to keep shooting the open ones. And I've been working on my footwork to make sure it's still 1-2 go, 1-2 go.
That was a big Carlisle address to all of his guards. Was if you have an open 3, you step into it and you shoot it. Don't be afraid of it. And when guys are afraid, you see Maxey moments where you're just like, and then you pass and you're like, but you got to step into it with confidence.
Caron Butler was the one that he told him, the step back was barely coming into play in 2010, 2011. Obviously, Curry had just barely entered the league. Harden had just barely entered the league. And you started seeing guys at times, very rare back then, start moving backwards to shoot a three. And he was like, Caron, when you are standing still, I remember this, you don't really make your three, but if you step into it, you are a really good three-point shooter, so I want you to really when you're catching this, I need you to step into it. It doesn't mean catch and then step into it. It's like step into it while you're catching and shooting for your release to be quick so the guy doesn't close on you. And with P.J. Washington, I think he can get better in his career. I just don't know how much better he can get this season / in the playoffs. But if you just look at his offensive game last night, and if he gave you 6 of 12 from the field, 2 of 6 from 3, and 16 points, you'd go, I'll take that every playoff game. I don't want any more. I won't even beg and plead for more. Oh, I wish we would have got more from P.J. Washington. I'm like, no. 50% from the field, 33% from 3, right around 16 points. That is a perfect, offensive game from him and what you're hoping for.
Yeah, and I watched most of the game, Kevin, but just look at the box score. This is the formula. Look at the lines for each one of these guys, and about 13 points from Gafford, 5 blocks. Obviously, I'd like that every night. But about
if you can go double digit, 5 and 5, I'll take that every day.
Get about, like Mike said, about 16 out of PJ. Tim, I'm not sure what I'm getting from him, but I don't need a 50-pointer. There's going to be a night where I'm going to have to ask Luka, your matchup, you're going to dominate him. I need a 40-pointer from you.
Yeah.
But right around 29 with a triple-double and see what Kyrie is, where he's in that
What
24.
a high expectation that is. That's totally reasonable.
Yeah, because that's what he does.
Totally reasonable.
So, right in that range, this is the formula for this team. Like we've been discussing, the defensive effort part of it maximizes what the Mavericks can do victory-wise.
It'll be interesting. They scored 115. I'm just looking at stats right now. 28.6% from 3. That's really bad in the NBA now. It should be around 30,
with that.
35% is average. You get to that 40%, and that's a really good game.
Gold, yeah.
So the Mavs, once again, in a good way, it's against a below average team. Sure. You win a game shooting bad again as a team from 3, but this Sacramento series you're about to play, if Sacramento wins one of these games, they hold the tiebreaker the rest of the way. So you'd have to have a better record than them to overseed them come playoff time. And I'm assuming because they're both in Sacramento, you're going to lose one of them. I'm hoping you take another one. So down the stretch, you have that one win, even though you don't hold the tiebreaker, gets you one game better overall than them. But taking on Sacramento and teams like this, it's going to be really tough to beat them if you're shooting 30% from 3.
And by the way, take a look at Houston. My goodness, this is a couple weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, to chop this up as double wins this Sunday and next Sunday. But the Houston Rockets have been on a freaking tear.
Sengun was holding them back, huh? He just needed to get hurt.
That is an odd thing because he's been playing phenomenally.
20 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists. He goes down, and then they go on a 9-game winning streak. It's really weird.
The Mavericks are 1.5-point dogs tonight. ESPN's matchup predictor has them at 52%. But you're right. These next 2 games are hugely important. They just keep an eye on Houston because, like we said, they've been streaking. But if you can figure out a way to win these 2 games, that would be awesome. But tonight's game feels really, really big to continue the momentum that you've got because the Mavericks won 8 of 9. I do believe after the abysmal run there where they had lost 5 of 6 and we're like, holy crap. So just think about the ebbs and flows of this team. 7 straight wins. Then you lose 5 of 6. Now you win 8 of 9. And I realize the competition dictates some of that, but not all of that.
I'm looking at this, Corey, and you haven't picked up in the last 10 games, you haven't picked up anything on New Orleans because they also went 8-2 in their last 10. The Clippers,
they're in a free fall, man.
They're 4-6, obviously dealing with injuries, so you've picked up some games on them. Sacramento, you've only picked up 1 game in the last 10. Phoenix, you've picked up 2 games in the last 10, and you're a half game better than them now. That would be your opponent in the play-in if it ended today. And maybe I shouldn't say this. I'm not too worried about the Lakers. I know they're 3 games back. For some reason, I just think they're going to be the 9 or 10 seed. I could be wrong.
By the way, Phoenix just lost to the Spurs with no Wemby, I believe.
Okay.
That is a rough
And those are the ones you're talking about.
That
Utah
is a rough loss.
is way better than San Antonio, but these are the games you have to win to make sure you stay out of either play-in or fall into you're on the road in the play-in.
The one loss in this 9-game stretch to Oklahoma City on a Luka-less night, if you will.
That's true.
And the one common denominator in all of these wins, Kevin, except for the Pistons game.
Okay.
Which was a weird game in this stretch. Nobody's scoring 110. Nobody's scoring 100. Nobody's scoring 110. There are 3 games you have in this stretch where they didn't even score 100.
That's
so
the key.
That one Pistons game, the Mavs score 142, 124. They're like, hey, it's a track meet tonight. Good luck. Let's have some fun. But that defensive effort on their side is like, look, this is what playoff basketball is going to look like, is low scores. Got to make sure we have good defensive effort.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what tier do these Rangers pitchers fall into, and will any of these milestones be reached this season? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Kevin, I love what you're talking about with tiers, because when you're in your 20s, guys, you're probably feeling like, man,
By Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. What tier do these Rangers pitchers fall into, and will any of these milestones be reached during the season? Sorry, I said that word weird. Let's start with the Rangers pitchers. This actually came out last week. We didn't get an opportunity to chop it up. Who is the best active pitcher on the Texas Rangers?
Evaldi.
Correct. Well, I mean, that's what I think. I feel like we would all agree on that. I don't have like an objective way to look at that. So the Athletic had put out.
Do you agree, Mike, that Evaldi is?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is the correct answer.
Let me ask you this: who's number 2?
Now, I'm glad that you said that. What an excellent follow-up question.
Who's number 3?
Ooh.
Well, we have to answer number 2 first.
Good point.
That is a good
Bad
point.
follow-up question. My bad.
So the Athletic put out their list of the top 50 pitchers. Do you think Nathan Eovaldi is a top 50 pitcher?
I will say yes, because he barely make the top 100 right now. So if I believe there's more position players than pitchers on the top 100 right now. So at least MLB.com has Eovaldi as a top 50 pitcher in the game.
The Athletic have him at number 35 overall in Tier 4. Tier 4 are the number 2s and 3s. Those with lower ceilings but still elevated floors. It should be noted that these guys are still awesome at baseball. And that's your best pitcher right now. But the interesting part about it is, as you probably could have guessed, they projected all these people out when healthy. Scherzer is 28 and Max DeGrom is number 5. And that...
Wait.
It's Jacob DeGrom. It's okay.
Thank you.
Did I say Max DeGrom?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I was like,
you said 5?
I should have stuck with Scherzer is 28.
Okay.
DeGrom is number 5.
Well, when he is healthy, he might be number 1. Like Jacob DeGrom is that talented whenever he is healthy. It's just that health part.
And this is the thing where I might be a chump. If you told me right now, would you rather have Nate Eovaldi or Jacob DeGrom? I'm taking Eovaldi because I think he can just go way more often. And
for one game.
Well, for one game, if they were both healthy, I would take DeGrom. But I look at it right now, and that's not what you need, right? You need pitchers for the Rangers that can go.
Yeah, you got to make it through a season, but then you also have to make it through the playoffs.
I don't like saying this. We don't know if Jacob DeGrom's going to come back the same.
I think that's fair.
I would love to say, I know Jacob DeGrom is coming back and he is going to look like, I'm forgetting what year he won all the Cy Youngs, but he's going to look like 2017 Jacob DeGrom. Like, I don't know that this is going to be tough at his age with the second surgery. And we heard that it's a little bit of a different surgery. It's not the Tommy John surgery. They think that it's going to be better, and that I'm not saying that Jacob DeGrom is the test patient for this surgery. I don't know how many people have had this new surgery that Meister's given. But I was watching last night Danny Duffy. Danny Duffy used to be a really good pitcher for the Kansas City Royals. And in 2021, if I have my year right, he got hurt. And he still throws hard and he still has good stuff, but he doesn't have the command he used to have. He's still trying to find the command that he had before the surgery. And that's the one thing about DeGrom that we won't know until he pitches. And I think the Rangers are optimistic he's going to pitch at the end of this year, but I'm looking at...
It sounds like they think that.
Walker Buehler, who's younger, first ever surgery, timeline about the same. He didn't pitch last year. And now, from what I understand, he's going to miss the first month of this year for the Dodgers just to make sure, because everything isn't perfect with his rehab so far. I think he's dealing with like a ab strain or something like that, but you just don't know coming back from that injury and then redoing a lot of things how it's going to happen. So I would take Eovaldi. Even in right now, August or September, I would have to see Jacob DeGrom throw 3 games minimum to feel confident I know that he's back to that guy.
And the newest addition, I know you'll like this, Corey, Michael Lorenzen has talked about free agency snubs being one of his motivations for this year. He made the All-Star team, threw a no-hitter. We've talked about the struggles that he had at the end of the season, and they were mighty. But he ended up getting a last-minute one-year deal in which he won't make as much as he did last year. He got asked about the size of the chip on his shoulder, and he said, maybe the size of Texas.
Texas is big.
That's true. And
it's a bigger chip than that tattoo Anthony Brown got.
That's a good point.
Texas is just one big America.
That's
a small America?
Yeah.
Don't worry about the way I said it. It's right.
And then he was asked, do you have a grudge against anyone in particular? And he said, everyone. So not to say that always translates, but you talk about a contract year. This is a redo contract year for Lorenzen, and he sounds angry and motivated. I'm not arguing that he wasn't motivated before, because I'm sure you go into every single start, at bat, etc. very motivated.
I know we're talking about Lorenzen, but somebody texted this in, and I don't know if I agree. From the 214, DeGrom is one of the worst signings in Rangers history.
Agreed.
I don't agree with that, because I think when they did that, they signaled to the rest of the players that they're going to try to get the best, and they're going to do everything they can to ensure that they add good talent to this team. They went and got the best pitcher in baseball and said, we're going to run with him.
My issue is they spent $500 million the year before doing that same thing with position players, though.
Yeah, but they never had pitching. And they need to develop pitching.
Yeah.
That's absolutely the problem there. But they never did get pitching. So they said, well, let's go get the best.
I hope he comes back, absolutely. But if he doesn't, this will go down as an all-time terrible baseball sign.
The year that they signed him, they won the World Series. I will never let it go down as an all-time bad signing.
You don't have to.
The reason because they signed him, they won the World Series.
Hey, if that's the case,
we'll never know the answer to that question either.
That's true. I cannot prove or disprove that. And I hope he comes back, and I hope he's great. And look, I hope we don't see him at all until September, and he shows up, and they're like, ooh, he's looking kind of good. And then by the time you hit October, you're like, holy crap, he's amazing.
That's the dream.
Yes.
That you have that same kind of stretch that you had with Evaldi, where when he comes back, you're like, okay, and bam, he's ready to go.
You want to go through some baseball records? Will they be reached this year? And if you think so, what kind of money could I get you?
Every record will be broken this year.
Okay. Well, can we start with specific ones? What do you think is the record, and maybe you know all these, for most saves in a single regular season?
Is it Bobby Thigpen?
49.
No, it's in the 50s.
68.
I have no clue. Who is it? It used to be Bobby Thigpen a long time ago.
That is true. 62 from Francisco Rodriguez in 2008. That feels tough, but if you think it can be done,
he wasn't with the Angels then.
15-1.
Was he Mets? 2008. Why am I? Was he still? Because he came up with the Angels, right?
He did,
and then I just don't know. Like at that point, who he had the record with.
He was still with the Angels. That was his last year with the Angels, and then he bounced over to the Mets.
Okay,
that is correct. Most strikeouts in a season
for a pitcher.
That's Nolan Ryan.
For
right?
a pitcher, yes, not for a hitter.
Okay,
that is a fair question, though.
Is it Nolan or Randy Johnson?
It is Nolan Ryan.
Okay, 3-0 something. 3 million.
Not 3 million. That's too high.
417.
No, it's not 400. He never struck out
383. And by the way, that's the
No, that is not going to get broken.
Non-dead ball era, because I don't know. Knick-knack, paddywhack Johnson threw for 600 in 1748.
You know who had
who did knick-knack, paddywhack?
Yeah.
I gotta look up this guy.
Those are exaggerated dates and names.
Do you know who's second on that list? By the way,
Randy Johnson.
He's third at 372. Sandy Koufax had 382.
If we go look at innings pitched, there's just no way anybody's going to come close to this.
Agreed.
Like 180 innings is like throwing a 300 innings.
Nolan Ryan was fourth at 367. So he had 2 seasons where he had the most strikeouts.
He's amazing.
On the top 5.
If for some reason you decide to take that poor decision of a bet, 25-1, that number's too low. It should be like 500-1.
So it's 383?
Correct.
He threw 326 innings that year.
Wow.
That's double the amount that people throw.
Happen, yeah.
So if you struck out at the pace Nolan Ryan did, you're not even getting 200 strikeouts.
Will any player break the single-season home run record?
Which one?
Of Barry Bonds?
Set by Barry Bonds.
Okay.
For the purposes of this bet, that's what we're going with.
No, and not even close.
73 is a tough number to get to.
That's true.
Aaron Judge got to 62,
and
it's still
amazing.
way short. And that was pretty unbelievable. So no, I don't think 73 will ever be reached. Do I think somebody could hit 60? Sure. I would lean towards Aaron Judge if he stays healthy all year. The other thing too is possibly Shohei, but he has to not pitch.
Yeah.
And this is the year.
25-1 on that. Still, like I said,
but I'm only going with 60.
Feels low.
There's no way you're getting to 70.
The 817, anyone named Patty Whack sounds like an amazing hitter.
Well, he was a pitcher, and I made him up.
There's got to be a Patty Whack out there somewhere.
There has to be Whack as a last name, and if I would name a kid Patty,
just to be like
Nick Patty Whack.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good name. That does sound like
pretty cool.
That sounds like you are going to be good at something.
Yeah.
Giving dogs bones.
That's one.
Could be a golfer.
Yeah. Paddleboarder.
You really whacked that one.
Will any player break the single season hits record held by
Ichiro?
That is correct. You know how many?
Like 231?
260 something?
60.
Jeez, how did he do that?
That's amazing.
No, nobody's doing that. I mean, obviously
only
you have
20-1. That feels too low.
Evan Carter's doing it this year.
Luis Arise is the guy that comes to mind because he doesn't walk. The thing is I'm trying to look at this just to give you an idea.
In his swing the bat.
262 hits. I didn't give up one to him that year. He drew 49 walks.
Job.
I just think that today walks are so valuable. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That guys are like Evan Carter. He's going to draw 80 walks, I assume, this year. So you have to go up there and kind of expand your zone, I think, to get to over 200 hits. I remember talking to somebody about Michael Young and going, do you think Evan Carter can get to 200 hits or have kind of like a Michael Young stretch where that's kind of his norm, is right around 200 home runs? And they said, I don't have it pulled up right now, but Michael Young didn't walk a lot. So Evan Carter would have to expand his zone and stop walking as much as he does to try to get to 200 hits.
I'm just looking at the whole list, Kevin. Ichiro is at number 1 in 2004.
Yep.
He also had 200 hits, 200 plus in 2001. Darren Erstad in 2000. Ichiro in 2007. All the way back. The most recent one between 2007 is Altuve at 2014. So in the year 2000s, not a lot of people get 200 hits. It doesn't happen.
Somebody brought this up, and we might need to have this debate for another day because apparently people have heated thoughts about Jacob deGrom. Don't know if any signing could get worse than the Chan-Ho Park signing. Just keep this in mind.
That didn't get you a championship.
That's true. By the time that Jacob deGrom comes back, the Rangers will have already paid him more money than they paid Chan-Ho Park total. Now,
World Series.
Will any player win the Triple Crown?
Yes.
This is for baseball, not for horse racing.
Miguel Cabrera.
No, this season.
Thank you, Mike.
Miguel Cabrera is not going to win the Triple Crown this season.
2012.
He could.
But this season, he will not.
Evan Carter. Wyatt Langford.
I'll give you 20-1.
Corey Seager actually could.
Ooh.
I think Corey Seager could because he actually hits for average too.
Obviously, the odds say no, but out of some of these, this one seems more realistic than 73 home runs or 260 base hits. Like, this one seems like it could be done by some of the guys you named. So I don't think it will happen, but at least this one seems a little bit more realistic than some of the other ones.
Let me toss out one more for you. Will there be a perfect game this season? 10-1 on your money. That seems like decent odds.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
Do they have to throw 9 innings?
Yeah.
Is it
a combined perfect game?
Ooh, you know what? I do not have. I will seek clarification on that.
If you
I think that counts.
If you're saying will someone or will it happen?
It just says will there be a perfect game?
So that means you can have a combined perfect game, which opens up the odds a little bit because early on in the year, like let's just say this. I hope this happens. Nate Eovaldi has 6 innings of perfect baseball. Now, usually your pitch count won't be super high there, but he's throwing 90 pitches in his first start. Like, I don't want him pitching 3 more innings at 90 pitches in game 1, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, you've done great. You've thrown a perfect game for 6 innings. And I know, like, Evaldi would be like, you let me go out there and see if I can do this. But I don't want Evaldi throwing 125 pitches on opening day to get a perfect game or a no-hitter, and
Agreed.
then it could hurt you down the road. So this opens up the bullpen perfect game.
Yeah, save that perfect game for the World Series, bro.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. From the 469, I'm on a delivery route right now. As y'all finish talking about the chip on Lorenzen's shoulder, I turned on to Chip Street, and I think that is wild.
It's not a coincidence.
That is amazing.
It's all connected.
Oh.
All connected.
Matrix. I get what you're saying.
Oh, I don't know about that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
More things to be excited about on opening day, and is it really going to be Seager and this guy batting second and third? Next.
You can hear Kevin, Corey,
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Fancy Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. I know we got to get to the lineup. I know we got to get to baseball nuggets, but I got some big news about tomorrow, boys. Big news!
Tell me.
We're giving away 4 packs of 100 level tickets to see the Rangers play the Astros.
In the first series against the Astros?
Correct. We're going to be giving away tickets for the April 5th game, 6th game, 7th game, and 8th game in the 7 o'clock hour, kicking off our show in the 10 a.m. hour, 1 p.m., and then G-Bag's going to have it at 4 o'clock. Tomorrow, each one of those are going to be 4-pack, 100-level ticket giveaways for Rangers Astros. Now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I just really hope that the environment changes a little bit from the Astros regular season games last year. And I would say it was 60-40 Ranger fans there, and I'm hoping it's more 75-25. I get it. Plenty of people have moved from Houston to here. And there's plenty of people that have moved from here to Houston that are Ranger fans. And it feels like at Astro games, let's take out the playoffs, but it feels like in Houston, it's 80 to 90% Astro fans and 10 to 20% Ranger fans.
Best case scenario here, do you think it's 60-40?
I feel like it's around, 60-40 Ranger fans to Astro fans recently. But the Astros have had a run. The Rangers were a team under 500 for that whole time. And I'm hoping that the Astros haven't flipped to a rebuilding team or not making the playoffs, but I'm hoping that there's a little bit of a flip here, that when the Astros are here in the regular season, you can really feel, hey, the Astros have their fans. I get it. But you can really tell that there's way more Ranger fans than Astro fans. Okay, Corey, I want to go over this. I want to go over the lineup today. Talking to Bochy yesterday, I really think that yesterday and today he's giving us good hints on what his opening day or his lineup throughout the season could be.
Just understand, Heim is not in this lineup.
Right.
All right. So I don't know if that changes, but it kind of sounds like it would be consistent. Simeon's 1, Seager 2, Evan Carter 3, Adolis 4, Josh Young 5, and Kevin, different from yesterday with the Kennedy Landry's, Wyatt Langford is hitting 6.
Okay.
Jared Walsh then slides in at first base.
It's looking good for him, too.
7, Andrew Kinzer at 8, and then Leote at 9. And that's what it looks like right now. And yes, Wyatt Langford's playing left field. Adolis is your DH tonight.
Okay, so I do think that
with
this
Evan
is
Carter and right.
This is getting really close to what we're going to see. Obviously, Jonah Heim's going to play 70% of the games.
Sure.
2/3 of them. You got to make sure you rest them. But I'm wondering this. Is Evan Carter going to bat third no matter what? Because I thought Jared Sandler did a great job in spring training on saying why Corey Seager should stay at second, why Simeon should stay batting first over Evan Carter, and then why Evan Carter should be away from Seager, is that it makes it a lot more difficult for a manager to say, I'm bringing in the lefty to face Seager and Carter. Well, you can't if you have 2 righties in between those guys. Then there's maybe he does face both of them, but he's facing both of them if there's at least one guy on base.
I don't think it's going to be no matter what, but I do think he's going to get a lengthy crack at number 3, if that makes sense. I don't know if that means
to prove that he can hit lefties as well.
I don't know if that means a month. Honestly, it could depend wildly on how he starts.
Do you know who's pitching for Boston tonight? Is it a right-handed pitcher? I guess that's like, I don't know if it matters. It sounds like this is a dress rehearsal,
Yeah, and that's the thing is your first game is against a lefty. And then I think you face Hendricks, who's a righty. He's a fastball changeup guy. So I understand if you wanted to bat Carter third, but then what if they bring in a tough lefty in the 7th inning because coming up is Seager, Carter, Garcia?
Yeah, that's tough.
Well, I mean, now that puts you in a little bit of an unfavorable position with your somewhat 3 best hitters up.
By the way, Jordan Hicks in that 3rd game Wicks, also a left-handed pitcher.
And maybe that's intentional. I don't know how
are Seager's
intentional.
splits much different
Yes.
Against lefties.
But it's like an 880 OPS against lefties and like a 1 OPS against righties.
So it's still pretty good.
So there's a difference. There's like 100-point difference.
Yeah.
He's still really good. But there is a drop-off from elite Hall of Famer to just all-star.
And I do wonder too, Mike, because this is something I haven't seen every swing that Evan Carter's taken this spring training.
Right.
He did say that was a focus of his in the offseason. And I do wonder if Boch and whoever and Tim Hires have looked and been watching him and said, look, he looks good against lefties. We feel pretty comfortable there. That could be something that could stand out there. But I think it's interesting just for today's lineup, having Adolis at DH. After watching him throw last night, that one, he got that ball out in right field. Was it Devers that hit it?
Yeah.
And then he just launches it, and he might be, I don't know if it was you or Dave that said it, he might be the most accurate outfield thrower I've seen.
I'll take credit for some things. I actually did say that. It's just amazing to me. I played with a guy, nobody's going to remember him, Kareem Garcia, who is left-handed.
I don't remember him.
And he had a really good arm, but he was just so accurate. I would say Adolis has a better arm than Kareem Garcia, but Kareem Garcia was the most accurate arm I ever played with from an outfielder. It didn't mean he had the strongest arm. He had a strong arm, but it was just so accurate. But Garcia has both.
Yeah.
And so when there's 2 outs, I understand challenging Garcia because it's, hey, there's 2 outs. What's the likelihood we're going to get another hit? You know, there's a lot of things that go into it, but I think a lot of teams are just like, screw it. Just let's hope that we get a sac fly or a ground ball or a base hit or something that scores the runner from third, because what's the point in challenging a guy that has proven over and over again he's going to have a cannon for an arm and it's going to be on line almost every time?
Yeah, so and that's why I just don't foresee a lot of big games where Adolis isn't in the outfield and you have your 2 young guys on the corner.
I think this. Obviously, we know Langford's going to DH some. Garcia is probably going to DH a little bit. I don't know if Carter is going to DH at all.
Not, yeah.
But we know that they've already said Seager will DH a little bit here and there to try to keep him off his feet.
I think it is going to be a little bit that he DHs.
Yeah.
It's a good problem.
For sure.
And then Jared Walsh / Nate Lowe / Ezekiel Duran will DH every once in a while. Obviously, I'm naming all 3 first basemen. They're not all going to be on the team at the same time. But
not Justin Foscue.
Not Justin Foscue. He did get sent down. I just look at this and go, it's going to be interesting because he's going to, I don't think there's going to be any time, maybe I'm wrong, I don't think there's going to be any time that a DH DHs 3 games in a row.
I agree.
I don't think a DH, whoever is DHing, let's just say Thursday.
Injuries, maybe injuries could put you in that situation.
Right, where you're just, but I think for the most part, a guy could DH back-to-back games. I don't think we're ever going to see a guy DH 3 games in a row on this Ranger team, which is, it's a little bit different. And maybe the game is changing a little bit that all 30 teams have a DH now instead of 15 teams have a DH. But it seems like, and Dave Raymond did make this point yesterday, is that teams are not really going towards the, hey, let's just David Ortiz a guy for a decade.
Yeah.
And maybe that does happen. I'll give you 2 examples of guys that this could happen to sooner than later. Rafael Devers at third base could become somewhat of a permanent DH because they have a kid, Tristan Casas, who's a really nice first baseman who looks like he could, hit 30-plus home runs. And then Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I would say those are 2 guys that are still in their 20s that could see the last decade of their career just be a DH for a long time. But I think a lot of teams are looking at this, not the Texas Rangers, but are going, hey, should we just have a permanent DH, or can we have this as a rotating position to have guys still get 4 at-bats but not have to be in the field and help their health?
Look, if you can juggle it,
I like the way you put it, Corey. Is a good problem to have is you're not juggling from the perspective of how are we going to make this work in a negative connotation. You're like, how the hell are we going to get everybody at bats? Because Bochy says all the time, his bat has let us know he needs to be in the line.
Yeah, so
we need to figure it out.
So I think like Leote won't DH. I don't think Jonah Heim will DH just because when he has the day off, you kind of need him to have the day off.
Fair.
But I think a lot of guys, I don't know if Josh Young will, just because I guess Duran or Josh Smith can pop over there, but I do think the majority of guys, when we see this 9-man lineup on day 1 and then day 2 will be a little different because of righty pitcher, I think a lot of guys are going to have DH days this year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, that professional sports leagues just bring this gambling problem upon themselves. Let's talk about it next and hear from Pete Rose on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're getting ready for opening day. 2 days away. Tomorrow, we talked about it. Amazing opportunities to win tickets to Rangers, Astros. Those giveaways will be happening in the 7 a.m. hour, 10 a.m. hour, 1 p.m., and 4 p.m. Every single one of those giveaways is for a 4-pack of 100 level tickets for Rangers, Astros. Now, to go along with that, what are we conjuring up for opening day?
We're going to be at Rally House tomorrow. Is that what you said?
That is true. That is true.
In Mansfield.
We're going to be at Rally House in Mansfield on opening day.
Conjuring it up there? You said conjuring? You said conjuring?
I did conjuring up.
What does that mean? I know that word.
Day.
What would be
like putting together, creating?
Okay.
I know, like you think
like
of
a
it as
witch.
The witch.
Yeah, it does sound like I got
in
a cauldron.
Yeah.
Okay.
It also drains spaghetti water.
Yeah, and some
that's a colander, I believe.
Some
is what that
wolfsbane and
reference
chicken
was.
claw.
Not that. I guess we could work that in on Thursday if you guys really wanted. We're all going to be here. Derek Holland is going to be in studio with us all show long. Jared Sandler, before he goes to the ballpark, he's going to be in studio. Cole Hamels wants to hang out on the show for an hour. So we're going to have all kinds of stuff for you. But Corey is right. That's Thursday. Tomorrow, we'll be at Rally House in Mansfield, and those giveaways for those Rangers tickets will be happening. It's going to be sweet.
Yeah, we got a big week ahead of us, man. This is awesome. It's only Tuesday.
Well, this is still a big
only Tuesday.
I'm sorry, Mike. And I'm sorry, Corey, because you said that was one of the first things you said when you came in. You go, it's only Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm a little, this allergy stuff's kicking my butt, bro.
All right. I got something that will cheer you up.
Thanks, man.
Let's talk about gambling.
Okay.
Cut number.
You don't like gambling?
No, I don't. But you do,
like,
Mike.
You'll
You're a
like
gambler.
this cut. You will like this cut. Let's go to cut number 8. And Pete Rose giving his thoughts about what's going on with Ohtani.
Hey guys, Matt Thrash here, enjoying some March Madness with my great friend Pete Rose. And we were talking about the current goings on in baseball right now, and Pete wanted to mention something.
Well, back in the 70s and 80s, I wish I'd have had an interpreter. I'd be scot-free.
Whew!
Dang, dude.
But what does he have to lose at this point? But
nothing.
I believe the tweet was from Frankie's Too Loud, if you want to follow him on Twitter. And this really encapsulates why a lot of people have questions or maybe doubts about this situation. So the story is Ohtani had zero knowledge, never participated with his best friend who he's with like 24/7, 365, never noticed his translator sweating out millions upon millions of dollars of bets for money that he doesn't have while they were alone in the hotels, always together. LOL. Okay. And I think that's where the doubt from some people comes from. And we could talk about this specifically, but I also want to go back to the meme that you pointed out that took over the weekend. Is you go back to a show and it was like, welcome back to the DraftKings ESPN studios right now on the BetQL hotline. It is so-and-so. How could this Ohtani situation have happened? And so that begs the question whether it goes back to Ridley.
Right now, just for what channel is this on?
Bally.
It's on Bally's?
I believe so.
They're giving you the odds on who to bet for the RBI leaders for your, like right now, there's a whole show on right now for MLB, who you should bet on, what these experts say are the best odds, your sleeper pick. This is...
Teams are sponsored by casinos. There's elements of that in newer stadiums.
Shohei Ohtani plus 1,300 to win the RBI title this year.
You like that bet, don't you?
I do.
Did professional sports leagues just bring this all upon themselves? Because you've got the Ohtani deal, so that's Major League Baseball. We've talked about Calvin Ridley in the past.
Plus other players, too, that weren't as
absolutely
egregious,
There
I
were
guess.
suspensions left and right, though. And then we can go to the NBA immediately and Jonte Porter if you want, or we can get back to it because this looks pretty bad for the NBA as well. You want to go to Jonte Porter?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Have you heard the accusations leveled against Porter?
No, give them to me.
He was removed. He plays for the Raptors. He was removed prior to their last game for, quote, an investigation. Here are the facts as we know them. This doesn't have to mean anything, but it doesn't look great. January 26th against the Clippers, there was increased betting interest on the under for Jonte Porter prop bets. For the night, 5.5 points, 4.5 rebounds, 1.5 assists. There was also an over-under on his made three-pointers, which was half. Okay? Porter played 4 minutes before leaving the game. He said he re-aggravated an eye injury he had suffered 4 days later. Didn't score, had 3 rebounds, 1 assist, didn't take a single three-pointer, meaning the under hit on all those bets. You might be like, coincidence. Fair enough. However, the next day, as part of a daily report that DraftKings sends out to their users, it was reported that Porter's under on the three-pointers was the biggest money winner for bettors of any NBA player prop that evening. So Jonte Porter, his over-under three-pointers was the number one prop bet, my ass. Then 2 days later, he scored 12 points with 7 rebounds and 3 assists. Then I take you.
Was it also, I know you're doing something else, but now I'm hit. Was it the Alabama? I'm sorry if I'm getting the school wrong, that their coach got fired because he was placing bets
with
like 100
baseball, right?
Yeah, with college baseball. And
his guy was.
It might not have been Alabama. I'm sorry.
No, it was.
Okay.
And his guy was placing bets in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah.
And so think about this. One more game for Porter. Now we go to March 20th against the Kings. Porter played 3 minutes before leaving the game because of what the Raptors said was an illness. So he made sure, well, the theory is, because I don't know, he made sure to go into the game so the bet's live. Because if he doesn't play, think about it.
Okay.
In this one, he re-aggravated an injury and then he was fine 2 days later. In this one, he made sure to play 3 minutes, got into the game, and then said he didn't feel good. He did not score, attempted and missed 1 shot, and had 2 rebounds. Sports books that night, over under points, 7.5. Rebounds, 5.5. Once again, the DraftKings reports, Porter's prop bets were the number one moneymaker from the night before.
The 682, who the F bets on that guy? That's why it was flagged immediately.
For sure.
LeBron, if his under hits, nobody's worried about that at all.
But you also can't get to that guy, right?
Yeah.
One would assume.
Yeah. But with this guy, you're like, ooh, there you go.
So on hooptype.com, I wanted to look this up. They're pretty good with salaries. He's
410?
Yeah, $411,794 is what they have him at, and that's a 2-way contract. So that means he's not making that much money because when he gets sent down, it's less money. It's kind of like a guy going up and down from the majors to the minors. Believe me, there's people that say, you made that much money playing baseball. I'm like, if I would have been in the big leagues all year, that is correct from Baseball Reference. I didn't play in the big leagues all year, so I only saw a third of that money that you see there reported on what I made that year. And so
if somebody swoops in and is like, I got $50K for you here, I got $50K for you, I don't know the reported numbers. All I know is DraftKings, pretty big operation, said this was the number one moneymaker.
It's so stupid when you think about it. He's only thinking about the short term now. I don't know how much debt he's in. I don't know family issues. I don't know any of that. But if he's caught, this Porter guy, he can't go overseas and play, I bet. I bet those teams are going to we cannot have a person that looks like he fixes games for money.
By the way, this is Michael Porter Jr.'s brother, I believe.
Wow, from Missouri?
Yes.
Okay. And then his brother's making $25 million, $30 million a year. He's a great salary. It's just, why would you risk, I need money right now, so I'm going to sit out, I'm going to do what he did, when even if I don't stay in NBA for a long time, I can go overseas and make $100,000 to $1 million a year.
Can I devil's advocate this for you? I agree, and I'm not saying this is my position, but if you're in the player spot, do you think you look at it and say, oh man, I'm going to play at the Caesars Sportsbook Arena, or I'm watching my highlights on the DraftKings show, or all this and that? It feels like everybody else is making money off of gambling. Why can't I get a piece?
I mean, Tony Romo's fantasy football thing.
I remember that got canceled.
Yeah, it was because they were going to do it in a casino. And they're like, well, you can't go in the casino.
So I hear what you're saying.
Just devil's advocate.
It can't be about your team. It just can't. I'm not saying that you're okay to bet on your brother Michael Porter Jr. going over under. That's not good either, because obviously you have inside information on how Michael Porter Jr. is feeling, the game plan possibly. Michael Porter Jr. could say, man, they're highlighting me tonight. Jokic said, you're going to be our main weapon tonight. I'm going to feed you the ball. Like, that gets into inside trading, inside knowledge. I don't have an issue with this, but this is only me. It doesn't mean if he wanted to bet, I don't know, on the Toronto Argonauts Canadian football game, I don't care. He has there's almost no way. He might have a buddy on the team and they hang out, but fine, whatever. That's information a lot of people can find out. But I just have an issue if you're really betting on the sport that you're playing in, because you really do have knowledge with scouting reports on favorable matchups, unfavorable matchups. We're trying to think right now with the Mavericks. Hey, who's the favorable matchup if you meet them in the first round versus the unfavorable? You know who's going to know that really well? All the scouts who are watching all these teams play versus the team that they have and what gives them major issues. But if you're betting another sport, I'm not that opposed to that. If Ohtani was betting on NFL and soccer, and that's what he was doing this with, if he was the one betting, I'm like, it's not the best look.
Yeah.
But it's fine. But if you're betting on the Angels or the Dodgers or something, that's a really bad look.
I do like Vegas and these books, they do have inside information too.
Sure.
That's how they set their line.
I don't dispute that whatsoever.
So it is okay for them to have that information.
Of course.
Because they feed the pockets of government.
Well, I mean, look, I would argue because they're in control, and when you're in control, it doesn't matter what industry it is, you get to set the rules. I think that's BS as well.
I can have information, but you can't.
Keep in mind, I think what Vegas would claim, right, is they're like, hey, we're trying to make sure that legitimately we don't care about the outcome of any game. Like, that is Vegas's ultimate goal, is the cut that they take off the bet would make it that every game is bet evenly, and no matter whatever happens in the history of sports, they automatically make money by being the person that the transaction goes through.
We just got the 10% off of it.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Okay.
That would be their argument, but I understand your point is valid nonetheless.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes inside information is very different whenever you're getting it directly from a player. And this is why we talk about NFL. I'm not gonna bet on another team in the NFL because I know things about them. I have friends there. I have information. That's why the NFL players are not allowed to bet on those games.
And do you think it would make any difference then, because of something that you were just talking about, Mike? Do y'all think, honestly, it would make any difference if the only rule that existed in terms of the gambling, and I'm going to ignore all the state laws for just 1 second, would be you can't bet on your own sport? Because one of the things with the suspensions in the NFL is, remember, some of those guys weren't even betting on their sport, but they were betting at the team facility.
I don't know.
Let's say you erase all those other rules and laws. You just can't bet on your own sport.
Okay. It does seem like most agents are single sport agents. Like Boris, I don't know does he have clients in the NBA?
I don't believe so. There's a company that might have the branches, but then you're specifically in the baseball side of the company or specifically in the football side of the company.
So that's kind of where I still feel like there's ways to get information if I really wanted to. Like if I wanted to call Rich Paul and be like, if I'm one of his clients, I can be like, hey, I want to just talk to LeBron. I want to have a chat with him and see what's going on, see how he's feeling about this.
He's out tonight.
Yeah, he is out against the Bucks. Yeah. But if
that's where we got that info.
Yeah,
but that's where
LeBron.
I feel like still they can get information because of access to those guys. Now that's neither here nor there.
And look, but
I see where you're trying to go with that.
But I think you're onto something, because somebody brought this up, and I think this is totally fair. Yet, isn't this what Congress is arguing about? Inside stock trading and how they should be prevented from doing that? That is another active thing
absolutely.
That is going on. Yes, I will concede. It does seem very unfair that the people who make the rules are allowed to bend their own rules, regardless of what industry you're in, what political party you have. I do think that's really strange that they're like, oh, well,
Let me ask you guys this to end this segment right here. Do you think this is going to get better or worse, that we're going to every 3 months, let's say, or twice a year,
I think it's going to get worse.
Have players get suspended because they're gambling on whatever they're gambling on and not legally.
I think it's going to get worse. They don't want that money to go away, so I think they're going to ease up the rules. I think we're going to get to a place where you can't bet on your sport, but everything else is fair game.
Yeah, I agree.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, all the new food items at Globe Life Field. What is a must get? And is there anything you're staying away from? And just before we get any text, hold on, Alec, because I know how this is going to go. A musket is an old-timey gun. Before we get any of those texts, must get, not musket.
Musket ear.
Next on the Fan.
Thanks to our
Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The new food items. Yes?
For baseball, right?
Yes, at Globe Life Field.
I would like to say something, Kevin, unless you have some breaking news you want to get to first.
I do not.
I was born in East Dallas at Baylor Hospital.
Okay.
Off Gaston Avenue. And I'm pretty sure when I came out of the womb, C-section style, so I guess it was different.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure I came out wearing a Rangers onesie. And
how did it get there?
Every team I played
Did your
on.
mom eat one?
Well, I thought you almost said something else. When he said onesie.
Oh.
And I was like, what?
But I'm pretty sure, like, I was in a Rangers onesie my entire, like, babyhood, all right?
Okay.
And then every team I played on in T-ball, like, we were the Red Hot Rangers. We were some form of the Rangers.
We made you set a hat on fire.
Yeah, well, exactly. I lit a Toronto Blue Jays hat on fire because my kid played for a Blue Jays team. It wasn't his fault, man. That being said, my entire childhood living here in Dallas in DFW all the way up led to the one special moment of winning that World Series last year. I've had 1 year where I boycotted them, but that was A-Rod's fault. But other than that, I've grown up and been a Rangers fan my whole life. You also have been a Rangers fan your whole life.
Not me.
Mike Bassett.
I couldn't stand my father grew up here and became the first ever Dallas-Fort Worth native to play for the Texas Rangers.
You definitely love them.
Hargrove, first ever Texan. Bassick, first ever local product.
Alec Medford, who is from Mansfield, and right now is wearing a
Hey, we're gonna
Peagle
be
hoodie.
there tomorrow.
And he's wearing the gold hat because he likes hats. He has been a Rangers fan his whole life. Actually, the other day he said, I don't think I've ever been this hyped for an opening day in my life. We are this show right here, the North Texas Baseball Show of Record. We're not just the North Texas Baseball Show of Record because we know about baseball. We're the North Texas Baseball Show of Record because we love the Rangers.
Hold on a second. Are you saying I can't just pretend that I like the Rangers for 5 seconds and get in a video?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can't just pretend that you like the Rangers for just a second.
I bet you could.
It's not true.
I bet you could.
I love the Rangers, and I'm very happy we won a World Series. And it made me feel good whenever I saw it happen, too.
You know what else is going to make you feel good? Some of this delicious new food in your belly.
I love foods.
This is from the Rangers press release. We can go across this.
Let's find the person who hates food. They probably didn't survive.
There's got to be
very
somebody out there that, well,
Fair.
Kevin hates most foods.
And yet, I can still eat a lot of it. The Boomstick Triple Play.
What? How's this different?
I saw this, and I will tell you, somebody on the elevator was giving me the report on this, and it looks way different than what was reported to me.
Oh, okay. Is that bad?
No, it's good because I thought it was all stacked on.
It is not.
It is not. It's on a 3 foot long.
2 foot, yes.
2 foot long.
Yes.
Like Sonic. I always call it like Sonic because they have the foot long chili dog.
They're Coney,
but
yeah.
Yeah, so.
This
it's a triple play, but it's only 2 feet.
I thought it was like the way it was described to me. It was stacked on, stacked on, stacked on. I'm like, this is going to get soggy in a hurry.
At least in the pictures that I'm looking at, that is not the way it is. So 2 Nolan Ryan beef patties topped with Rico's nacho cheese, lettuce, tomato, onion, and pickles served on an 8-inch bun. And then there's also a foot-long Texas Chili Company hot dog topped with, well, you probably guessed it, Texas Chili Company chili, Rico's nacho cheese, onions and jalapenos, and a towering helping of Tostitos tortilla chips topped with chili, nacho cheese, onions, and jalapenos. So it's 3
that feeds everybody
separate, and that's a big thing. It is 3 kind of separate entities, but they come in the same carrying case. But to Mike's point, they're not stacked, they're side by side.
That I'm in.
It definitely is for a family of 4. You got it.
Yeah.
You did it. You got the nachos, you got the burger, you got the hot dog. You're good to go.
Everybody in my family likes something different.
Yeah.
Every one of them.
And that feels like, honestly, it's $33, but to feed a family of 4, you'll take that all day.
Yeah, I don't know all the prices out there, but I feel like you're getting a deal. I don't know this, but I feel like if you went and bought nachos, hot dog, loaded, and a cheeseburger, I don't know if you could do that for $33.
$33.
Yeah, I don't think you could.
The Texas tacos are next up, Corey. You can get the Rangers Red Crunchy Taco Shells lined with a flour tortilla. So kind of a cheesy gordita crunch vibe going here.
That's the double-decker taco. Oh, but it's the crispy on the outside, soft on the inside.
Exactly.
That was different. Okay.
It's going to be topped with lettuce, pico de gallo, shredded cheese, and a choice of salsa verde or salsa roja.
So to get that red crunchy taco shell, I don't have to drive 700 miles to get to a Taco Bell or anything.
Just text in real quick. Do you remember that idiotic commercial with that kid and 3 of his friends who said they had to drive 900 miles to a Taco Bell? You're telling me there's not a Taco Bell within 900 miles of you, and also you had to eat Taco Bell so much you had to drive 900 effing miles?
You drove through Nebraska and Montana. Maybe in that area you could.
Man, in some of those boring square states, you're lucky to see another car, let alone an establishment to eat.
But that's going to be rare.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Out of all the places you've driven 400 miles and there is a Del Taco or a Taco Bueno, you're like, nope.
Gotta have Taco Bell.
500 more miles.
And I feel bad because when I watched that commercial, I really hope they stayed with him and they're like, oh, sorry, we're out of that. And I'm like, oh, in your face,
Because it was
kid.
the Doritos Loco Taco.
Oh, that's right.
That's what they were driving that far.
Could have been
for.
out of it.
And I was like, just go to a taco place and get a bag of Doritos.
Can't do it. The Korean pork steamed buns for the low price of $16. You can get the slow-cooked Korean-style pulled pork in a pillowy soft steamed
bao bun.
Bao bun, thank you. Topped with fresh cilantro and unagi sauce and spicy mayo.
I will say I like this just because it's variety.
Yep.
If you're not going
It does seem different.
Obviously, hot dog, nachos, that's very stadium. Popcorn, but this is not stadium-like. And I do like that there's these options to really try something different.
Yes. And I like this next one because this makes a lot of sense to me. The I skipped ahead one. The meatball garlic knot sliders. Classic Italian.
So they're not sliders?
With a K.
Oh, garlic knots.
Correct.
Gotcha.
I saw this.
Classic Italian-style meatballs smothered in marinara sauce and served on buttery garlic knots topped with Parmesan cheese. And these ones they look like they're stacked on top of each other.
They're going to have to lay them down. And I feel like
you're right.
You're eating a garlic knot, then you're eating a meatball. I don't see how you eat it sandwich-like. The picture of it.
I agree with that.
Just do like Homer and just take the whole skewer and just whoop right off of it.
You could. You could. $16. This one is the most appealing to me. I'm not going to say it's the most popular. This one sounds freaking awesome.
The garlic knots?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought I was waiting for you to get to Mr. Hurtado. Because I have had what you're talking about. I have had it.
Oh, okay.
From Mr. Hurtado, Brandon himself.
The Ranchero Chili
Relleno
Dog with 2 W's. It's a chili all-Angus beef hot dog that's split and stuffed with queso Cholula, wrapped first in a roasted banana pepper and then in strips of bacon. It's grilled to perfection, you would hope. Served on a fresh Martin's potato roll with grilled onions. $16.
A plus.
You're going to have to go to the restaurant.
No, I haven't. I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things at Globe Life Park / AmeriQuest / the ballpark in Arlington was when they had that place where you could get the hot dog wrapped in bacon and then add the onions and peppers to it. That was one of my favorite things that they had. And so this is very similar. I like this.
I could see that. Then empanadas. That feels
easy.
Very Texas. I know
Yes.
it doesn't necessarily originate in Texas.
And they're chicken, not beef empanadas, so that's healthier.
That feels like a very popular choice. What is it that's new from Hurtado? I mean, look, we've talked about the dino rib that is incredible.
Is it the Milanese
but they did
taco?
have that last year. Oh, the chicken fried steak ones?
Yeah, so I believe it's chicken fried chicken.
Chicken fried chicken.
So he made this at the...
Oh, he didn't do it with brisket?
he did do it with brisket.
Okay.
So is this brisket or is this?
Let's see.
But I think it's brisket.
Chicken fried brisket. Yes.
Yeah. So I had this. He made this at the stadium. If you got to take his class, and John Gray was there, Sean Sharif was there, and I was there. He showed how to make this, and he shows all the sauces that goes with it and how to fry up a brisket, which I'm sure can be a little bit challenging that you don't dry it out, that it still has, a juice to it and not kind of turns into jerky. It is really good. It is really good. And the flavors on it, the gravy and I'm going to call it like some sort of red kind of spicy
it's an arbol sauce. It's a chili sauce.
It's tasty.
Yeah.
So if you want a little bit different barbecue, this is really that Mexique that he's talking about, which is interesting and very different.
Was there anything that we listed off that immediately you're like, ooh, maybe that could be better? Or are you like, there's good things on here. I don't think any of them will beat that.
My two favorite ones that are listed are the Hurtado's, I'm sorry, whatever you call it, Milanesa. I like that, and I like that hot dog that wrapped in bacon and all the extras.
The dog with
so
2 G's.
The thing
W's
is,
and 2 G's.
The meatball garlic knots, it's interesting to me, but I don't know. It's going to be one of those things you're going to have to take off the skewer, I think, and then just eat separately.
Get a fork out, maybe. You
could do that.
I will add this, though, and I know it's not until the second homestand that it's going to be available.
Whataburger.
You're right.
Salad Master.
No, not Salad Master, Mike.
What if you had, that would be a good way to do the Salad Master deal, is if they had an area where the person makes you food, makes the chicken thighs and all the stuff, then they're like, do you want to buy any of this? And you say, no, but thank you for the free meal. And I got to watch a Ranger game while you did it. That was great.
And you get a Salad Master to take home?
Well, you get the shredded cheese thing's amazing. And you circle it. And then they have a thing. I used to use it with coconut oil and corn. And give you good popcorn. So those are the two things I got for free for having people over for 3 hours to sit through the documentary that they gave us or whatever, info commercial.
Documentary they gave. Did anybody buy anything other than the free stuff?
Maybe one of our friends' moms.
Okay.
But we felt bad afterwards. We're like, if you guys want one of these too, we'll come over to your house and sit through it.
Party. It is the Whataburger is going to be there.
Okay.
And I know Mike loves Whataburger after hearing Mike Bassick Sr. talk about taking Mike after games all the time.
The Grand Prairie Whataburger on the way back from Arlington to Duncanville is where we'd usually always stop.
We're big fans of Whataburger and the tasty food. It's so delicious. And so can't wait to see. I'll go stand in whatever line they have out at Whataburger just to get some Whataburger.
If the Rangers win it all, you think you'll be a fan this year?
Of Whataburger?
No, of the Rangers.
I was already a fan before. Like I was already there.
What if you watch 10? What if I make you watch 10 whole games?
You don't have to make me, Mike. Nobody has to make. I don't have to lose a bet to watch.
If somebody makes you watch 10 games, I'll put you in a video.
Yeah, I don't have to act like I've been keeping score of every game for the last 20 years when I just started it this year either. I'm baseball Corey.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where it's finally here. The new kickoff era has arrived. Next on The Fan.
Opening day 2024 is just around the corner for you.
Is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go!
Okay, since you played that, I'm going to start with how everything is fine for the Cowboys. Everything is fine. Both Mozzie Smith and Luke Schoonmaker underwent shoulder surgery, but should be back, per Mike McCarthy, but should be back for the start of training camp, which is all fine and well. But the thing that is concerning about that is that means your first-round pick from last year, second-round pick from last year, third-round pick from last year are all coming back to training camp off of surgeries, and none of them were particularly effective or played at all last year.
I'm sure all the medicals came back on these guys last year clean, and there was never much concern about these shoulder injuries, Kevin. So you can't predict injuries.
No, I feel like that is not accurate. And even if that's the case, that still makes me nervous that all three of them are coming back.
People get injured. It's a tough sport, man. They'll be all right. I'm sure they'll be there for day one of training camp.
Just remember, I didn't say this, but I've heard other shows here say this. If you don't draft almost perfect on a consistent basis, it's impossible to win the way that this is constructed.
Because you're building based off only draft.
It's only draft.
Yeah?
So if you're only going to do the draft as the way to make your team, then that means you can't. When you miss with Mozzie, you miss with Scooney, and I'm not saying they're complete misses yet. If you miss and you only get one or two good players out of a draft, you have to get 5. Like literally, you have to get 2 Pro Bowlers, 3 other guys that are strong starters throughout their career on their 4 to 5 year deal, and then maybe even one more. It's close to impossible to do on a yearly basis, but that's the way the Jones family has set it up. Their championship will come when they have about 5 to 8 consecutive years of drafting 6 solid players every year. Good luck.
Now the NFL agreed. Now the NFL has changed to the hybrid kickoff rule, which we tried to discuss a couple weeks ago. My first attempt at it went poorly. My follow-up attempt went better. It is now the rule. It was passed 29-3. Now, a couple.
You made this rule up, right? Like, you know how they heard you do that segment last week, and they were like, "Let's just do whatever Kevin said."
It is going to sound like the rantings of a lunatic unless you've already seen it in play, and then you're like, "Okay, I get it."
Yeah.
The 49ers, Raiders, and Packers voted against this, but it did pass 29-3. Here's how it's going to work. And they even, not to confuse things more, they made some tweaks to my suggestions, and that is perfectly acceptable. So under the new hybrid kickoff rule, you will still kick off from the 35. And I know you're already feeling a sign of relief about that.
That's great to know.
Get ready, because a lot of things are going to be different. All right.
You have to run backwards now.
Actually,
and you have no clue where the returner is till he runs past you.
We'll see if that is exactly
Can't block
what
in
happens.
the back, though. That would be a good rule. Like, hey, I mean, how fun would that be if all of a sudden you're just looking, the guy kicks it, and you backpedal. Nobody can block you because it'd be blocking in the back, but once the guy passes you, you have to start chasing him and see if you can get him.
You might think that sounds ridiculous. I'm going to explain this new kickoff rule to you. It might take a second, unless, like I said, you're familiar with some alternative football. My team, I'm kicking off. Everybody, I'm going to be at the 35 all by myself. Everybody else from my team is going to be on the other side of the field at the 40-yard line.
Of course they are.
Everybody from the receiving team is going to be on the other side of the field at the 35-yard line.
Okay.
Although I think you're allowed to drop a couple players back to like the 32-ish, give or take. Then you're going to kick off the ball, which first of all eliminates surprise onside kicks, because if you don't kick the ball to at least the, quote, landing zone, it automatically goes up to the 40. Now, you might already be lost. Try to stay with us.
No, I remember the landing zone part.
The landing zone is from the goal line to the 20-yard line. And you can't start running until the ball crosses into the landing zone. We've talked about that. Or the player catches it and starts to move. If you kick the ball into the end zone, it's a touchback that brings it up to the 30. If you kick the ball short of the landing zone, it's an automatic touchback that goes up to the 40. The idea, I know, it's a lot. The idea here is that you will kick the ball between the goal line and the 20, and there'll be a kickoff return. So you still get kickoff returns, but you don't get the, 50 yards of head of steam to just destroy somebody. So you'll still be able to
like a blocking play.
Yeah. You'll be able to run, but they talked about how high injuries are on kickoffs, and they're hoping to eliminate that.
Kevin, you're doing too much talking about the rules.
Okay.
Right? Here's what we really need to know. Bones Fossil was one of the guys pitching this rule.
True.
So that means we already have a way. We've already figured out a way to the loophole on this thing. Bones Fossil already has 17 or 18 plays drawn up just for this thing specifically, and we're going to be able to use them every game.
I'll figure it out when they do preseason football, and I'll go, what the crap's going on?
and then
I'll figure it out after a few kickoffs. I mean, luckily the Cowboys, they'll be only receiving one of these a game.
And that's because you have to in a game?
Yeah, like you're up
so the only
35-0 at halftime, and they're like, they're kicking off finally to us, and don't rub it in. Let's not return this one the whole way.
Okay.
Let's get whoever, Cooper Rush or Trey Lance, some reps in because we're already winning by 35.
It is interesting that supposedly this is to add more excitement back to the kickoff. But when you consider that if you kick it short, it goes all the way up to the 40. If you kick it into the end zone, it goes up to the 30. That's better field position. And then you also took away the hip drop tackle. It's almost as if the NFL saw scoring dip last year and was like, well, hold on just a damn minute.
We got to score more points.
We got to figure something out. So just don't be shocked when you see the kicker standing there and you're like, oh, where are all his friends? They're 5 yards away from the other team to start the kickoff. But you can't start moving till the ball flies over their head and gets in to the landing zone, or the person catches it.
I want to come up with a better name than the landing zone, though. I feel like we need a
What about a landing
pad,
like
the danger
or like
zone,
a strip?
Yeah,
perhaps
a land
for an airplane. You just did you look like you were landing an airplane.
Yes, with the little like rave things. Don't you think sometimes those guys that do that are like...
I've never done drugs, but if there's one person I could put on drugs just to see what happens, I think it'd be Kevin.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It would be.
I think you'd go insane.
Of interest to me.
I'd be like, this is the most awesome, insane person that I've ever seen in my life, and I hope he doesn't die. Because he is doing things that are just, you're contorting your body in ways, because you are a flexible dude. And I'd be like, this is amazing. He's doing the splits right now for no reason. It's a slow song. It'll be like Celine Dion, and he'll be like just pelvic thrusting at 50 miles an hour.
I don't want any of that to happen. I don't believe.
Well, somebody calls it the drop zone. Somebody said the danger zone.
Oh, yeah. Would you get more on board if every time they fired up the Kenny Loggins going into the kickoff and it was like, and they kicked it off?
Yes.
And they're like, they're going to the danger zone.
They used to play the Miami Vice theme song for the 3-point shootout.
It
could be the Discovery Zone.
Ooh, could have some copyright infringement issues there.
Oh, no.
Copyright.
Is that even around anymore? Discovery Zone's not around anymore.
I
right?
don't know.
Going DZ at Discovery Zone. Oh, he's playing the danger zone.
Loggins, baby.
That's a channel, right? The Discovery Channel?
That's Discovery Channel. Discovery Zone actually does exist still. One in Cincinnati.
It's like in a mall. Is that what we're talking about?
It's like it's like a Chuck E. Cheese without the Chuck E. Cheese part. It's just go crazy and run around and jump around and stuff. No rats.
Isn't it? Oh, that's a mouse. I'm sorry. Chucky's a mouse?
Yes.
Yeah, that's way better than a rat. It's a good idea. Hey, what if we have rodents as our mascot for food product?
From the 469, I want the pelvis drug.
From the 214, Kevin has to do a THC gummy bet payoff. There better be something.
Don't worry, you're just going to go chill on the couch, bro.
Is that what
I'm just
happened?
going to be like, I just want to sit here for the rest of the evening.
You're going to play, you're going to play old clips of me. I'm going to be like, why am I so loud and angry, man? Just
you can hear my voice from across the room.
Does everybody have a voice?
Everybody's voice is
here. What about the people who don't? That's
who made all the roads?
Okay, that is the one stoner question that I stand firm by. All right, look,
people did, right?
I know, but here's my thing, Mike. Well, damn it,
what about
don't
deer?
Mark that.
Oh, the tracks. Yeah,
those are tracks. Those are kind of roads.
So when we build a new road now, or you have to like work on a highway adjustment or whatever, it shuts the whole freaking city down. How did we get all of the highways?
Mm-hmm. Well, there wasn't a whole city.
We
it
had
wasn't the
cities,
same, but it wasn't the same.
I think they're like us reading books. They start it, and they're like, no, you have to finish it before you start a new book. Like, what if I just read 10 pages of this book? And that's what it's like.
That's
good
30,
enough,
right? Like that's is it 35? Yeah, that's 30 over there. That's how they've done
but
that.
you're just pointing off
over
too
there,
wildly on
the way out to
radio.
Arlington.
He pointed to AT&T Stadium.
On the way out to Arlington, it's 30 where you're just like, why haven't they finished it yet? It's been 65 years.
They literally started that before the Super Bowl.
So how did we build all
and not
these
the
roads
Super
across
Bowl
America?
recently in Las Vegas. The Super Bowl in Arlington is when they started that project.
It feels like the only job that used to exist is I'm a road builder.
Yeah.
Oh, are
maybe
you
so.
a doctor? Nope. Road builder.
What'd you
Plumber?
do today?
Nope.
Worked
road
on the
builder.
roads.
By the way,
didn't we learn, was Bochy, was it the mines or the roads?
what's that?
Oh, what he did?
Was he a mine guy or a road
I can't
guy?
remember. We can ask him.
We'll ask him.
Do you want me to
Hey,
ask him how to
I think
do
it was
road?
railroad.
Yes.
Railroad. Thank you, Alex.
We should just get out one day if we have free time and ask
go.
the construction workers, can we help this along at all?
Let's go now.
Yeah, I bet they'll be super pumped about that.
Hey, what can I do? You want me to lift this rebar over here?
What is taking so long? Throw some cement down and
They're
let's
gonna
call it a day.
Then they're going to jackhammer your car. The Patriots, by the way, are upgrading their facilities after they scored poorly in the NFLPA survey. We're the KNC masterpiece. Get it together right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who has the better batting lineup, the Rangers or the Astros? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next on The Fan.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here. It's noon. Welcome to the show. Got me, Kevin Hagel, and Corey Majors. Special intro just for Mike Bassick and Alec Medford. I think only 4 people in the world will, 5 people in the world will appreciate why that intro took place. And
right before Kevin came on air, Mike said exactly what Kevin said.
Don't you like doing that? If you're a listener, don't you like, you know what Kevin's going to say, and it's just fun to say it right before he says it. KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I just added KNC Masterpiece. It's noon.
Just like when we do commercials, Mike, like, he acts like a listener, and he's like, hold on, tell me more about this deal.
I need to know more about this Game Time app.
All right, let me ask you a question, because I just pitched this out to Carter and Alec. What would you think about rejected fan commercials where we take like RJ going, spell it backwards and forwards, it's the same, QC Kinetics?
You're like, that's not
and
even
you're like,
close.
no, that is inaccurate. And then Carter suggested, and then we could compare the finished product with an actual mic ad that went out live over the air. And
Aviators, crisp white t-shirt.
Yeah, I
get a razor. Isn't that what I said? Something like that?
Something like that.
Get a razor. It's for Gillette. Something.
You don't even remember what
it was a long time ago. Guess what? People don't stick with me with commercials for a long time.
The best a man can get.
I sell too much. The problem is they're like, listen, we're
shortage now.
There's a chain. What is it called? The
supply chain.
Supply chain. I ruin the supply chain by selling too much. So if you want me to sponsor you because you have too much stuff, I'll get rid of it. You just have to tell me to say stuff, and then people just buy it. Okay. It's amazing.
Now, with that in mind,
cut that part and then send it to all. That's what we should give to sales.
Yeah,
and they should
sales
just
meeting.
Cut that and send it to people.
Stuff, I'll sell it. Let's go to cut number 6. You're not going to like it, but we need it for the purposes of this segment.
Alvarez hits one high to right field, pretty well struck. Back to the wall and gone. This guy is on a different planet right now. Yordan Alvarez with his 4th home run of the series. His 2nd off Ober, and it's 7-1. My goodness.
Why are you playing Astros highlights? They lost in the ALCS.
Yeah. Wait, against the Twins?
Yeah, dude.
Ober's on the Twins.
Yeah, it's true. That was from the ALDS. All right, so would you... Fine.
Jeez,
wow.
Fine.
Like you don't even respect the team that you grew up watching.
He quietly likes the Astros.
That owns the Silver Boot
mouth,
series.
I do not. Would you prefer cut number 5?
Me?
First offering to Seager is hit high and deep out into left center. Dubon ranging back to the track. He leaps. It's gone into the Houston bullpen. Corey Seager clubs his 2nd home run of the postseason to tie things up at 3.
Now, the reason why I wanted to go over this is MLB.com a few days ago, they put together their top 10 lineups going into the season. Fair to say we all feel as though the Rangers and Astros both have 2 of the top 10 lineups in the
For sure. I think the top 4, you put them in order: Dodgers, Braves, Astros, Rangers. I think those are the 4 best lineups in baseball.
That is actually exactly how MLB.com put it.
That's how I put it too.
Dodgers. There's no
I wasn't
way.
trying to put them in order.
You put the Astros ahead of the Rangers?
Actually, I'm sorry. I didn't hear the order.
Okay.
I said the 2 National League teams and the 2 American League teams.
I was like, there's no way.
He was doing them alphabetically.
That would have been
the Astros be first?
Unless we're going by the last name.
Guys, focus on where
then
we're
it would
going
be
here, all right? Now,
the Rangers first because they are in Arlington. A for Arlington.
Stop it! Dodgers 1, Braves 2, Astros 3. This Carter gave me a note in the break. Get it together. Rangers 4. So my question became, we all accept that these are 2 elite-looking lineups.
Yes.
And I went down what MLB.com had projected as the lineup. But for example, like in this lineup, it goes Simeon, Seager, Langford, Garcia, Carter. So things could change. But I just kind of wanted to go either line for line or team for team between the Astros and the Rangers and get a sense for who really does have the best line.
Well, I'll tell you that I will add this to the conversation, though. Astros admitted last year during the ALCS that they can't hit in their home stadium because they don't like the the way the green or the batter's eye set up. Mauricio Dubon, who was just in that highlight, told A-Rod and Jeter that on TBS. I was watching, I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, we have a problem hitting here because the batter's eye doesn't work for us right now. And I was like, well, how do other people hit there? And I don't know. I have no clue like what the difference is. But so Kevin, if we're saying at their stadium, then no, the Astros don't have a better lineup.
Okay.
Are you going to break them down by like a third, like 1 through 3, 4 through 6, 7 through 9?
And for the purposes of this, I'm going to go off the MLB lineups. If you think we should tweak it along the way, we definitely can. 1 through 3, Altuve, Alvarez, Bregman.
I mean, to be honest, that's awesome.
Versus Simeon, Seager, and Langford.
The only reason that I will edge Houston there is because we haven't seen Wyatt Langford do anything yet.
You.
That's the only reason.
If you would have put Carter there, would you feel any different? See, that's where I'm like,
Carter has 102 major league at bats, including playoffs. Like I'm not. Yeah. This isn't a big edge.
The Astros the edge there.
It's very close. Does Jordan Alvarez usually bat second? I guess you're going off of this. Didn't he bat fourth last year?
Yeah. So you might see some tweaks.
Because I will say this:
here they have Kyle Tucker going forward.
Yeah, in a weird way, if I put Tucker there, it makes them weaker because Alvarez is their best.
But then I think now you're going to see an advantage. Well, though I really want to see where you guys go. 4 through 6, Tucker, Abreu, Diaz for the Astros.
The new catcher. I mean, he's not super new, but he'll be catching.
Who's a good hitter?
Yeah.
For the Rangers, Adolis, Evan Carter, and Josh Young.
I'll take it first.
So this is where I take ours because Abreu, maybe he just had a down year, but he's at the age that it might be close to over.
Yep.
That's the thing that you don't know about Abreu and what he did last year. Is that who he is now because of age? Or did he just have a down year going to a new team and can kind of pop back, maybe not to MVP form, but to a better hitter? But because of that, I will take the Rangers slightly over the Astros. It's very close. This is not a blowout.
Just like I thought 1 through 3 was close. Corey, you seemed more emphatic there in terms of taking 4 through 6 for the Rangers.
It's interesting, Mike, because he did have 15 home runs and 18 home runs in consecutive seasons. Abreu that it did.
Oh, so his last 2 years have been
down
about
there.
The same.
And his batting average, he hit 304 the year before, but he hit 237 last year. So that is different. Yeah, I take this group. Diaz is going to be growing into that spot. I think Evan Carter's still growing into that spot too. But I'll take Adolis over Tucker any day.
All right, 7 through 9, Chas McCormick, Jeremy Pena, and Jake Myers for the Astros versus Lowe, Heim, and Taveras.
That's really close. The thing is I will give the edge to the Rangers, being a little bit homerish, but here's why. Marcus Semien had 100 RBIs last year. It's rare in the history of baseball. Now, in a weird way, it happened 3 times last year. Who are the other best offenses? The Dodgers and the Braves. They also had leadoff hitters who got 100 RBIs or more last year in Mookie Betts and Ronald Acuna Jr. So the only way that's possible for a leadoff guy to have 100 RBIs is the opportunity to knock guys in because 7, 8, and 9 are getting on base. So because of the stat of Marcus Semien's 100 RBIs last year, I will lean towards the Rangers. And I get it for their leadoff hitter, Altuve. He was hurt half of last season, so he didn't have the opportunity. But I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, I don't think Altuve's ever had a 100 RBI season as a leadoff hitter. Maybe I'm forgetting that he did, but I know it's a very rare
Springer
stat.
was their leadoff hitter for a while,
There
right?
you go. Yeah, who's with Toronto now. Yeah. So I'm going to give the edge to the Rangers based off of the RBIs from the leadoff hitter.
Too.
Yeah, I will too. This is a razor thin edge for both of them, but it is definitely, in my opinion, favorable for the Rangers.
So you guys agreed, and this is
am I believing too much in Heim and Lowe here, though?
I don't think so, because you didn't say it's a walk away. Like, this is laughable. It's not even close. But you guys both went Astros 1 through 3 and then Rangers 4 through 9. So how does that balance out? Because obviously 1 through 3 will, just by logic, get more at bats than the rest. How does that stack up as a whole? Because just because 4 through 6 and 7 through 9 won for the Rangers, that doesn't automatically make them the winner.
I don't want to see their first 3 hitters. Every time you're doing your best to hope and fingers crossed you get through that. And like you said, you get through it with no runners on from 7, 8, 9, because their first 3 hitters are terrifying.
I'll tell you what, a pitcher wants to go through hell. Have your 2 series combined, because this will happen. You'll never play the Dodgers and Braves back to back. That trip just doesn't happen. But you're going to play a lot of teams are going to come through Arlington and Houston as one of their road trips. And if you are starting game 1 of that series, let's just say against the Rangers, and then starting game 6 in that road trip, game 3 against the Astros, you are facing the best American League lineups back-to-back starts. So that it's very tough. It's very close. I don't know how you don't lean the Rangers, because I don't know. I forget, Kevin. They played a series last year to go to the World Series, and I think the Rangers won. And like I said last night, I think Garcia had 42 RBIs in that series.
I know the numbers won't say that, but that is also what I think happened in that series.
I will add this, though. I am definitely with the second part of the lineup, the 4 through 6 guys.
Yeah.
I'm definitely looking, in my mind, I'm looking at Kyle Tucker playoff, which was poor.
Yeah, he just was slumped.
He's a good player, but he was miserable in the playoffs. And I think that's where I'm also kind of forgetting that. That's the recency bias is kind of taking place, because he's a better hitter than he was that entire series.
For sure. He's an all-star player, very consistent throughout his career. It just was lucky enough he just went into a horrible slump. Now, in a way, Marcus Semien wasn't slumping as much, but throughout the playoffs, Marcus Semien was slumping quite a bit throughout that. So
I'd still take Adolis over Tucker, and he's the best out of those 3 in that matchup there.
I'm trying to click on this. Dubon, who is their backup infielder, versus Ezekiel Duran. I know this isn't fair, but because those guys, Ezekiel Duran's going to be in the lineup quite a bit here and there, and then so is Dubon for them. He is a 278 guy, 10 home runs, 46 RBIs. A really good backup player, but the Rangers have one too.
Yes,
so it's like this is how close it is between these two teams. As I go, well, we got Ezekiel Duran coming off the bench to help out, and they're like, well, we got Dubon, who's a really solid player too.
Who did they replace Michael Brantley with? Is it Myers here?
That could hurt them, even though Brantley was so injured last year. He just didn't play a whole
Myers
bunch.
played quite a bit.
I'm trying to figure out like who has taken his spot then,
but he played a lot
in that mix, because wasn't there also a Gurriel in there in the outfield as well? So like, or am I just thinking of?
They have right now. I'm looking at their depth. They have. I'm sorry if I'm saying his last name right. Julks, Corey Julks.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest. I need to click on him. He's from Friendswood, Texas. Last year, 245, 6 home runs, 33 RBI, 650 OPS. So that's not impressive, just to be honest. I mean, I would say Jankowski has better numbers than that without looking up Jankowski's numbers right now.
In the 817, though, they're right. It stacks up in a 7-game series that could go either way. The lineups are tough.
Just so happens that in their last 7-game series,
it went our way.
It went the way of the defending world champion Texas Rangers.
Because the Astros couldn't hit Jordan Montgomery. So
we didn't have Wyatt.
Are you saying we're bringing him back after this segment? You're saying the Rangers are listening to us, and
well, hell, we better fire off the breaking news sounder if that's the case.
50 minutes here before first pitch against their last spring training / exhibition game.
I like our lineups.
They're announcing that Jordan Montgomery is coming back. Is that what you're saying, Corey?
Is that what you're saying?
Are you telling me?
I'm not telling you.
Damn it!
I'm not telling you.
This would be the one time I would be totally fine with that. If you're like, what if I was telling you, Jordan Montgomery?
But that, like, if we're gonna have that conversation. This year, we have a little bit of a different situation heading into with our pitching staff.
Very true, very true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, Mavs win. And what I want to know, just kicked off the 5-game road trip. What do you think they'll finish the road trip with? What will their record be? Let's talk about that and the win next on the Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC?
Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
He's 2 for 9 now tonight.
Takes a lot of bad shots.
Cross-court pass. Luka finds Kyrie, and a Kyrie 3 is good for the corner.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3. The Fan, some Luka magic right there. We got Mike Likes It coming up in about 20 minutes. But don't forget, tomorrow, we're going to be at Rally House in Mansfield. We'll be doing ticket giveaways at 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. for 4-pack of Rangers tickets to play the Astros. Don't forget, I know I said that twice, Sean RJ, 7 a.m., G-Bag Nation in the 4 p.m. hour. They will be doing similar giveaways. So 4 different chances to win a 4-pack of Rangers Astros tickets tomorrow right here on The Fan, and we'll be in Mansfield at Rally House.
I wonder if they have the gold trim jerseys. I don't know. I have no idea.
Like
I know
tonight?
they have them at the stadium.
Oh.
No, I'm saying at Rally House tomorrow. Like if you came and saw us, could you get the World Series opening day jersey?
Well, I know
question.
that Alec is wearing his gold trim hat right now.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you get that from?
I went to the exhibition game last night. Went to the Grand Slam team store, and they had everything fully stocked.
That's why you tweeted out who's pulling up to the exhibition game tonight.
Yeah, I was hanging out with Ruben and my buddy Michael Beer and some other buddies, and it was a good time.
Good job.
It's a good looking hat, man.
That is a good looking hat.
I got a big head too, so it was hard to find the size.
Get us one of those.
Yeah.
Hats, Mike.
My son
And a championship belt.
I'm gonna ignore you right now. My son saw we went to Austin this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And my son saw one of the kids. It's really weird seeing 50,000 kids run a city, but it's what happens in big college.
And that's also where our government is for the state.
Yeah. And he saw a person wearing a Bregman jersey from last year with their gold number because they won the championship in 22. And my son was like, oh, that's disgusting.
Did he push the kid over?
No, my kid's 15. That kid he wasn't a big kid, but he was somewhere between, I'm assuming, the ages of 18 and 23 is my assumption.
You didn't say, hey, if you go push him, I got your back.
No.
Okay.
I don't think we want that happening.
Probably smart. Probably smart. Just saying.
But they do look cool. Like, it is super awesome that the Rangers have a championship jersey.
Dang right. Now.
In your face, Astros.
Indeed. You want to talk a little Mavs? I mean, we can always talk more Rangers.
Heck yeah, we're in 7th place.
Well, but 7th place,
but a good
with
7th
really
place.
good position right now. Like, this is a really good opportunity. You take down Sacramento a couple times, and you put yourself in very good position for the rest of the season. But the great thing about it, or the bad thing about it, is you still can't just rest on that. But they look like a completely different basketball team right now.
I have a question.
Okay,
a Maverick question. Kyrie is playing, is he 21 straight games? I can't remember if we're at 20 or 21. We're right around the number 20. Yeah. I think we're at 20 or more than. Not saying he's struggling. He's not struggling. I'm wondering, because he never has done this since 2016. I believe this is the longest stretch of games he's played without sitting out because of injury or something else. Rest. I'm wondering, if you play him the rest of the way, which you kind of need to if you want to get the 4, 5, or 6 seed, like, what will he be like come playoff time if he plays every game down the stretch?
You think he's going to be tired?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I remember Nash would a little bit run out of energy on us in the playoffs, and then all of a sudden he never ran out of energy with Phoenix, and that was kind of frustrating. But I'm just wondering.
But what if you get the benefit of that situation? What if this time Kyrie never runs out of energy with the Mavericks?
I hope so. I hope maybe they have the magic formula that is keeping them healthy. One, don't put Dwight Powell on the court. That has helped out tremendously recently.
He's halfway through Ramadan right now, so I do wonder
that's got to be
if
tough.
On the other side of it, I don't know. I'm going to observe Avery and see if he has more energy on the other side of it than he does during this stretch that he's going through right now.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Maybe that will help out when that comes to a close.
I think it's a really good question. We don't know.
You still have Detroit and Charlotte on the schedule too. Those are two of the worst teams in the NBA. You can win those games without him.
Is this the most athletic team that Luka's played with?
100%.
Gotta be.
He's never had a team close to this good.
Nobody's ever.
And I know you're saying athletic, but both. He's never had a team this athletic. Dwight Powell's had to play 30 minutes a night for his whole career.
And I don't think I'm just thinking back. These are the two most athletic centers they've ever had, ever
in the history of the Mavs.
With the ability
arguably,
around the
yes,
rim,
in the history of the Mavs, yes.
Yeah, with the ability around the rim that they have, their ability not only to block shots, but the touch that Lively has around the basket with both hands. What Gafford can do whenever he gets up in the air. This is easily the most athletic team that Luka, who might not be the greatest athlete, but is the smarter player on the court, gets to run with.
I don't know if this is the perfect team, but Nico has done a tremendous job in a short amount of time after seeing the debacle that happened last year.
He's turned it into chicken salad, right?
Yes. Yeah. And so he has done a tremendous job.
Chicken soup? Nope. Chicken spoop?
Yep, that.
There you go.
I hope that this is the team and they don't really have to make any more adjustments. I'm sure there's going to be a tweak in the offseason, but the Mavs look like they're really close to having the right personnel around Luka. The key is now new ownership, keeping these guys and not going cheap and going, I'm not giving a couple years from now, I'm not giving Gafford $25 million a year, and then you lose what you know. If you do that again, if you Mark Cuban this, and I'm going to be honest here, thank God he's not running anything anymore.
Agreed.
Because he ran Tyson Chandler out of here. Like, you had the perfect center around Dirk for the next 4 years, probably. There's probably about a 4-year window of Tyson Chandler's career till it probably came to a close. And he's like, nope, don't even want to do it. I'm going to go for a bigger fish, knowing you are probably never going to get Dwight Howard to come here, which obviously didn't happen. True. So I'm hoping that Nico and the new ownership goes, we're not taking risk like that. We have something that works out what looks like perfectly around our superstar. Don't screw it up.
I am kind of curious. Exum,
yes,
is he a piece that you're like, I'd like to keep him around longer? Is he a piece, or is he like a floats through the Mavs organization? We never.
I'm going to throw this out there. I used to think this way, although Derrick Jones Jr. has changed my mind left and right. I guess I'm kind of the opinion of he's been a heck of a fit here because he costs nothing.
Yeah.
And as soon as he costs something.
Like Tim?
I feel like I'm going to be like, you did great. Thank you. You earned your money. Go enjoy it.
I heard Jason Kidd recently compare him to Sean Livingston when Golden State had their championship team, and I thought that was a really good comparison. And he said, look, he was a high draft pick, supposed to be a franchise changer, got hurt, struggled with the NBA. Once he figured out the NBA and figured out his confidence, figured out his injury, it was like he was a very great contributor to a championship team, and he compared Exum to kind of that Sean Livingston for the Mavs. And the great thing is, he does have next year at $3.1 million. So you don't even have to worry about Exum being on the team next year. You mentioned Derrick Jones Jr. I know I'm not trying to go to the future, but he is a free agent at the end of this year. Okay. So there's a chance what Derrick Jones Jr. has done here, I'm not so sure I want to give him $10 to $12 million. I really like Derrick Jones Jr. I'm not trying to
Dude can jump through the gym, man. That's crazy.
But I do look at the future of the team and go, wait a second, is Derrick Jones Jr. a $10 to $15 million player? Because teams that are way under the cap might look at him and go, add him for $11 million. He can do those things, and maybe he's just a perfect fit with Luka and Kyrie.
And that's the trap I fall into because it is still a small sample size, but the starting lineup of Luka, Kyrie, Gafford, Jones, and Washington is 8-0. 8 games. I get it. That's not like, hey, you got to wreck everything. But that's what I wonder is – in the quest for, I guess what we got was mediocrity, but in the quest for another superstar in the last 10 years, did you lose sight of you've got the guy, put the right things around him, and PJ Washington feels like a guy that maybe you wouldn't think in theory would be worth that money, but when you see him play alongside Luka, you're like, no, this works. This works exactly how you want a basketball team to work.
The athleticism, that comes along with him, for one. He can drive to the basket and stuff, too. But, again, I go back to, you're getting points with Kyrie and Luka. But those are happening. Any other points that come from anybody else, it's off of Kyrie and Luka most of the time. But the defensive side of it is where I've liked PJ the most, in that he can cover what feels like 4 different positions. If not, he can spell for a 5th position, but he can cover a lot of different spots, and that's that's something that you need, especially whenever you have what I would consider minus defenders in Luka and Kyrie.
I do think Luka, I will argue, I'm not saying he's there. I think he is
contributing,
getting to neutral defender.
Okay. But he's contributing like Jason Kidd always asks. Once he contributes, we're a better team.
Richard Jefferson said this, and I was like, maybe we should take this into consideration. He said defensive rebounding is part of defense.
Yep.
And Luka's the best guard rebounder in the NBA. It's really not even close. And so I'm not saying he's a good defender, but when he's engaged, he's solid. He's an average NBA player. And then if you take his defensive rebounding into consideration, you'd have to say, wait a second.
That's why I say neutral. I do take that into consideration. Yeah. All right, a couple things. Since you mentioned Kyrie, I forgot to ask for the audio, so I'll just read you the quote. He says things that just feel, I don't know, kind of how the way real people think or talk. And we talked about how the Mavericks have been ebb and flow and ebb and flow. Right now, they've won 4 in a row. They've won 8 of their last 9. Before that, they lost 5 of 6. Before that, they won 7 straight. And Kyrie said this after the struggle point. That's the beautiful aspect of it. Just through our struggles, we've been able to come out on the other side and see some glimmer of light turn into wins. We're sitting here, 2 weeks ago? We lost 4 of our last 5. We were just going back and forth within the locker room. How can we get on the same page, get aligned, and build that consistency? And you've started to see more consistency. Corey brought it up earlier in the show. Keeping opponents, for the most part, at or below 110 points. That will stack you up a lot of wins in the current NBA. And I just appreciated that insight because Kyrie didn't say something like, hey, you get the good and you get the bad. He goes, no, we were sitting here 2 weeks ago like, we got to figure this out.
Forgive me also if, and Mike, you and I talked about this last week, and some people agreed, some people disagreed, but I didn't see the rest of the game last night, Kevin. I saw just up to the third quarter. So just over the third quarter. There was another moment last night where Luka, there was a foul. It was pretty clear, and he didn't bitch at the referee about it.
That's a big deal.
And Mike and I both noticed last week in one of the games, Kevin, when you were out, that there was a significant moment in the game where he didn't bitch at the referee, and they came back. Tim Hardaway scored 3, and then Luka scored a 3. I didn't notice it last night through the first half, but I did see that moment. And I'm just wondering how much of an effect Kyrie is having on Luka because they are spending more time together.
Yeah.
There's Mark Stein has a pretty good piece that has some good information about the time they're spending together, and I wonder how much that's paying off because maybe Kyrie's looking at it going, look, I know how to lead a team now that I've kind of grown to this point. I've been in the championships. Here's how I would do it. Luka, here's some things you can work on.
And specifically, sometimes I do wonder if he goes, I also know how you could not win a championship by having a certain attitude.
Yes.
I'm sure Kyrie would tell you at that time. Hell, when we talked with Jamal Mashburn, he said a lot of these players, if not all of the players, it takes like 7 years to go, oh, that's what I should have been doing all along. You can make that argument across all paths of life and career, right? Mm-hmm. How many jobs have you had in the past where you've gotten into it and been like, so that's probably what I should have been doing all along. So I do not want to undervalue whatsoever that input from Kyrie and the fact that he likes being here or seems to really like being here and seems to like the fan base. That's what you need to keep the machine going.
It seems like, and here's the hope, that he's grown up a lot. Like Kyrie, in a way, at one point was like, hey, I can see what a Nimrod I was, and I apologize to LeBron because I'm dealing with the Nimrod in Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And it's like, oh, Kyrie, you were so close and then so far away because you have just alienated the 2 superstar young guys on your team when he was with Boston by doing that, by now saying, hey, all I'm telling you guys is I was like you once, and I was a horrible teammate to the guy trying to win a championship because I just wanted mine, and all I wanted was my points, my max out contract, and I'm telling you, you guys are screwing up by not just following me, you young kids. And it was like, oh, Kyrie, so close but so far away. And that was a while ago. He was with Boston a while ago. So to your point, Hopefully he's learned in this that if there's something that he says, oh, I can see this young guy, whether it's Luka or Derek Lively, making that same mistake I made being part of the NBA life, that he can help out by not accidentally. I do think it was by accident. I don't think it was intentional when Kyrie crushed the spirits of Tatum and Brown by saying, you guys are really stupid. I was stupid like you.
What do you think the Mavs come out on the other side of this road trip record-wise? So they got 5 games. They won last night against Utah to start it off, so they're 1-0. After the 5, how does it play out? I realize
3-2.
I realize a lovely scenario would be 4-1, but I wanted to know your real thought about
5-0.
I'm hoping they win 1 at Sacramento. I think tonight will be the toughest one because they did have to play hard last night. That was not an easy win.
Yes.
So now you travel from Utah,
that game wasn't decided until the fourth quarter.
Right. Lack of oxygen. A lot of people say at times you can start off slow in Utah because you're not used to the elevation. Same thing in Denver. And it maybe take you till halftime for you to get a little bit more used to it. And they took off in the second half. This is going to be a really tough game with probably, you're at 80%, 85% with your legs and everything.
Kings played the Sixers last night.
What was the score?
108-96.
Okay, so I'm assuming close enough that was a contested
Similar
game.
kind of game to the Mavs.
With Sacramento in Sacramento?
In Sacramento, yeah.
Okay, so they're not traveling. Tonight will be the toughest one of the two. In Sacramento. Friday, you get a couple days off. You're staying in the same city. I mean, Sacramento, they probably have a cheesecake factory there.
I've never been to Sacramento, so when you talk about it,
you need.
It's always weird. I've never been there, so I have no clue what it's like.
I'm trying to compare it to a town. I'm not taking a shot here.
Like Rockwall?
If you just take Frisco,
okay.
But Frisco's connected kind of to Dallas. But if you just had Frisco as the main city in like a 100-mile radius, that would be Sacramento.
Okay, so it's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. I thought it was somewhat clean. Now this is 20 years ago approximately, but it's a AAA town. It's not a major league. It's not a major league town. There's a reason there's only the Sacramento Kings there. Teams are not clamoring to throw their product into Sacramento.
So you said 5-0. How realistic do you think that is? I think it's
tough.
I think a split versus the Kings I would be fine with. And
4-1 I'll take. I accept that, Mavericks.
I would be pumped about 4-1 because, like I said, Houston has been on a freaking rampage of beating people.
What kind of who's the schedule makers? I'm not great with maps. I'm not exactly sure where things are. In the United States, I am. But I'm not sure where anything is overseas.
Dude, we are so close to the end of the season.
You're in Sacramento. You know what's really close to Sacramento?
Golden State.
San Francisco. But instead they throw you back to Houston, almost home. And then is this the makeup game? Is this the
That is the gold. I think
Is this the makeup game?
I think it's
I think the Hawks game is.
No, it is the Golden State game.
When their assistant coach passed away.
Yeah.
So this might
because it was supposed to be a 4-game.
Yeah, because this trip makes no sense.
I do believe that is correct because it was supposed to be a 4-game road trip, and then
they're not going to make you play 3 games in a row. They're not going to go on. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to be
April 5th, April
play
6th,
3
April
games
7th,
in 3 nights. They're not going to do that.
Yeah, and so you go out to Utah, hit up Sacramento, come back towards Houston, and go home, but because of the unfortunate passing of one of their assistant coaches, you had to reschedule this game, and that's why you end up West Coast, further West Coast, almost home, back to the West Coast, then home.
So I shouldn't say this. I'm going to jinx it.
Don't jinx it, Mike.
I think at most they lose 5 more games this year. And I don't think they're going to lose 5 more games. I think they're going to lose 4 more games. And that puts you at 49-33.
Which I think that is a very
You think that's the 5
record.
seed? You think that's the 6?
Ooh, it'd definitely get you the 6.
Yeah.
But because New Orleans has been playing
way to go,
really
New Orleans.
well.
What happened?
I have 4 losses.
Is Zion playing basketball? I haven't been following New Orleans.
Yes, he is.
When's he going to blow out again?
His shoe?
Yeah, his shoe.
Yeah, that's what he was asking.
I think he got a shot since the Clippers are falling.
Do you call it that when Noah has a big axe? Like when Noah...
a blowout?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When it goes up their back.
Outside the diaper. Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
And you just go, here's what you do. You just walk him to the diaper,
Does he smile about it or is he upset? Is he like, ha?
No, he gets pissed a lot of times when it's time to change because he's like, we're playing, we're having fun.
Oh, and I didn't mean to poop.
Yeah. And he's like, I don't want to stop having fun.
I get it. I'm same way.
Yeah, smell yourself, kid.
I don't think babies have that like.
Oh, they smell. That's why they spit out
No, I know
food.
they can smell, but I'm saying I don't think they feel that way about themselves when they're like, I'm embarrassed.
They smell and they look at you and they're like, that was you, right? Is that what you're thinking?
No, that's what the dog is for. We're the KNC
But when they turn like
masterpiece.
3 or 4, if they're not potty trained yet, it's weird how they do go by themselves to go do this.
Yes, because they
It's like,
know.
So you know.
Yeah, go to the bathroom.
Yeah, why are you standing behind the couch over there looking at
We got a whole potty for you to do this.
And the toilet's
Go
not
and
going to eat you.
We'll put it in a private area and go do your private thing.
Yeah.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I feel like it's always an awkward transition because I think we're going to get back on the straight line here, but it's time for Mike Likes It, so who the hell knows?
All right, so I'll tell you what I'm liking, but it's tough to know. And Kevin, you're going to be with me on this.
Okay.
Friday is a off day. I don't know if all schools, are your kids going to school in Plano on Friday?
Yes, but I think they're off Monday, Tuesday after that.
Okay, so because obviously if you go to, let's say, a Christian private school, Friday's a holiday because it's Good Friday.
I thought Friday and Monday for most people was.
And there are some schools that I know that are private schools that have off Thursday or a half day. I think it's a half day on Thursday for Bishop Lynch, and then they're off on Friday. So I want to take my kid. He really wants to go. He thought it would be unbelievable if A&M would have made it, but I've never seen Duke play in person. I'm not going to tell you, I'm not against Duke, and I'm not for them, if that makes sense.
Of course.
But I do appreciate when the Yankees come into town, or I hate saying this, the Lakers. You get it. Like, you understand. I don't like this that when the Cowboys go to another place, it's a big deal, whether they're good or not.
Yep.
It's a big deal. And I think Duke is that in college basketball. When Duke shows up to your town, I think I don't care if they're good or not. I have to go. Beating Duke is bigger than beating most other schools.
I would be inclined to agree with that.
And so Duke is obviously going to be here at the AAC Friday night. Most likely that's not going to be till a 9:00 tip against Houston.
I got some potential football news for you, Mike.
It's Dak news, too.
Oh, Jerry's stopping the show.
It's Dak news right for you.
300 mil? 400 mil?
0 mil. Ian Rappaport is rapporting that there has been no progress made on a contract, and they anticipate him playing out this season.
But they have a mutual understanding of where they stand on it, but they're not moving anywhere, right?
Look, the mutual understanding from Dak's part should be play good, don't play good, we'll pay you afterwards.
Somebody's going to...
We have to pretend
He's
like
getting paid no matter what. Somebody's going to pay
He's
him.
getting paid for sure. Whether it's here or elsewhere, he'll get a lot of money.
But the idea kind of feels like Jerry's saying, go win a Super Bowl and I'll give you every nickel you need.
I'll believe it when we get to game 1.
I hear you.
That he's not getting an extension at around $55+ million a year. I just think that's going to happen, but
I'm curious how many people out there, how many Tolos out there and Twolos and Yolos are like, hey, I'd rather him play under this contract or versus I'd rather him not. I'm just kind of curious on that.
There's a little bit that should worry you Cowboy fans, that you don't usually play with your quarterback like this. If you don't believe he's the guy, you don't let him just go to free agency because you can't franchise tag him. I'm 90% sure about that.
He can ruin a season for you too, right?
So why not? I know it might be too late in the game.
We go out there and
I think it is too late in the game. If you felt this way after the Green Bay game, and I get it, there's vacations the Joneses have to go on and things they have to deal with. You should have put him on the market. I know he has a no trade clause, but if this is the way you feel, and you don't control the situation at the end of the year because he is a complete and total free agent, you should have traded him in February.
Agreed. And what's going to happen if they don't make a deal, depending on how the season goes? If they don't make a deal, you're going to get the spin of, hey, well, we couldn't trade him because we're in the midst of it. We tried our best to give him a deal that works. And my counter argument would be, you've had the opportunity to re-up him both before this last deal was up and now, and you haven't made it happen. And I'm sure he looked at that and been like, you don't believe in me.
It's interesting if this does play out the way Ian. There's still so much time for the Cowboys to give him a 3-year extension. It probably won't be 5 or 6. His agent likes working on 3 and 4 year deals,
sure, which I understand.
It hurts the Cowboys but helps his client, and he's not here. The agent is not here to help the Cowboys. He only cares about Dak's money / his money, and I'm not faulting an agent for doing that. I think Scott Boras is tremendous at his job in baseball. I'm sorry I don't know Dak's agent's name off the top of my head, but he seems to be terrific at manipulating the Jones family into the most money possible.
Agreed. And I'm sure what came to the table, actually, let me try that again. I think what came to the table was Dak and company saying, we want the highest.
Want to be the highest paid quarterback
we want to
in
be
the
the highest paid quarterback. And the Cowboys said, we can make that happen, but you got to be down for 5 or 6. And they're like, no, we're looking at 3 or 4. And then the Cowboys said, okay, at that number, this is what we can do. And then Dak's team comes back with, well, that number doesn't work for us. And they're just stuck in this back and forth. And I don't know if Dak's team argues this, but I would wonder at some point, if quarterback contracts continue to go up and you supposedly believe in me, why not give me all of the money on a shorter term deal? But the Cowboys clearly don't want to do that because they're like, hey, let's meet in the middle. I would love to know more specifics about this negotiation, but if Rappaport is right, for now, they're going to roll out with him, let this be the season, and let it play out how it may. But to your point, Mike, I am still kind of in a, I'll believe that when it actually happens.
I only have a few minutes here, and I don't really like the Cowboys, and I don't think they deserve to get talked about by the way they run their organization. So Mike Likes It is done with the Cowboys.
March Madness.
So how much should you pay to be in the lower level of a doubleheader? So the doubleheader is Marquette, NC State around 6:30. Is that the first tip? And then the next tip will be around 9 o'clock. So it'll go till midnight local time. That Duke-Houston game will finish around midnight, I'm assuming.
I can see that.
I want to take my son. He wants to go. My other son would like to go, but he has a baseball game that night and can't go. But I'm just looking at the tickets. Unfortunately, there were some tickets for approximately before taxes and fees at $300 in the lower level. They were in the upper part of the lower level behind a basket. And I'm wondering here is you can get tickets right now for a little over $400 in the upper parts of the lower level behind baskets. That's before taxes and fees. It adds another about $75 a ticket for your taxes and fees on Ticketmaster. And so I'm just looking at this. I've gone to other websites and they're more expensive.
Yes.
So I'm going to be honest. I haven't gone to the Game Day app. Game Time app. So I need to download that, to be honest. I need to download that and just see.
Closer you get to the game, the cheaper the deal.
And that's what I'm wondering. Should I wait till Friday at 3 o'clock? So here's my question. Should I wait till Friday at 3 o'clock? Because I'm just going to go to these tickets that look like really nice tickets. They are $700 plus fees behind the basket, about like 7 or 8 rows
up. Is that
up.
per ticket?
Per ticket.
Oh, good night. Were you about to go buy tickets?
Yeah.
Kevin was like, I'm logging in right
section,
now.
just to give you section 114, row GG, seats 2 and 3, $700 a piece. Those honestly, right now, I'm not saying I'm going to buy them. I'm not. Those are pretty. I go to row LL and they're $515 plus another $100 easy on fees on each ticket, not total on each ticket. So you're looking at about $650 a ticket. So I'm paying $1,300 for a doubleheader basketball game that I don't have a rooting interest in.
And here's the struggle that I have with that exact same conundrum.
Except you have a rooting interest.
I definitely have a rooting interest, but also I'm supposed to go to a cooking class with my wife and a couple of her friends on Friday. She's fine. She said she's fine if I go to the game. Reiterated all that yesterday. But I have to make a decision sooner so she can replace me in the cooking class.
Oh, I thought you were going to say anything.
Who knows? Maybe.
I did this last time in 2019. I just bought tickets outside of the stadium.
No. Okay. Yes.
I probably overpaid, but I wanted to get inside the stadium early. Yeah. I didn't want to wait till, because I know how you do this. If you wait 5 minutes into the first game, the scalpers get a little bit panicked that they're going to get $0. And I'm not like saying they're going to give you a great deal, but that number where they want $1,000 a ticket can quickly go down to $500 when they're about to just eat the ticket for nothing.
Yeah.
So I'm struggling with, I want to go. I think it'll be a memorable moment with my son. I've never been to a Sweet 16 game before. And it's Duke.
Yeah.
Houston's a number 1 seed that's somewhat local. Yeah. And so I'm like, and Marquette's a solid team. NC State's kind of the Cinderella story of the tournament.
And this is where I struggle because I have seen Duke play in the Sweet 16. I have been to the Final Four. I've experienced this before. And I sent Brandon a text and he was like, yeah, I'll go. I was hoping for a little bit. Yeah. I was hoping for a little bit more enthusiasm in a text.
Yeah.
Which could have been not the way to go.
I asked my wife a question today and she gave me sure. And I was like, that didn't sound too enthusiastic. It sounds like she'll do it, but it didn't sound like a.
What was the question?
No, it's private. That's Mike likes it.
That's how Broadus always responds to me. He'll say sure, and I'm like,
and you're worried he doesn't like you, right?
It doesn't sound enthusiastic. Like, yeah, I'll do it. Like, but he don't want to, but sure.
But it's just Broadus. That's just his way of talking.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I was going to bring this up earlier. Just wanted to throw it out there. Did you see what the NFL is doing for their Christmas schedule?
The landing zone.
Not the kickoff thing.
It's for Santa, so
I
he can land.
We went with strip.
Okay.
They're going to have 2 games on Wednesday, which is Christmas. Christmas is on a Wednesday. So they're going to have a Christmas doubleheader. The teams that play on that Wednesday are also going to play on Saturday.
My son asked this year if Christmas was always on a Sunday because we go to church. It's like, no.
No, it's not.
I'll tell you what, man, we're learning some valuable lessons here at 15 years old, aren't we?
So yes. And the NFL says Saturday to Wednesday, same as Sunday to Thursday. So you're good. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Well, how do you get everybody else to pay for your wedding plus? Honeymoon, I'm sorry. Plus your favorite baseball movie character of all time. Next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed the news, Ian Rappaported that the Cowboys and Dak Prescott have a mutual understanding of his contract situation, sources say, with no offers from Dallas, despite him being in a contract year. So everyone has said, rebuild in 2025, Dak's a free agent, blah, blah, blah. I bet it went something like, hey, go win some damn playoff games. We'll give you all the money for as short of a deal as you want. But we'll see. But Rappaport says no indication a deal is coming. People have lots of thoughts. This hasn't changed anything for me because I still don't know if I believe that the Cowboys won't cave before the season starts.
Okay, Kevin, let's think about this for a second. And I know like the percentage chances of it ever happening are very low.
Okay.
But you do go into this season like that. You said you owe him $50 million every year for the next 6 years after that if he doesn't get re-signed?
It's not quite that. Let me look up what the actual number is, but you're still on the hook for like $30 million after his contract's over.
All right, but he does, let's say he gets picked up by another team. I don't know if any other team would want him or not.
$40 million.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot. He does get picked up by another team. You're going to get a third rounder for him. Is that how that works? You get a third rounder for your guy. Your free
depending
agent
on what
leaving?
He signs, sure.
All right.
But if you sign a free agent,
then
you don't get it.
Yeah, and this year they're not signing free agents
what they do
because
most
they're not
years.
trying to lose any of their draft picks. And Mike, as you were saying earlier, you got to hit on your draft picks if you do it that way. And so they're hoping that they can hit on them. But you also have the freedom to roll the money over that you didn't sign your free agents with into next season to capitalize on the money that you owe Dak.
Okay, great. Well, how much free agency money do you have right now? Like $6 million? $8 million?
Yeah, and
great.
that knocks off a little bit of
So
Dak's
then we'll only
money.
have negative $32 million to work with. And I'm just telling everybody, if and when
So it's more important.
he just walks.
It's more important to have a quarterback that you don't believe is the guy.
What they're doing
than it is to just eat the money and move on.
They're going about this, in my opinion, in the dumbest possible way. You're not paying Dak Prescott because you don't think he's the guy. That is my interpretation of this situation. If you don't think he's the guy, trade him now. And for people like, he has a no trade contract. I know he has a no trade part of his contract. But if he knows that you don't believe he's the guy, you're going to trade him somewhere where they're like, yes, we will give you the money right now. And he'll go, that sounds great. I will get traded and take my $300 million extension. He'll be fine with the trade, assuming they make their own contractual details. And then you can take less of a hit on the money. And the key thing, get an asset back. That's the key thing. If you're telling me that the decision is being made, well, we got to see him really prove it this year. Prove what? That he's going to win now with a worse team than you gave him last year? What the hell kind of sense does that make?
Kind of looks like almost a preparation for being bad for a couple of years. Like it almost kind of looks like it the way you're just like, or we're going to invest in our money in the leadership that we think is CD and Micah, not this quarterback.
And by the way, from the 214, who wants him, Kevin? Look.
He'll be
Kirk
a quarterback.
Cousins just got a huge contract from Atlanta, and he's on the same tier as Kirk Cousins, and he's younger. So,
but I can't let that scare me as I'm making moves. I can't be like, well, he's going to go off and play for another team.
No.
I have to keep focusing on what I'm building.
I think their argument was you can't trade him to anyone, which I feverishly disagree with. You can find plenty of suitors for him.
Can I say I agree to this point? You're a little bit late in the game to make that major trade. Like there's like 7 or 8 openings at the start of the free agency, and now you're very limited because like Atlanta might have been like, well, damn, we would have gone after Dak instead of Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
But now you've lost that opportunity, and now teams are like, man, we feel like we're watching these guys in the draft and we're ready to go with a rookie quarterback.
You might be onto something.
So
for sure.
I'm not saying that you couldn't have traded him. I think you would have had multiple opportunities to try to make an agreement with the team / also with Dak to move him. But I wonder at this point in the game if you're late. And look, the effort and energy it takes to make a major move like that. There's only been one time it's been done in Jerry's history, and Jimmy Johnson did it with Herschel Walker.
Yeah.
So he's never put in the energy and the effort. I don't believe Steven's going to put in the energy and the effort to make something that massive of a move that can really change a franchise for better or worse.
Corey, can we do me a favor? Can we kick C Block in the next segment?
Oh, sorry.
Would that be acceptable?
Sure.
Is it really acceptable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. You're saying it just like my wife did. Sure.
Oh, no.
Let me text it to you. Sure.
I just...
brought us.
I don't understand how... I just don't understand how the Cowboys view this is going to work. If you believe everything that you say about Dak and how great he is, then you give him the deal now, lower the salary cap hit or before free agency started, and you would have more money to play in the sandbox with. But instead, what they said is, no, we believe in Dak, not enough to give him a new deal, but we believe in him enough to give him an inferior team, at least on paper as of now, compared to last year, and expect him to get 3 or 4 additional wins.
Well, let me ask you this, though. If I sign him to this massive deal, the significant amount of money, at some point, I'm going to have to either... if I'm rolling money down, like you're saying,
true,
put all the money
right
up front. If I roll it down the road, I'm going to have to face this again at some point.
But not for 5 years, right?
Yeah.
That's 5 years from now, Jerry problem.
Right. And I don't know if I have the team right now to do it. Maybe I need to build things right now still.
Okay.
At some point, I'm going to have to ask Dak to win with an inferior team.
Or, okay, fine. Does the
break? If he wants the big contract now, then you need to show me that you can win with an inferior team so I can know that you're going to be able to do it at some point that way. And also so that I can then continue to give you an inferior team because you just proved you could do it.
That just...
like my kid when he makes an A and you're like, you're a B student this whole time. Now you know you can make A's. Go do it.
I think you're exactly right on with what the Cowboys think. That just makes no sense to me why you wouldn't just say, fine, then we don't think you're the guy. And he's like, well, guess what? I and my agent have talked to this team, and this team. They do think I'm the guy.
You're a breach of contract. You are now being
no, they won't. Because they'll see the draft compensation. They'll be like, good job.
Then, you know what, Kevin? And this is just me. I'm saying, okay, have fun. It's time for me and my crew to go find a new way to build my team.
Agreed.
That's the way I'm doing it. And I know like a lot of people are sitting here with this money situation or maybe even being bad for a year or two. And I know Mike is in that mindset of Jerry's not going to go through a season like that unless there's some sort of significant proof that you can get the quarterback, that you can get the thing that you can really build around. They got lucky. The last 2.5 quarterbacks they've had have been guys that they just stumbled into. They got on a very lucky
his
basis.
Whole life on quarterbacks. Let's make no mistake. Tom Landry, and I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the ownership in 1988. They were the ones that went 3-13. It wasn't Jerry Jones.
Number 1 pick, yeah.
And it was just in his lap.
Yep.
It was really just when Jerry Jones bought the team, it was already decided that Troy was the number 1 pick. Troy was the guy for the Cowboys. He just had to follow through with that plan that Tom Landry and the rest of the organization had. So let's not make any mistake about it. The highest pick they've ever had drafting a quarterback is in the same year Jimmy Johnson got his guy Steve Walsh from Miami.
Yeah.
And then they lost the number 1 overall pick the next year because of it.
From the 4-6-9, I hope they don't cave. I don't care if we lose every game this year just so they can change the course we've been on for years. And I think that's where a lot of the fan base is.
You saw that right, Mike?
The Dane Dunning home run?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't hit the home run. That would have been unbelievable. But Devers, you know what I was hoping for right there is that he would throw his new kind of fork pitch, and he kept trying to elevate a fastball, and he did it 2 times and missed, and then on the 3rd time, he didn't perfectly hit his spot, but after you've elevated twice, it's kind of like you've lost the elevation surprise. You don't throw 98 miles an hour. You tried it. It didn't work. This is where you'd have pitching coaches with just a general, hey, elevate on this guy. I'd kind of raise my hand. I throw 86 miles an hour. We sure you want me to elevate? And they're like, you are right. Do not elevate unless you have really executed the pitch or the prior pitches to elevate and get it, because it's not going to get by them as easy. And I thought for Dane Dunning, He tried to elevate way too many times in a row there.
Well, and we talked about the high fastball last week. Speaking of Adolis specifically, and Kevin, I think there's a lot of the fan base that's kind of in this. We don't feel like we're good enough because we had probably the best product they put out there in years.
Yeah,
I will say that too. I thought that was the best team they've had in years.
Everything was set up for them to be in the conference championship,
and then it fell apart.
Okay. And they didn't even get close.
They had bad teams. They had bad teams in the conference. They had bad teams in their division. Philly wasn't what they sounded like they were really supposed to be. Everything was built for you to be right there, and why couldn't you do it? And so Jerry, it's feeling like Jerry's placing it. Jerry and Steven and them are placing it at the foot of the players for not executing and being able to beat an inferior opponent.
But I'll be nice here. But most general managers, if they felt that way, they would make major moves in the offseason to either flood in talent or throw everything away and go, we're done. I was with the Cleveland Indians in 2001. Won the division, took the Seattle Mariners 114-win team or whatever they were to Game 5 of the ALDS. And at that moment, the organization said, you're not good enough to beat Seattle. You've kind of never been good enough to beat the Yankees. We're getting rid of everything. We're getting rid of Roberto Alomar. We're getting rid eventually of Jim Thome. We're getting rid of Bartolo Colon de Montreal. We're done. We tried. It's over. Now, they almost made it back to the World Series in 2007. I'm not saying it was very successful, but the Cleveland Indians had dominated their division from 1995 to 2001, and this is how most teams do it. If you feel like it's over, if you're like, we gave this a chance, and we've given it multiple chances, it didn't work. You either get rid of everything and start rebuilding, or you say, if it didn't work this way, let's screw the future to try to do it one more time.
And if I believed on the other side of that, I don't know what that look is.
Okay. I'm taking this real quick. Mike, what's the thing that you learned from the Chiefs owner that you will always stick with?
You got to have a top 8 quarterback in this league or you have no chance.
And what if the Cowboys have decided it's not going to be top 8 in the future?
That's totally fine.
Then what do you have to do? You have to go find it. And you're going to have to be bad. You might have to be bad in order to get there. To get a Mahomes type guy. And I know they weren't in top 8 to draft, but he is a top 8 quarterback for sure. Maybe we gotta reboot. And Kevin, if you look at contracts from here on, 25 is a great season to stink again.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that. If I believed for 1 second that the Cowboys had the work ethic and stomach to do just that, then I would be 1,000,000% fine with this. And that's
hard work.
Yeah, because you're like, hey, I did talk to Dion. We are going to make sure that Shedeur Sanders makes his way here. And you think that's the guy in 2000, whoever. Or if you want to go with Aller, whoever your quarterback of choice in the future draft is. If I believe that the Cowboys were willing to go down that route and they said, you know what we meant by all in is Mike McCarthy makes it to the NFC Championship game, wins the Super Bowl, whatever, or he's fired. Dak Prescott, same thing, or he's out. If I believed all of that, and then they were like, and then we'll let the new coach draft their new quarterback, we'll start again from the ground floor up, I would be like, well, that's fine, because that's what you got to do sometimes. I don't believe that's going to happen whatsoever. I think, especially as of now, with a theoretically worse team, let's say they make it to the divisional round and lose. They'd be like, oh, but you see how close we are? You see how many regular season games we won? We're almost there. Here's your extension, Mike and Dak. And you're going to be like, okay. And that's where I think we're going to go.
That's right. And you know what? History has not told us anything different.
You're right. And the people texting in and saying, but you're misconstruing what the Jones family really wants. I don't think I am, but I'm also voicing what I want as a fan. Because before I had this job, before Corey, you or Mike had this job, we were hometown, lifelong fans and season ticket holders of the Dallas Cowboys. I am also telling you what I think they should do, but it comes down to what 1 or 2 people actually want to do. No matter how many questions we've asked and gotten hung up on and gotten sworn at and everything like that, he doesn't change his mind.
Yeah. And I don't know what Steven's philosophy is. I really don't. Like with Jerry's philosophy, you're kind of like he wants a big splash move. Steven's philosophy, you're like it's felt like he's been kind of trying to hold on, and just trying to make sure he gets a good grasp of it. And this year, again, the last 3 years they've invested in this team. They really have. They were like, we got the quarterback, we got all these things. If we need this piece, if we got to go get Dan Quinn then we got to do this and this. And this feels like this to me feels like you're trying to reboot it. You're trying to renovate from within while also trying to keep things.
Dumb to do it this way.
I agree.
Who does? Well, and I'll say this isn't a good example. I don't like that the Seahawks are going with Geno Smith. I think that's just set up for failure. But once they figured out Russell Wilson can't really do this. He can do this as long as you have Marshawn Lynch and the best defense in the NFL. But he can't. And the only way to do that is if he's making less than $20 million a year approximately. So we know he can't do it. And they moved on. And Denver was stupid enough to do a deal. And now they're moving on very quickly going, we know Russell Wilson is in the same category as Dak Prescott. These people cannot do it on a $50 million a year contract. They're not good enough. But I don't want to also, this is what I'm afraid of, that if the Cowboys, they're not even going down the path of, hey, let's get something for Russell Wilson / Dak Prescott and then go with Geno Smith. But I have a feeling that Jerry will be like, all right, Geno Smith is available, and you're going to watch Geno Smith instead of the let's somehow get into the top 5 pick. Take a guy
10 wins,
that has
9 or 10 wins.
He has we have a 10% chance of getting the next Super Bowl quarterback, the next guy. It's only 10%, but it's 10%. There's a 0% chance that Geno Smith's ever going to win a championship.
I want to put this as succinctly as I possibly can. I love the Dallas Cowboys. I hate everything they're doing this offseason.
I can agree with you on that.
Coming up next, uninterrupted, uncut.
Are you sure?
I don't care what happens in the next. Well, it's the Seahawks starring Corey Majors.
All right, I'm excited about this.
I'm in.
Next on The Fan.
I'm just going to ignore things. All right.
The Fan continues to grow because of you.
That's Fuzzy's Taco Shop.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, no matter what, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I swear, if Jordan Montgomery news breaks in the next few minutes, decision. Will we ignore it? That's the question.
Yep.
No, Kevin, we won't ignore it. It's
and then we can be
C-Block.
like, breaking news, sports news first, guaranteed.
The roof is open today for their exhibition. Maybe they helicopter them in.
That would be cool.
Where would they, in the outfield or on the mound?
I'm assuming the outfield.
That's a good question.
But the mound is where he belongs.
Well, he could walk that way.
Walk this way. All right, guys. Jared, I'm stealing this from Jared Sandler. Jared tweeted this morning. And he said, "Who's your favorite baseball character of all time?" And immediately, I mean, I love this question, and I feel like we've had these conversations before, but I have a top 5 list.
Ooh.
Number 5.
Okay.
Ed Sullivan.
What?
The chimpanzee
Really
that was trained to play third base in the movie Ed.
Hold on. Did you put this list together, or is this from somewhere else?
This is my list.
Oh, my God. I've never seen that movie.
You've never seen it?
No.
So is the famous chicken going to be on here?
Oh, that's a good character, though. Mike, that can be yours if you want to. All right? Number 4.
Okay.
Jack Elliott, Mr. Baseball.
Are you talking about the one that went over to Japan and he had a problem with the Shuto?
Yeah, Tom Selleck. I love Tom Selleck.
One of his teammates became the president.
Almost became Indiana Jones once.
Shohei?
No. Dennis Haysbert.
Of the Japan?
No, he became president in 24.
Japan? Is that what you just said?
Do they have an emperor?
I don't know.
Number 3.
If emperors, that sounds way better. If I won something, wouldn't you rather be emperor than president? That sounds bigger.
Agreed.
King sounds so good. Like, I don't want to be a mayor. Nothing against Mayor Johnson and everything. I don't want to be a mayor. I want to be a king.
Would you want to be John Mayer?
Yes.
Now?
Oh, come on, Mike. Are you telling? Look at
Mike
his
don't want to
list.
be sleeping around with people.
It's because of Jennifer Aniston, isn't it?
A little bit.
I don't know who else he slept with,
Lots
to be
of
honest.
A lot.
Jessica Simpson, Taylor Swift.
There seems to be record of other famous people sleeping with people.
Who do you think has the record?
What was that statement?
Who do you think has the record of the most? It's Wilt,
Well,
right?
then they say who has the STD.
Is it that you don't want to say it or that you forgot which one it is?
Is it hep?
It's herpes.
I always forget. I always mix those up. They both have H's. They both start with H's.
Yeah, why'd they do that? Why didn't they make it like BEP?
What?
So it wouldn't be.
Is Mayor clean? John Mayer?
I don't know the answer to that question.
It doesn't seem like there's a list out there.
He's been a lot by himself lately, though. You know, he's performing with the Grateful Dead.
He needs some cornflakes.
Do you know he's been performing with the Grateful Dead? I think they're the Dead and Company is what their name is now.
Oh.
And so he plays all their songs. Number 5, Ed Sullivan, the chimpanzee. Number 4, Jack Elliott. Kevin, how can a chimpanzee not be one of your favorite characters? That's all I'm saying.
I've never seen that movie.
Number 3, Crash Davis.
Oh,
Bull Durham.
Dude, he's amazing. Like that character.
Does Nick LaLouche
he is the guy that like you need that guy in your clubhouse because he knows baseball. All right. Number 2, Billy Chappell.
From Love of the Game.
Love that movie. And number 1, Jackie Robinson. Now I don't know.
He's a real person.
Yeah, but it was also there was a movie about his life, and so is that a character?
That feels like a real person. Not
You name 4 fictional characters,
Fictitional?
and then yeah.
well, yeah.
Fictitious?
You name 3 fictional humans, a monkey,
Fictitional.
and Jackie Robinson.
That's a word.
That's your top 5 baseball character list.
I can go back and get rid
I
of
feel
Jackie
like
Robinson if y'all want me to. You want me to get
Jackie's
rid
a
of Jackie
real
Robinson, whose
person.
number's retired in every stadium.
Yeah, you would say that he's one of the most
Okay.
historic figures, not fake figure.
All right.
Well, I think I'm just mad
Looks like
because
the San Diego Chickens on the board.
You didn't put my favorite person in there.
Okay, listen. You can do this too. I stole this from Jared, and I'm taking part in it.
My answer is Sweet Lou Brown from Major League. There's a variety of amazing lines. The manager from Major League.
Forget about the curveball, Ricky. Give him a heater.
Or when he gets offered the job for Cleveland, he goes, I don't know. I got a guy on the other line talking about some white walls. But my favorite line.
Can I guess?
Yes.
You may run like Mays, but you hit like.
That is a good guess.
Not Mays?
But mine is, he goes, it seems as though the national media thinks we'd be better off if we went out there and shot ourselves. And he goes, me? I'm for wasted sports writers' time.
Mm-hmm.
I love his character. That's my favorite.
All right. And Mike, do you have a favorite baseball character? I mean, it sounds like the chicken.
San Diego Chicken is a good one.
What movie is that in?
He's a ballpark. He's a character at a ballpark. I guess he's dead because I haven't seen the San Diego Chicken in a long time.
The question does say favorite baseball movie character, so I guess it would have to be a movie.
What about in the movie Bull Durham? But he was a real person. He's probably dead too. The guy who would do all the funky signs and everything and pretend like he was a first or third base coach. Help me out,
When was the
old
last time you
people.
saw Bull Durham?
It's been a minute because now my mind started to drift off about, does Harry Doyle qualify?
Oh, Harry Doyle's a good one.
Yeah, somebody said Bob Uecker in Major League.
But he
from
plays
972.
Harry Doyle. He doesn't play Bob
doesn't play
Uecker.
himself.
So
Okay.
I think he should be exempt from the Jackie Robinson rule that we just made.
By the way, I have to Google away from Jose Altuve, who's never had 100 RBIs in a season.
Oh,
Kevin Elster did not play Kevin Elster, but Ken Griffey, he put in the movie Little Big League because he played just some random shortstop. But Ken Griffey Jr. definitely played Ken Griffey Jr. in that movie. All right, I just want to make sure that we kind of have this all understood. Now we move on to the story that Kevin wanted to hear the most.
Is this the
Maceo
wedding one?
Harrison? Oh, no, Savannah Bananas. Sorry. I was trying to find this old dude. Stop doing Savannah Banana stuff, Google. It's not Eric Young Sr.
I saw this story, and it is about a woman who duped all of her friends into paying for her honeymoon.
Wyatt Langford, by the way, just hit a double.
All right.
Back to you.
In order to have a successful wedding, Kevin, this on Barstool Sports, they suggest a good cocktail hour food.
Okay.
Nobody's too banged up at this point and gives the widest variety of choices. People ready to party. You think the people ready to party is a good wedding, good successful wedding?
Agreed.
Doesn't matter if it's a DJ or band. You just need music and a crowd that gets to throw down, and an open bar. Saves the best for last. Open bar is the way to go. All right.
Do you remember Brandon's opening line?
Yes, you'd be surprised how far people will drive for a Taco Bell taco.
No, for an open bar.
With here is what a woman who recently had her wedding did. She had about 200 guests. Her venue was a gift from her uncle who owns a wedding venue in New England. All right. That's about how much, Kevin? A wedding venue, about let's say $7,000.
Yeah.
In New England?
Yeah.
Her catering
fancy
was gifted to her from a friend who owns a restaurant.
Ooh,
how much do you think that runs you? About $3,000? So that's about $10,000 right there.
Yeah, maybe $4,000.
Her flowers.
That's a couple grand more. Maybe
Gift
$3,000.
from her aunt, who is a florist.
Yeah, I'm up to about $14,000 so far.
Their rings purchased at cost by a friend who works for a jewelry company.
Okay, so they probably saved about $5,000 right there.
What are we doing here?
What am I looking at?
Help from Bill, who's listening. He's a hitting coach. He played in the minor leagues. It was Max Patkin.
Good job, Mike.
That is the character.
So
go look him up. I know him well.
I say we
obviously.
save $5,000 on that.
All right. Okay. So we're
wedding?
What's the total? Yeah. What's the total here?
$250,000.
So far, we've saved about $20,000.
All right. Her DJ and photographer also gifts.
Okay.
Her family would have covered the cost of everything, but this was her second wedding. She's in her 40s. They already paid for the first one.
Yeah.
And then lastly, and most importantly, a family member owns a liquor store, gifted them all of their alcohol, and they said, make it a cash bar. So they charge people for free alcohol that they got, and then use that money, to fund a trip to Italy.
See, because I'm looking at, give or take, about 27 grand in gratis stuff that they've picked up here.
And then they made money on top of it, which was probably at that night, let's say you have 200 people, everybody's drinking probably a $5 to $8 drink of some sort. Let's just say it's about $5 to $10.
You discount the drinks knowing that you get them for nothing.
Yeah.
But you still need to make some cash.
Depending on how good I want this trip to Italy to be, I guess, right? Like they're basically funding it. And they don't know. They're just like, you know what? I'll buy a couple drinks. Maybe somebody says, you know what? I'm buying shots around the group. So maybe you're probably getting... You could probably get a good $4,000 or $5,000 off alcohol alone.
Okay.
If not, with 200 people, you could probably roll into the $10,000 range easy.
So I'm saving all the costs of my wedding, just about, and I'm now financing between $4,000 and $10,000 for my honeymoon. Also, costs me nothing.
Yep. So my question to you is she a bad guy for doing this?
Yes.
Or is she brilliant?
Can I say both? Is that allowed?
A maniacal bad guy, a brilliant, a genius bad guy.
I think this is very clever, but also very wrong. You got all the free stuff for your second wedding.
Yes.
Like, I get that point. I remember so many people wanted to come to me and Jess's wedding because they're like, hold on, both of these people are almost 40 and have never been married. I have to see this event. I could say it's genius and kind of wrong at the same time.
If you're
right?
if you're one of the wedding goers and you don't know that they're using that money, that all that stuff happened, you're not thinking anything of it. You're just like, this is a lovely wedding. Everything looks nice. I'm here to party. I brought $50. I'm drinking tonight.
Do you bring cash to the wedding?
$100
to spend it.
Yeah, $100.
Okay.
Just if I know it's a cash bar, I'm taking $100 with me.
Okay.
And if it's not a cash bar, then at the end of the night, I am throwing that $100 into the pocket of the groom and saying, "Hey, y'all have a great dinner" or something.
That's nice.
In Belize or wherever they go.
Where do you fall on the?
I think it's pretty genius.
Okay.
Although I do feel kind of slimy lying to everybody like that. But if they don't know, it's not going to hurt them. They didn't take the red pill, you know.
I'm watching Max Packin, man. That dude's funny.
Somebody texted in and said,
the clown prince of baseball.
Mike has no clue what y'all are talking about.
Weddings. Some woman scammed people into paying for a wedding.
He does. See, Texter?
And it cost $1 million.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Y'all were right.
I know I could Google this, but I appreciate this text.
$50. He takes $50 to weddings to either give to the wedding people or to buy drinks for himself.
From maybe for his wife too. I don't know. From the 214.
Well, 50 for her, 50 for him.
I spent $35K on my daughter's 15th birthday, the quinceañera. Without Googling it myself, I would like to know other people who have had quinceañeras. What's like the range we're looking at?
Yeah, or or a bar mitzvah or something like
or
that.
A bat mitzvah,
or a bat mitzvah. Yeah, like how much do those cost? And
good question.
How's that all run?
Good question. Sounds like we have our crosstalk topic.
There we go.
Coming up next, we'll probably talk about Dak and the Rangers too. We will chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. There are Tolos everywhere. Just got this text from Tolo Josh. He's at the game, caught a foul ball on the third pitch of the game.
Nice. Why not the first one?
Was there a foul ball in the first pitch of the game?
Oh, no, I didn't see it.
Devers went deep, but I don't think he went deep enough to get it into the stands. Did it hit the back wall?
I think
it's like a line drive.
I think that is correct.
I think it hit that clock out there that said it's baseball time in Texas.
That's impossible.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably is. It's really far.
Really caved on that.
Usually where it's like dead center field, and it's really far.
Hit it here, win a suit. If I hit it there, I should get like the MVP and $100 million. Yeah. That was 690 feet away.
Mickey Mantle could have.
Right now.
He could have if he had hit it twice.
Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas.
First home run the Astrodome
from the G-Bag Nation.
He did, yeah.
He was in the Yankees. The Astros were National League.
It was an exhibition.
Oh, exhibition. That's what they're doing right now.
That is true.
Yeah.
Love exhibitions.
Fellas, how is you today?
Awesome, Heggie. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. I'm going to go directly to Wolchuk for this. I'm hoping you can help us out.
What is it?
We were talking about the average price of a quinceañera, and we've gotten a lot of really varied responses.
I'm your guy.
Well, what about the bar or the bat mitzvah? Do you have any idea of? I realize the range is probably, I don't know, $1 million, but realistically, are we talking 10,000, 20,000? Like, what kind of range are we talking?
I think you're probably looking at like 20,000.
20,000. I've done it.
Yeah.
Bennett's Jewish.
Oh yeah, it was 20,000.
Yeah,
it was
mojito
actually,
bar. Actually, it was crazy the things that his mom came up with. It's like the wedding, the money she wishes she had back after that.
Oh
day.
yeah, like if you've watched Adam Sandler's "You're Not Invited to My Bat Mitzvah," it is very much like that, which is hilarious. But it's like a wedding party. Essentially, you're going to spend a similar price as you would on a wedding on the bat mitzvah.
A lot of food, a lot of desserts, open bar for the parents,
and you're hoping for a lot of envelopes for the kiddo.
Yeah,
right?
the kiddo cleans up on that, but he got all that money.
My money went, Dad. But
yeah, put it away.
No.
Just kidding. Love you, Dad.
That is unfortunate.
I love you, Dad. Feels like there's some seriousness still in there.
No, he deserved every penny of that.
Have you guys ever been to, somebody texted this in, and I have absolutely done this before, from the 682, have you been to certain Indian weddings? They're multi-day affairs. The one I went to, we were there.
Like cricket.
Yes. We were there for day 3, the ceremony of a 4-day event, which I was told cost at least 6 figures.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they couldn't get the elephant? Is that
okay. So
Adrian Peterson did this, right? He had elephants at a party.
Yes, and he came in on a camelback, and there were sword swallowers and all that stuff.
Now he might have money issues. I can't believe
Lady
that.
from Channel 8.
Like
our buddy came in on a horse, and he said they weren't going to get an elephant, which is, they said, original tradition. I can't remember the reasons why, and we realized really quickly we were out of our depths to get an elephant to the wedding because that's original tradition. But he came in on a horse. They had fireworks. The ceremony was 3 hours long. They brought, I can't remember what it was called, but it wasn't a snack. I was informed not to call it that. No, they brought like
pretzels,
something you could eat though, but it had a specific name and purpose. I can't remember the name of it.
Hopefully its purpose was to fill you up and taste
Pita
good.
bread.
I mean, it was a 3-hour wedding. It was very long.
On day 3 of the wedding,
yes.
too. So we're going 3-hour ceremonies day in, day out.
It was unbelievable. It was awesome. I don't know about 100,000 plus awesome, but it was amazing.
What'd you wear?
I wore just a suit.
Okay, she didn't wear the...
It was Alibaba.
No,
attire?
The groom did, but I just wore a regular suit. The reception was the greatest wedding reception I've ever seen. I love my wedding reception. This one was better.
Dude, when we did the MP gala last year, there was a wedding at the same place we were at, and everybody looked amazing. I was like, look at all these dresses on these women.
And they told everyone to take their seats, but not for the couple coming out. They were like, everybody, please take your seats. That's all they said. I was like, oh, okay. And then they broke out with these unbelievable choreographed dance routines. It was awesome.
And you wanted to dance.
Hell yeah. But I had
dance
no.
if you want to.
Yeah.
That's right.
You like sitting around on pillows and stuff?
No, we were at a regular table.
Regular table.
Were there pillows?
During the ceremony, there was a fire pit, and there were pillows around there, and you had to walk around the fire. This was a long time.
Did you have to walk through the fire? That would have been interesting.
You had to walk around it.
Oh, the coals.
Not
on the coals, the hot
through
coals.
it.
Oh,
That'd be fun.
test your manhood.
You ever done that?
No.
I convinced my drunk friend to do it one night, and his sandals melted to his feet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably worse.
He was like, "I'll just do it with my sandals on." I was like, "Yeah, that'll be all right." And then he had
because you have to go
him.
fast, right?
Yeah,
Pam did it.
I was like, "You can do
That's
this."
true.
Yeah,
in the office.
but we still had fire going. It wasn't just hot coals. Like there was still fire.
Oh,
It was
wow.
a huge bonfire.
Oh my gosh, that is a
He's all
terrible
right
idea.
now, though.
Hey, speaking of terrible ideas, so,
His foot grew back.
so the Cowboys and Dak supposedly, per Rappaport, have an agreement. They're on the same page. That page doesn't include a contract extension. They're just going to ride it out, and magically everything is going to work out happily ever after. What are your thoughts on this? I don't know if you can tell mine, but not a fan.
I think this is their version of a rebuild, and part of a rebuild for a team, I think, is getting your cap in order. I just wonder if it means they're waffling at all. I could see it both ways. Like, man, we're not sure on Dak. Let's just bite the bullet on this contract, not extend it anymore into the future, and see where we are in a year.
But you still have a huge hit even once his contract's up.
Yes.
That is my concern.
Yeah. And maybe you'll want to take all of that next year. Maybe you'll do back-to-back hits. That's the life in the NFL. And, I guess it was their version of going for it the last 5 or 6 years, pushing all of this money into the future. And now's the time where that bill's coming due.
Do you believe that the Cowboys have, and I've said it, I do not believe that they have the patience or wherewithal or maybe even ability to just totally rebuild this thing?
History would tell you no, they do not.
Yeah, they'll try to make the playoffs in their rebuild years still.
Mm-hmm.
They'll try to be in the picture well into December. That's their goal.
Great.
Engagement, baby.
If you're Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb, you consider not resigning here?
I feel like it's impossible in the NFL. No good player has ever been a free agent in their mid to late 20s, right? It's
as of late, right? In their mid to late 20s.
Yeah, they set up rules where they made sure free agency is a load of crap because no great player can ever make it because of franchise tagging and stuff like that. So I feel like agents would say, let's just take the 4 to 6 year deal that's premium. Yeah. You can't get any better money. Then maybe at 30, 32, they won't franchise tag you and you can be a free agent then.
Yeah, they could keep tagging, but I wonder how expensive that would be for
Smart play for the Cowboys would have been if they were out on Dak, and basically you are. Like if you're going into this year, your team is not as good, and you've already seen how that goes. You would have tried to trade him this spring. That should have been your play.
Agreed.
So that's, again, a front office mishap, which we're kind of accustomed to here. The other move that they should make if they are rebuilding is trade Micah Parsons.
Agreed.
That is your best asset. That is a player that I do not believe you were going to get your money's worth on a second contract once the athletic traits kind of start to wind down as he gets later, and he doesn't seem like a guy, from what I've heard, puts in a ton of extra work on his craft behind the scenes. So that's how you end up rebuilding this thing. You get a bunch of draft picks by moving the best defensive player in football right now, try and get at least a couple ones, and then you should have tried to trade the quarterback if you didn't like him.
Instead, they will do none of that.
That's bold.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. A lot of Rangers news right out of the gates here, and we'll continue this Dak conversation in 5 minutes. We want your thoughts on the truckwreck.com fan text.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Remember, you can find us at Rally House in Mansfield tomorrow.
In the morning.
10 a.m. to 2 p.m., right?
In the afternoon.
And at 10 o'clock and in the 1 o'clock, we'll be doing that Rangers Astros ticket giveaway. Big day tomorrow on the Fan. So roll home or come back with us, tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It is hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Jennifer at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. You got Chris Strong filling in for Lucius Alexander today. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. So is Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And gentlemen, we have a big game night tonight in Dallas-Fort Worth. Both teams are going to be in action for you to take in. Both on the West Coast in the Northern California area. Let's start with the hoops. As the Mavs, the Kings, 9 o'clock on TNT. It's an exciting game right here. These couple could determine, who's sitting in the 6 and who's, battling some play-in situations. So a lot on the line, and it appears our guys are focused.
Heck yeah, they are, dude. And especially at the end of that game last night, those final few minutes in between, from about that 10-minute mark in the fourth quarter, all of a sudden Luka and Kyrie were like, all right, it's going to be takeover time right now. The bigs continuing to play extremely well. It's so fun with Gafford and Lively making the impact that they've made. So this is definitely a new-look team. I think the Kings will provide a nice little litmus test to see where you stand here against a quality opponent.
Yeah, doing what you should do. Take care of business. It was great seeing Kyrie, the hustle he was giving in the fourth quarter with a 10-point lead. That dude's setting the tone for everybody else. Now about P.J. Washington. Last week we were applauding his defensive efforts going up against the best offensive player of the opposing team.
Dude.
But the offense wasn't quite there. Last night he gives you 16 points. Solid. From behind the arc, 2 of 6.
Hey, it's important to see those corner threes go in, dude.
Improvements.
Those corner threes have been a disaster for him since he put the uniform on. And
we'll take that.
To see 2 of those go in, I think, is huge.
And I think Jason Kidd said he wants to try and get Hardy some more minutes. Maybe that cuts into THJ's minutes. 29 points last night. Even though THJ wasn't horrible with 13, he was +8 and then ±. But I'd like to see Hardy eat into some of THJ's minutes a little bit down the stretch, see how that looks.
Yeah, you talk to people over there in the organization about when you ask about Hardaway is that he's really not helping himself. And last night, though, Utah's the type of team that's going to give you some looks. So they're still monitoring the situation of him and the shooting slump and all that. They're like, yeah, great. Last night, nice to see him get some buckets, but Utah also lets you have some shots. So we'll see what Sacramento offers. There is some thought about getting a little bit more looks for Hardy because of Green being hurt and nicked up a little bit. They just maybe want to figure out a little bit more about that.
It's not ideal right now, but that's part of the cool thing about this is you do have players struggling. They didn't shoot the ball well again last night, but They hold the Jazz under 110. It is 105 points. Kyrie had a good game. Luka had his 19th triple-double. So I think it's huge. They're locked in. They're taking care of business. They're starting to prove that at least against bad teams, they can shut the door defensively and win with defense. And now I'm pretty sure this team is better than the team that made the West Finals. I don't think it's a guarantee that the Mavs will win a playoff series or be that competitive, but we are making serious progress now, I think, under Nico Harrison as far as roster construction. Is it a couple of months away? Probably not. Maybe a couple of years away. But if I'm Luka and his agent now, I'm like, hey, this is something that we should stick around for.
Yeah, there's a foundation now with the roster that you didn't have prior. And these guys are under contract. They're young. They're pretty cheap, especially when you consider Lively and Gafford. Those are 2 guys that you are excited to have on your roster because they're putting out more than you're really having to give them financially. So that's huge when you have guys like Luka and Kyrie on the roster eating so much of it. But yes, you are starting to build a team where, okay, now you can see the makings of a player here, a player there, and you're a legitimate championship contender.
Yeah, Exum is only.
And right now you're frisky. Right now nobody wants to see you. No. But in the offseason, you can go from being frisky to being all of a sudden now. Let's get to these Western Conference Finals for sure.
Yeah, Exum's only costing you $3 million on the books, and then $3 million next year. So that's something he's
awesome,
playing pretty well for you in those situations. So nice to have an inexpensive player that's it's giving you some good looks and good minutes.
And the most important thing is it seems like they hit on their superstar pairing as of right now. Like Kyrie and Luka are playing well with each other, and they seem to be getting along as well in the locker room behind the scenes when they're not on the court.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch, and you're getting the most out of both those guys right now, which is great. I did just realize we might be in the Ford era here, or maybe the year of the Ford. I'm not sure exactly how I want to coin this, but between Gafford and Langford, we're doing big things here with the Fords joining us. So
good point.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Salute to that lineage. Okay, you have Stars at Sharks as their West Coast swing will get underway. Pretty much a must-win game with the Colorado hard charge in the way that they are. Vancouver is coming up on the schedule atop the conference. So it's getting down to the nitty-gritty, and this is the time of the year where all of these games start to mean more, and you wake up with that anticipation, almost like it's a playoff vibe. I'm starting to get playoff energy off these matchups already, guys. It's pretty fun.
It is fun. And the way that they're playing offensively, Jamie Benn's been on a heater.
He has.
The question, right now, the one last piece that you want to see is Otter get back to the form in which he was in 2 years ago, last year, heading into the postseason. He's been a little hit or miss at times. There's been some pucks. I know defensively, right, that's a big reason for it. But your defense has been playing certainly much better out of the break. So I would like to see Otter start to get back to that confidence that we were seeing him used to play with.
Yeah, they're on a little bit of a run, too, where they're playing. I know that Arizona the other day, they blitzed them pretty good when they were here on home ice. And then you go to Tempe to play that game, and it turns into a close game.
Yeah.
But, your situation with Otter, he's kind of struggled against teams that have really good offenses. Teams have found ways to get pucks on net and, find a way to get past him. So, yeah, it's kind of one of those things. You'd like to see him have more of those nights where, maybe he faces, 25, 26 shots and he can string a couple of, clean sheets behind, get some confidence going into the playoffs.
All righty, G-Bag Nation, what else is cooking here in the world of sports? You got the Cowboys, and, first of all, the text is going after our guy Wolchuk here for what he said in that crosstalk about wanting to trade Micah Parsons. That is a quick way to a polarizing conversation, sir, so I salute you as a shock jock.
You'll get some of those, but to me...
Folks, if you knew the whole story.
Yeah.
Just if you knew the whole story... and I know there's a lot of people out there that kind of want to, kind of poo-poo on everything it's said on this station at times. But, we know folks, people talk about things, people make suggestions. It's one of those things that, we all understand what the type of player he is. We all get that. But there's a lot of factors that go into these players and these evaluations. And, if you follow it as closely as we do and live it every single day, you would probably see it the same way we do. So any kind of suggestion that we make, you're just not throwing it up against the wall. There's some actual thought that goes into this.
Unless it's me. Then you can question it.
I would question anything that you say.
I know. You watchdog everything.
I watchdog everything.
Watchdogging the hell out of it. Yeah, I mean, it does kind of feel like the Cowboys are on the verge of a rebuild.
Yep.
And if you are, what's your best trade piece? To me, it's probably Micah Parsons. And
definitely.
Do you want to pay him what is going to be a massive contract after you essentially are trying to get out of the weeds on a Dak contract that you may want to re-sign with him or let him walk? And now it's kind of open to maybe he does walk. And if he does, then you are rebuilding. So the best way is probably maybe you do look to trade Micah Parsons in that case and try and get a haul of picks to help fruit that rebuild.
Yeah, I could see that. I might do that depending on what the offer is. If I was in charge and they're like, yeah, we'll give you 2 1s, and the first one is in the top half of the draft, I might go with that. I don't know what the market looks like for a guy like Micah Parsons right now. I imagine it's at least 2 1s. But I think the Cowboys are going to look at it like we want to keep our absolute star players and try to make the playoffs while we rebuild. Micah Parsons is a big piece of that excitement on TV that you might tune in for, especially playing as bad of teams as the Cowboys typically do. There's a lot of excitement, I think, for the Cowboys to still reap from that relationship, that contract that they have with Micah. I would love it to believe that maybe the Cowboys are as sharp when it comes to team building as what Sam Presti showed in OKC. Oh, we're not contenders. Our salary restraints are tough. Well, watch this. We're trading all of our best players for draft picks. We'll see you in a couple of years, and we're coming to kick everybody's ass. That's if you want to win a Super Bowl, that to me is a very clear way. I remember JD once called it a shortcut with the Astros because he was so jealous about all the players that they'd managed to accumulate. It's like, oh, we don't want to take a shortcut like Houston. I'm like, I do. Sign me up for the shortcut.
Seriously, man, sign me up for just having the most amount of good players possible by any means necessary. Give me the best chance to win a Super Bowl. Don't give me the best chance to win double-digit regular season games and maybe win a playoff game. Don't build me that team. Build me the team, and there's going to be some pain involved with that. There's going to be a down year. There's going to be potentially 2 down years. But if you're doing things appropriately, big picture, this thing springs up in a huge way. And now all of a sudden you're not just, okay, it's cool. Maybe we won the division this year. Maybe we get to host a home playoff game. It's no, we are a true legitimate contender, and we can go toe-to-toe with the best teams. Because that's how we've invested in our roster.
And I'm willing to.
You got to take risks.
Yep. And sometimes you have to be willing to sacrifice other seasons to get there. You know, I'm willing to sacrifice seasons. I feel like we're already sacrificing. Nick Harris is going to join us at 3:20. Now, he's live in Orlando with the meeting.
He is there. Yep.
Yeah, he was there talking to McCarthy earlier today when Coach McCarthy thinks the roster growth internally is going to improve the team with the jump of the second and third year guys. And, man, I hope that works.
Second and third year guys like Mozzie Smith and Scooney.
No, I think he's
the
thinking
previous class.
He's thinking about Sam Williams and that
Deron Bland,
Tolbert and that group.
Well, okay, because if he's thinking about Mozzie Smith and Schoonmaker, he's thinking about how quickly they can recover from the surgeries they're both having.
Surgery on their shoulders, yeah.
Yeah, a couple of operations here.
What a nightmare.
Yeah.
Hey, ready for training camp.
The offseason could be better. We need a great draft. The good news is these guys can do it. Two years ago, I think they got 4 contributors. I mean, if you're counting Sam Williams. Rangers now in the calm before the storm. Can't wait to chat it up with our guy CY here. He'll probably join us on opening day. One of the best winners in all of baseball. The thing I like about CY is, he's just constantly working tirelessly. He's not running from his responsibility as a personnel boss. He's running to it and saying, "Oh, we got a fire here. We need this. We need that." Kind of reminds me of a young Jerry Jones when he bought this team with fire in his eyes. You remember the press conference, and the path that he set forth was, "I will not be denied by anything. We will be champions." And it was an absolute force of nature. If you weren't around to see it, it was a whole different Jerry Jones. This is country club enjoying life Jerry Jones. That was, I got to go earn it and set myself up for life. And when he was motivated properly, I think this current version of CY is a good comparison if you didn't have the pleasure of seeing that in person. Owners approved the new kickoff rule, and folks are happy, even though it's extreme, because they're just basically giveaway plays now. So it's going to be totally different. All of the players on the kickoff team will line up on the receiving team's 40. Kicker's still back at the 35. He's going to let it rip from there. At least 9 members of the return team will line up in a setup zone between the 35 and the 30, and up to 2 runners can line up in the landing zone between the goal line and the 20-yard line. So I think you can still just send it and get a touchback.
Yeah, but I think they bring it out to the 30 now, right? Instead of the 30, instead of the 25.
Yeah.
There was talk about putting it all the way to the 35, and they said, no, we got to do it at the 30. What's going to happen is if you kick the ball and try and tackle and get pinned people down, and you start getting more returns, because we saw in the XFL, there were a couple of teams, actually our own team here in Arlington was pretty good at it.
Champions.
Of taking the ball and kind of getting a good return out of it. So what you would do is I could see teams, if you're all of a sudden you see returns, they're just going to pump the ball into the end zone and we'll give it to you at the 30, play from there. That's if teams get really good at returning some of these kicks.
Right.
And get them past.
But that's still a sacrifice. I mean, you're getting the ball at the 30-yard line, you're starting with some
better than having the ball, better than giving the ball up at your own 48 or something like that.
Yes, but still solid field position.
Yeah, that's what teams will figure out, the fact that these both groups are stationary. I think it's a disadvantage for the team covering. Now they're going to have to wait till the ball and then they get to move.
Yeah.
And that's and then all of a sudden you get a setup of a block or two, and then you get a guy squirting through. He's running downhill at you, and you're kind of still stationary.
Hey, anything to help the ball carrier, man.
Yep.
That's what they're about.
That's what they're trying to do.
If you're the guy with the ball, we want to give you every opportunity to do what you can, and we don't want you to get any of those boo-boos. That's for sure.
Well, hopefully it makes exciting plays while keeping players relatively safe. Who knows what they could try next? They've kind of opened up the Pandora's box. I wouldn't mind just seeing a play, like, hey, you get the ball at the 20, you get a play, which is like an extra first down, right? And wherever the ball goes, it's going to be first down again. So take your shot, take a running play. You want to get 5 yards, you want to go for it. I don't know. I think there's a lot of ways this could go, though. It is the G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Coming up next here on The Fan, we'll hear from Boach as the Rangers come up on 53 hours from first pitch of the 2024 season here on your home of the champs, 105.3 The Fan.
House.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back, Nation. The segment here, we got some Rangers audio for you. Counting you down to opening day, Thursday night, 6:30 first pitch, 6 o'clock pregame here on The Fan. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. And it's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your car, carsforkids.org. Here we go, some Boch. Cut 3 on Langford and what makes him special.
Yeah, and not just spring training. I have to talk about his numbers last year coming up through our system. They were amazing, and he's just a gifted athlete. And I say athlete, you talk about his hitting, but he's done a good job in left field. He runs well. He's a baseball player, and he's just a guy that is so grounded and humble. I just love watching him play. He plays the game right. He gets it. Now, I don't have him, set in a certain spot in the order right now. He could be hitting third against lefties. He could be hitting fifth or sixth. I don't want all the attention on him because it's going to be all of us, and that's what it was last year. But we're lucky to have this man. And coming to spring training, I really thought he would make this club.
There he is on MLB Network talking about the kid Langford. I love the part about being grounded, about being humble and playing the game right. And, I don't go for like the old-timey traditions of don't celebrate, don't flip your bat. I don't think that's what Bochy means. I think he just means he's playing hard. But when you get players on your team who are grounded and humble, their ability to take coaching, their ability to be conscientious about what they need to work on and not blaming others, not thinking they've made it, believing that it's going to be hard work daily that spells success, not some sort of inherent talent that I'm here to dominate everybody with. That is the kind of personalities that make it to the top in sports and stay there.
And you got two of them with Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. I mean, both of them just have the right mentality. You listen to anybody in that coaching staff, and they're like, for as young as these dudes are, they just seem like they're grown adults. Like their wisdom that they have, and just their mindset, mentality of how they approach the game, but also life off the diamond.
Yeah, and they say the same about Foscue. Like to his credit as well, like it seems like this is a very important thing for them, from a front office standpoint and a team building standpoint. They are absolutely going out of their way to bring in a guy like Evan Carter, and everybody's crushing them for it. Who's this guy? Everybody on the draft is going, we've never heard of this guy. Yeah. Well, clearly they knew things about him, obviously on the diamond, but then they knew the type of dude he was off the field as well. And they're clearly trying to get these guys. And when you get the beautiful talent plus the personality, DNA, the makeup, just true professionals at such a young age, then you've hit the jackpot. And it seems like that's what you've done with Langford and Carter.
Yeah, if I could describe their approach, I just came up with this term, it would be based ball players. Get the reference?
Yes,
Is that genius?
Absolutely. That is
baseball. Would that be the title of CY's book?
Is good.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
These are the type of Ranger players we want. We want based ball players.
We've put together quite the merch store with the bang bang.
Yeah.
And he's looking down the barrel of his bat like a freaking sniper. We got a merch store thing cooking up right now. It's pretty impressive.
Let's do it up, man. We're proud of this baseball team. We want to rock it any way we can.
Hashtag run it back.
By the way, are you guys going to get the gold trim?
I don't think there's any left. It sounded like there was a line out to 30. Trying to get that stuff.
The initial, like the opening of it at the Rangers shop at Globe Life Field, it was a sellout immediately. Yeah. But I presume you'll be able to get the gold trim throughout the season was my thought. But
I don't know.
I would certainly hope so.
I would hope so too.
That's a must-have event.
See, what we do is the fortunate thing, we go broadcast, we get there a few hours early, and we get to kind of scope things out. And maybe when they open up, you can hustle over there and get you something.
Yeah.
But other than that, there were people camping out for that stuff.
I know, but it's polarizing. Some people absolutely love it. I'm in the camp that loves it. I know a guy like Choppy. Choppy he's not here for the gold, but I'm like, dude, the championship gold trimming,
it's special.
Only one team gets to do that every year.
That's right. Yeah. By the way, Langford just had a double out there at the Globe. They're continuing some exhibition action. I just love the idea, the options that if Carter does struggle against lefties, you can take him out, hit Langford in the 3-hole. You have such adaptability now with this, embarrassment of riches that Boch has at his disposal. Speaking of that, Bochy on Seager's return and what he brings to the lineup.
Well, we didn't want to rush him. You know, you get to opening day, and everybody's going to fight to get in there opening day. But I just thought he had a great attitude. He said, "Hey, if I'm not ready, that's fine. I'll be ready, within a week." But he came on fast there at the end. He got a lot of light BP. Been running sprints and. The first game I think he played 3 innings. Last night he played 6 innings. These days off have really helped too. After today we have a day off, but he's bouncing back after a night game, playing in a day game today, and same with Josh Young, both of them. So it's good to have the left side of our infield back out there. Their presence, and it really is amazing. When you look at Corey last year, a couple of injuries he had, how fast he came back. He's a tough guy, and he wants to be in there, and he looks good right now.
I mean, I'm just getting goosebumps thinking about Seager stepping into that batter's box on Thursday night.
Legend.
The ovation is going to be insane.
Yes, it's going to be epic. They've already got a big mural up of him out there after he hit that donkey in Game 1 of the World Series. Just incredible. It's going to be fun to look at some of the new stuff that they've got out there at the ballpark. We'll get to go on Thursday. But what Seager and Young have done with their health, now they're ready to go for opening day. This is going to be fun. We can't leave Josh Young out of that conversation. Sherrod sent that in too. Just one of those guys that's a based ball player.
Yeah.
He certainly fits that mold as well. But this lineup is just filthy. When you're talking about Josh Young and Jonah Heim, 2 guys who were all-stars last year, hitting 6th and 7th in your order, it's like, holy crap. Leody Taveras, who can go on a tear for months at a time as well. He's now probably going to be in the 8th hole. I mean, it's incredible.
And for a guy like Seager who misses all of spring training, and you're like, obviously you're going to be excited that he's there for opening day, but usually you can't have much in the way of expectations for a guy like that who missed all of spring training. But Corey Seager is a different breed.
Yeah,
why not?
We saw it happen last year. He doesn't have any minor league games, comes off the IL, and immediately, what am I doing? I'm hitting a double my first at bat. I mean, he's unbelievable.
We'll get the best version of him on Thursday, no question.
That flex when he hits that home run, oh man!
The emotion that he showed.
It's the greatest home run celebration in franchise history.
It's like 2 years worth of pent up emotion.
Yeah,
like since becoming a Rangers, the first time you really let that out. And it was what a moment, dude.
It was like he was a Jedi and he had just slain like Vader, and he was just standing there like, oh,
dude, okay, we need to get like an art piece done of this where he's swinging a freaking lightsaber, dude, and make it like put the Star Wars realm into the ballpark or something. Yes.
I'm sure the Star Wars fans will pump that out pretty quickly.
Dude,
no doubt.
Epic, merch store. It's time now for the G Bag of the Day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Chris Strong for Lucius.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy, sir.
I saw Alec Medford wearing that gold trim hat earlier. I think he went to the game yesterday.
Okay.
Snagged him one. Apparently they restocked him, Chris. Our buddy Joe texted and said, hey, they got him restocked. A lot of the fans, the Tolos, texted in like, hey, they're good. We got plenty of the gold merch left.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, I'm glad we have them in there. This is G-Bag of the Day for Tuesday, March 26, 2024. I'm grateful to fill in for Lucius Alexander this week. Our one-time winner from yesterday is Adams State Baseball, which is in Colorado, apparently, where their broadcaster joined a fan in the stands complaining about a call.
You suck! A horse, that's terrible! Bull, that's a bunch of shit! You guys know it too, huh? Your head's out of your ass! Terrible! How can you say that was like 10 feet? Oh, everybody saw it! Yay, they got it right! Yay!
Yay!
I salute the refs for changing that call, man.
Honestly, if your broadcaster is that heated, I think you have to fix the call there.
Oh yeah, and maybe get him a raise. If you're the home team.
Yeah, let's get some music in here.
Good fanmanship out of the booth.
Let's go to today's nominees. I'm gonna shoot it to a Hawks announcer. There's a lot of good women's basketball yesterday. There's a triple header on ESPN. Yeah. Iowa versus LSU is getting closer and closer. 1 win away for each.
Yeah, dude.
But the Hawks announcer doesn't like Caitlin Clark's attitude as of late.
Boy, Jason Tatum does a lot of complaining. Who does he think he is, Caitlin Clark?
Wow.
Caitlin Clark was complaining so much as her dad got on her at the tournament.
Okay, so this is the Atlanta Hawks broadcast team talking about Jason Tatum, and throwing a stray out to Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
Do I have this correct?
Yeah, it's like unwarranted.
Fantastic. It is true. I will say, I mean, she does do a lot of, looking over at the referees, like, what's going on here? And her dad did.
Yeah, her dad
say, did he use the word shut up?
He did.
He did. He said quit it.
Yeah.
Take her out of there.
Did he say quit it or shut up?
He might have said both. I think there were multiple times that they panned to him, and he was not happy with the way she was complaining.
Because I couldn't see from the video that I saw, but I saw a lot of people alleging that the father was yelling to his daughter, Caitlin Clark, to shut up at points throughout that game.
It's been electric, man. I mean, excited for that Iowa LSU. I don't know if the Hawks announcer is excited, but I'm personally excited.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game. Great player. She's dealing with pressure. There might be some prima donna vibes being thrown out right now.
I do believe her favorite player is Luka.
That makes sense.
So the big entertainment news that Eric talked about yesterday is P. Diddy. Unfortunately, he's facing some alleged Epstein sort of stuff going on. Real bad stuff. And this went viral on Twitter, actually.
More
this
Epstein
clip.
or Weinstein, you think?
Oh, is it Weinstein?
I think
Gio,
both are play. Both are in play. I guess he had a love jet that would cruise around the world. No, a Diddy.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. I didn't realize how serious it was until I got home last night. They're pulling people out by gunpoint out of his houses.
Yeah, dude. His kids.
Wow.
And he was on a bird to Antigua.
Damn.
While his kids were having to flush all of his evidence.
Did they have to point guns at his kids?
Oh,
we're just watching SpongeBob.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I don't know. I don't know. That's above my knowledge there, but it did get pretty intense. And now we are at a place where instead of saying pause in those particular moments, they're saying no Diddy.
Wow.
No Diddy.
Yeah, I heard talk about the South Park show. That did Diddy 15 years or so ago or whatever, and I was like, wow, all that stuff, that South Park crew. Yeah, they did.
They're brilliant.
Well, apparently P. Diddy's neighbor isn't too happy about the news either.
Don't stop bringing all the minors over here late at night. I live right next to him. He do too much. It be like buses, big ass buses. You just see all type of pop out. Especially at nighttime, around 3 o'clock in the morning. It gets wild. I'm his neighbor. When my basketball go over there, I just let it be because I don't want to knock on the door.
Wow.
He said, I don't want to knock on the door if my basketball goes over P. Diddy's fence. Not going to go grab it.
That's pretty dang funny, right?
They had some flyovers of his place. Wow. Like a block in Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, it's a compound.
Yeah,
it's an estate for sure.
Man.
Or what do you guys know about Roll Tide Willie? Anything about Roll Tide Willie?
Drewski, Roll Tide. He doesn't give a piss about nothing but the Tide.
Nothing but the Tide. Yep. And sorry.
Nothing but the Tide. No, give it to us one more time, Chris.
Nothing but the Tide.
There you go.
Is that good?
Well, that's the Topher coming out of Christopher right there.
Dad.
Well, he joins the Theo Vaughn podcast last week with Drewski as well, and they asked him this simple question.
Now, Willie, what would it take to get you to cheer for another team? That is a question I would like to know, man.
Never. What amount of money would it take?
Couldn't take no money. I'm a die-hard Tide.
Well, what amount of would it take?
No nothing. I'm a die-hard Tide fan.
Now, what if a woman came, and I'm talking a lady came over from Texas A&M. I'm talking a lady rides up in a Corvette, Willie, with some of that real. She got some look like two angry dogs trying to chew on your.
Yeah, but I seen some of them at the airport.
Yeah, baby. Get you a little sip of that beer. How's that beer, Willie?
That beer's good, but ain't nothing gonna make me leave the Tide. Though.
Really, nothing.
Nothing. Lucy will tell you, I'm a true Tide man.
Lucy will tell you. I wanted to hear from Lucy.
He doesn't wash his clothes with it or anything, but he does love that football program.
Man, I love it. I don't think I'm that familiar with Roll Tide Willie, but I need to be. And the podcast, man. Those guys are hilarious.
Dude, Theo Vaughn, yeah, there
Theo is funny.
Question, what? He had something like 2 barking dogs.
He might be the one guy that is you can't cancel him. Like, people just get Theo Vaughn for what he is. He says outlandish things all the time. Nobody goes after him. He's hilarious.
Right on. Well, congrats to our champ and our 3 challengers. Let's do some voting. Is it the refs, umps reversing the call there at the college baseball game? Hawks announcer doesn't like Caitlin Clark's attitude of late. Diddy's neighbor spilling the tea.
Wow.
3 o'clock in the morning, buses of minors showing up. Wow. And Roll Tide Willie with Drewski there. That's my vote, Chief. How about you?
Samesies.
I'm rocking with Roll Tide for sure.
Yeah, I'm going Roll Tide.
Right.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, since you guys all voted for that guy, I will vote for our Adams State champions.
By a score of 4-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Roll Tide Willie with Drewski. Thank you, Chris, and for Lucius all week long here in the G-Bag Nation, doing a heck of a job back there.
I think it should be Topher from now on.
Topher Strong? I'll go there.
I think you're Topher.
Thank you, man.
The last Strong I worked with, he was actually producing the show, turned out to be John Strong, the soccer play-by-play guy. You know,
wow!
I can tell he was just out of college and he was already acting like a 50-year-old broadcasting veteran. I was like, I'm going to get out of your way, young man. You're going places. He acts so old, I called him Uncle Strong.
Uncle Strong.
I did, and he loved it. He was just like, yeah, whatever.
Dude, all those play-by-play guys, they are like that,
they're freaking
dude.
dialed from a young age. Yeah, I think he was doing like a World Cup at age 29 or something.
Jeez, it's amazing.
Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going?
Yeah, let's rank the depth of the draft by each position. Best to worst. We'll do that next.
Coming up on the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ at 105 through the Fan, we got Chopping It Up in the Expressway, plus a Rangers-Astros ticket giveaway, and Matt Pittman at 8:20. It's a Hump Day edition on the Fan.
Attention, men who are frustrated about This is the greatest! We appreciate you having a good time with us. Your Turn It On, Leave It On, Good Time Station is DFW Sports Leader, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Oh, thank you, Chris, in for Lucius. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, the king of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much, Reliant. Appreciate you guys jumping on board with us. You guys are a fine company. Okay. Got Love of the Star tonight. So if you want to get some Cowboy questions answered, please tweet at Bobby Belt, or myself, it's Bobby Belt TX. And then Brian with a Y brought us. And then we'll hopefully get your questions answered. We have a little segment that we named after a guy named Dean Julia. Dean Julia was one of our loyal listeners who all he did was ask questions, multiple questions. So we named it the
Dean Julia?
The Dean Julia questions.
Gave the guy some signage?
Yeah, I gave the guy a little signage there. But he asked a bunch of questions. Good dude, though. We appreciate everybody out there that gives us a listen.
Especially because they're so, the Dean is it's rarefied air these days.
Yeah.
We're not just doling out Deans like we used to.
Yeah, the Dean is kind of a dying art, isn't it?
I believe.
Yeah.
I believe so. Can't remember the last time I met a Dean.
Yeah.
The only Dean I know is at least in his mid-50s.
Yeah. Most famous one, maybe Dean Martin?
Dean Martin, for sure.
I mean, I was going to go Blandino, but yeah, Martin's probably got him.
That's the biggest bleep hole Dean of all time.
That's a pretty famous one right there. By the way, too, that after our show today, give it a listen. Zach and I were on the draft show today. We chopped that thing up pretty good with a lot of different positions, though, of what direction, sneaky positions that Cowboys might need. So,
jeez, Broadus. I mean, you have a microphone at your mouth for 22 hours a day.
I'm trying to do more, actually.
You're trying to figure out a way to squeeze more hours out of 24.
I'm going to try and I'm going to get more. Watch me. I'm going to do something that's going to change the world.
Watch me.
I'm going to do something that's going to change the world, Dawson.
I'm ready for it.
Yeah, you had me for a second.
You want to be a part of it, Dawson? I'm going to change the world.
I would.
All right. Well, get ready.
If you're changing the world,
I'm changing the world.
I'm there.
Get ready.
I've been waiting on the world to
step
change.
aside.
Yeah.
Waiting on the world
We're going to change the world here in a little bit.
One day this generation is going to rule the population.
Okay. I see what you're doing. I like it. All right.
But we're just waiting.
Waiting
on the world to change.
ESPN put out Zach, and you've done a lot of great work on this. I do appreciate all your hard work on this draft that you've done so far.
817 says James Dean. He might have a point.
Damn.
Yeah, James Dean's pretty good.
James
That's
Dean
a pretty big one.
All-time smoke
Pretty
show,
big
right?
Dean.
Speaking of smoke, how about Jimmy Dean sausages?
Okay,
Number one in our hearts.
Let's
Just
talk,
like that, Dawson.
Okay. Do you like the mild or the hot variety?
I prefer the hot.
My tummy doesn't.
I like it.
My mouth does, but my tummy
Patty
doesn't.
or Link?
Patty.
Patty, man.
I do like a good link, but I'm good with both.
Good with both, yes, ultimately. But
Jimmy Dean hot sausage and biscuits and gravy is
yeah,
that's
dynamite.
Yeah,
fantastic.
That could be a last meal for me right there.
I'll take
like
2.
they're going to the gas chamber, you know.
I actually don't mind that as a last meal.
Do you think biscuits and
That's
gravy?
a hearty, that's a heck of a way to go.
That's a heck of a way to go.
Biscuits and gravy's good, man.
You help clog your own arteries on your way to your death.
Maybe in an omelet.
Okay, real quick, Dawson, would your last meal have something to do with ice cream?
You know, I don't think so. I was just thinking about that. I believe I would do a barbecue spread. And
Like
probably,
you bought the other day?
Yeah.
That thing
yeah.
was impressive that you bought. I
Yeah.
appreciate you doing that.
The trough from Pecan Lodge.
Yeah, there you
ship
go.
it.
That thing was great.
You know, I'm going to need some of that bread pudding.
Oh yeah,
from Walk-Ons, I believe.
Okay.
That place is just outstanding how they do their bread pudding.
I know you're not going out without that Oaxaca dog in your mouth.
Yes, a Oaxaca dog, please, from Hurtado. And yeah, I'd like to finish it with some ice cream, cookies and cream.
Gotcha.
It's a great one. Maybe Brahms.
Okay. Yeah, Brahms is good.
Dean Palmer.
Dean Palmer was on the other day and did a fine job. Good guess for us the other day. Okay, ESPN, they've ranked the positions. Wooly Bully, since you've done a lot of work on this with me, they give the number one position in the draft when it comes to depth.
Wide receiver would be my guess.
My man is working on the draft. Wide receiver.
So
They've got 5 players in the first round. They've got 19 in the top 100. Is what they got.
It's hard to argue, man.
Jeez, dude.
It is a loaded wide receiver class.
Ball
There's
two to bang,
so
bang.
many good ones.
Yeah, this might be one of those deals, though, where all of a sudden you're thinking about grabbing a wide receiver in the first round. You turn around and wait till the second round to grab one and grab another position if you can. It's that kind
It's
of
going to stretch.
It's that kind of stretch.
Yeah.
It's that kind of stretch.
You can stretch to the 5th.
It really, really does. So, yeah, that's wide receiver would be number 1. Would you like to guess number 2 there, Scout?
I'd probably go with offensive tackle.
Offensive tackle is number 2. You playing this game at an advantage, or you just knowing what you're talking
No,
about?
I got my board up, so I'm looking at
You're
just
looking
like
at your position?
How high do I have guys in like my first
watchdogging your own board.
Yeah. Can you tell everybody how many first-round grades you have for offensive tackles?
Offensive tackles, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I do too. They've got 6 on their list.
Okay, I mean, I could see like Mims is a fringe guy for me.
Well, what they've got, the guy that they have is is Jordan Morgan. Is what they're talking about.
And we've been hearing a lot of teams like him as a guard.
I think the Dallas Cowboys like Jordan Morgan as a guard.
I could see it.
He's a tackle from Arizona, and he wears the same number as Tyron Smith. And there's things, the movement and stuff like that. It looks like Tyron Smith the way the kid's a fluid moving player, getting away from the line. Kind of keeps his hands a little low, but I think he's an explosive guy. Everybody accuses him of being a short arm guy and all that. I still see him blocking guys.
Yeah, I do too.
All these edge rushers in the Pac-12 all try and rush against him. He seems to do okay against them.
Yeah, it didn't seem like a disadvantage when I watched him play. But I guess kicking inside, I could see him being a very, very good guard. I mean, the Fatanu, the Washington tackle, is one that I projected inside to guard, but I do think that he can hold his own as a tackle, and it seems like a lot of teams like him at tackle.
I had a scout tell me in the league, he said, listen, I asked him about J.C. Latham from Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
I said, Latham is a left tackle. I said, don't see that. He goes, but I do see him as an all-pro guard. So I think there's going to be some of these guys, when it's all said and done, that when the draft hits off, they're going to, these guys, some of these tackles are going to play in guard in the league.
Okay.
Would be my guess.
By the way, Langford just drew a 4-pitch walk.
Of course he did.
Good eye, Wyatt.
Of course he did.
It's our guy.
Two were on the edge. Two were on the edge.
Oh,
And he was nope.
The catcher tried to frame him.
Yeah.
And the ump said, no, just take your base here, young man.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a heck of a player. He's a Florida guy, though, but I got to kind of got to get on him.
That's in the
that.
past now.
Yeah, but now he's a Texas Ranger.
Now he's a Texas Ranger, right? You're right about that.
You know,
well, Chuck, give me your number 3 position.
For me, I'd go with cornerback.
Corner.
Yeah, corner. DBs.
They have quarterback. They have quarterback.
Oh, They went on you.
QB.
Quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is a deeper quarterback class than I think you typically get, because I think you've got 5 that legitimately could end up being pretty good. And Spencer Rattler is, he definitely was an improved player at South Carolina. I think there's a lot of people that like him. I've been dug out of Spencer Rattler since his QB1 Beyond the Lights show, but there's definitely potential in his game.
The guy, they say that the ideal time to draft one for the best value, they think Michael Penix Jr. from Washington is a second-round player.
You and I would both agree.
I got him in the first.
I have Michael Penix as fourth
overall.
And
yeah, I think it'd be a great value there. I love the player
I've said
myself.
it before. Like J.J. McCarthy keeps getting hyped. I really thought that would be Michael Penix Jr.
What's the knock on Penix other than the injuries?
Injuries.
Yeah, the age. That's what they will say about the guy.
Which is guys play till 40 if they're good.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's silly now at quarterback.
But when you're as banged up as his body has been, it's not like he's Mr. Clean Bill of Health.
He's had some significant injuries. There's no question.
What his game is? The only thing I know good about his game is he's got a beautiful deep ball.
His deep ball is the best part of it, but he can win within the pocket.
I hear like middle of the
Crossing
field
routes.
stuff is not his MO. Like he's not trying to throw over the middle of the field.
Sideline down the field, though, crossing routes, intermediate underneath, very accurate on that.
They run a lot of that.
And
with Polk
and the
McMillan.
movement in the pocket, because he keeps his eyes downfield the way he plays. I really like the kid a lot. Cornerback is number 4.
Okay, they had that at 4. All right, I'd flip those.
Cornerback is number 4. Sneaky need for the Cowboys there, guys?
Yeah,
that's what I think.
All right.
Well, don't tell the Cowboys that. I think they feel great about Diggs, Bland, and Lewis.
I think they just love the roster.
How about sneaky need at number 5 at the edge?
Edge is definitely a need.
Edge for your Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah, edge is a need.
I think we could go position by position like Bobby did with Choppy yesterday and just be like, yeah, you could draft it in the first 3 rounds. At every position, you'd be like, sure.
Okay, here's a little bit of a concern. At number 6 is defensive tackle. Now, we had this discussion today. By the way, go back and listen to the draft show in depth. We got into these defensive tackles pretty deep about it.
Yeah.
And so, can you turn back around in the first round and draft another one technique?
I don't think you can pull it off in the first round, but I think as early as
Are we
round
scarred?
2.
We scarred what happened with Mozzie Smith?
I think you have to be willing to if the right player is there, and I'm talking about an absolute dominant player, and then you go for it if he's the best guy on your board still. But there's enough there that, I'd be happy to just, see how Zim does with Mozzie Smith.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
And Osa's good, That's not the biggest need on your team. So I don't think you got to reach to fill it.
I'd love to have a one technique to could legitimately play.
It would be cool. It really would.
A guy. I know we talked about McKinney Jackson there.
McKinley Jackson.
But the way the league devalues the position overall, if there's good ones, I'd much rather take it on day 2.
Tight end is number 7. Kind of sneaky need. Aisha Morrison brought that up.
Yeah,
think about what's going on behind it.
For them, they got to just be sitting in that building like we drafted Mozzie and Schoonmaker. We need them to step up.
Yeah.
The 2 guys that are recovering from off-season shoulder surgeries. Those 2 guys?
Those 2 guys, yeah.
Those 2 guys.
Safety at number 8. Linebacker number 9, as far as depth of the position. I kind of think it's a little bit deeper than that.
It's a little deeper too, but they all like some of these guys are just short, or there'll be reasons why teams just don't like them.
Yeah, I
think there's some quality.
I think there's some quality there. Center at number 10.
I'd put center way higher.
I think center's much higher than that too. Number 11 would be the running back.
Okay.
Cowboys looking for that for sure. It seems like they're going to draft that Brooks kid from Texas, doesn't it?
It does. I think he's their top running back, and that seems like a Cowboy second-round special.
Guard number 12, and that would be the order of they think of the depth of the round. There's a couple in there at the end I don't disagree.
You just won't get to. Okay.
No. I don't agree with them. I think the center's a little deeper.
Yeah, I think center definitely could have been a top
center.
five.
I think center and linebacker are deep position.
Great stuff, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation at 2:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning.
Thank you,
Salute
folks.
to those guys. Great to have you on board. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com is coming up at 3:20. What are we doing next, Wolchuk?
There's a lot to get to. NFL news of the day, rule changes, hump day football, and an audio buffet featuring an edition of Let's Blame the Girlfriend. That's next on The Fan.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for the NFL News of the Day with your NFL host, Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah, we'll talk with Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, coming up on the other side, who is in Orlando. He's been at the owners' meetings. He was at the table when Mike McCarthy was talking about, yeah, man, we're going to have home growth here. We're all right. Roster's okay. Who needs free agency? Our second and third year players, they're going to take another jump. We like our guys. And we'll talk with Nick about what else stands out to him. Big news, though, with some new rule changes and the NFL announcing that they're moving back the trade deadline. And they're also going to go ahead and expand replay assist. So they announced that the trade deadline is going to go back to after Week 9, and they authorize a significant expansion to the league's replay assist program. 3 penalty categories: intentional grounding, roughing the passer, and hits out of bounds were added to the list of plays that replay assist can advise officials on. In addition, they also agreed to allow teams to use a practice squad player as their emergency number 3 quarterback on game days after requiring that player has to be an existing member of the 53-man roster. So all in all, I like those moves, and I like moving back the deadline a little bit. I think that's good.
Yeah, I think that's a no-brainer. We asked Stephen Jones about that last year because he's on the competition committee, and he was kind of interested in the idea. And I think we just teed up to him like the quarterback position because of the team like the Browns who were suffering so many quarterback injuries, and like would it be cool to be able to push the deadline on trading quarterbacks a little bit later on into the season because that position matters so much, but they're just moving everything back a week, and I think that's cool. Definitely.
I agree. I think that's awesome. And I think that's good. It's probably good for guys in the personnel department there, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, anything that you could do. Now, what they probably were worried about was that teams just quitting.
Yeah.
You know, that teams quitting, and all of a sudden you
give up your players.
You just start giving up your players. You know, and now you're in week 10, and you've got, 6 more weeks to go, and non-competitive football.
Here's Carolina with a fire sale.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing they were.
That makes a lot of sense.
That's what they're worried about.
Speaking of Carolina, there's reports out of Charlotte that they have reached out to Stephon Gilmore about returning and playing there with the Panthers. So Stephon Gilmore generating some interest on the open market. Who knows if he'll be back with the Cowboys, but there's one of his former teams that would like him back and would love his services. We mentioned in the open, NFL owners passed a new hybrid kickoff rule at the annual league meeting. This will be interesting. Move is going to basically feature, kickoffs are going to remain at the 35-yard line. Remaining 10 players on the kicking unit will line up at the opposing team's 40. The receiving team lines up at least 7 players in the setup zone, a 5-yard area between their own 35 and the 30-yard lines, with a maximum of 2 returners can line up in the landing zone. Once the ball's kicked, the kicker cannot cross the 50-yard line, and the 10 kicking team players cannot move until the ball hits the ground or a player in the landing zone or goes into the end zone. So Bones Fossil was there for the Cowboys. He was one of the top 2 special teams coaches that were talking about this rule. He thinks it's going to make the returners much more valuable. So for Cavante Turpin, this might be a great thing. I think we'll just have to wait and see how it all unfolds and how teams want to go ahead and use their strategy about it.
Is the ball, I said it was the ball on the 30. Is it on the 35?
I think they bring it out to the 35.
Are they bringing it 35? Because
Yeah.
I was hearing that they were going back and forth on that between the 30 and the 35.
They decided the 35,
Oh,
at
there
least
you go.
according to NFL.com.
There you go. I like it.
We also have the Hall of Fame game. It's going to be Bears-Texans. That's going to kick off the annual preseason opener in Canton, so that could very well feature last year's drafted second overall quarterback that was a phenom in C.J. Stroud, and possibly Caleb Williams, assuming he does go number 1 overall to the Chicago Bears. That could be exciting for your Canton kickoff game there for the preseason.
Chance he plays in that game.
I think maybe a series.
We'll see.
I can't remember what they did last year with the rookies, like Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, there's just like this gut feeling that he probably won't play that first game.
Maybe he won't. I mean, maybe they'll put him in bubble wrap and they'll wait.
Yeah.
But at least they tweaked the preseason so it's not quite as long. Yeah. We also have new Hard Knocks rules. So this is going to open up some more teams to be part of this thing. Now, not only will there be 4 teams on the in-season show, but there will also still be a team on the preseason version of the show. The NFL has had some trouble finding a volunteer team over the past few years, so the league has changed the qualifications for the rules under the new rules. You don't have to be part of the show if you have a first-year head coach in place, or they're participating in the in-season show during the upcoming year or the following season. You also don't have to if you've appeared on Hard Knocks in the past 8 years. That's down from being in the past 10 years, which is what it was. So they've opened it up to where hopefully more teams can be a part of this thing. I think that's interesting. They want to do 4 teams in season. Now, I like the in-season Hard Knocks. The Dolphins was a lot of fun. But 4 teams now on the in-season show when you were struggling to find anybody that wants to do it preseason. That's a lot.
Yeah, I don't know how you incentivize to get this, continuing, but it's clear they're having to lower their standards and, open it up to more possible teams. And I think more teams are doing their own version on their website. So, I think maybe pay more, but it's clear this is some of the best content that you can get. And if I'm a team, I really don't want the distraction from external sources, especially now we can do one. We can put it on our own website. We can get our own sponsors. We don't have to share this with HBO or Amazon or anybody.
I'm giving you a 3rd-round pick if you want to come on.
The show?
Yeah. I'm giving you a 3rd round in the league.
You think maybe that
on the
we'll
league?
Yeah, we'll do draft compensation.
Back there, when you get draft, you get the earliest compensation you could get on a compensatory is 3rd round.
Makes sense.
If you want to come on the show, I'm giving you a 3rd round pick at the end of the round. You in or out?
I'm in every time. Sign me up for the next decade.
Yeah, I'm down.
You're down? How about you, Dawson?
Yeah, I am. I think at that point there's a massive competitive advantage. We could get a Hall of Fame player with that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You don't want to be on the show. It's inconvenient. Trust me, I went through 2 of them. It's a pain in the ass. But
that's good compensation.
If you told me I could get the 96th player on my board,
that's worth the ass pain that you were just describing.
I'm all about it. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's go.
Onside kicks, by the way, they did change that rule. They're allowed to do the staggered formations. You could line up 6 on one side, 4 on the other, but they have to declare that they are doing the onside kick. So they got away from the surprise, which I don't love. I thought the surprise onside kick was fun, and I'll never forget Randall Williams just picking that one off in the air, returning it for a touchdown when Andy Reid tried to do it again to the Cowboys at Texas Stadium. And it worked in the Pickle Juice game.
It did work.
It did not work when you circled back. And now Randall Williams, I think that was a 3-second touchdown.
Yeah, Randall, he hit
unbelievable.
Hit it on the hop and was gone. But yeah, Andy Reid did. Yeah, that was the Joey Galloway game there. He got hurt. That was the end of us.
Deuce Staley running for over 200 yards. That was a pain in the butt.
The coolest thing here, though, is that they've ripped the Band-Aid off of a boring, broken play. And now they're going to be brainstorming it. Eventually, we're going to get very exciting kickoffs back.
I hope so. I hope that this ends up being a plus for the league. But we won't get any surprise second-half Super Bowl onside kick. And that play will always be historical there for Sean Payton and the Saints. NFL is going to play 2 games on Christmas Day. Now, I don't think that's a shocker, but it is because it's on a Wednesday. We're going to get Hump Day football. So the NFL games on Christmas Day will remain. And the NFL just saying, sorry about you, NBA. You thought you had your own day. Not anymore. We don't care what day of the week it is. We're playing football.
They saw those ratings even for the Jets and the Dolphins,
Hell yeah,
right?
They
Wasn't
did.
that something about?
They played 3 games last year.
Black Friday, I think.
It was
that was the Black Friday game.
Yeah,
that's
that
right.
was. That was Black Friday. They played Ravens, 49ers.
Oh, that's right. 3 games that night.
They had Chiefs and Raiders.
Giants, Eagles, and Chiefs and Raiders. All those games were played on Monday.
Weren't they all pretty good games, if I remember, too? Like I think the
Ravens kind of blew out San Fran.
But the Raiders beat the Chiefs that day.
That's right.
And that was wild.
That was wild. And Giants, Eagles, I think the Giants made it close there at the end. So they're excited. That's going to be fun. I can't wait for that one. I thought
Going right upside the NBA's head, though.
They did. I mean, they don't care.
It's one thing if it falls on like a Monday or a Friday, but this is doing a maximum inconvenience to your teams to dunk all over the NBA. Yeah.
Yeah, they also don't care about our respective, marriages and whatnot. They definitely didn't care about the wives when they made this decision.
No,
right?
Not at all. So sorry about that, honey.
Over here.
Hey, honey, don't blame me. Don't blame me. You blame Roger. Okay? You send that hate mail to Goodell, all right? It's not my fault I have to sit on the couch on Christmas Day. I know it's Wednesday. I get it. I understand your frustrations because 48 hours ago, I was snorting Scott Hansen for 12 hours on a football Sunday. But here we are, honey.
No more basketball, honey.
Yeah,
we're just going to watch football again.
Yes.
Another dozen sugar cookies.
This is not my fault. Yes, and where are those cookies?
Any more turkey? Do we have any more turkey? The NFL has announced 2 exclusive streaming games as well for the 2024 season, including 1 postseason game. So, week 1 is going to be a Peacock game. That's going to be the Brazil matchup, which is a Friday, September 6th.
Browns and Eagles?
Which will be Eagles and supposedly the Browns, although that's not confirmed, but a Browns player did say that's happening. In addition, Prime Video, which is already the home of Thursday Night Football, will stream a wild card game this season. So that's the second year in a row. Peacock got it last year. Now Prime Video is going to get it this year.
You can't send Cleveland to Brazil. Deshaun Watson can't be trusted out there.
Who knows if he's even going to play? Maybe they just keep him home.
Health-wise?
Yeah.
He was dealing with an injury of sorts?
Yeah.
I can't remember how serious it was, though. I remember he was out, but I don't remember what the actual injury is for Deshaun Watson.
Hamstring, can't travel with the team. We just rule him out.
Gotcha.
We'll get you back for week 2.
Fair enough.
But I don't know if it's one that's going to really linger into next year, but it could be.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah, you can't, no. He's going to have babysitters out there in Brazil.
I'm sure he will. Sure, he's going to have a lot of people watching after him out there in Brazil. I'm sure the Browns have quite the support staff for him, ready to go.
Ohtani's interpreter's looking for a gig.
Yeah, he is. We'll have, hey, can you come babysit Deshaun if you don't mind?
How's he with his hands is the question.
That's a good point.
Deshaun will let us know.
Obviously knows how to work the bank account thing.
Okay, this was great. Sean Payton's asked at the NFL owners meetings if he, has any regrets with Russell Wilson and how much he's being paid. And here is the exchange with Sean Payton. You tell me if you think he has any regrets.
Was it difficult with Russ knowing that the dead cap consequences were so severe to make that decision to let him go?
No. No hesitation. Just no.
Nope.
No. Absolutely not. It was fine. And then today we got pictures of Russell Wilson in the weight room with sunglasses on, lifting weights. Good for you, Russ.
Yeah.
Keep pumping out that social media gold. Now, he was wearing an old school Steelers t-shirt that had some of the greatest players in the history of Steeler Nation.
Isn't he doing the thing where after every rep, like he's bench pressing and then he does the here we go after every bench rep?
It's possible. I wouldn't put it past him. I did not see a video of it. I just saw the picture. But that sounds very Russell Wilson.
It's just so weird for a nerd to flex that hard, Just like be a nerd, man. It's okay. Accept it, You got the pop star wife. She doesn't mind. She knows you're a nerd. It's okay.
She does. She's got it. You're not hiding from anybody.
No.
Then we had Robert Kraft, who let us know, okay, they did indeed want to match the Calvin Ridley offer. They wanted them some Calvin Ridley. Instead, he ended up taking his talents elsewhere in the AFC, leaving Jacksonville and going to the Titans. Well, Robert Kraft at the owners' meeting said, okay, well, what was the deal? This is NBC Sports Boston with Robert Kraft talking about why Calvin Ridley decided not to play in New England.
We pursued the people we wanted in free agency. There was, one outstanding receiver that unfortunately we couldn't close. It was not because of finance. It made clearly his girlfriend wanted to be in the South, and we had a situation where the taxes were like almost 10% higher, and we offered or were willing to keep going at that premium, but he didn't want to be in the Northeast, and part of it might be the quarterback situation as well.
Blame the girlfriend, right?
Yeah,
and then he gets the honesty about the quarterback. Then that's the real. But at first, he made it clear the girlfriend didn't want to be. She wanted to stay in the South.
Okay, girlfriend, taxes, and the quarterback situation.
But really, it's the quarterback situation.
Yeah.
I don't know who the hell's throwing me the football. I don't know if Will Levis is any good, but hey, DeAndre Hopkins had a decent year last year with him. Maybe I can get some play.
Yeah.
I think that's understandable.
That's a trifecta of suck is what that sounds like to me. We got to go, honey.
Yeah, we do. We're not
too damn cold up here.
We also did get news on the mega contract of L'Jarius Sneed. 4 years, $76.4 million, includes $55 million guaranteed and a $20 million signing bonus. So the Titans out here just giving up the bag for L'Jarius Sneed. Really didn't have to give up much compensation for him. Last two items, Cordero Patterson will be signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So there was another veteran running back that maybe you could have pursued. And the Saints are preparing for the real possibility that offensive tackle Ryan Ramczyk is medically not able to play this season, according to Dennis Allen. His knee is not responding as they hoped, and it's unclear when or if it will. So the Saints could be another team that's drafting ahead of the Cowboys that could be looking at the offensive tackle market in the draft.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Rangers and Red Sox battling out at the Globe in some final exhibition action. Both Sox leading 2-1 now in the sixth inning. Two teams linked to Jordan Montgomery. No sighting. I keep looking for him. If I was him, I'd be hanging out, waiting for that big deal so I can just jump on a bus or head into the clubhouse, one of the two. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, is live from the owners' meetings. He has a mock draft up. Do we have any hope the Cowboys could do something else in free agency? We'll ask Nick that and more next right here in The Nation. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to talk with Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Go to carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. If you have any questions for us, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. And a good afternoon to you, Nick. How you doing this afternoon?
Man, cannot complain. I will say it is a beautiful day for my girlfriend to want to be in the South, so I don't have to deal with contract negotiations.
It is beautiful, man, and thanks for checking out the show. Now, what's the buzz in Orlando today? Is it about the new kickoff rule?
Yeah, well, most definitely. That was probably the biggest buzz to come out of this week. Was able to catch up with Cowboys special teams coordinator John Fossil, who has been a big proponent of this change since it was starting to get talked about last year. Had a lengthy discussion with him yesterday. It's up on the Dallas Cowboys YouTube, just talking about what this rule looks like, but also how it helps the game and helps that kickoff play be more competitive, but at the same time still keep the health reserved for the players. And everyone feels like this is a healthy alternative to be able to reinstate the kickoff, and not necessarily as a ceremonial play anymore. I mean, they looked back on that Super Bowl and saw all touchbacks, and I think that was a really big point that they saw. And they want to be able to bring that play back to the game. Definitely one of the bigger rule changes of the week. There were a few more, but I think that's a significant one. John Fossil compared it to the 2-point conversion and moving the goalpost back from the goal line to behind the end zone. He thinks it's that transformational. We'll see as time goes on, but it's definitely a big point.
Nick, I know you got to sit there and chat with Mike McCarthy. What were some of the things that stood out to you from what Coach had to say?
Yeah, Tyler Smith has been kind of a interesting talking point this week as far as what does the team view him going into the draft. And I think depending on who you talk to, you might get a different answer, which I think is actually a good thing to have, because you have versatility in a guy to where some people in the building believe he'll be stronger at a certain position and other people feel he'll be stronger at a different position. I think if he was limited to, let's just say, left guard, that kind of limits them as far as what they can do in the draft. So if they're going into the draft next April with the idea in mind that they can draft either a tackle or an interior guy in the first round and still be comfortable with what they do with Tyler Smith, that's obviously going to really help at the end of the day. Mike McCarthy talked today about Tyler Smith playing at left guard, and as of right now, that's the plan. We look at this tackle class here in the first round. I know we've talked about it quite a bit on the draft show, Zach and Brian. There's a really good opportunity there at 24 to probably grab a pretty solid tackle, but also at the same time, you could grab an interior guy and kick Tyler Smith out to tackle and see how that works for the long-term future. That was one of the bigger points addressed by Mike McCarthy today. And then also just talking about this defensive scheme, what it might look like under Mike Zimmer. He has spent a lot of time with Zimmer since he arrived in Dallas, just constructing what exactly he'll look like, talking about bigger bodies, 3 linebackers on early downs, being able to bring back the physical nature of the defense, which, it's not to necessarily say that Dan Quinn wasn't trying to bring that. That just wasn't the product that we saw last year. And I think there's going to be a big emphasis this offseason in being able to bring that back and reinstate that. Eric Kendricks was a big part of that, but they still have a lot of work to do, in my opinion, to be able to beef up that side of the ball, add a couple of more bodies at that defensive tackle position, and then go from there.
Nick, it appears guys like Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter are saying that the Cowboys are on a clear path for Dak to test free agency next offseason. What do you make of that, and are you hearing the same things?
Yeah, I was able to talk to some team officials whenever that news started to break, and they were more so taking that with a grain of salt. Someone I spoke to said it's not a pressurized situation for either at this point, that there's just not a ton of urgency on getting the deal done, but that the door remains open to getting it done either before the season starts or after the season starts while it's going on. There's not really a ton of urgency. Dak Prescott just welcomed in a new child. Hasn't been in the facility that much since that happened. Obviously, ownership has had a lot going on with being at combine, being at owners' meetings, things of that nature. Not to say that they have to meet face-to-face to get a deal like this done, but it's not a pressurized situation. There's not a lot of urgency right now at the moment to get that deal done. In my opinion, I think this is a negotiation that leads all the way up until, the middle of the season. And if there's not a deal done by then, that's probably when I would start taking it seriously that, he might actually test free agency. But if you're asking me personally, I'm not taking that seriously until probably November.
Is that something? Is that just a thought, or is that something that you're kind of gathering, talking to people there, Nick?
Yeah, a little bit of both. Context always plays into my thoughts a little bit.
Sure.
So I would say the conversations for sure. But Dak wants to be in Dallas. The Cowboys want him to be in Dallas. I don't think that there's any secret to either of those points. Sure, he has probably dealt with a lot of flack outside of the building over the course of the last 7 seasons. But from the people that you talk to inside, and whenever you talk to Dak Prescott inside, there's certain things you say whenever a contract extension negotiation starts coming up. You can either go, hey, yeah, I'd really like to be in this building. It's a really cool place to be. Or it's I want to be a Cowboy for life. And that was always the rhetoric that we got from Dak Prescott, is that he wants to be able to finish his career out in Dallas. I don't feel anything different from the front office. I think eventually they do get a deal done here.
Nick, is the head coach just towing the company line about not being in free agency and the young guys and all that stuff? Is he just selling the hopium too about the players and stuff? Or when you get him off on the side, is he like, man, we're cooked here, that kind of thing?
Yeah. Now I'm gonna have to toe the company line here, Brian. But no, seriously, I think there is.
I know better, Nick. You don't have to toe the company line.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'll lead to another career, but you'll be all right. Don't worry about it.
I think there is confidence from Mike McCarthy in the youth that is on this team. But I don't think anybody could have told you with a straight face that, seeing the starters that walked out of that door, that you could say that was a good thing. I don't think that's the case at all. I think there is just, a little bit more hope than people might believe in that young core. And when I talk about that young core, I talk about Jalen Tolbert. I talk about Sam Williams, DeMar being overshown. Mozzie Smith was a really big topic today. He had offseason shoulder surgery, which is going to be an interesting topic whenever you talk about his development going into year 2 after a year 1 that heavily underestimated expectations. So there's still a lot of trust in that 2023 draft class, despite what they were able to put on the field last year. And then whenever you factor in the 2022, 2021 draft classes, he feels like there's going to be more opportunities for those second, third, and fourth year players going forward.
So what is the timeline for Mozzie and Scooney? I mean, Scooney missed quite a lot of the mini camps last year dealing with that plantar fasciitis on the foot. And now, as you mentioned, I mean, Mozzie, they're trying to put weight on him. Mike Zimmer might have a new role for him. I mean, how can this impact both of those guys going into year 2, in which coach said they need a jump from these guys?
Yeah, absolutely. My early conversations since we learned this news this morning is that Mozzie Smith, he's looking at a recovery timetable of about 4 to 6 months, and that's from the time that he had the surgery last month. So you would expect him to be ready by training camp, but missing OTAs, missing minicamp, all of that. For Luke Schoonmaker, it doesn't seem as serious of a surgery, but at the same time, I don't think they're going to rush him back out onto the field until training camp either. So you're looking at Schoonmaker back-to-back seasons where he's missing OTAs and minicamp. You take that for how you will, but I think that'll certainly be a key point whenever he is able to get to Oxnard and touch the field.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. I've been calling this a Cowboys rebuild. It's like their version of it. I never think they'll go all out, but adding everything up, I just feel like they're going to try to win on the fly. But they're not that committed to trying to win. It seems like they're more trying to get their cap in order while still being pretty decent. What do you think?
I think there is a commitment to winning, but they've kind of put themselves in a situation where they have to win in a different way in 2024. And how successful they end up doing that'll be the questions they'll have to answer whenever that season does end, whenever that final conclusion does happen, whether it's a disappointing loss to Green Bay in the wild card round or something worse or something better. I think there was an expectation whenever you talk to people around the building, there was an expectation leading into this free agency period, leading into this league year, that this was going to be what the picture looked like. Whether people outside see it to be positive or negative, that's what they expected, and that was part of their strategy moving forward. Again, we'll see how successful that is probably a year from now, but there is a lot of trust in the youth on this team. I'm not sure I have it, but the people in the building that know a lot more than I do. So we'll see as time goes on, but it's going to really rely upon those young guys to be able to step up and help the guys like Dak Prescott, Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb, et cetera.
Is there anybody left in free agency that you think could help this team and the Cowboys could sign?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of defensive tackles that fit the mold. Probably won't throw any names out, but I think you go look at 330 plus pound guys. There's a couple of them that are out there, and there's an opportunity to still go grab one of those guys. Talking about a veteran running back, if they feel like they're going to need competition in that room, whether they draft a running back or not, there's still an opportunity to do that. Chuma Edoga is still out on the board as far as a depth offensive lineman. If they don't grab him, there's still an opportunity to get another depth guy. I think that would be necessary. So I don't think they're done. I think it's just going to be a wait and see game from here on out, obviously, because they don't have a lot of pennies to spare.
We doing Blue Star special, 2nd round pick, running back, ACL, Jonathan Brooks out of Texas.
Yeah, that is the Blue Star special, right? It's funny because every day that passes, it just starts to make more and more sense for that to be the pick. But for me, he's gonna have to be there at 58, which I think if every team does the medicals and understands where he's at medically, I think there's an expectation that he might be able to go before that. But draft day's weird. We'll see how as time goes on.
Were there any other fun draft rumors? Is Washington about to take J.J. McCarthy 2nd overall?
Man, this is just my opinion on that. I think it's a smokescreen. I don't know why, but I'm just not really buying it. They've been tied to Jaden Daniels and Drake May so much over the course of the last couple of months. But as you look more so in recent weeks, it's starting to really focus in on Jaden Daniels. And I wonder if this is just kind of a smokescreen towards the other teams that are thinking about trading up into that top 5 to be able to grab a quarterback. But I guess we'll see on draft day. Again, things could get wild.
Anything else about this team before we let you go, Nick?
Yeah, not too much. I think moving forward, it's draft season. 30 visits will happen here in a couple of weeks. They'll bring in 30 of the college prospects that they want to talk to and meet with more in person. And then a couple of days before that, they'll be able to bring in a lot of local prospects from TCU, SMU, North Texas, and the local hometowns as well. Guys like Byron Murphy will be able to come by, which will be a huge benefit to the team. So full steam ahead towards this draft process. We're about 30 days away from the draft. It's going to be fun stuff.
Loving your coverage, man. Keep it up and have yourself a hell of an afternoon down there.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a great one.
There he goes, Nick Harris, live in Orlando, site of the owners' meetings with his ear to the street and the beat. Okay, we got, looks like a 340 rim sesh coming up next, Chief. Got some hoop talk?
Yes, sir. Among other things, if you could add a former Mav not named Dirk to this current Mavericks team, who would it be? 877-881-1053. That's next year in the nation.
I want to chat about
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Sounds like a plan. All right, coming up at 4 o'clock, we got the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening is on the way. Here's Chief with some of that good hoop talk.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. Put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 around the rim. It's always a special occasion when the Mavs are on the heels of a victory and now have an opportunity to play themselves out of the play-in. That is what is sort of at stake here over these next 2 games versus Sacramento. Big 2 games here. Dallas in Sacramento. Tonight, both teams coming off a game, so it'll be the second night of a back-to-back for both of these teams. Dallas 8-2 in their last 10. Sacramento 7-3 in their last 10. The Mavs lost the first couple of games this season versus the Kings, but this is a new-look Mavs team.
Yeah, it is.
And Kyrie was out. Grant and Hardy started, and even Holmes and Curry got minutes in the last game versus the Kings. So this is definitely Rashawn Holmes. Yeah, this is a new-look Mavs team, and it'll be interesting to see how they go toe-to-toe with the Kings tonight. But they are neck and neck right there, playoff seeding, the 6th seed and the 7th seed. So these next 2 games will go a long way in determining whether or not the Mavericks can avoid the play-in. But with this being such a new look Mavs team, I'm curious where you guys are at, because I think we've had the same answer for a while, and I think that answer was Tyson Chandler. If you could have any non-Dirk former Mav put on this current Mavs team right now, what would it be? Because with the way Gafford and Lively are playing, I don't think the Tyson Chandler need is quite there. I would love to have Tyson Chandler.
Not needed. What is needed?
What is it?
Is Sean Marion.
That's
the
what
Matrix.
Give
exactly
me the Matrix.
I need a guy that can be a ball stopper, can go ahead and guard. He's got length. He can also give me a 3-ball every once in a while. The leadership ability as well.
Sure.
Been there, done that. I'll take Sean Marion, the Matrix.
Great pick. No, absolutely. This guy was at one time was in the running for Defensive Player of the Year.
Hell yeah.
Talk about steals and tenacity and the way he played.
And I miss watching those free throws.
Yeah,
I like that.
Do you miss that the entire
push shot?
The entire shot.
Yeah.
It's probably the most interesting in the history of
kind
basketball.
of nostalgic for me looking back on it.
Yeah, I mean, it went in. Very often it went in. I think Sean Marion was the 1 seed for me as well. Many of the texters 214, if Sean Marion was on this team, they would win 60 games. 940 the Matrix. You got 214 Sean Marion, no question. 972 Marion, 903 Marion. Everybody wants Sean Marion. I've seen some Michael Finley and Jason the Jet Terry as well.
Oh,
the Jet is on the runway.
We're getting some great picks in here, and either one of those 3 gentlemen would be fantastic. But the 3rd best Mav of all time is not either of those gentlemen. That'd be Jason Kidd, the head coach.
Jason Kidd.
Jason Kidd. Okay, nobody's texted in Jason Kidd. We've gotten some Steve Nash love.
Yeah.
Okay, Jason Kidd would be
another
interesting.
ball
Jason
handler,
Kidd
no
was
D.
the second one I was thinking behind.
That's also a good
Merriman.
defensive guard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
And by the end, he had his 3-ball dropping. I just think the passing, the overall skill set of Jason Kidd, I can either trade Kyrie Irving this summer, or I'll figure out a way to get all those 3 guys on the court with a big man and just run it.
Yes. Okay, what about the LeBron stopper himself?
Oh, we got to have a Barea.
JJ Barea?
He at least needs his name thrown in the hat there. I appreciate that.
I mean, you'd feel a little bit better if you wanted to sit Kyrie and Luka. At least Barea's got a handle on this offense.
Lockdown defender, especially in the post versus the game's best player. So I think there's a role for that guy on every single team. So good on you for throwing that out there.
Somebody did text in as well, and this was a name that I guess, because of injury, it didn't pop into my head. But damn, talent-wise in his prime, Caron Butler would be a pretty sexy ass.
Caron Butler.
That would be great.
Yeah, getting some love here, man. Eddie Nahara, need that scrappy D.
Eddie.
Says the 254. Jason the Jet Terry. Yeah, the upgrade. Good call, 214. The upgrade. Just imagine all the THJ minutes are now Jason the Jet Terry minutes.
Oh, that would be exceptional.
I'm in on that.
Just consistent, dude.
Yeah, I do want great defense out of this player.
That's the thing.
Yeah, and I do love Jet. And I think he was a huge part of a championship team. I think there's a lot of players in history that you add that it could push him over the top.
All right, let's take out THJ. Let's sub him with Deshaun Stevenson.
Ooh, a little attitude.
Because that's defense and 3. That's 3 and D right there.
That's what I was thinking with like Sean Marion, because because you need the defense for sure, which is why you're like, Jet, I love you, I want you, but I don't know, I need some more defense, but I also need that 3-ball.
Yes.
With the way the Mavs are shooting the 3-ball right now, it's like, who can do a little bit of both? I do think that is Sean Marion, but Deshaun Stevenson,
I mean, Sean Marion, better overall player, but Stevenson knew his role.
How about a prime Dennis Rodman? That'd be awesome.
I was thinking about that. A clean Roy Tarpley would be good too.
Yeah, clean Roy Tarpley's.
I mean, that's a 6th man of the year guy. I mean,
you don't want dirty Roy.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You would want good attitude Mark Aguirre. You know, if you wanted to go way back. Of course, Harp. Harp was a badass. Harp could push this team over the top.
We're talking about Renato Blackman.
Blackman. Getting texted in a ton.
Yeah.
Monte Ellis actually getting a little bit of love here.
Prime Page is getting some love.
Yeah, Page. Yeah. Hey, if you need the 3-ball sharpshooter, that's your guy, and no one has aged better, by the way.
Page.
Fine wine, bro.
He looks good.
I'll never forget how he lit up the Lakers that day. What was he, 7-7 from 3?
Oh my gosh, dude. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Marquise Daniels.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Roddy B.
Josh Howard. Josh Howard did get texting.
Hey, Josh Howard
getting a lot of love on the text.
There were a couple of years where he would be exactly what this team needs.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it sounds like we got a lot of good options, though.
But I think we all probably, if we had to pick between us, our core, we're going to go Sean Marion.
I would.
That's my number one.
That would be my guy.
Yeah, I think ultimately majority would rule there, even though the Jason Kidd suggestion is a very, very fair one. Jamal Mashburn, 817 says, give me Mashburn on this squad. 682 Mashburn, friend of the KNC Masterpiece as well, hitting them with some really solid interviews. So
he's a great player before his knee gave out on him.
No doubt about it, man. Someone said the custodian Brian Cardinal, just for that, that clubhouse presence. Locker room guy, no question about it.
I mean, Adrian Dantley was a force. You have a ton of good players throughout the history of this deal.
Detlef Schrempf's getting some love.
Okay, yes. Detlef Schrempf, total skilled player, big wing. One of the first successful
more of a shooter
Euros.
than a defender, right?
I think so. Yeah,
469,
especially as he got older.
469 says Tony Romo.
Man, they would have pulled that off if they would have let him, and that would have been epic.
Yeah, that would have.
It still ticks me off that they didn't. Okay, elsewhere around the association here, we have a handful of things. We're still laughing at at Jonte Porter and that story. That is crazy. If he was a bigger name, if he was a Shohei Ohtani level of name, this thing would be 24/7 talked about right now. This dude was actively betting the unders on his props and then exiting games intentionally early to lock in the fact that his unders were going to hit. So that is still the cream of the crop story going on in the league right now. The other one, too, to monitor in the West is the Warriors potentially missing the play-in, playing themselves out of the play-in, but not in the way we want the Mavericks to, playing themselves all the way out of the play-in in the sense that they don't get an opportunity at any postseason basketball. They're playing so poorly, and Houston Rockets.
The Rockets are on a
creeping
tear.
up, dude.
9 wins in a row.
They're starting to creep up a little bit. Draymond Green says, I don't give an F about the Rockets, not thinking about them. Okay, if you say so. If you say so, Draymond Green, but that's going to be funny. You're going to be the laughing stock when Dylan Brooks and Ime Udoka and Freddie and the Van Vliets are dancing on your tombstone.
Shout out to Fred Van Vliet. That guy's a winner, man.
For the 2024 Warriors regular season.
That would be wild.
I hope that trio shows some dang respect to everybody that helped make that championship happen. They were freaking loaded. The NBA made new salary cap rules based on how much talent they stocked away onto that team, and they won championships. But the whole idea that Steph Curry was, the greatest player in the game or even an MVP, I always thought was ridiculous. Two really, really good players, two really good offensive players. And when Clay was zooming, of course, he could play great defense. But it was the front office that managed to put so many damn good players on that team. And as soon as it became normal around them, they can barely make the playoffs. It's a shame the Mavs couldn't beat them 2 years ago. That was the only good 40 days they ever had again. Was somehow a buzzsaw that you just weren't good enough to get past. And Boston as well. I mean, looking back on that, is that a fluke? That's like a last dying breath of a champion, I think. And they just did that with pride and heart and still had some, decent young players around them.
Yeah, it is really, really gosh dang disappointing. Devin Harris, Vince Carter getting some love here on the text, as well as our guys Sean Bradley, Eric Dampier. I think they're starting to troll us now a little bit, but I did want to
Odom, maybe.
Shout out to Devin Harris.
Van Exel was awesome.
Yeah.
Van Exel was fun.
And then last night you had the Boston Celtics surrendering a 30-point lead to the Atlanta Hawks, and they lost. At one point it was 68-38 with a few minutes remaining in the first half, and then they end up losing, does Boston, 120-118. And the 30-point comeback by the Hawks, that's the largest comeback in the NBA this season, largest comeback in team franchise history for the Hawks, sixth team since 1997 to come back from a 30-plus point deficit.
They still had 50 in the half, and you trim 30 off of it. That is amazing.
Dude, I mean, they took the lead. I mean, with 4 minutes to go in the first half, you're down 30, okay? And then with 9.5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, you're now up 1.
Wow.
So it wasn't even like they were still fighting the whole fourth quarter to take the lead. They took the lead with like 10 minutes to go in the game.
Wow. You're trimming 1.5 a minute for 20 minutes of game time.
My gosh, dude.
That's got to be
chokers.
Some sort of a record. Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Always a good rim sesh here most afternoons in the G-Bag Nation. We have the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. We will give you everything that is relevant here in the headlines with your football team next here in the nation.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener teammates. Thank you for turning it on. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Time now for a C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening. I got a question for you. How many teams? Open up your NFC standings either in a newspaper, maybe digitally, or in your head. And you tell me, how many teams in the NFC are better than the Cowboys right now? If they met up in a January clash, who would come out on top? How many teams better than the Cowboys? The FrankelFirm.com text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. Also have a number of news items. What's the best group in this defense? What free agents are remaining the Cowboys could sign? Have a couple of mock drafts that are out there as well. Maybe we'll ask our draft experts which one of these they like the best. Gentlemen, I do think we start in this division. You have at least one. I don't think you have any more than that, but I do expect the Eagles to figure out a way to be better next year.
Yep.
Yeah, right now I think their roster's better. I mean, I get it. You can look at like a Devin White edition and say like, maybe he's not as good as we used to think he was, but it's still an upgrade for them. I didn't think they had any good linebackers, so they've gotten better, and the Cowboys have just kind of lost talent and not done anything to make up for it.
Yeah, they've made some nice moves there in Philadelphia. You have to tip your hat to Howie Roseman. In the North, the Lions and Packers.
Agreed.
Both better.
Pick up 2 more. I don't know if there's a team in the South.
I think, the 49ers, in the South. For Tampa Bay, I mean, if you got another good year out of Baker, do you think you would put them ahead of the Cowboys?
Atlanta got top 10 in defense.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins.
Year, but with Kirk Cousins, are they better with all the skill that they have? They have the runner, the tight end. They have some legitimate
Drake London at receiver.
They have some legitimate receivers. Now have a quarterback with a top 10 defense from last year. They might be better than the Cowboys.
Atlanta has a chance to maybe be better.
Could see it. Yeah, you make a great case for him, Brian. In the West, the Niners and the Rams, but not the Seahawks or Arizona.
I put Seattle down. I put Seattle as a yes.
Okay,
really?
You put Seattle ahead of them?
Yeah, I put San Francisco Rams and Seattle as a yes.
So that means you'd have the Cowboys as the 7th or 8th best team, depending on what happens with Atlanta.
Yeah,
I think I'd have them as the 6th or 7th best. Yeah. Wolchuk, do you follow?
Yeah, Rams are interesting. I still think I would put them ahead of them. The loss of Aaron Donald's big, though. I mean, that was their best defensive player. How do they replace that? But yeah, I would say I trust their quarterback head coach combo. They've won a Super Bowl together. I love Sean McVay, so I feel like they'll be able to find a way to overcome that loss.
Interesting. Rams set at 8.5 for their win total right now.
Cowboys are at 10 on that, right?
Cowboys are at 10, yes.
That would be a really smart bet. I mean, Sean McVay's had a 1 losing season ever as the head coach of the Rams. He finds a way usually to get at least 9 wins.
Taking a look at the text over here, 817. Hi, I'm Steven, and I met Travis Jankowski 7-11 last night.
Nice.
No one knew who he was except me. Stand-up guy. Made my day. Let's go Rangers. Not only a stand-up guy, but also a glue guy, Chief.
100%
well
documented. Yes,
glue guy.
You need guys like that. And he was maybe the 1 seed for best clubhouse interaction that we got to have in spring training this year.
Yes. He is just such a gem.
He is. He's a badass. He's got a good sense of humor.
An absolute treat. Okay, the 785, the rest of the Tampa Bay roster is better than ours. If that's the case, I don't know how much better Dak is than Baker Mayfield. Maybe 5%, maybe 10%, but that's probably a dead heat if that's the case. The 972 suggests the Giants could be better. Scratching my head looking at that thing, I just do not believe there's enough quality. I think it hit rock bottom. I think the team has to have lost faith in the quarterback at this point. I would be stunned.
Well, they did. John Mara, who is the owner of the team, came out and said, listen, if they tell me at 6 there's a quarterback there that we need to take or we need to trade up to get a quarterback, I'm all about doing that. So, yes, they have no confidence in Daniel Jones right now.
All righty. At 877-881-1053, if you would like to join that conversation, we'd love to have you. Please leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous. We're better than the Rams, in my opinion, says the 214, especially without Aaron Donald. We'll have to see how that whole thing comes together. But the last couple of years post-championship, they've taken a step back. They didn't have the picks, but I think they're ready to reemerge looking at how it finished in the second half last year.
Yeah, offensively, they are. I mean, their defense is probably going to have some serious questions, and we'll see what they obviously do in the draft. But offensively, right now, today, that would be the best unit on the field. But if the Cowboys and the Rams are playing and you're stacking up unit to unit, the Rams offense is the 1 seed, probably by quite a large gap.
Okay, 682, would you guys be okay with trading Dak, run Trey Lance for a year, and if it doesn't work out, then draft a quarterback? I think we all would be okay with that.
Yeah.
Considering where we are now, I think you're looking down the barrel of 2 so-so rebuilding years, and I think you could make the most out of that 2 years by trading Dak. I don't know what you could get for him, but I assume it's at least 1-1 if there was a quarterback-needy team, but are there those teams still?
We were trying to figure that out. We were talking about it in the break room there with how many teams could you trade him to? With teams now in the hunt of trying to find a quarterback, we were looking at some other possibilities.
Well, and you have to keep in mind that he has to sign off on any trade.
Sure,
right.
He absolutely does.
And in this world, we would. And Dak, I think maybe you can talk with him, and if you find a team that he'd be willing to go to. I mean, it seems like everybody believes the Adam Schefters of the world that he's going to have a very competitive market. Like, there's not going to be a shortage of teams that are interested in him were he become a free agent.
Agree 100%. That's
and I
guaranteed.
Do too. So I think that, I think that you'd be looking at these teams like New England and the Giants.
Okay, if New England grabs their quarterback, they're out, right?
If they do, like, we're talking next year for free agency, or are we talking right now for a trade?
Oh, for a trade. I see what you're saying.
Because if you're New England right now, I mean, I'm looking at maybe do I want to move back from 3? So, yeah, I'd be open. That tells me maybe they don't love any of these quarterbacks. So I'd be open to trading for Dak
I don't know if
Prescott.
you guys are interested or not. I'd call Minnesota.
Minnesota, sure. Denver, if you know Sean Payton likes Dak.
Yeah.
Las Vegas.
Yeah. I'd call teams early in the draft if I could, try and get that one, and then because I'm probably not going to get more than that. Maybe a 2 or a 3, maybe another 4. But give me the early picks on that if I can. I'm not interested in trading somebody to the back end.
Yeah, because that would be the smart move. If the Cowboys really are looking at this and they're kind of thinking, I don't know if Dak's the guy, and certainly having your roster be not as good and wanting him to win with less, we know how that's going to go.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be doing that if you legitimately want to win, especially with Dak. But that's the best thing to do. You don't let him go into the free agent market, and then at best you get a third-round comp pick. You make the trade.
They might feel like that they could be competitive with somebody bidding for Dak. That Dak wants to be here that bad that they can negotiate a deal.
I was going to ask you guys that. Like, I wouldn't be that worried if I'm the Cowboys. Like, looking at what Kirk Cousins and Baker Mayfield got, if somebody wants to go over $60 million for you, I would be surprised.
Yeah. I would too.
I don't think that market is out there for him. So I think the player actually might come back to you, and what you were offering could prove to be the biggest deal. That's the way I would treat it. And if we lose and we're wrong, fine. We lost the player.
We're not going anywhere. We
can replace it with Kirk Cousins. He'll be a free agent again in 2 years. And we'll get him for about 2/3 of that cost for essentially the same player. There's much better ways to manage this. I think the deal is, though, what's going to happen, the Cowboys will be around 500 for most of the season, just like they were in 11, 12, and 13. We'll blame the coach. We'll blame the lack of a running game. Dak is going to light up bad teams and score 40 a couple of games. We'll be like, see, that's them. We just need them to play like that more often. Then we're going to get to the end of the year. They'll either be a wild card team or barely out of it and be like, wow, what a ride, and how disappointed we are at the end. But throughout the season, it is going to be very captivating to see if they can still make the playoffs with these guys. And Jerry knows, as long as I have the same stars, the majority of fans are going to think we're basically the same team. They don't know that losing Biotish and Dorrance Armstrong and, Stephon Gilmore is going to break the back of this team as far as being a contender.
Yeah, I think something that Nick Harris said earlier is very interesting, and I haven't heard anybody say that Dallas could get into the November and start to maybe negotiate this deal. That they could,
Yes, I don't think they're going to let it get to open free agency next March.
I'd be surprised. And look, if Dak really does want to be here, then sure, then they probably don't have to worry a ton about him leaving if indeed he wants to be here and he just had a child. That could possibly be something. If I were Dak, I would definitely go ahead and flirt with other teams and say, go bleep yourself.
Yeah. If he wants to win a championship, yes. I just don't know that robust of a market is out there for him. And the other problem is, you can't just pick a team that's got a better chance of winning a Super Bowl for you. You're going to the highest bidder.
Yeah.
So is a highest bidder out there? Maybe.
I think there will be a team.
Is there a team better equipped at getting you to a Super Bowl? Probably not. If they have all that cap space and no quarterback, maybe if like Matthew Stafford retired from the Rams.
Yeah.
We
talked about that when the Rams being a team.
The Rams.
Now I got a better chance.
New Orleans with Derek Carr. I think look what Cleveland did with Deshaun Watson, gave him a fully guaranteed deal. I think it just shows you how desperate these teams are. And I think other fan bases and other teams probably would appreciate a Dak Prescott way more than we do right now.
So both Nick Harris and an NFL former GM have the Longhorns running back going to the Cowboys here in their latest mock drafts in round 1.
In round 1?
Or not in round 1,
round
but
2,
in their mock drafts.
We talked about that on the draft show today. Everything is lining up for the Dallas Cowboys to make this selection. Dr. Cooper did his surgery. He's a 30-visit guy. Your offensive coordinator went to Austin, had dinner with him. They're going to bring him in, like I say, for the 30. They're going to recheck him at the medical rechecks. This is lining up for them to take this guy in the second round.
Yeah. A lot of the dots are aligning. I think Tannenbaum had him taking Byron Murphy, the Texas defensive tackle, in the first round, which would be interesting.
See, man, this is where Mike doesn't know your team because they need a 1 more than they need a 3. I mean, the guy Murphy. If you're thinking best available player, yeah, but I don't see them taking a 3 technique, at 24. I just don't.
All righty. Best group in the defense now, guys. We go to Blogging the Boys. They select secondary. I would say still defensive line. If you're looking at Micah Parsons as a defensive lineman with Tank and Osa, and Sam Williams coming along, I think you have a good blend of youth and ability. But in the secondary, I think it's interesting because you have what you had. We're changing over to the Mike Zimmer system. Wanye Thomas and Eric Scott. You talk about that year 2 to 3 year bump. Are we going to see something materialize that could get us excited about that secondary?
Okay, what you got to think about with Mike is interchangeable safeties, and you can't be a dumb guy playing back there. And then think about the safety play too, because it sounds like you're going to get Marquise Bell playing safety again.
Yeah, I'm excited about Wanye Thomas and Marquise Bell. Yeah. How do they look? Because Donovan Wilson is not interchangeable. Yes. You know what Donovan Wilson is? That's a true strong that you want run support. You don't want him on an island playing single high safety in coverage. Yeah. He's not good at that.
Interchangeable. I don't think they're going to take any corners that are under 5'11". That's another one I don't think Mike wants to deal with. And and I'll say this about his defense, about his linebackers. He wants size at linebacker. The problem is, though, if you're a short linebacker, though, you better have elite smarts with Mike. Mm-hmm. You better have that elite, that win kind of ability to see it and go. That's a big thing for Mike right there.
Which I do think Jeremiah Trotter Jr., who's probably the best of the short linebackers, he's got that.
But you better have the elite smarts if you're a short linebacker.
Okay, and then to wrap up here, the C note, Cowboys news of the evening. Speaking of linebacker, we go to John Machota's updated list here of the best remaining free agents. Gilmore's still number 1. I think the ship has probably sailed on that one because projections say he's going to still get a pretty nice payday. Zach Cunningham, the linebacker, though, played last year in Philadelphia, 1 year, $1.8 million, 29 years old, 13 games, started 10 for Philly, and finished third on the tackle team in tackles with 85. You have Kendricks, Clark, Overshone. Do you need a washed-up veteran who knows the scheme and can be in position, even though he might not have the physical ability to do it at anything more than a replacement level? I don't think so, but that's probably the lane the Cowboys are operating in right now. Linval Joseph, the defensive tackle, did 1 year, $1.5 million with the Bills last season. You've mentioned Tart, the defensive tackle, the 26-year-old, split time between Houston and Tennessee last year. Dalvin Cook, J.K. Dobbins, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Probably don't want that one, but some interesting names in there at least. Odell Beckham Jr. working out with Miami this week. And Andrus Peat there, the offensive lineman. Those are some of your best remaining NFL free agents. It's time now for the top 10 at 420. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Well, we've certainly been very, very excited about the rumors of Happy Gilmore 2. And last week we got texted, okay, why don't you do a top 10 Adam Sandler movie list? So I'm obliging. What's your favorite Adam Sandler movie? That's next.
I love it. I also love Men's T Clinic. They have given me my edge back. They're ready to help you as well. Go to mensteclinic.com. Very affordable.
sure to ride with a light after dark. Be safe, bike smart. A message from TxDOT.
Yeah, buddy, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. And here he is, Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Man, this is awesome. According to Brittany Mahomes, Patrick is still eating 10 ice creams a night as he is still enjoying his Super Bowl win. Now, I don't know if that's like ice cream sandwiches, pints of ice cream, drumsticks, maybe all of the above, but 10 ice creams a night for our guy Patrick.
How long ago did you see this?
27 seconds ago.
And are you getting ball sacked?
I don't think so. It is from an aggregator account, so it's possible.
Would you rather him like?
But this is not one that
It's
usually.
gotta be, you know what,
This isn't one that usually ball sacks. Now she could be
10 ice creams or 10 beers.
This is
maybe both. It's got to be the like handheld, like drumsticks, ice cream sandwiches.
It's the Snickers ice cream. It's what it is. The one seed for all handheld. Out of the gas station, out of the vending machine.
It's that type of ice cream for sure. Like those ice cream bars.
That's what it is. That drumstick is a. That drumstick's a
yeah, I mean, but it's something
changer.
like that where it's you can put it down pretty easily.
No, that's even more than Dawson over there.
What do you think he's weighing then? I mean, if you're doing 10 of those a
He was
night,
at the
that's
basketball
still,
game the other day. He didn't look bad.
They got to be two.
So I'm sitting.
He hasn't set a high bar for himself.
He's embracing
physically, you know what I mean? So
dad
like
bod
that
life.
helps.
Yeah.
He's a little bit pear shaped. Just is what it is.
I don't think he's going to come out like Hefty Lefty anytime soon, but
I'm proud of him. I think that's awesome. Good for you, bro. You go ahead and eat your ice cream.
Leaning all the way in.
I love it.
Yeah, because he does and the 817 is always on cue. Shout out to the 817 who anytime the word Mahomes gets mentioned on the air, at least for our show, he gets like a buzz on his phone. And it's like, they're talking about Mahomes again.
Oh my gosh,
he calls
they're gushing.
It's a
about
C-fest.
Mahomes.
It's always a C-fest.
Oh yay! Who doesn't like Patrick Mahomes? He's the best quarterback in the league.
Yeah, 100%. And like physically, he's gotten by, even though he doesn't look like he's a specie man. He clearly works like he is. The flexibility, all that stuff is very evidently there. And so when he's getting like back bended and rolled up on in a way in the pocket versus the Ravens, where every other quarterback probably has a serious lower extremity injury, he's used to back bending and being all flexible and being tackled and put in weird, awkward positions. And I learned that from the Quarterback Netflix show.
Yep, it was a great show.
28 years old. He can only do this for a couple of more years. This might be the training camp where he's like, oh crap, I can't let myself go, because that requires the core strength, right? You add a pony keg on top of the core strength and the mobility is significantly reduced. That play where it was the AFC title game where he like puts a hand in the ground and like does a rodeo move of some kind to get his legs out of the way.
Yeah, it's crazy. He looks like he's about to be pinned backwards, and he's unbelievable the way he can contort his body like that. Now, 505 saying ice cream, definitely mom, dad code word for beer in front of the kid. Maybe she is referring to the beers.
That's the Mahomes. He's not shying away from beer talk. Okay,
No.
He's advertising Coors and Yellow Bellies on television.
Yeah.
He's very open about his love for the Coors.
Yeah.
It's a little wink. Hey,
not a bad love to have.
But I'm proud of him. I think that's awesome. But yeah, all of the collectors are going ahead and sharing this now. He's eating 10 ice creams, and I do think it might be mini drumsticks. We have a picture of one that looks like Brittany is holding toward, and this looks pretty bite-sized. This looks very, very bite-sized.
I need to see this.
You could easily put down 10 of these things.
Somebody is saying that they are minis of some sort.
Bonbons or those Toll House mini ice cream sandwiches are awesome. You get this box of. It's not the full size one you get at the gas station, but they're little tiny ones. They're like chocolate chip cookie sliders. Bro.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like you could easily 10 of those. And no, I get it. 585 being the best quarterback in the league does not make you universally liked. Not everybody liked Manning or Brady, but Mahomes is a Texas kid. I think he's very likable.
He's much more likable.
Yeah, I mean, I think the majority of people polled like Patrick Mahomes.
I'm glad that she specified the nighttime ice creams, because that's always when the hankering hits.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, give me some chips. Give me a little nighttime bowl of cereal. All that good
I mean,
stuff.
you can go all day just dialed, eating exactly what you're supposed to eat, doing your thing, and then all of a sudden that sun sets.
There's
the
a bowl
house
of
starts
Frosted Flakes.
quieting down a little bit.
Oh, it's so bad. That's
And
where
now
I've
it's
made
just-
my worst decisions.
Yeah, it's just you and your bad decisions.
That's where I'm like, soda, save me now. Or maybe just go to bed.
Next thing you know, it's a full Domino's pizza and a full Domino's cookie pizza.
You never know.
You just never know what
You
it's
never
gonna
know what
be.
could happen. It's insane. Here's a whole bag of chips that's gone. Or I used to be taking whole thing of ice cream, spoon to the ice cream.
Half gallon.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it was great.
I've been getting back into the Klondike bars.
Oh, have you? Those are always good.
I feel like they've gone and enhanced the cookies and cream experience there in your novelty section, where for a long time it was like some weird imitation Oreo flavor in a lot of those. Now they're actually packing real cookie in, doing it with the more premium ice cream. We're in a golden era.
We are. John Gray apparently had been scheduled to pitch today. Rangers are already done. They did not win in their final
4-1
exhibition game, 4-1. Yep, Boston knocks off the Rangers. Next time we see him, though, Thursday, it's going to be for real. But John Gray didn't pitch. He had a little stiff neck. Slightly stiff neck is the report. He's going to throw a bullpen tomorrow. Apparently, he's not going to impact his scheduled first start of the season, although we're not sure when that's going to be yet. So we'll see what ends up happening with John Gray. Hopefully that neck feels better tomorrow. We can get him back on the mound very, very quickly. Let's get into it, though. The top 10 Adam Sandler movies in honor of probably his best, according to a lot of people, Happy Gilmore 2, that is in the works. And we'll have more details a little bit later. Now, one guy who is wanting his fellow Texas golfer, Will Zalatoris, to be part of this movie, because Will Zalatoris does look like one of the characters in Happy Gilmore.
Yes.
He was on with Kay Adams earlier, and he said, like, yeah, I think he'd be a good sport. He would do this. But Jordan Spieth also talking about being a Cowboys fan, and he's just one of us.
Is it like a different offseason in that you're not having much optimism about the Cowboys? I can't imagine Cowboys fans are very like, let's go rah-rah right now.
Well, I guess we'll just have to see how we draft, because we're in that lull in between free agency where not a whole lot was done and then the draft. So being a Cowboys fan is tough, but we stick together and maybe someday it'll be worth it.
The defeat in his voice and the emphasis of, we'll just have to see how we draft. It's all about the draft. It is. It's draft. We won't do anything else, but we're just going to draft. Now we have so many damn holes, I don't know if they can fill them all in one draft. I feel for you, Will McClay, in the scouting department. You guys keep doing the Lord's work over there. If it weren't for you, this team would be totally bleeped. All right, top 10 Adam Sandler movies. 785, Big Daddy, Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, top 3, all classics. We got some love for Click. We got some love for Waterboy, The Wedding Singer. Let's go out into the Pimp Cup there, filling in for Lucius Alexander,
Topher.
my fellow Plano Wildcat. How's it going, Mr. Strong? Where are you going?
Good. I feel like we have to give a shout out to Uncut Gems. Like Sandler kind of went like the serious route on that one, sports better degenerate kind of. It was a great one.
It was a fantastic movie. That definitely is one where it's like I saw it once. I was glad I saw it. I enjoyed it. I don't know if my heart could take watching it a second time.
No, that's
It
not
hurt.
a rewatch. Yeah.
It hurt for sure. Yeah, but that's my top 5 for Sandler for sure.
You know, I think I could make room for that in my top 5, but I think there are clearly 4 that anybody must have in their top 5 Adam Sandler movies. And then if you want to add a 5th, whatever you want to do, I find with me Grown Ups, Anger Management, but it's Waterboy, it's Happy Gilmore in no particular order. You can go 1, 2, 2, 1 on that. You got Billy Madison and The Wedding Singer.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I mean, those are good ones.
It's all slapstick SNL comedy when I'm thinking about Sandler.
Me too.
And then any attempts for drama or serious movies, I might appreciate the movie or not, but that's Sandler's lane.
Like the Hustle, like you
Hustle
like the
was
basketball
good.
Hustle.
I did
the
like
Uncut
that.
Gems.
Hustle's honorable mention on
That might be my 5th.
He's done a nice job stretching himself a little bit and coming out of the slapstick thing. But whenever I think of Adam Sandler, I think of the slapstick, and it's amazing. I've always found him to be extremely funny. So for the most part, I think the only one I didn't really get, maybe I need to rewatch it now a bit older, is Little Nicky.
Little Nicky's good.
That wasn't one that I
That's honorable
was
mention.
able to
like
grab
that.
a hold of.
I like Little Nicky.
Might need to circle back on it. And then I have to be vulnerable and honest and open with you guys. I'm not happy to admit this, but as a rom-com lover, I've never seen The Wedding Singer.
Oh, the wedding scene.
So I'm gonna have to dip back into that one. But Gilmore, Deeds, Waterboy, Anger Management, Big Daddy,
Deedsy,
Billy
Deeds
Madison,
is fantastic. Billy Madison, 8 Crazy Nights got texted. That's also honorable mentions. Really, really good. That's on here.
He actually has a nice little moment in the movie The Hot Chick, if you guys remember that.
The Hot Chick was down here on the list.
It was?
It was. He made an appearance in that. Absolutely.
He also apparently was in Shakes the Clown, which is a classic with Bobcat from like 89.
Wow. Okay.
Cult classic. Cracked me up. I never recognized Sandler in it back in the day, or at least I don't remember.
Adam Sandler, final honorable mentions. I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry. Which is pretty fantastic.
That is so funny.
Shout out to
dude.
Jessica
Top
Biel in
5
that
nominee.
movie.
Yeah, that's really dang good. Wait, so that's Outside Looking In?
That's 13.
Oh my gosh.
Another one that I think is one of the most underrated comedies of all time. People never talk about it, but it's hilarious. Adam Sandler, Jack Nicholson, Marissa Tomei, Anger Management.
Yes, dude. Anger
So
Management's
good.
wonderful.
Oh, goose, brava.
Longest Yard?
Longest Yard. I was going to
Longest
say
Yard
that one,
is in the top 10.
Epic,
It's a
dude.
remake.
He's got a damn good catalog.
He has way more than I thought. So that's why we
Yeah.
and okay, so 682 said, have you mentioned Click? I think Click is a top 10 Sandler movie. The drama, emotional feel, but also funny that comes along with Click is great, but it's 11. It's just on the outside looking in.
It's a good
but
movie.
Click is really good.
Okay, Beckinsale.
Yeah. Man, you go through if we did like all-time on-screen wives.
Yes. Adam Sandler always gives himself the dime.
Yeah, he does. I think he's pretty much been on-screen married to everybody. Just
Here's
Go With It is number 10.
Selma Hayek, he gets
Selma Hayek,
he gets
Jennifer Aniston, Drew Barrymore, Queen Latifah. Somebody texting because of Hustle.
Who is
Kate Beckinsale.
Who's the actress that in Happy Gilmore that he ends up basically his love interest? Who is
Julie
that lady?
Bowen?
I don't know who that lady
Was that her
is.
name?
But when he has that dream where she's got like all the beer jugs and
Oh yeah, that's
oh
fantastic.
my gosh, it's hard.
I think we had Paige Spiranak that's trying out for that character. I think she put that out there on her social media. She's like, "Hey, in the remake, if you need that, I can fulfill."
If you guys
that.
are having any sort of fantasies here,
Yeah,
let me
I got
be that.
Number 10 is Just Go With It. Number 9 is Grown Ups.
Julie Bowen.
Yeah, it is
Julie,
Bowen.
okay, you nailed it. Good pull,
Wow.
well, Chuck.
Yeah.
She is the friend listening to Endless Love in the Dark, I believe, on the ice skating rink.
8 is Longest Yard.
She looked really good back then. Wow.
Yeah, she was. I mean, that was prime.
1996.
That was prime right there.
Yeah.
Just Go With It being in the top 10.
I would have kicked
think
that
that's bull.
Just Go With It. I didn't think it was okay. You
And
know,
Frances Bay still had it going on a little bit there, Granny. You know, the older lady, don't you think? Wolchuk?
Big
I thought that
Gilf
was your
guy. You know
category.
that. It is. 8 was The Longest Yard, which I did think the remake was good, and I like the fact that they put Burt Reynolds in it as well.
Yes.
7,
Miss
Mr.
Pappy.
Deeds. I thought Mr. Deeds could be higher.
Mr. Deeds,
But Deeds is great.
So good, dude.
6 is The Wedding Singer with Drew Barrymore, and that's a good movie. 5,
Oh, yeah. Good movie.
50 First Dates.
Yeah.
50 First Dates was good, man.
Yeah.
That's one you saw?
That was actually one I saw, yes.
Let's go.
I red flagged that it was an
It's in
obvious
Hawaii, right?
rom-com.
It is an obvious rom-com, but it's
I was
pretty
just like,
damn
there's
funny.
no way I'm
Takes
ever gonna
place in
start
Hawaii or
this.
something like that? Okay.
Yes.
I remember that. Okay. Good.
Yeah, it was Rudy's
It's the
in there.
waffles. Remember the waffles?
The
Making the
waffles.
waffles with the
Yep.
toothpicks and
Yep, man, it's a great movie.
So
4,
sweet, huh?
It
Yeah.
is. It's very sweet.
Very sweet.
4 is Big Daddy.
yeah, dude, that is
Big Daddy's really good. 3 is The Water Boy.
It's nice. I'll accept it.
I love The Water Boy. That could be my one personal fave. It's me, Roberto, your daddy. Number 2, Billy Madison.
Yeah.
Which is classic. But number 1, best Adam Sandler movie, and the reason we're doing this damn list is Happy Gilmore.
Happy
Man,
Gilmore.
I'm so happy. I looked up a list earlier today when I knew we were going to do this, and I saw a couple of lists. I was like, man, this is a bad list. They better not put Waterboy anything or Gilmore anything but number 1.
Yeah.
So nice job, Wolchuk.
You know what we also need to mention here is a new one that I've seen over the last couple of months on Netflix, a movie called Leo. It's an animated movie where he voices an aging reptile, like some level of like lizard in this like classroom.
We talked lizards today, Brian. Earlier we talked about Rango, that Johnny Depp movie. That's also
Rango.
animated.
I thought you guys were talking about Taylor Heineke.
No, not the Green Lizard. Yeah, Hotel Transylvania. He also is a voice, does the voice of the main character in that one.
Leo is worth your time. It's Bill Burr and Adam Sandler voicing
That
like a
sounds
turtle
fantastic.
and a lizard of sorts, and it's a really funny movie.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 every afternoon, 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. Now, when we come back, it's time for some more Cowboys talk. We'll get that to you next. And then at 5 o'clock, an edition of The Finest with Eric Chiafalo. It's next right here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat with you about my friends at Diamonds Direct. Before we do anything else, though, you know, they cut out the middleman. They have the best warranties and guarantees in the industry. I absolutely love talking to you about my friends at Diamonds Direct and the great opportunities that they provide for us with their 2 DFW locations, Frisco, Stonebriar Mall, and Dallas Preston Road, Sherry Lane. You know, it's one thing to get a good price on something, but
it again.
This Thursday, it's the most delicious opening day coverage presented by Whataburger. We're talking Rangers all day long with a G-Bag broadcast inside the park leading up to the banner being raised and the first pitch. It's time to run it back, Rangers fans. And it all happens right here on your home of those world champs. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Thanks, Chris, and for Lucius all week long. Here's Chief with one hell of a question for you.
All right, so if you're listening on the FM radio dial or the Odyssey app, I would highly encourage you to get over to the YouTube or the twitch.tv/Dallas Fan Cam. We will do our best to paint the picture, though, for the folks that are just within ear's reach. But I'm about to put something up on the Fan Cam, fellas, and would like to get y'all's thoughts on it. I believe this to be the most compromising position a man could ever find himself in. Took place over the weekend. How familiar are you guys with the term spladle?
Haven't heard it until now.
Okay. Broadus?
No.
Not a scouting term, huh?
Not a scouting term. Spladle.
I don't know what in the world that is. Sounds provocative.
I'd like to introduce you to Nebraska Cornhusker wrestling monster Brock Hardy.
Oh, okay. Okay. I saw that.
So what is it?
It's on where you're splayed out in a cradle.
It's a wrestling.
It's a wrestling move.
It's a hold.
Okay.
It's a hold. Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
There it is on the screen.
Look at this poor lad.
Yeah.
Nebraska Cornhusker wrestler. This went as viral as anything can go over the weekend, and
both legs are back over your shoulders, and you can't move anything because dude's got you in a submission hold. As soon as I sniffed that baby was getting locked in on me, I'm tapping.
Couldn't agree more, bro. I'm going, what is this guy doing maintaining this position?
Yeah.
Like, this has to be, I don't know how bad that hurts. I imagine Mr. Flexible Wrestler guy can hang in that position for a while.
Yeah.
But just the general embarrassment and vulnerability that comes with a position like this. And shout out to ESPN, who was the one that was televising
they were
this.
broadcasting the thing the whole
And they didn't pivot from this angle.
Yeah.
This is the angle you got for the entire duration of this spladle being performed, where this dude is being stretched from limb to limb. Everything is just opened up. I'm sorry?
Did we get an escape?
I don't even know how exactly he ended up getting out of it or how long it took him. Because I've just been watching the still shot. I think like what Dawson said, this is an immediate tap out for any rational human being.
Got me.
You got
Absolutely.
me. Boom, done. Where do I tap? Where do I quit?
This guy escaped.
Where do I get off the grid here? This poor guy, Brock Hardy, and he seems to be a pretty good sport about it. But ESPN never pivoted, dude. They never pivoted. They didn't start jumping around. They didn't show fan reaction. They didn't show the coaches trying to coach him how to get out of a spladle. I mean, I don't even know if there is technique on how to. I mean, are they working on these moves in practice here? Are they putting you in a spladle position and asking you
I think it's a rare maneuver.
Get your way out of here? This feels like a rare maneuver.
It's a rare maneuver from what
I've been, not in wrestling, but around it and seen a lot, and I've never seen this move.
Yeah, it looks like a position you would only get into if you're preparing for a rather uncomfortable medical procedure. It's just totally unnecessary.
Colonoscopy.
I'd ban this move if I was part of the Collegiate Wrestling Federation.
This is like a gyno situation here, Broadus. You know that. He was quoted as saying, Brock Hardy, he says, I went back to the hotel room. I knew I had to wrestle in the next round, which they call the blood round. So he had more competing to do. He wasn't able to just go hang his head and walk of shame back to his hotel room, never to be seen again. He had to get back out on the mat. It's redemption time for Mr. Spladle. And at the time, he says he had Instagram deleted, but he was like, should I download it again and just see what's going on?
No.
Unfortunately, he did. Oh. He says it was everywhere. But it was good. I wrestled the rest of the tournament going, I can't let that be the last thing. In spite of the world, I gotta take third right now. And I believe he ended up doing that. He ended up taking third place, so kudos to him. But that is definitely not the headline of the story. It's the spladle scene round the world. He says it was kind of like that scene in Talladega Nights when Ricky Bobby flips and he's like, oh my gosh, we're in the air right now. Like, that's what was going through his mind as he was looking up into the heavens, wondering why his legs were spread in a way that he never imagined they would or could.
I could see why he would delete Instagram, because just searching Brock Hardy video, there's at least 2 other videos online of him losing in like his competitor's most glorious moment ever. But Brock Hardy's a pretty big deal. He's like good enough that people are like, yeah, I just beat Brock Hardy, but he is taking L's all over X, dude. Like, this is definitely the worst L he's taken.
100%. This has to be. I can't fathom there being a much bigger L taken anywhere else in the world right now.
There's dads on X so stoked that their kid beat Brock Hardy, but didn't beat him like that.
Pretty insane. Yeah. Pretty insane. Now, if you want to become not a Brock Hardy, but maybe a Brock Hard individual, if you want to be an alpha beast, for the small price of $18,000, you can go to Alpha Male Boot Camp.
Okay.
And
does it come with steroids for 90 days?
This consists of, I don't believe you're getting.
I'm not gonna work that hard, dude. Trust me. You know.
Yeah, no. Then this boot camp is not for you, then, Dawson.
Yeah.
This is for
I need 3 days off between workouts.
This is for betas who want to go fraternity style, paying their way into admission to the Alpha Club.
Okay.
And this is just a little sample sound of what the alpha male boot camp looks like from a coaching standpoint. This is how they were greeted into the boot camp. This is basically hello for the 20 or so dudes who paid the $18,000 for this.
Look at each other. Look to your left and to your right. More than 60% will not be here Friday. I guarantee it. And I'll make sure that you earn the right to be here every second. Because I see in your eyes that most of you don't belong here. And I'll be damned, I'll take this knife off my waist and carve this tattoo off my hand before I let any of you show up here on Friday for the graduation. I see in your eyes already. Your souls are mine.
Your bleeping souls are mine. I will do everything in my power to keep you from graduating this BS alpha male boot camp that you paid $18,000 for.
There are 3 types of people in this world.
You won't survive the next 72 hours if I have anything to say about it. 3-day boot camp, the MDK project, the modern day night project is what they are deeming this. Wow. This is like alpha male influencers, I guess, and you pay them like close to $20,000 so that you can be a part of this. The Modern Day Night Project, 75-hour personal growth experience for men who want to live a life filled with fulfillment, purpose, financial freedom, and have a deep, loving relationship with their families. And we will hose you down with a fire hose. We will throw you into cold waters. We will wake you out of your sleep. We will tie you to train tracks and imagine a train is coming. I don't know. There's weird, crazy videos of what these schmoes are doing. But they're carrying their teammates on over their shoulders in the sand and just being humiliated by their coaches on the way, being called P words and whatnot.
I like the Aaron Rodgers plan more. The darkness
retreat and the ayahuasca
experience.
Yeah, give me that.
You'd rather go trip balls in the dark for 3 days than do this?
Just puking and pooping your brains out.
I did that already. It's called college football in the 80s. It wasn't fun. They made us breathe like across the street was the veterinarian school, and they'd get rid of the animals, and that smell would be in the air. And we had the Exxon plant on the river that was pumping stuff in the air. We used to breathe that air. They didn't care about us. I lost 18 pounds in a practice one time. They didn't care about you. And I feel sorry for this gentleman, but the player died at Auburn in 1983, and it saved a lot of college football players in the South. That gentleman sacrificed for the rest of us.
That was your alpha male experience.
That's what it was. They did not care. And they did not. There's a time for football players. They did not care about you and about your well-being.
This looks like one of those camps that like rich alpha dads send their beta sons to because they're just so disgusted. They drop $20,000 to like make a man out of you because you've just been D'ing off. You're 25 years old, barely have a job. he wasn't around to actually parent you or, help you become a badass in your teenage years, and he's feeling guilty about it, so he's going to drop $20,000.
469, does he go home to Starla every night? It's a great question, 469. You definitely don't want a roundhouse kick to the face where he's wearing those bad boys. You can forget about that.
Yeah, he'd tear your ass up, dude. It looks terrifying.
Sign up now for my 3-day program.
I'll sign up now for another edition of The Finest. What's the subject matter like today?
Okay, the first true Gen Z quarterback has arrived, and I don't know if the NFL is ready for him. That's next year in the nation, but it is truck.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have Jared Sandler on coming up at 5:30. Talk about your Rangers stories of the day. It is time now, though, for Eric Chiafalo and another edition of The Finest. Here's the Chief.
All right, 877-881-1053. Walchuk deemed it piss poor, and I believe the worst segment of the program today, the Spladle Alpha Male Boot Camp conversation. If you agree with Walchuk, text in at 877-881-1053. We'll get to Caleb Williams in a moment.
He
We'll
was
get to
pretty
Vince
adamant
Young.
about that, wasn't he?
He was.
Pretty
He
adamant.
was.
I mean, as soon as the red light went off, he went in.
Piss poor segment.
Piss poor segment. Got to do better than that. So
10 minutes of my life will never get back.
Yeah.
NFL obviously making some headlines today with the things that they've been doing. We will be playing on Christmas Day, which is a Wednesday. And so everybody just go ahead and mark the calendars. It's happening. Football taking over everywhere. And NFL will play 2 Wednesday Christmas games this season. So you get the Christmas doubleheader. The teams that play on Christmas Day this season also will have played Saturday, December 21st. So in the NFL's eyes, it will be the equivalent of those teams playing on a Sunday and then playing on a Thursday. In the NFL's eyes.
I mean, what the hell are we doing?
But, I mean, we can't just
Get ready,
forget,
boys. We're going to be part of that.
If you're playing on Saturday the week before, that means you're playing on a short week.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly the same because usually when you play on Thursday night, you got the full 7 days between your last game. You played on Sunday on normal rest, and then you had the short rest turnaround.
They don't care about your
But if
health.
you're playing on Saturday and Wednesday, that's 2 weeks in a row of short rest.
Prediction, I do believe this is laying the groundwork for more of a revolving schedule. It's not Sunday, Monday, or Thursday. It's we'll see. Because they want NFL football on every night, and I do too.
As long as they can monetize this, they'll play it on every night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I didn't think we'd have I know during the pandemic, I think we got a Wednesday game, which is understandable. You're trying to make sure you get all your games in. But now this is opening the Pandora's box of NFL scheduling.
Mm-hmm.
321 says the Adam Sandler list was even more piss poor than that segment.
Whoa.
That's the guy that asked me to do the Adam Sandler list.
817 says it was Poochie's. I believe he was talking about my segment. And yes, 214, the NFL is extremely greedy, but they continue to win. I mean, they go all in with their greed and they win. And to an extent, we, the fan, remain winning as well because football guys, alert, nearly every day from December 20th to New Year's Day will feature either a college football playoff game or an NFL game or both.
Ooh, let's go. Yeah, okay.
So December 20th, college football playoff game. The 21st, 3 college football playoff games and NFL games. The next day, NFL games. The next day, Monday Night Football. 2 days later, it's now Christmas. NFL Christmas doubleheader. Next day, Thursday Night Football. 2 days later, NFL games. The next day, NFL games. The next day, Monday Night Football. The next day, college football playoff quarterfinal. And then January 1st, 3 college football playoff quarterfinals. So it is going to be football overload and high stakes, high stakes football, meaningful football from December 20th to through the new year. That is going to be absolutely insane, dude.
Dude, that's going to be a blast.
They're creating the perfect holiday season for us.
They sure are. That's awesome.
Prize Picks, bro. Prize Picks is going to go insane.
We're going to be losing it.
Man, I'm having so much fun with that. I got a 4 switcher or whatever thing tonight. $50. If I win, I get $900.
Yes.
Oh,
you're
so
going
much
with
fun.
a power play.
Yeah, is that what that is?
You have the 4. When you stack up 4 dudes, it's the power play. When you stack up 5 or 6, I believe it's the flex play.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just like, hey, if 3 of the 5 hit, you still get return. A 4 or
Which
5
is
hit, you
worth
get
it.
even more. And then if all 5 hit, you're cashing out in a fat
And use that
stacky way.
promo code TOLO. You can get a free 100 on that.
I'm trying to get my Dez on here with the parlays.
There you go.
I hope you do, man. That'd be a big win tonight.
But there's always a Filipowski out there that's waiting to just bleep you 1 point away from really, really, saving the bank account.
Always.
But,
Can't trust those Filipowskis.
He's going to fumble fart it a little bit. Let's see. 469. Interesting that Woolchuck, he's calling you Woolchuck, I believe disrespectfully there, called that the worst segment of the day. It wasn't good, but the daily top 10 segment is must turn the channel radio.
I agree with the 469. What happened to football's finest? He agrees with me over here. That was a crap segment by you.
Very good. Caleb Williams is being discussed today. Are we having is this the first true Gen Z quarterback that is about to be the face of the franchise for an NFL team? Number 1 overall pick.
Does it bother you that he was using a pink phone?
Well, I wouldn't say it bothered me. I'm just laying the table here. I'm setting the table. So before you start asking your questions, let me set the table. Caleb Williams, because now everybody's wondering, what do you mean the pink phone? Because we're talking about things that haven't even been discussed yet. Walchuk's bringing up a pink phone. The listeners don't even realize there's a pink phone situation brewing, but there is.
It's a good point.
Caleb Williams was seen cheering on his USC Trojan lady basketball squad, and he was in the building, and he's apparently waving around. What was it, Walchuk? It
was a pink phone.
It was a pink phone.
Is it rose or pink?
It's pink. It's a surefire pink.
I think definitely pink. I mean, I don't know what rose would be, like rose red.
Rose is a lighter pink, almost like a gold pink.
And it would matter?
Yeah, let's just stick with the pink here, Brian. Yeah, rose gets confusing.
To me, pink is pink.
This is pink.
Okay.
But rose is more of a masculine type of,
I don't know.
I look good in pink color.
I just think it's a different color than just straight pink.
Yeah.
Are you watchdogging the color wheel right now?
Good clarification.
All right, let me look up rose.
Pink is pink, stink is stink. Like we understand, dude.
Let me look up rose pink.
I think stink's brown, actually.
Nonetheless,
I mean, there's it could be like hot pink.
There you go.
It's definitely not hot pink.
There's a contradiction.
Okay.
I think it would be more rose pink than hot pink here, Brian, for watchdog in the pink.
Broadus, I'm interested now how many types of pink you can name beyond what you've already said.
You've done rose, you've done hot, you've done regular. You're 3 deep right now in your pink knowledge.
Yeah.
Maybe a fluorescent?
No, I don't think there is.
Okay.
That's about all I can go.
Got a salmon in there.
Oh, good call on the salmon.
Oh, salmon would be pink.
Yeah, good call there. I didn't think about that one.
But hot salmon. A lot of people are texting in.
Hot salmon.
Hot salmon from Brandon in Fort Worth. Bottom line is the snippet, the 5-second clip of him sitting courtside cheering on the Lady Trojans basketball team is going viral because he's waving around his pink cell phone. There's some bedazzles on his keychain, and some are alleging that there's pink lipstick on his lips. I just think that's his lips. I'm not going to go as far as to say there is the pink lipstick on his lips, but that is being tossed around out there. I think that's reckless speculation.
They might have a point.
But I am going all in with the idea that this is the first real the Gen Z quarterback, the players, the generation. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different, and he embodies all of that different. And so him stepping into the NFL, being the face of the franchise, players rallying around him, it'll be interesting to see how everything mixes. Ryan Poles the general manager of the Bears, who it's obvious he's going to end up being the quarterback for the Bears first overall, when he's at the pro day and he's apparently talking with teammates and stuff from USC of Caleb Williams, nothing but rave reviews, according to Ryan Poles, the leadership and everything like that. So, but it did go viral with the pink iPhone today, and everybody was starting to raise some eyebrows about the newest Gen Z quarterback in the NFL.
I think personality matters at quarterback. You'd prefer extrovert. You prefer all the manly traits that guys resonate around. And there's no doubt Caleb's different, but I haven't heard anything like the players don't like him. There's a lot of different kind of people. Just your likes and dislikes. I think at his core is a pretty good dude, has good energy. And until I hear, it really sapped the team from energy having to deal with this or that, then I would be a non-factor. I'm just looking at the tape.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't heard that he's a bad guy. So, I mean, people can think what they want, but as long as he comes in and he helps you win football games, he's a hell of an athlete. I haven't heard anything super negative about him as a person.
I do believe he will be the first quarterback in the history of the NFL with a pink phone and painted fingernails. I do believe that he will be the first of its kind.
I think, probably.
It was big in the late 90s, though. It made it, but that was more like skater punk rock than gender roles. being blurred. Back then, that was 25 years ago.
469 says at least he can afford the $18,000 to go to the alpha male boot camp before training camp starts.
That's true.
Yeah. Whatever team drafts him, they send him a link. Before you get to rookie minicamp.
Hey, just check this.
This is a clause in your contract, Caleb. You got to go 75 hours with the big boys. And then you can put
you survive?
Then you can put the C on your helmet.
Man, there are a lot of shades of pink.
Are you looking up all the pink?
Yep.
What's your favorite?
I think the neon pink one is actually vibrant, electric pink shade that glows.
Well, that's a good poll right there.
Yeah. Then there's watermelon, a vibrant, refreshing pink shade resembling a ripe watermelon's juicy, sweet flesh.
Did they have to use flesh?
Sure they did. That was part of the word description.
That's pink.
That's pink. Flamingo, light to medium pink.
Oh, flamingo, yes.
That's a little cooler in tone than salmon.
What the hell?
If Caleb Williams is Gen Z quarterback, what is Vince Young? What's his era?
I don't know. That's a good question.
What's his ceiling?
He wouldn't be. He wouldn't
What's
be
the floor,
millennial.
though?
Would
What's
he?
the floor?
What's the ceiling?
I don't think Vince Young would be a millennial. No,
But perhaps. Nonetheless, did you guys see the video that apparently took place from last month?
He got hit in the face.
Tokyo Joe's
this is from
shot
last
bar?
month.
Yeah. The video, it stems from February 4th.
Guy dropped
as a matter of fact. So it's been basically 2 months.
He got popped pretty good.
But yeah, it was a bar fight situation that ended after he was, I would say, cheap shotted in the face.
I agree. I think it was a cheap shot.
It wasn't like he was squaring up toe to toe with this guy. There was a group of pushing and shoving and drinks throwing, and it made from one side of the bar to the other, and then all of a sudden, one dude just kind of throws a punch at Vince Young there. And he did. I mean, he landed a clean one, dude. Vince Young is a giant human being, and he just went right to the deck.
Vince never saw it.
I think on the side. Well, this guy was a little short. I don't think he was even paying attention to this guy. Next thing you know, he just comes.
That's true. Yeah, the size factor actually worked for the Medford or Jared Sandler sized human that was in the mix of this thing because you could the sneak attack factor was real.
Wow.
But those guys, you know how violent those guys can get. You know how ornery those little.
You think
dudes
this
can
guy
be.
realized as it was going on, he made a decision of like, I'm going to take Vince Young down.
I don't think there was any coherent decisions being made in that moment. This was like 4 a.m, hammered Houston, Tokyo Joe's bar side. Like there's not a conscious decision being made by anyone.
I
in this
just wonder
particular
if the little guy decided, like, you know what, this might be my shot at fame here. I'm going to take.
I'm going to be the guy that knocked out Vince Young.
I'm going to be the guy that knocks out Vince Young.
So Vince Young technically is a Xennial. Assuming I'm saying that right. Xennial. He was born in 1983. So he'd be a Xennial generation.
What am I?
Well, you're
boomer.
I'm a boomer.
I think you are a boomer.
What year? I think you're Gen X.
Where you born?
If that's older than boomer,
1963.
63.
What is that? Did they even have
Gen
something?
X.
Did they even have something for that? Am I too old to have a category?
Okay,
65 to 80 is Gen X.
Baby boomers went to 64, so you're right at the cutoff there.
What am I?
You're a baby boomer.
Baby boomer?
Yep.
And that was after the war? Is that what that was called?
Yeah, 46 to 64 is baby boomers.
And they were cranking those kids out when they got back.
I got back.
They were very happy to be back.
Very excited.
So I'm a boomer, huh?
And to rebuild the population, boomer.
I didn't know what I was.
Hey, have you guys ever heard of this boomer over there in particular? Apparently, Jim Harbaugh is floating around the NFL owners' meetings, and he's greeting folks like Adam Schefter with his business card, but it's not a usual business card as you would know it. It's a little bit bigger. It's like an index card size.
Yeah.
And part of what he has on there beyond his contact info.
Nobody has it better than us.
Well, that's part of it. He's got like his 10 his
principles,
his rules to live by.
Yeah.
His rules to live by on the back of his card. It's like laminated. It's it looks to be like in Wolverine blue and yellow colors.
Wear khakis, drink milk, eat steak.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly what the rules are, but I do know that is what can be garnered. Maybe Nick Harris can find a way. He's out there. We got boots on the ground out there.
His agent, my agent, is the same guy. Let me see if I can find that out.
Yeah, find out, please.
See if you can get a picture.
I
of
want to
it.
get a picture. See if we can get a picture.
That's
of it.
Because Schefter went on McAfee's show and they rattled it off a little bit today, but it was too long and they were dancing around on some of the stuff, so I couldn't really just get like clean audio, just one by one, bam, 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 what it is. But I just think it's funny, the idea Jim Harbaugh, who last week was having an Ann Arbor garage sale before
I would have absolutely dug to. I would have loved to have gone that.
I know you would have.
Yeah. I would have got one of the big puffy Michigan jacket he wears on the sideline, that one that I gave you, I would actually give it to you so you would have a jacket during the regular season.
Dude, that jacket will keep you warm anywhere.
Yeah.
That jacket could go toe-to-toe with any weather,
Yeah, I
would
need to
believe.
get you a jacket.
But shout out to Jim Harbaugh. I don't know if anybody in the world before him or after him is doing something like that. 10 rules to live by on the old business card that's the size of an index card.
The
It's
business
admirable.
card's still like very important to have, or we could have phased out the business card.
I don't think
There's
we need them
digital
at all.
ones.
Yeah. Just get you a name. Yeah, digital, a phone tap. There's just lots of ways. I think it makes you look like a boomer if you're handing out business cards.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to do that. Brian, by the way, the 817 says Broadus' boomer/Gen X cusp. Just study it in my marketing class. So you could claim either one.
I love being on the cusp.
Which one would I want to be?
X.
I want to be X?
Yeah, we're a little bit more toxic, a little less hardworking than the boomers. But boomer's like a punchline,
Yeah, I think
Gen
I'm a
X
boomer.
isn't a punchline yet.
I think I'm
I mean,
a boomer.
You come off as more of a boomer than Gen X.
I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you guys agree with that? He's more boomer than Gen X?
Well, when you mention hardworking, the guy's a workaholic.
He is, right?
And a punchline.
But you're also young
And
at
a
heart,
bleeple.
and a great bro.
Thank you.
So
I appreciate that.
there's a lot of Gen X stuff about you still.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
All righty.
Hey, that wasn't a piss poor segment, buddy.
Nice job.
That was the best segment of the show.
I got to get these 10 things to live by.
I love
Hang
talking
on,
to
I'm doing that right
I
now.
agree with the 210. It was a little cringy. I'm sorry about that, but it needed to be said.
Yeah, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to hit the expressway, take you commercial-free all the way to the top. Sands is going to join you 5:30, give you the latest on the Rangers, and we're back in the nation.
I do want to tell you about my friends over at State of the Art Soda.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Let's hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top right here. This segment of the G-Back Nation is brought to you by our friends, Cars for Kids. Go to carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts. Hope you're having a good day. A lot has transpired so far on the show. 469 Dawson, do you think Steph Curry's a top 10 player of all time? No way. Jose. Really good player. One of the best shooters, if not the best shooter of all time. But no, I thought he was overrated in a lot of ways as far as being a total basketball player. But a hell of a story and a man that I celebrate. And I can't stand that you made me be critical of him, 469, but I appreciate the question. The frankelfirm.com text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. Thankfully, the Cowboys are not extending Dak right now, especially with the legal situation. The best case scenario is if Dak waives his no-trade clause and the Cowboys trade him after June 1. Today was the news in a very long time for the Cowboys. Okay, thank you, 469. Now, what you are referring to, of course, is the story earlier from today that Rap Sheet is saying the Cowboys have decided and they have an agreement or an understanding with Dak's agent that no deal is going to be done. If I'm looking at my Cowboys crystal ball, we got Sands coming up in 4 minutes. We're talking Rangers. If I'm looking at my Cowboys crystal ball, I think they just get the deal done next March, shortly before free agency, and I would think that would happen in over 90% of my scenarios and probabilities. Guys.
And then Dak has all the leverage right there. You're going to end up. You're going to be paying more for him at that point than you would right now, and but that's the Cowboys are clearly fine with that. They've done that the whole time. They've kicked the can. Don't want to pay it. Oh, now that it's at its highest possible point, sure, we'll go ahead and pay it. So I could easily see that being the case.
Do you think they're still totally sold that they will keep him for next year? Or is this in any way the beginning of the end?
I think there's definitely got to be a little bit of uncertainty, or else you would just go ahead and get that done now, right? Like if Dak does want to be here, you would go ahead and do that and not wait, because there's in no way right now any benefit to me that is a benefit for the Cowboys. If you wait, you're going to pay more, like what happened last time.
That's what they've done already.
Yeah, or you go ahead and he leaves via free agency because you can't tag him. He's got a no tag clause, and you get a third-round comp pick, and then who knows what you're going to do at quarterback, and you owe $40.9 million in dead cap money. So there's not really a win there when it comes to the Dak thing. But I do think ultimately they probably do work this out, and they'll end up paying more than they would have paid him if they had have done this now.
You said something in there that was very intriguing. If you know how this is going to go, why not just capitulate to what they want now when it's going to cost you 5-10% less than this time next year? But I said it earlier, Brian. I really do not know what would happen if this quarterback hit the free agent market, and I think the Cowboys would be wise to let him go test it and see what the market value is. I think it's closer to Kirk Cousins than the absolute top of the market.
I would disagree, and maybe I will be surprised, but I think at 31 years old is what Dak will be this time next year, likely not off of an Achilles injury like Kirk Cousins was, and considerably 4 years younger or whatever than Kirk Cousins is. I think that teams will be jumping at the idea, because this is it's relatively unprecedented that you get what many people believe is a top 10 in the league quarterback. It's still in his prime. If he's not off of a serious injury, then this isn't something you get very often. We've had a lot of quarterback movement and guys have left and they've been traded and all these different things, but even like at Aaron Rodgers, he was traded. It's not like he enters the free market and now everybody gets to bid on him. And how many teams are going to be in a situation where, hey, we like our roster, we don't like our quarterback, and maybe you look at him now and you're thinking, yeah, their quarterback position, it's kind of they got a young guy, whatever. I think you got some teams that would be willing to move off those guys a little bit quicker than they had planned, because I wasn't planning to have a top 10 quarterback in the NFL in his prime available free agent. I don't even have to give up any draft picks. I just got to come correct with the money. I think there will be plenty of owners, plenty of teams that would feel like, oh my gosh, I got a roster. Let me see if I can do it with this quarterback.
Possibly, I wonder how many of them look at Dak, though, the way that his biggest critics around here do.
That is a huge question.
Yeah.
And that's a fair question. And I think ultimately there will be at least one team that decides to put that aside and say, hey, it'll be different here. You know, there will be the ego that steps in for them. It'll be different here. Or they're just so desperate. They're like, it might not be different here, but gosh dang it, I'm on the hot seat and I don't have a better quarterback option. So I'll just give him all the money. And if it doesn't work out, I'm gone anyway. And somebody else will be stuck with the bill.
Let's pick up this conversation here in about 10 minutes. We'll chat now with Rangers insider, pre- and post-game show host, and play-by-play man on radio and television. It's at Jared Sandler here with you on your home of the champs. Jared, good afternoon.
What's up, fellas?
Okay, so we're heading for opening day now. Are you more or less optimistic about the rotation than you were at the start of camp?
That's a good question. I guess more just because now the rotation piece, even if not right away, includes Michael Lorenzen, just as added depth. You know, I think nothing's really changed for me in terms of the 1 through 5, the guys that we thought would be in the rotation. It was just a matter of, all right, what are you going to do 6, 7, 8? Because you're probably going to need 6, 7, 8, maybe 9, 10, 11, 12. Hopefully, you know, of that mix, DeGrom, Malley, Scherzer will eventually, you know, check off some of those boxes. But you know, hopefully before you get to those guys, you're not going to need to go too deep beyond 5. But, you know, when you do, who are the guys? And so adding Michael Lorenzen helps. He'll eventually be a part of the rotation. I don't think he'll be a part of the rotation first time through, and maybe not even on the opening day roster, depending on, you know, how much, you know, more time he needs to ramp up. But I guess I feel a little bit better, but, you know, nothing really tremendously has changed. I still think this is a good rotation, and, you know, they're going to need both Nathan Eovaldi and Sean Gray to pitch like studs to help lead the way.
Pretty sure I just buried the lead here with Langford rocking number 36. He was 2 for 3 today with a walk. Just continues to be Wyatt Langford's world. What kind of expectations would you set for him?
Did he, you know what, did he wear 36 today? I thought I saw 82. Was it 36?
No, he wore 82. The club just announced that he would wear 36.
Oh, okay, yeah. Jonathan Ornelas had 36, and there seemed to be some almost like just this understood thing that Jonathan Ornelas was going to give up 36 for Wyatt Langford, maybe for, you know, a meal or a drink or something, whatever arrangement they have. But yeah, he looked good again today. Couple of doubles, ho hum. You know, don't know what to make of spring training stuff, but it's just the one thing I'll say is, I guess the update of the day with Wyatt Langford is, you know, we've talked about the power. We talked about, you know, he's a really good athlete. He runs really well. He's built like a house. I think one thing that jumps out to me is, and it's not just an update from today, but, you know, I think great power hitters are typically able to hit for power both to the pull side, but also the opposite field gap. Doesn't necessarily need to be straight oppo, but for a right-handed hitter to be able to drive the ball to right center field, it seems like a lot of really good power hitters have that in common. And Langford's first double today was to right center field. We've seen him hit balls to the right of straightaway center for some pop, and I think that's just a good tool for a power hitter to have that maybe also shows a degree of completeness as a hitter. And it's just another really exciting element of what we've seen from Wyatt Langford this spring.
Well, I was going to ask you, Jared, like, can you explain how impressive the exit velos are for him on a day where he goes 114.1 mph and almost 110 on the other double? Like, can you contextualize that? How impressive is that?
Yeah, so I guess I'll say this, Eric, and that's one of the things I'm excited about with the season starting is that every ballpark we go to is StatCast equipped. So, you know, Surprise Stadium, for instance, you know, I think private